Chapter 2671 Pill Refinement. In the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, Tiangu, the county governor, was patiently waiting in the main hall. He rose to his feet quickly at this moment, as though he had sensed something. Soon after, a voice rang from outside the main hall. County Governor. A bright smile appeared on Tiangu's face as he moved outside at lightning speed, coming face to face with a purple-clad young man. Duan Ling Tian, has everything been dealt with? Do you need my help? Duan Ling Tian, who had just returned from the Lu clan, faintly smiled as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, County Governor. With your support, they're extremely cooperative. Although it might be difficult for the Pang clan to come up with 200,000 prominent celestial stones to compensate him, he had no doubt Pang Bing would find a way to deliver the celestial stones. After all, Pang Bing was wise. He would not dare to act otherwise after seeing Tiangu was on his side. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew he had Tiangu's unconditional support because Tiangu knew he was capable of ranking first in the martial competition of the 16 counties, and in turn, obtaining the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. What was a mere inner estate elder who was only a peak golden celestial compared to the great overarching pills? That's great. Tiangu nodded and welcomed Duan Ling Tian to the main hall. Let's go in and talk. When they were in the main hall, Tiangu did not sit on the main seat. Instead, he sat with Duan Ling Tian on one of the lower seats. His expression was solemn as he said with a sigh, "Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid from today onward, you can no longer stay in the county governor's estate." "You do?" Tiangu was taken aback. He had just thought about this issue when he returned, but it seemed like Duan Ling Tian had long been aware of it. Upon seeing the confusion on Tiangu's face, Duan Ling Tian said, "After today, words will definitely spread about how I possess strength almost comparable to a great overarching golden celestial even though I'm not even 100 years old. It'll definitely spread all over and out of Nine Spectres County. Even as the county governor, you won't be able to stop people from talking. After all, there's nothing like the lightning oath in Devata realms. Once the 15 counties receive news of this, they would definitely try to assassinate me before the start of the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qing's mansion. Those people might hire powerhouses who are stronger than you to assassinate me." Yes. Tiangu nodded. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian had thought about the matter in such a thorough manner. As long as they're willing to pay a decent price, it's not difficult to hire someone more powerful than me. I've thought about it as well, that's why I plan to leave. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "When do you plan to leave?" Tiangu asked. "The sooner the better. However, if things go according to plan, I'll leave in 3 days after I receive my compensation," Duan Ling Tian replied. Compensation? Tiangu was confused. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's explanation, the corners of his mouth twitched. "You're really ruthless." Although 100,000 prominent celestial stones won't cause a huge damage to the Lu clan, they would need to sell off their businesses and properties to gather so many celestial stones in a short time. As for the 200,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan, I don't think they'll be able to come up with so many celestial stones. That may be the case. However, Elder Pang Bing is a wise and resourceful person. I'm certain he'll make the Lu clan bear some of the compensation. It won't be difficult for the Lu clan to come up with another 100,000 prominent celestial stones for the Pang clan, Duan Ling Tian said lightly. 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Even if it's the Lu clan, they'll have to sell off many businesses and properties. This will definitely impact them negatively. Originally, I plan to provide you with some celestial stones before you leave. I guess that's not necessary now. You won't be lacking celestial stones for a time with 300,000 prominent celestial stones in hand, Tiangu said. His expression turned solemn as he continued to say, "When you leave, please don't forget about the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qing's mansion. I'll help you register for the competition, all you need to do is show up. Even if those people want to kill you, they won't dare to act recklessly in the presence of King Qing's people." "That's what I thought as well." Duan Ling Tian nodded. After a while, he bade farewell to Tiangu. He still had a few things to do before he had to leave. Refining celestial pills was at the top of his to-do list. He had obtained more than enough medicinal herbs to refine spirit-nourishing pills. Since Lu Qing, one of the supreme elders of the Lu clan whom I killed, was a celestial alchemist, there must be a cauldron in his spatial ring. When Duan Ling Tian returned to his stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss, he took out a spatial ring from his spatial ring. After he had claimed ownership of Lu Qing's spatial ring, it did not take long for him to find a cauldron. He discovered a few medicinal herbs and formulas in there as well. As for the celestial stones, he did not even spare a glance at it. Although the number of celestial stones was not small, it was nothing compared to what he would receive from the Lu and Pang clans. These are formulas for primitive celestial pills. This is the formula for the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill. Out of all the formulas in Lu Qing's spatial ring, the hidden spirit pill's formula caught Duan Ling Tian's attention. Previously, Tianjiyu had given him a bottle of hidden spirit pills. In just a year and a half, it helped improve his cultivation base greatly and he became a yellow sun golden celestial. Coincidentally, he had run out of hidden spirit pills. After reading the formula, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, no wonder the hidden spirit pills are more valuable than spirit-nourishing pills. Not only is one of the ingredients rare, but the refinement technique is relatively difficult with a low success rate of refining the pills. In the end, Duan Ling Tian decided to refine the spirit-nourishing pills first. He wondered out loud, I wonder if the celestial fire is one for refining pills or forging weapons. Duan Ling Tian inhaled deeply before he began to draw the gray celestial fire out of the defective metal piece. However, similar to his previous attempt, he only managed to draw a small part of the celestial fire out. At the same time, he positioned the cauldron in front of him and threw the medicinal herbs inside. For his first attempt, the medicinal herbs were burned to crisps as soon as they made contact with the gray celestial fire. What a waste! Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. He knew he failed because he did not control the heat properly. After all, it had been a long time since he last refined pills. It seems like the gray celestial fire is quite powerful even if it's just a small part of it. I think it's on par with primitive celestial fires at least. After determining what he did wrong during his first attempt, Duan Ling Tian proceeded with his second attempt. He tried to control the heat, but the medicinal herbs only lasted for a moment before they were burned to crisps again. Duan Ling Tian continued his third, fourth, and fifth attempts. He used sets after sets of medicinal herbs, all of them going to waste. Others would feel their heart ached if they were here to witness how wasteful Duan Ling Tian was. During his 13th attempt, Duan Ling Tian finally managed to control the gray flame and turned the medicinal herbs into liquid. However, during the stage where he was supposed to turn the liquid into pills, the cauldron suddenly began to shake. Soon after, thick smoke began to rise from the cauldron, and a burning smell permeated the air. Chapter 2672 Success in Refining Pills. For a day and a night, Duan Ling Tian tirelessly refined pills in his stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss. It seemed like the medicinal herbs to refine spirit-nourishing pills were nothing to him at all. In his quest to master refining pills, he did not mind wasting money. Although he had the knowledge to refine pills from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor from the mortal continent in the mundane realm, the technique to refine pills in the Devata realms was naturally different. Nonetheless, his knowledge from the mundane realm still served as a foundation for refining pills in the Devata realms. Meanwhile, word about Duan Ling Tian's feat spread like a wildfire in the latent dragon abyss. Naturally, it caused quite the commotion. Those who were not in closed-door cultivation discussed the matter among themselves. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, Duan Ling Tian went to the Lu clan and killed their supreme elder, Lu Qing. Supreme Elder Lu Qing. Lu Qing, from what I know, the Lu clan has 3 supreme elders. One of them is an inner estate elder in the county governor's estate and another one is a celestial alchemist. Yes, I heard the celestial alchemist from the Lu clan is one of the 3 celestial alchemists in 9 Spectres County. Isn't the celestial alchemist's name Lu Qing? What? This means Duan Ling Tian killed the Lu clan's supreme elder who was a celestial alchemist. How's that possible? After all, a celestial alchemist can detonate their celestial fire to bring their opponents down. Even a great overarching golden celestial would be affected if the great overarching golden celestian were in the range of the explosion. That's right, therefore, even a great overarching golden celestial wouldn't dare to simply make a move on a celestial alchemist. Well, think about it, if the celestial alchemist were to detonate his celestial fire, wouldn't he also raise the entire mansion to the ground? How many members of the clan would die at that time? Even if he didn't detonate his celestial fire, Elder Lu Qing's strength shouldn't be weak, right? He wasn't weak. Although he wasn't as strong as the other two supreme elders, he's still stronger than the clan leader of the Lu clan. He's a peak indigo sun golden celestial and was only a step away from becoming a violet sun golden celestial. So Duan Ling Tian killed a peak indigo sun golden celestial. Is this a joke? Many people felt skeptical. After all, Lu Qing was a primitive celestial alchemist and a peak indigo sun golden celestial. Although Duan Ling Tian was stronger than most golden celestials, they did not think he was capable of killing an indigo sun golden celestial. Word about this has been spreading outside. There's no doubt it's true. A young powerhouse who had just returned to the estate said with a sigh, "I didn't believe it in the beginning, so I asked around. It seems like it's true." Another few people stepped forward and confirmed the veracity of the news. Duan Ling Tian's strength is too heaven-defying, right? Not only in 9 Spectres County, but even in all counties under the rule of King Qing's mansion. I don't think there's anyone who was younger than 100 years old with such strength before. I didn't think I'd see a talented freak like him in my lifetime. There's more to it. The young man who had first spoken up to confirm the veracity of the news continued to say, apart from killing Supreme Elder Lu Qing, Duan Ling Tian also killed another Supreme Elder, Lu Qian. Lu Qian was the Supreme Elder who was an inner estate elder in the county governor's estate. His strength is only second to great overarching golden celestials. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. A few people nodded their heads in agreement as well when they heard his words. I've heard about Duan Ling Tian killing Elder Lu Qian as well. That's not all. It's said that Elder Pang Bing was there as well, and Elder Pang Bing admitted he's not as strong as Duan Ling Tian. What's even more shocking is Duan Ling Tian demanded 100,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu clan and 200,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan as compensation. He gave them 3 days to deliver the celestial stones to him. Everyone was thoroughly shocked. The first person who regained his senses first weakly said, Duan Ling Tian's strength. How's he so powerful? Isn't Lord County Governor angry? Another person asked in confusion. Duan Ling Tian's, naturally, more valuable to Lord County Governor than Elder Lu Qian. Lord County Governor went to the Lu clan yesterday as well and voiced his unconditional support for Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, the Lu clan and Elder Pang Bing have no choice but to comply with Duan Ling Tian's demand. I heard the 2 clans have already begun to sell their businesses and properties to gather celestial stones. So the Lu and Pang clans are really giving Duan Ling Tian 300,000 prominent celestial stones, 300,000 prominent celestial stones. This is inconceivable. The crowd was thoroughly shocked, and it took a long time for them to recover from it. Although Duan Ling Tian was the strongest among them, they did not expect him to be so heaven-defyingly strong. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who was cultivating in the second-to-last stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss, had overheard the conversations as well. Duan Ling Tian. Qin Yu laughed when he heard about what happened. Lu clan serves them right. In his opinion, the Lu clan had dug their own graves by provoking Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was even capable of killing a great overarching golden celestial, let alone the Lu clan. The latent dragon abyss was not the only place that was in an uproar. The county governor's estate, in fact, the entire 9 Spectres County, was in an uproar over this matter. Everyone in the county city was heatedly discussing this matter. Many of them were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is almost comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Even Pang Bing, the strongest person under great overarching golden celestials, admitted he's not a match for Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect 9 Spectres County to have a hidden dragon. Once the hidden dragon leaves its nest, the 9 Spectres County will be famous for producing such a peerless talent. Most people were happy and proud that the 9 Spectres County had such a peerless genius among their ranks. They could not wait to see the growth of this genius and was curious about how far he would go in the future. As with all things, there were, naturally, people who were displeased by this news. These people were the 15 county governors of the other 15 counties under the rule of King Qing's mansion. It was not difficult for them to find out about this. They had their spies in 9 Spectres County. Naturally, the 9 Spectres County had spies in the 15 counties as well. At this moment, a man could be seen leaving 9 Spectres County in a rush. He muttered to himself, I must return to Chu Lian County and report this to Lord County Governor. With such a peerless genius, there's no doubt the other 15 counties won't stand a chance in ranking first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This man was clearly a spy from Chu Lian County. Meanwhile, 14 other figures could be seen leaving 9 Spectres County one after another in different directions. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who was focused on refining pills, were unaware that he was making the 15 counties restless. Another day and night had passed. A peal of laughter suddenly rang in the stone chamber located in the depth of the latent dragon abyss. I did it. His voice betrayed his excitement when he spoke. He touched the cauldron, and a beam of light appeared as pills began to rise from the cauldron. Chapter 2673. Preparing to leave. After a while, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he thought about the gray flame in the defective metal piece. He muttered to himself, I can only draw out a small part of the gray flame for now, and it's comparable to a primitive celestial fire. I wonder if this is the limit. If it's the limit, then, once I completely master it, it'll be comparable to mediocre celestial fire. If this isn't its limit, once I have full control of it, it should, at least, be comparable to a prominent celestial fire. His eyes brightened as he drew close to the end of his sentence. Anyway, for now, there's no doubt the small fire that I drew out is only comparable to primitive celestial fires since there's not much energy in it. With that said, if I manage to draw all the gray flame out, it should only be a mediocre celestial fire. Since the fire I can use now is only comparable to a primitive celestial fire, I guess that makes me a primitive celestial alchemist. I wonder why I can't use all of the flames. I don't think it has anything to do with my cultivation base. I'm a golden celestial, but there are many heavenly celestials who are mediocre celestial alchemists just because they possess a mediocre celestial fire. There must be another reason why I can't use all of the gray flames, Duan Ling Tian murmured, speculating to himself. Duan Ling Tian's speculation was not wrong. However, not even in his wildest dream would he be able to imagine that the gray flame was not a mediocre celestial fire but the second form of the chaos divine flame that was comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. Due to his body that could not contain it for now, he was unable to unleash the full potential of the fire. If the gray flame was fully drawn out of the defective metal piece, it would burn Duan Ling Tian into ashes in just an instant. To fully control the second form of the chaos divine flame and safely draw it out of the defective metal piece, he would have to improve his cultivation base and become a great overarching golden celestial. Only great overarching golden celestials are those who were stronger, had bodies strong enough to contain the second form of the chaos divine flame. This was because when one transformed into a great overarching golden celestial from a golden celestial, one's celestial origin energy would undergo a change. One's body would undergo a transformation as well. The entire process was quite similar to a rebirth. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all these things for now. It has been 2 days. I wonder if the Lu and Pang clans have delivered the prominent celestial stones. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes glinted in the light. Although he had been fully immersed in refining pills, during the past 2 days, he was still aware of the passage of time since it was not like going into closed-door cultivation. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, I have a day left before I have to leave. After obtaining the prominent celestial stones, I'll leave the county city in 9 Spectres County. I should say goodbye to Qin Yu and Elder Zheng Chu before I leave. When Duan Ling Tian emerged from his stone chamber, he looked at the stone chamber located above his and called out, Qin Yu. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian had spoken, the door of the stone chamber swung open, and a figure emerged from the stone chamber. Qin Yu, who came with Duan Ling Tian from Bloody Spectre City, smiled when he saw Duan Ling Tian. He said, Duan Ling Tian, you caused quite a big commotion 2 days ago. The Lu clan has 3 supreme elders, and you killed 2 of them. Oh, you've heard about it. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. I'm not the only one who has heard about it. I think everyone, except for those in closed-door cultivation, has heard about it, regardless if they're from the county city, other places in 9 Spectres County, or the neighboring counties. Qin Yu shook his head. Duan Ling Tian merely nodded his head, he had expected this after all. Then, he looked at Qin Yu and solemnly said, Qin Yu, I plan to leave the county governor's estate in the county city. I might even leave 9 Spectres County. You're leaving? Qin Yu knitted his brows. Realization dawned on him before he asked, is it because your strength has been revealed? You're afraid the other 15 counties might do you harm? Duan Ling Tian replied, well, that's one of the reasons. I plan to travel around as well. When I was still in Bloody Spectre City, I wasn't strong enough to do so. After all, I might get myself killed if I recklessly ventured out. Since I've gotten stronger now, I plan to travel around. Who knows if I'll have a fortuitous encounter. It would be great if he had a fortuitous encounter, but he knew this was something out of his control. Qin Yu's brows were still knitted together as he asked, "It seems like you have no plans of returning. Then, what about the martial competition of the 16 counties? I'll go to King Qing's mansion when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. Not only would the county where the winner is from be rewarded, but the winner would be rewarded as well. Since King Qing's mansion is rewarding the winning county with 3 mediocre celestial pills, I'm sure the reward for the winner wouldn't be too shabby. I definitely won't miss the competition. I'll see you again in less than a year." Duan Ling Tian smiled. Qin Yu sighed in relief. "That's good. I thought I won't be seeing you again. Anyway, based on the current situation, it's for the best that you leave this place." It was not difficult to guess the other 15 counties under the rule of King Qing's mansion would want Duan Ling Tian dead once they learned about his strength. After all, Duan Ling Tian threatened their common interest. With Duan Ling Tian participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they had no hope of ranking first in the competition. After a brief moment, he reminded Duan Ling Tian to stay safe. "Please be careful when you're outside. Although you're strong and capable of killing revered Elder Zhou Tong, there are many people who are much stronger than him out there." "Yes, I understand." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at his stone chamber and said with a smile, "I don't think I'll be coming back here. You can take over my stone chamber. With your strength, no one in the latent dragon abyss would be able to successfully challenge you for it. They won't dare to object to you cultivating in there." When he finished speaking, he handed a door talisman to Qin Yu. After Qin Yu took the door talisman, he said jokingly, "It seems like I'm benefiting from your departure." A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. After all, the cultivation environment in Duan Ling Tian's stone chamber was comparable to the county governor's cultivation place. "Anyway, I won't be seeing you again before I leave. I'm going to bid farewell to Elder Zheng Chu and the county governor now. After that, I'll leave once I collect the prominent celestial stones from the Lu and Pang clans," Duan Ling Tian said before leaving the latent dragon abyss. Chapter 2674 Gilded Golden Pill. "Elder Zheng Chu," Duan Ling Tian called out. He could tell Zheng Chu was more reserved with him now. After all, he was stronger than Zheng Chu. In fact, back when Zheng Chu had escorted him from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of 9 Spectres County, he was already stronger than Zheng Chu if he had used the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Naturally, Zheng Chu was not aware of it at that time. News of his deed in the Lu clan had already spread, so there was no doubt that Zheng Chu had already heard of what happened. Since he was stronger than Pang Bing, who was stronger than Zheng Chu, he was, naturally, stronger than Zheng Chu. Zheng Chu looked at Duan Ling Tian emotionally and sighed. "Duan Ling Tian, I really didn't expect you to grow so strong in just 2 short years. You've become even stronger than me. I am where I am today thanks to Elder Zheng Chu for bringing me to the county governor's estate. Without the superior cultivation environment in the county governor's estate, I wouldn't have been able to grow so strong," Duan Ling Tian said modestly. Zheng Chu shook his head and laughed. "You're too humble. You were chosen by the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Even if I didn't go, another person would still be sent there to escort you here." After a brief pause, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you here to say goodbye?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. "Elder Zheng Chu, how do you know that I'm leaving? Lord County Governor has told me it's too dangerous for you to stay here now that your strength has been revealed. The 15 counties would definitely seek to get rid of you, they might even join hands to do that. After all, with you participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they have no hope of taking the first place. You're an obstacle to them obtaining the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills," Zheng Chu replied. Duan Ling Tian shrugged. "Well, it doesn't matter. I can seize this opportunity to travel. You're truly kind to remember an old man like me before you leave," Zheng Chu said with a smile as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Then, he took out an exquisite little box and handed it over to Duan Ling Tian before saying, "I'm sure you're not lacking in celestial stones, so I decided to give this pill to you." "Pill?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he heard the box contained a pill. He could not help but ask, "May I know what pill is it?" Since the pill was kept in an exquisite box and it belonged to an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate, he was sure the pill was not just an ordinary pill. Otherwise, Zheng Chu would have stored it in an ordinary pill bottle. Zheng Chu replied without beating around the bush, "It's a gilded golden pill." A gilded golden pill? Duan Ling Tian widened his eyes in surprise. He felt his heartbeat quickened, and his chest rose and fell heavily when he heard Zheng Chu's words. The gilded golden pill was only a primitive celestial pill, but it was the rarest and most precious among primitive celestial pills. Those who were violet sun golden celestials, or below, could instantly raise their cultivation base by a level after consuming the gilded golden pill. Moreover, there were no side effects at all. However, one could only take the gilded golden pill once in their entire lives. For violet sun golden celestials, they could improve their cultivation after taking the pill, but they would not be able to become a great overarching golden celestial. To become a great overarching golden celestial, one would have to take the great overarching pill instead. Apart from not being effective for great overarching golden celestials, these pills were not suitable for heavenly celestials as well, since their bodies would not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacy of the pill and would cause their bodies to implode. These pills were only suitable for golden celestials. Zheng Chu smiled when he saw the excitement in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Yes, since you haven't become a great overarching golden celestial yet, you can use it to further improve your strength. Although its effect might not be obvious, it'll take you one step closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial level. He was under the impression that Duan Ling Tian was already a violet sun golden celestial. It was only natural he would think that way, since Duan Ling Tian was stronger than Pang Bing, the inner estate elder in the county governor's estate. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to calm down before he asked, "Elder Zheng Chu, why don't you keep the pill for yourself?" After all, he knew Zheng Chu was a violet sun golden celestial. If Zheng Chu took the pill, he would be able to get closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. "I've already taken it once, so it won't have any effect on me if I take it again." Zheng Chu shook his head. Then, he added, "At that time, I obtained 3 gilded golden pills by chance. I took one and gave one to my son, who's currently the clan leader of the Zheng clan. This is the last gilded golden pill I have. I know you'll be compensated with 300,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu and Pang clans, therefore, I thought this pill is the most appropriate farewell gift for you." "Thank you, Elder Zheng Chu," Duan Ling Tian said appreciatively. He did not decline Zheng Chu's goodwill. After all, the lure of the gilded golden pill was too big. He was only a yellow sun golden celestial now. After taking the pill, he would instantly become a green sun golden celestial. This would save him a lot of time. He would always remember this favor in his heart. Zheng Chu was relieved that Duan Ling Tian did not refuse the gift. He said hesitantly, "Duan Ling Tian, Elder Zheng Chu, please don't hesitate. Please speak your mind." Duan Ling Tian smiled. Zheng Chu took a deep breath and said, "Duan Ling Tian, I'm sure you're aware the county governor's estate will be rewarded with 3 great overarching pills once you win the competition. Lord County Governor has been a profound great overarching golden celestial for a long time now without any signs of improvements since his cultivation base has stagnated. Taking 2 of the pills will probably help him break through to the next stage. During the martial competition of the 16 counties, I hope you can suggest to Lord County Governor to bestow the remaining pill to me instead of bestowing it to Elder Pang Bing. Anyway, I don't ask that you do anything more than suggesting it to him. Regardless of who he decides to bestow the pill to, in the end, I'll still be indebted to you. Don't worry, Elder Zheng Chu. I speak to the county governor about this during the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he's unwilling, I'll deliberately lose and let someone else win. I'm sure he'll know what to do at that time," Duan Ling Tian promised. "Thank you," Zheng Chu said. Although this might anger the county governor since it was no different from a threat, he did not object to Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, with this, he knew he had a higher chance of obtaining the great overarching pill. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, "There's no need to thank me. Just treat this as an exchange for the gilded golden pill." After that, he bade Zheng Chu farewell and left. After that, Duan Ling Tian went to bid farewell to Tianjiu. When Duan Ling Tian was outside the estate, he turned to look at the estate and murmured, "I won't be coming back here." He took a longer look, committing this place to mind. After all, he had stayed in this place the longest after he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Then, Duan Ling Tian went to the Lu and Pang clans to collect the 300,000 prominent celestial stones. He thought to himself, the Lu clan is, indeed, very wealthy. Just as expected, the Pang clan could not afford to pay 200,000 prominent celestial stones, so the Lu clan had to pay half of it. He did not encounter any difficulties when collecting the celestial stones since he had Tianjiu's support. Otherwise, the Lu and Pang clans might not be so cooperative. He did not waste any time and left as soon as he collected the prominent celestial stones. 3 days after Duan Ling Tian had left, a white figure entered the county city of Nine Spectres County and infiltrated the county governor's estate at an extremely fast speed. Upon closer inspection, one would see the white figure hovering in the air belonged to an old lady. Chapter 2675 Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. The old lady wore a plain robe. She hovered above the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County as she said indifferently, "I'm looking for Duan Ling Tian." Her voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain a magical power that carried her voice through the entire estate. No one in the estate, including Tianjiu, had detected her presence before she had spoken up. Therefore, as soon as her voice resounded through the estate, it caused a huge commotion immediately. The voice seems to come from above the estate. It sounds like an old woman. Why is she looking for Duan Ling Tian? Her voice is so emotionless that it's hard to figure out her purpose for coming to the estate. Regardless of her purpose, since she made such a big fuss in the county governor's estate, the inner estate elders and Lord County Governor won't let her go. The servant girls, errand boys, and guards who did not know any better and were weaker than golden celestials discussed the matter heatedly. On the other hand, those who were golden celestials or stronger trembled when they heard the old lady's voice. This person must be very strong. Although I'm a blue sun golden celestial, I'm still affected by her voice. She must be a great overarching golden celestial or stronger. I don't think an ordinary great overarching golden celestial would be able to make my heart palpitate like this. We can't recklessly approach her in case we end up provoking her. The stronger guards, outer estate elders, and inner estate elders speculated that the old lady must be a great overarching golden celestial or stronger. Since Zhou Tong, the revered elder of the county governor's estate and the other great overarching golden celestial in the Nine Spectres County, had died, only the county governor was able to deal with such a person. For this reason, none of them dared to approach the old woman. A figure shot up into the sky from the courtyard of the county governor's residence at lightning speed toward the trespasser. The figure belonged to Tianjiu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. When Tianjiu heard the trespasser bluntly requested for Duan Ling Tian, he could not help but wonder, is this person someone who was hired by one of the 15 counties? However, he quickly dismissed that thought. He did not think it was possible. What Duan Ling Tian did in the Lu clan only happened 5 days ago. News wouldn't spread so quickly unless we have great overarching golden celestial spreading the news. Even if a violet sun golden celestial travels at high speed to the nearest county city from Nine Spectres County, he would need about 10 days before he arrives at his destination. Moreover, it was impossible for the other counties to use great overarching golden celestials as spies. The county with the highest number of great overarching golden celestials only had 3 great overarching golden celestials after all. Apart from that, Tianjiu, as the county governor of Nine Spectres City, naturally, had information about the spies sent by the other 15 counties. To his knowledge, the strongest among the spies was only an indigo sun golden celestial. For this reason, he was certain the trespasser had nothing to do with the other 15 counties. When he was near the figure, he slowed down and observed the figure. He saw an old lady dressed in simple robes. She stood unmoving like a mountain, and she had an ethereal air about her as though she was not of this world. The old woman suddenly turned to Tianjiu and asked, "Are you the county governor of Nine Spectres County?" Her turbid eyes seemed to turn as bright as the stars at this moment. An intimidating energy surged out and hit Tianjiu. Tianjiu, who was terrified by the eyes that were deep and dark, trembled before he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He instinctively took a step back. Although he was furious, he did not dare to express it. When he finally caught his breath, he bowed and greeted the old woman respectfully. "I'm the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Tianjiu. It's a pleasure to meet you, old senior." Inwardly, waves of shock appeared in his heart. Even a peak great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to injure me with just their energy alone. This means the old woman should be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial at least. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial was far stronger than great overarching golden celestials. In fact, there was only one person in all the places under the rule of King Qin's mansion who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. When Tianjiyu realized the old woman was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he felt a frisson of fear. Meanwhile, his anger had completely vanished and was replaced by worry. He wondered why an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would come to Nine Spectres County to look for Duan Ling Tian. The old woman stared at Tianjiyu with flashing eyes and asked in a low voice, "Where's Duan Ling Tian?" Tianjiyu could not help but ask, "Senior, may I ask why you're looking for Duan Ling Tian?" He could not figure out how Duan Ling Tian was acquainted with an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, it was clear she came with ill intent. When she mentioned Duan Ling Tian, her eyes had flashed with killing intent. There was no doubt she had come to kill Duan Ling Tian. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. You just need to answer my question," the old lady said coldly, causing Tianjiyu to feel as though winter had arrived. Tianjiyu was so frightened that he quickly replied, as meek as a cat, "Yes, yes." Although Tianjiyu was a county governor under the protection of King Qin's mansion, the old woman was, at least, an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This meant she was, at least, as strong as the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. Therefore, if she were to kill him, there was a high possibility King Qin's mansion would be helpless to avenge him even if they wanted to. What was likely to happen was King Qin's mansion being unwilling to avenge him and risk offending an overarching heavenly supreme celestial for a mere county governor. After Tianjiyu took a deep breath, he replied fearfully, "Senior, you came a step too late. 3 days ago, Duan Ling Tian had left the county governor's estate in the Nine Spectres County." When the old lady heard this, she narrowed her eyes that shone with a cold light. "Left. I'll give you another chance to repeat it. If I find out you're lying, I'll kill you." "Senior, I didn't lie. Duan Ling Tian had left the county governor's estate in the county city 3 days ago." Tianjiyu smiled bitterly. Then, he added, "I know why he left. If you're interested, I'm willing to tell you why." The old lady's eyes flashed like lightning as she said imposingly, "Speak." Tianjiyu did not hesitate and began to recount what happened in the Lu clan. 5 days ago, the old lady furrowed her brows as she thought to herself, "He's as strong as a great overarching golden celestial even though he's not even 100 years old. The brat who defiled Miss Binger has such a high innate talent." Nevertheless, the killing intent in her eyes did not disappear. She was determined to kill Duan Ling Tian as soon as she could. Finally, she asked icily, "In other words, he left Nine Spectres County because he's afraid the other 15 counties would send powerhouses to kill him?" "Yes." Tianjiyu nodded. "Did he say he would participate in the upcoming martial competition of the 16 counties at King Qin's mansion?" the old woman asked. "He didn't say anything about that," Tianjiyu replied. Naturally, he would not tell the old lady that Duan Ling Tian had promised to meet him at King Qin's mansion to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, he still had to rely on Duan Ling Tian to obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. He had honestly told the old lady about the reason behind Duan Ling Tian's departure only because he had no choice. After all, she could easily verify the veracity of his words. She would definitely be furious if she found he was lying. At that time, she would surely kill him. Chapter 2676 Brushing Paw. Tianjiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, definitely would not tell the old lady about Duan Ling Tian participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion if he had a choice. There was no doubt the old lady would make her way to King Qin's mansion to kill Duan Ling Tian if he did. No one would be able to stand up to her except for King Qin himself at that time. He did not wish to see Duan Ling Tian die. After all, Duan Ling Tian was his only hope to obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. He did not stand a chance otherwise. He had longed for those pills for a long time now. He would not allow anyone, not even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, to ruin his chances. The old lady scoffed, and a wave of imposing energy hit Tianjiyu again, causing him to stumble back a few steps and spit out a mouthful of blood. Blood splattered in the air, looking like red roses blooming. It was an extremely eye-catching sight. "You should have been a profound great overarching golden celestial for a long time now, right? It seems like your cultivation base has stagnated. the old lady said as she looked at Tianjiu knowingly. Without waiting for his reply, she continued to say, if you're able to consume 2 or 3 great overarching pills, it would be easy for you to break through the bottleneck. If I were you, there's no way I wouldn't. Make Duan Ling Tian participate in the competition. After all, based on your words, it'd be easy for him to rank first in the competition. Isn't that why the other 15 counties want to get rid of him? Tianjiu smiled bitterly. Senior, you're right. Naturally, I really hope Duan Ling Tian would participate in the competition since there's nothing I want more than those great overarching pills. However, before he left, he had hinted that he didn't want to participate in the competition. I even told him I'm willing to give him one of the 3 great overarching pill, but he didn't seem interested at all. Since there's a risk of him being killed by the other 15 counties, he thought it'd be better if he didn't take the risk and participate in the competition. The old lady asked in a low voice, why didn't you force him to stay and participate in the competition? Senior, even if I force him to stay, I won't be able to stop the powerhouses sent by the 15 counties to get rid of him. At that time, I'd be left with nothing. However, he might feel grateful to me if I didn't force him to stay. Someone with such a high innate talent like him definitely has a bright future. Who knows, once he becomes stronger, he might reward me with great overarching pills. For this reason, I decided it's better to let him leave than forcing him to stay. His explanation was sound and flawless. He had come up with such a meticulous explanation in hopes of misleading the old lady. Otherwise, he knew she would definitely wait for Duan Ling Tian in King Qin's mansion and kill him before the competition even began. At that time, he would lose the 3 great overarching pills. The old lady did not doubt Tianjiu's explanation. After all, it was a flawless explanation. Finally, she asked in a low voice, did he say where he was going before he left? Upon hearing this, Tianjiu knew the old woman had bought his explanation. He was inwardly delighted that his plan to mislead the old lady had worked. However, outwardly, he smiled bitterly as he said, I did ask him where he planned to go. He said he had no destination in mind and that he was going to travel. However, since he had only left 3 days ago, he should still be in 9 Spectres County. I hope you're not lying. If I were to find out you're lying, you'll definitely die. The old lady said threateningly. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared into thin air. At least, it seemed that way to Tianjiu, who could not catch her movements. After the old lady had left, Tianjiu still felt lingering fear in his heart. He thought to himself, I think the old woman isn't an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even King Qin's speed might not be as fast as that old lady's speed. I wonder how Duan Ling Tian provoked a person like that. Soon after, his eyes widened as he thought to himself, Duan Ling Tian is almost as strong as a great overarching golden even though he's not even 100 years old. Is it possible that he has an extraordinary background? Is he from a major force that had been annihilated so he's left alone to wander 9 Spectres County? Perhaps, that old woman is from a rival force. The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was plausible. If Duan Ling Tian were privy to Tianjiu's thoughts, he would have admired Tianjiu's overactive imagination. However, it was only natural that Tianjiu had such thoughts since he was not aware that Duan Ling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 3 years ago. Tianjiu continued thinking to himself, I hope that old lady doesn't go to King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties. She'll definitely find out I lied to her if she sees Duan Ling Tian there. At that time, not only would she kill Duan Ling Tian, but she would definitely kill me as well. He fervently prayed the old lady would not show up in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that if he had left the county governor's estate a few days later than he had planned, he would have been killed by the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was making his way to Bloody Spectre City to bid farewell to Lu Fengjiu before he left 9 Spectres County. Although their relationship was not deep, there was no doubt that Lu Fengjiu had helped him tremendously, even if it might be only due to their deal. Moreover, thanks to the information Lu Fengjiu had given him, he managed to obtain a celestial fire. Therefore, he planned to give Lu Fengjiu some prominent celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills before he left. These things might not be particularly valuable to him, but he knew it would be precious to Lu Fengjiu. I don't like owing people favors. Giving him some prominent celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills can be considered as me returning his favor for disclosing the location of the celestial fire to me. Moreover, there's a chance we won't be able to meet anymore after this, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. When Duan Ling Tian met Lu Fengjiu, he was taken back to see hints of relief and excitement on Lu Fenggu's face when Lu Fengjiu saw him. It was obvious that Lu Fengjiu was relieved to see that he was fine. Lu Fengjiu stumbled over his words as he asked, Duan Ling Tian. You're all right. Duan Ling Tian saw a hint of guilt flashed in Lu Fenggu's eyes as well. It was as though Lu Fengjiu felt ashamed. He could not understand why Lu Fengjiu would feel relieved, ashamed, and guilty at the same time when he saw him. He asked skeptically, City Governor, what's it? Seeing that Duan Ling Tian was unaware of it, Lu Fengjiu sighed. Duan Ling Tian, please forgive me. I had no choice. A few days ago, an old lady came and demanded to know where you've gone. She even killed all the people in the city governor's estate and Black Dragon army to threaten me. I had no choice but to tell her you've gone to the county governor's estate in the county city of 9 Spectres County. She was too strong. With just her energy alone, she pressured me until I fell to my knees and made me like dying. There's no doubt she's even stronger than Lord County Governor. His expression was grim when he spoke. Chapter 2677 Powerhouse of Unknown Origin. Stronger than the County Governor. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned slightly grim when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. Even if he used the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, his strength was only comparable to Tianjiu, the County Governor of 9 Spectre City. It would be difficult for him to defeat Tianjiu since Tianjiu had better celestial methods and divine abilities compared to Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial whom he had killed previously. Even if he took the gilded golden pill and became a green sun golden celestial, he was not certain he would be stronger than Tianjiu. He would have a difficult time defeating Tianjiu, let alone someone who was stronger than Tianjiu. An old lady, City Governor Lu, why is that old lady looking for me? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Lu Fengjiu. He could not figure out why a powerhouse stronger than the county governor would come looking for him. After all, he had just ascended recently. I don't know why she's looking for you, but there's no doubt she came with ill intention. When she mentioned you, I can see the killing intent in her eyes even though she was expressionless. There's no doubt that she wants to kill you. Lu Fengjiu replied in a low voice. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, I've just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven roughly 3 years ago. When did I provoke such a powerhouse when I spent most of my time in 9 Spectres County? Is she sent by Yunqing Yan from the Divine Offering Land? No, the paths connecting the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms have closed. It's impossible for him to send someone here now. Moreover, if she's really sent by Yunqing Yan, why would she need to come to Bloody Spectre City to investigate my whereabouts? Duan Ling Tian still remembered the man who was sent by Yunqing Yan to kill him. That man had personally torn a hole in the void and entered Yan Huang realm directly. That man was even stronger than most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. If the old lady was sent by Yunqing Yan, she should be able to locate him in just an instant using her divine consciousness. There was no need for her to investigate his whereabouts. If she weren't sent by Yunqing Yan, then, who's she? I've never encountered someone so strong since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself in confusion. He really could not figure out why someone so strong wanted to kill him. Duan Ling Tian, it has only been roughly 3 years since you ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. How and when did you provoke someone like that? Lu Fengjiu asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I don't know either. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He was equally as baffled by this. Lu Fengjiu inhaled sharply as a thought occurred to him, and he asked, does it have something to do with Zhou Tong? Zhou Tong, there are only a few people who know I brought Zhou Tong to you so you could kill him. If it's related to him, the old lady would not have just looked for me. She didn't kill you when she met you. It's clear that the old lady has nothing to do with Zhou Tong. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and analyzed the situation. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Fengjiu nodded in agreement. You're right. Then, why is she targeting you? Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows and said, could she be a powerhouse who was hired by the 15 counties to kill me? Duan Ling Tian knitted his brows. A powerhouse hired by the 15 counties. Lu Fengjiu was taken aback. However, after mulling it over for a moment, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. No, it's impossible. If she's hired by the 15 counties, she should know that I was in the county city of 9 Spectres County. Moreover, I don't think news about what I'd done in the Lu clan has spread that far yet. Duan Ling Tian, what are you talking about? Why would the 15 counties hire someone to kill you? Lu Fengjiu asked, baffled. Although news about Duan Ling Tian's deed in the Lu clan had begun to spread, it had not reached Bloody Spectre City yet. Duan Ling Tian recounted everything that had happened in the Lu clan to Lu Fengjiu and also told Lu Fengjiu about the reason behind his departure from the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Lu Fengjiu sighed in relief. So that's what happened. It seems like the old lady is a step too late in finding you. Duan Ling Tian felt lucky. That's right, it seems like I unintentionally saved my life by leaving. Duan Ling Tian, why did you come to Bloody Spectre City if you plan to leave 9 Spectres County? Lu Fengjiu asked. I came to bid you farewell. Moreover, I wanted to thank you for disclosing the location of the celestial fire to me, Duan Ling Tian said honestly. Lu Fenggu's eyes brightened. Why you obtained the celestial fire? Is it a primitive celestial fire? Lu Fengjiu asked. Yes, initially, I wasn't sure of its grade. However, after I refined the spirit-nourishing pills, I discovered that it should be a primitive celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Indeed, the gray flame was only comparable to a primitive celestial fire. However, Duan Ling Tian did not tell Lu Fengjiu that he was unable to use all of the gray flames. Only the part that he was able to draw out from the defective metal piece was comparable to a primitive celestial fire. If he could draw the gray flame out in its entirety, it was probably comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. Although it's a primitive celestial fire, it's obviously not an ordinary one since it could only be obtained by great overarching golden celestials. Congratulations on obtaining that celestial fire and becoming a primitive celestial alchemist. Lu Fengjiu congratulated Duan Ling Tian. It's all due to the information you gave me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the celestial fire, let alone become a celestial alchemist. Duan Ling Tian smiled. At the same time, he took out a spatial ring and handed it over to Lu Fengjiu. What's this? Lu Fengjiu was surprised. I don't know when and if I'll come back. This is a token of my gratitude for disclosing the location of the celestial fire to me, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Lu Fengjiu smiled bitterly. Duan Ling Tian, the moment I betrayed you by disclosing your location to the old woman, I've already considered all the favors returned. In fact, I'm still indebted to you. If you didn't help me, I wouldn't have been able to avenge my direct disciple. And yet, I returned your kindness with ingratitude. As he spoke, he felt more and more guilty. City Governor, I understand that you had no choice but to do so. Moreover, I'm fine now, aren't I? Just accept these things since it's my wish for you to have them. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Due to Duan Ling Tian's repeated persuasion, Lu Fengjiu eventually accepted the spatial ring. However, after he claimed ownership of the ring and saw the mountainous pile of prominent celestial stones and the few dozen bottles of the primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, he hastily removed his ownership of the ring. Duan Ling Tian, they're too much. You should keep these celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills for your own use. Duan Ling Tian did not take the spatial ring from Lu Fengjiu. Instead, he shook his head and said, No, City Governor. Just keep it, I'm not lacking in celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills now. Then, he added, since I've already achieved my objective of coming here, I'll be taking my leave now. If there's a chance, I'll visit you in the future. Before Duan Ling Tian left, Lu Feng called out to him before he solemnly asked, Duan Ling Tian, do you still plan on participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion? I have promised the county governor that I would. Moreover, if I rank first, King Qin's mansion will definitely place great importance on me. At that time, I'll have access to the cultivation resources and environment there. But what if the old lady waits for you in King Qin's mansion? Wouldn't you be endangering your life by showing up in King Qin's mansion? Since she's stronger than the county governor, he wouldn't be able to protect you from her. Lu Fengjiu smiled bitterly. There are so many powerhouses in King Qin's mansion, I don't think she'll dare to cause trouble there, right? Duan Ling Tian frowned. That might not be the case. Who knows if there's anyone in King Qin's mansion who's able to defeat her? How can we say for sure she's not strong enough to cause trouble there? I'm sure it won't be difficult for her to find out the reason you left once she arrives in the county city. It's highly likely that she'll wait for you in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties. Lu Fengjiu said. Chapter 2678 Time Flies. Based on Lu Fenggu's words and analysis of the situation, Duan Ling Tian could see how meticulous Lu Fengjiu was. His expression turned grim when he heard Lu Fenggu's analysis. If the old lady was so strong that no one in King Qin's mansion could defeat her, then, who would be able to protect him if he went there? Lu Fenggu's words had made him aware of the danger of participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. It would not be wise for him to go to King Qin's mansion if he could not ascertain the old woman's strength and identity, since it was likely that she would be waiting for him there. Although Lu Fengjiu had told Duan Ling Tian that the old lady was stronger than Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, he only took the words at face value. He did not think about the possibility of the old woman being stronger than the people in King Qin's mansion. Unless you can verify the old lady's strength and identity, I don't think you should participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. Lu Fengjiu said. Thank you for your reminder. Duan Ling Tian thanked Lu Fengjiu. With Lu Fenggu's reminder in mind, he left with a troubled heart. After all, this concerned his life. After Duan Ling Tian left, Lu Fengjiu looked at the spatial ring in his hand and sighed. His hand tightened its grip on the ring as he murmured, Duan Ling Tian, I hope you'll keep my words in your mind. It's best if you don't join the martial competition of the 16 counties, and stay away from the areas governed by King Qin's mansion. Outside Bloody Spectre City, like a shooting star, Duan Ling Tian flew in the air toward the border of 9 Spectres County. Since he did not have a specific destination in mind, he was flying without directions. He was clearly troubled as he thought to himself, who's that old lady? She must have a reason for wanting to kill me. However, I really don't remember provoking someone like her. Duan Ling Tian began to recall everything that had happened since his ascension to the spirit overarching heaven roughly 3 years ago. He really wanted to figure out the old lady's purpose. All of a sudden, a figure appeared unbidden in his mind. Could it be her? Duan Ling Tian came to a halt immediately as he thought about the time when he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. He remembered when he had strolled around Bloody Spectres City when silence suddenly descended on the street. He remembered everyone's eyes were trained on something behind him. Out of curiosity, he had turned around to have a look. The sight that greeted him at that time had caused him to fall into a momentary daze. The reason everyone had fallen silent was due to a beautiful woman. She had worn a plain purple dress at that time. Her eyebrows were perfectly arched. Her skin was clear, and she had a wasp waist. A translucent veil covered the lower half of her face, but it did not detract from her beauty. Instead, it drew attention to her bright eyes, and it filled people with the urge to peel the veil off her face. She had an elegant and graceful air about her. One could imagine how much more attractive she would be if she had taken her veil off. Duan Ling Tian remembered as the woman daintily walked down the street, the crowd instinctively parted for her. Everyone, regardless of gender, was attracted by this woman as though they were under a spell. With her appearance, most men would have lecherous thoughts in their minds. However, strangely, that did not seem to be the case at that time. They had a reverent expression on their faces. It was as though they treated her like a sacred being, not to be desecrated with filthy thoughts. When Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses, he heaved a long sigh. Mirong Bing. He already had 2 wives and a partner from when he was in the mundane realm. Although there were many women around him, he only treated them as normal friends. He felt blessed with his 2 wives and a partner and had no wish of having more women in his life. He even guarded his heart carefully so as not to fall in love with any woman. Who knew he would end up having sex with a woman while he was not fully conscious? Moreover, he had only met the woman once prior to having sex. However, since they had sex, he was determined to take responsibility. He had told the woman, Mirong Bing, that he would find her again and that the woman whom he had sex with could only belong to him. He had already seen her as his woman once they had had sex. Is it possible that the old lady is related to her? If she wanted to kill me, she would have done it at that time. There's no need for her to send someone now, right? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. He did not think the old lady was sent by Murong Bing, since she could have very well killed him at that time if she so wished. Moreover, she placed great importance on her virginity. Even if she changed her mind and wanted to kill him, she would have done it personally instead of sending someone else. After all, she would not tell another person that she wanted him dead because she had lost her virginity to him. Duan Ling Tian became even more confused the more he thought about it. If the old lady isn't related to her, then, who could it be? However, if the old lady is sent by her, even more so, I shouldn't go to King Qin's mansion to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He had seen, firsthand, how strong Murong Bing was. Moreover, it seemed like she came from a very powerful sect with a sect guarding celestial weapon. There was no doubt that the people from King Qin's mansion would not be able to deal with someone who was sent by Murong Bing. Time flew by in just a blink of an eye. Roughly a year had passed, and the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion was about to begin. King Qin's mansion was the name of a force, a region, and a huge sprawling estate. The capital, known as King City, of King Qin's mansion was located in a vast grassland. From afar, it looked like a slumbering beast with a gaping maw. There was a rule in King Qin's mansion that prohibited people from entering from above. Everyone who wanted to enter King City had to enter through one of the 4 gates. This was so they could easily maintain order and prevent chaos and disturbance. It was only natural for King Qin's mansion to lay down such a rule since King City was huge and had a large population. The sound of wind blowing rang in the air as 2 groups of people coming from different directions flew toward the eastern gate of King City in King Qin's mansion. The number of people in the 2 groups was roughly the same. They had about 30 people each in the groups. Both groups were led by a man respectively. Both men carried an imposing aura. It was clear they held a high position. As soon as the group arrived at the eastern gate, they descended on the ground. None of them dared to defy the rule and directly fly into the city. One of the men said, "County Governor Tian, what a coincidence to meet you outside the gate of King City." County Governor Tian was none other than Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Apart from a few inner estate elders and revered elders, the remaining people in Tianjiu's group were 29 men who were younger than 100 years old. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely recognize 2 of the inner estate elders as Zheng Chu and Peng Bing. Chapter 2679 Martial Competition of the 16 Counties. Qin Yu, a close acquaintance of Duan Ling Tian, was one of the 20 young men who came with Tianjiu. He looked rather absent-minded at this moment as he looked at the majestic King City of King Qin's mansion, clearly lost in his thoughts. "County Governor Wang," Tianjiu replied with a faint smile on his face. County Governor Wang's name was Wang Qiling. He was the county governor of Fair Mountain County. He was here for the same reason as Tianjiu. Both of them had brought young men in their respective counties here to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. The people standing behind Wang Qiling, apart from the 30 young men, were his favorite subordinates. The young men behind Wang Qiling stared at Qin Yu and the other young men behind Tianjiu with hostility. After all, they were competitors. Only by defeating each other would they be able to rank in the top of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Wang Qiling studied the young men standing behind Tianjiu for a moment before he said with a knowing smile on his face, "County Governor Tian, it seems like you're missing one person from your team. He has gone out to train. He'll come when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins," Tianjiu replied indifferently. When Wang Qiling heard Tianjiu's words, his eyes narrowed, and he asked probingly, "Gone out to train? County Governor Tian, is the person you're referring to Duan Ling Tian? The young powerhouse who gained fame in 9 Spectres County?" A pleased expression appeared on Tianjiu's face as he smiled. He did not reply to Wang Qiling's question and only said, "County Governor Wang, we'll enter the city first." Then, without waiting for a response, he led the group of people and entered King City of King Qin's mansion, leaving Wang Qiling who had a dark expression on his face behind. An old man behind Wang Qiling said in a low voice, "Lord County Governor, I'm afraid that the man who has gone out for training is most probably Duan Ling Tian." Wang Qiling said in a low voice, "Who else could it be other than Duan Ling Tian? Initially, when I received news that Duan Ling Tian is as strong as a great overarching golden celestial even though he's less than 100 years of age, I met with the other 14 county governors. We spent a large number of supreme celestial stones just to hire a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial to kill Duan Ling Tian. Who knew that Powerhouse couldn't find Duan Ling Tian even though he combed through all the areas in 9 Spectres County? Duan Ling Tian managed to escape the Powerhouse and avoid death. About a year ago, the spy from Fair Mountain County in 9 Spectres County had sent word about Duan Ling Tian, a young golden celestial who was less than 100 years of age but possessed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Wang Qi-ling knew the severity of this matter since Duan Ling Tian's existence meant his team would not be able to rank first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Most importantly, this meant he would not be able to obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. Wang Qi-ling and the other 14 county governors were, naturally, unhappy with this situation. For this reason, they had convened and decided to use supreme celestial stones to hire someone who was stronger than Tian Jiyu to kill Duan Ling Tian. Alas, their target disappeared and vanished without a trace, a middle-aged man standing behind. Wang Qi-ling said with a bitter smile on his face, "Well, if our Fair Mountain County has a powerhouse like Duan Ling Tian, we would have protected him with the same method as well. It occurred to me that County Governor Tian would send Duan Ling Tian away when we hired the assassin to kill Duan Ling Tian." Another man from Wang Qi-ling's entourage scoffed and said, "Do you think Lord County Governor didn't think about that? However, we can't let go of the slightest possibility of killing him." He sighed before he said again, "Duan Ling Tian's presence will greatly affect the outcome of the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he shows up, there's no doubt he'll definitely rank first in the competition." Indeed, the others agreed with his words as well. Wang Qi-ling was rather displeased and frustrated that they had failed to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, he knew there was nothing he could do at this point. At this moment, the king city of King Qin's mansion was filled with many young powerhouses from the 16 counties governed by King Qin's mansion since the martial competition of the 16 counties would begin in 3 days. The city that had been bustling was surprisingly calm during the days before the competition. It was like the calm before the storm. Inside an inconspicuous inn in King City, in a large room, an old lady wearing a long plain robe stared at a middle-aged man before her and asked in a low voice, "The county governor of 9 Spectres County only brought 29 young men with him. If Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, was around, he would definitely recognize the middle-aged man." The middle-aged man was none other than Wang Qi-ling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, whom he had met outside the gate of King City. Although Wang Qi-ling was a county governor, he appeared to be very humble and respectful before the old lady. His attitude was comparable to how it would be if he met King Qin. Wang Qi-ling said worriedly, "I saw it with my own eyes. I'm assuming the 30th place is kept for Duan Ling Tian, who has been missing for a year now. Senior, perhaps you'll be able to catch him in King Qin's mansion. However, if he shows up when the martial competition of 16 counties begins, it might be difficult for you to kill him. The powerhouses in King Qin's mansion will definitely intervene to protect him." The old lady scoffed. Her expression was so cold that it caused Wang Qi-ling to feel as though winter had arrived early. She said domineeringly, "If Duan Ling Tian shows up, even if King Qin himself wants to intervene, he won't be able to do so unless he wants to die." Wang Qi-ling gulped audibly when he heard the old lady's words. He became even more respectful at this moment. Although he knew she was very strong, he did not expect she was even stronger than King Qin. How could he not be surprised when he heard her say she was stronger than King Qin? "Based on my knowledge, the martial competition of 16 counties that's going to be held in King Qin's mansion isn't open to the public. Find a way to bring me in. I don't want to act recklessly and alert Duan Ling Tian. If I cause too big of a commotion, I'm afraid he won't show up," the old lady said indifferently. "Yes," Wang Qi-ling replied respectfully. Then, he asked, "Senior, do you have orders for me? If there's none, can I take my leave?" "Yes, you may," the old lady replied. Throughout the entire conversation, she did not even spare a glance at Wang Qi-ling. The martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion started just as planned. Everything seemed calm and normal on the surface. However, as the days passed, the competition turned more and more intense as it was about to reach the end. Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, grew more and more anxious as well. Why hasn't Duan Ling Tian shown up? The competition is about to end. He could not help but feel he had been cheated by Duan Ling Tian. He was beginning to think that Duan Ling Tian had reneged on their deal. On the other hand, Qin Yu, who had just been eliminated, could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian when he did not see Duan Lingtian. He thought to himself, Duan Lingtian should be fine, right? Pang Bing, the strongest inner estate elder in the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, snorted derisively before he said, I don't think Duan Lingtian is going to show up. What an ingrate. The county governor's estate had nurtured him, and yet, he doesn't show up at the critical moment. Upon hearing this, Zheng Chu spoke up in defense of Duan Lingtian, Elder Pang Bing, you can't say such things. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian encountered a problem or has something important to attend to and couldn't arrive in time. Pang Bing smiled coldly. Something important to attend to? What an excuse. Is there anything more important than the martial competition of the 16 counties? After all, 3 great overarching pills are at stake here. If he doesn't show up, we'll lose our chance of obtaining any pill, let alone 3 pills. His expression was rather unsightly as he spoke. Tianjiyu was irritated when he saw his 2 subordinates arguing. What's the matter? None of us can be 100% certain that Duan Lingtian won't show up. Just wait and see for now. Chapter 2680 The Last Day. On the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties, the finalists would fight among themselves for the top 10 positions. However, the finalists had not been confirmed since there were many young powerhouses who had yet to fight. King Qin's mansion had set a rule where all counties were given a choice and could select one participant to fight for the top 3 places. In other words, this meant the selected participant was given a free pass and would automatically qualify for the finals. This was so the strongest powerhouses from every county would be in the best condition to fight in the finals. However, if the selected participant could not qualify in the top 10, the county the participant was from would have to pay 3 times more prominent celestial stones for 10 consecutive years when they paid their tithe to King Qin's mansion. For this reason, unless they were absolutely certain, the counties would not simply select any participant to participate in the final round. For this reason, 3 out of 16 counties did not select any participants for the final round. The other 13 counties, including 9 Spectres County, had already decided on their participants. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had been selected to represent 9 Spectre County. However, if he did not show up, he would be considered absent and would be disqualified. As a consequence, 9 Spectres County would be punished accordingly. For this reason, the people from 9 Spectres County grew more and more anxious as the final battle drew near. It's the final day today. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? Did something really happen to him? Qin Yu thought to himself. He was the only person from 9 Spectres County who qualified, through normal means, in the top 10. However, the people from 9 Spectres County were not assured since the top 10 positions had not been confirmed. The other 12 participants were no weaker than Qin Yu after all. Only 10 out of the 13 participants would be rewarded by King Qin's mansion. Although Qin Yu's position was not secure, and he still had to face 12 strong competitors, he was calm. The only thing that worried him was Duan Lingtian's safety. At some point, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, approached Tianjiyu. He smiled as he said, County Governor Tian, your last participant should be Duan Lingtian, right? However, I heard that he hasn't shown up yet. I heard he left 9 Spectres County a year ago. Could something have happened to him out there? His smile grew wider and wider as he spoke. Tianjiyu narrowed his eyes, but his voice remained indifferent as he said, the martial competition of the 16 counties hasn't ended yet, right? County Governor Wang, it seems like you're hoping Duan Lingtian won't show up because you have no confidence in Yongjin. A hint of ridicule could be heard in his voice as he approached the end of the sentence. Yongjin was the participant from Fair Mountain County who had yet to fight in the competition. He was widely acknowledged as strongest among the younger generation in the entire Fair Mountain County. He might not be stronger than Duan Lingtian, but he was as famous as Duan Lingtian in their respective counties. Wang Qiling was, surprisingly, unaffected by Tianjiyu's words. I have confidence in Yongjin if his opponent isn't Duan Lingtian. I'm certain the other 11 counties feel the same way as I do if their participants have to face Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian is as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. Even Pang Bing, the strongest powerhouse below great overarching golden celestials, isn't a match for him. With someone like that as an opponent, how can I have confidence in Yongjin who's far weaker than Pang Bing? He had spoken so candidly that it seemed as though he admired and acknowledged Duan Lingtian's strength. If one did not know better, They would think Duan Ling Tian, the strongest person below great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County who had disappeared a year ago, was from his county. Tianjiyu could not come up with a retort when faced with Wang Qiling's seemingly earnest words. He only looked at him meaningfully and said, "County Governor Wang, it seems like you're well aware of your strength." Wang Qiling returned Tianjiyu's gaze and said knowingly, "County Governor Tian, I think Duan Ling Tian has arrived, right? Are you hiding him?" "County Governor Wang, you seem very interested in Duan Ling Tian," Tianjiyu said. "Of course, and I don't think I'm the only one. I'm sure the other 14 county governors are as interested in him as I am. In fact, rumor has it that even Lord King Qin has been talking about him, both in private and in public," Wang Qiling answered frankly. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he asked curiously, "County Governor Tian, I'm really curious if Duan Ling Tian has arrived." It seemed like he was not aware of how eager he was to find out if Duan Ling Tian was present or not. Tianjiyu said apathetically, "County Governor Wang, didn't you say that it's very likely that Duan Ling Tian had died somewhere out there?" Wang Qiling was taken aback by Tianjiyu's words. He smiled awkwardly as he said, I was just joking." Tianjiyu continued to speak indifferently, "County Governor Wang, if you want to know if Duan Ling Tian is here, you'll find out come evening. Today, we'll find out who would be the 10 finalists and who would rank in the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Ling Tian is present, he'll show up in the evening. However, I'm sure you're hoping he won't show up." A hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes as he looked at Wang Qiling. Wang Qiling shook his head as he laughed. "Now, why would I hope for something like that? I look forward to his appearance even though it means that he'll rank first. After all, I'm really curious and am looking forward to seeing the young man who's less than 100 years old but has strength comparable to great overarching golden celestials." He sounded sincere when he spoke, but was this really his true thoughts? After a brief pause, he said before he excused himself and left, "County Governor Tian, the battle for the top 3 places is about to start. All the participants from the counties are about to fight, so I'll take my leave now." Tianjiyu expressionlessly looked at Wang Qiling's retreating back and said, "Farewell." However, a hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. Today was the final day of the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, he had yet to see hide nor hair of Duan Ling Tian in the king city of King Qin's mansion. Meanwhile, Wang Qiling, who had returned to the audience seats of Fair Mountain County, approached a figure covered in gray robes whose face was hidden. He spoke respectfully through voice transmission, "Senior, I tried to question Tianjiyu, but I didn't glean any information from him. He's very cunning and replied to me with a bunch of nonsense." A calm and ancient voice entered Wang Qiling's ears. "It doesn't matter. Today's the last day of the competition. If Duan Ling Tian is going to show up, he would show up by this evening latest. If he doesn't, then, it just means he doesn't intend on participating in this competition." Meanwhile, the elders and revered elders of Fair Mountain County who had come with Wang Qiling were shocked when they saw how respectful their county governor was behaving toward the mysterious person in gray. "Who's that person?" an elder muttered under his breath. "Is this the person Lord County Governor hired to kill Duan Ling Tian? How's that possible? If Lord County Governor does something like that here, do you think King Qin will spare Lord County Governor?" Another elder said, "In any case, we've not seen Duan Ling Tian up until now, so there's a chance he might not show up. If that's the case, Yang Jin will probably be able to rank first in the martial competition of the 16 counties," a revered elder of the county governor's estate in Fair Mountain County said. Chapter 2681 Qin Yu is the direct descendant of King Qin's mansion. Duan Ling Tian from Nine Spectres County was undoubtedly the most famous person in the martial competition of the 16 counties that was organized by King Qin's mansion. His deeds in the Lu clan a year ago had spread in all of Nine Spectres County before it began to spread out to the other counties. Eventually, all of the places governed by King Qin's mansion had heard about it. Even King Qin himself had heard about Duan Ling Tian. It was only natural that many people wanted to see him. Alas, up until now, there was no hide nor hair of Duan Ling Tian. It seems like Duan Ling Tian from Nine Spectres County hasn't shown up yet, right? I wonder what County Governor Tian is thinking. Is it possible that he's only going to send Duan Ling Tian out when the winner has been decided to challenge the winner? Someone scoffed. I don't think it has anything to do with the county governor of Nine Spectres County. It's more likely that he has died outside in the wild. After all, the world is a very dangerous place. Yes, that's possible. Apart from the people from 9 Spectres County and Fair Mountain County, the people from the other 14 counties began to whisper among themselves. Some of them thought Tianjiyu was hiding him and waiting for the right time to send him out. There were also some who thought he had died while traveling the world. After a while, the powerhouse sent by King Qin's mansion to preside over the battle arrived. The battle would be fought among the temporary top 10 participants. This battle did not include the pre-selected 13 participants that would fight in the final round. As time passed, more and more people were defeated. Qin Yu. Soon enough, it was Qin Yu's turn to fight. As soon as Qin Yu walked into the center of the arena, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes who was in the VIP area, located at the side of the arena that was hidden by a curtain, suddenly rose to feet. He stared at Qin Yu intently. The 2 old men serving the middle-aged man in luxurious robes were startled by his sudden action. They wondered why their master seemed to have suddenly lost his composure. "Your Grace, the third prince, what's the matter?" In King Qin's mansion, King Qin had the highest status. King Qin had 3 younger brothers, the second prince, the third prince, and the fifth prince. The third prince had requested to be in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties. The master of ceremony was one of his most capable subordinates. The third prince ignored the 2 old men and stared at the young man in the middle of the arena as he murmured to himself, "Alike. They're too alike. It seems like his name is Qin Yu." His eyes lit up like the dazzling stars in the night sky when he spoke. Upon hearing the third prince's words, the 2 old men followed his gaze and looked at the young man in the middle of the arena. Their eyes widened immediately. Why does he resemble the fourth prince so much? His nose, his lips, and his forehead are exactly the same as the fourth prince. Who is he? When the 2 old men regained their senses, they looked at each other and saw shock and incredulity in each other's eyes. The fourth prince was the fourth brother of King Qin. Before he left, he was already stronger than King Qin. However, due to qi deviation, the fourth prince left King Qin's mansion after injuring King Qin a few decades ago. After that, he had never been seen. King Qin's mansion had sent people out to look for him but to no avail. Now that several decades had passed, they actually encountered a young man during the martial competition of the 16 counties who greatly resembled the fourth prince. Moreover, the young man's family name was also Qin. With these in mind, it was not difficult for them to connect the dots and come up with a conclusion. Could Qin Yu be? The 2 old men looked at each other again and saw they had the same thought in their minds. "Elder Qi, investigate Qin Yu," the third prince ordered in a low voice. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the young man standing in the middle of the arena as though he had just seen a friend whom he had not met in a very long time. "Yes," one of the 2 old men immediately responded and left. Meanwhile, the martial competition of the 16 counties continued on. Qin Yu was battling with a young man who seemed to be at the same age as him. Initially, they were evenly matched. However, after a few dozen breaths had passed, a powerful energy suddenly surged out from Qin Yu's body. Countless palm prints appeared, seemingly able to block out the sky. In just an instant, the power of the palm prints surged before it directly crushed and defeated Qin Yu's opponent, sending the opponent crashing to the ground. His opponent was severely injured from the attack and died soon after. Meanwhile, the palm prints were stained with blood. Many of the spectators inhaled sharply when they saw this. It seems like Qin Yu from 9 Spectres County has been hiding his strength. What's the technique he used earlier? It looks like a divine ability. An assist-type divine ability that's stronger than the other assist-type divine ability he had cast earlier. I think this assist-type divine ability should be a profound divine ability at least. Apart from that, it's probably not a common profound divine ability. I have seen ordinary profound divine abilities before, and I can tell you those divine abilities can't compare to the divine ability he had just cast. A commotion broke out as everyone from the various counties under King Qin's mansion began to discuss Qin Yu's assist-type divine ability. Meanwhile, the elder and the revered elders of 9 Spectres County were in shock. A hint of approval could even be seen in Zheng Chu and Pang Bing's eyes. I didn't expect Qin Yu to conceal his strength. Based on Qin Yu's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to rank in the top 3 for now, before the 13 selected participants make their moves. Qin Yu's cultivation speed is really fast. Given more time, he might even become the next Duan Ling Tian. On the other hand, Tianjiyu looked at Qin Yu intently. Something in his mind caused his eyes to widen as an expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. It was as though he had seen a ghost. That assist-type divine ability looks like. Similar to TNGU, the other 15 county governors were also in shock and disbelief when they witnessed this scene. Many of them even gasped when they saw it. The heavenly dance of blood marks. That's the heavenly dance of bloody marks. Isn't the heavenly dance of blood marks a profound assist-type divine ability that is exclusively cultivated by direct descendants of King Qin's mansion? How did this kid from 9 Spectres County master a profound assist-type divine ability that solely belongs to King Qin's mansion? Where did he secretly learn this divine ability? It's a capital crime to cultivate the profound assist-type divine ability meant for King Qin and his family. Even the spectators who were in the know whispered among themselves. Most of them speculated that Qin Yu had sneakily mastered the assist-type divine ability from King Qin's mansion. The third prince, who was hidden behind the curtains in the VIP area, who had just sat down, rose to his feet again. An excited expression on his face as he said, "The heavenly dance of blood marks. He must be fourth brother's son. Fourth brother has a descendant." The third prince looked at the master of ceremony, who was standing above and looking at Qin Yu in shock, said through voice transmission, "Meng Ping, bring Qin Yu to me." Meng Ping, the master of ceremony for the martial competition of the 16 counties, responded, "Yes, third prince." Then, he looked at Qin Yu, who was still standing in the middle arena, and said, "Qin Yu, the third prince wants to meet you. Please follow me." Before Qin Yu could respond, the entire place broke into an uproar again. The third prince. Everyone's eyes turned to the VIP area that was hidden by a curtain. Unfortunately, they could not see beyond the curtain. Only the people in the VIP area would be able to see outside, not the other way around. "I think this kid from 9 Spectres County is out of luck. The third prince is definitely going to punish him. Although I don't know when or how he secretly learned the heavenly dance of blood marks, there's no doubt it's a capital crime." Many people thought Qin Yu was going to get into trouble. However, a small minority of people thought Qin Yu might be a descendant of King Qin who had been lost based on Qin Yu's family name. "I don't think the third prince is going to punish him. Perhaps, he's a relative." "That's right, he has the surname Qin as well." Tiangu narrowed his eyes as he said, "No wonder I found Qin Yu familiar. He actually resembles the fourth prince." Chapter 2682. Revered Elder Tian Ling is Duan Ling Tian. The fourth prince was a legend to the people in King Qin's mansion. His innate talent was undoubtedly the highest among his brothers. His strength had surpassed King Qin's current strength 100 years ago. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. Unfortunately, a few decades ago, the fourth prince suffered from qi deviation when he was in closed-door cultivation. Due to that, he had injured King Qin and mistakenly killed his niece. After that, he left King Qin's mansion, never to be seen or heard of again. As the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Tiangu had the honor of meeting the fourth prince once. Although he thought Qin Yu looked familiar, since it had been a long time since he saw the fourth prince, it did not occur to him that Qin Yu resembled the fourth prince. However, after Tiangu saw Qin Yu casting the heavenly dance of blood marks, which was exclusive only to the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion, and heard the third prince summon Qin Yu, the fourth prince's face appeared in his mind, and the puzzles began to click into place. Meanwhile, a similar thought appeared in the mind of Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County. That Qin Yu from 9 Spectres County resembles the fourth prince. Now, he realized why he had found Qin Yu familiar when they first met. The other county governors who had met the fourth prince watched as Qin Yu entered the VIP area. They discussed furtively among themselves and speculated that Qin Yu was the son of the fourth prince who had disappeared a few decades ago. Why does Qin Yu look so similar to the fourth prince? Not only that, but his surname is Qin as well. Could he be a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion who had been left outside all this while? It's likely that he's the fourth prince's son. When the county governors discussed this matter, their conversations were, naturally, overheard by their subordinates. "Fourth prince. He's the strongest powerhouse in our King Qin's mansion 100 years ago. Qin Yu from the 9 Spectres County is probably the son of the fourth prince." When the county governors discussed Qin Yu, their subordinates, naturally, overheard their conversation. They were thoroughly shocked by the news. A nobody from 9 Spectres County was suddenly suspected to be the fourth prince's son, a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion. There were many people who were also invited to sit in the VIP area. Most of these people were from major sects and forces in the places governed by King Qin's mansion. Although they were not as strong as King Qin's mansion, they were stronger than the 16 counties. A figure shrouded in black robes started as he muttered in a low voice that was only audible to him, Qin Yu. The direct descendant of King Qin's mansion. The son of the fourth prince. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice when he spoke. This person's black robes were embroidered with flames that formed the word, Yang. The words seemed to be ablaze. It was a truly eye-catching design. This robe is the Celestial Master's robe in the Devata realms. The Celestial Master's robes were exclusive uniforms made by the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Only celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen would be given these robes once they verified their identities at the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Celestial Masters was the collective name for celestial alchemists and celestial craftsmen. Therefore, their alliance was called the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Not many in the spirit overarching heaven would dare to make counterfeits of the Celestial Master's robes. Anyone who was caught wearing a counterfeit Celestial Master's robe would be hunted down and killed by the Alliance of Celestial Masters. The Celestial Master's robes were divided into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, yang, and yin. These robes were given to celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen according to their supreme, prominent, mediocre, and primitive ranks. The man in black Celestial Master's robe was a yin Celestial Master's robe. This indicated that he was a primitive celestial alchemist. The black-robed man tilted his head and looked at a middle-aged man sitting nearby and asked in a hoarse and deep voice, "Vice sect leader Huang, is the fourth prince stronger than King Qin of King Qin's mansion?" The middle-aged man looked at the black-robed man and smiled as he nodded. Revered Elder Tian Ling, yes, the fourth prince is, indeed, stronger than King Qin. It looks like you haven't heard about the fourth prince. The middle-aged man was Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of Flying Dragon sect. The Flying Dragon sect was one of the relatively strong sects in the area governed by King Qin's mansion. The middle-aged man had led members of the Flying Dragon sect to watch the martial competition of the 16 counties under the invitation of King Qin's mansion. Although the black-robed man in front of him had just joined the Flying Dragon sect less than 2 months ago and was merely one of 5 primitive celestial alchemists, his skill in pill refining far surpassed the other 4. Moreover, the sect leader of Flying Dragon sect did not only treat the black-robed man courteously, but the sect leader had also urged him to be respectful to the black-robed man before they departed to the king city of King Qin's mansion. For this reason, he did not dare to put on airs and was very polite to the black-robed man. The black-robed man nodded before saying indifferently, "I've been traveling a lot all these years. I only arrived in King Qin's mansion 2 months ago. As it happened, I was just about to have a breakthrough in my cultivation, so I chose to temporarily settle in your sect." Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of Flying Dragon sect, had heard the sect leader spoke about the black-robed man, so he was not surprised by this information. He said enthusiastically, "Revered Elder Ling Tian, since you're interested in the fourth prince, let me tell you what I know about him." After listening to Huang Guangji's explanation, the black-robed man sighed and said, "Qin Yu is probably the lost son of the fourth prince." When Huang Guangji saw the black-robed lowered his head, lost in his thoughts, and clearly not in the mood to talk, he was not annoyed. After all, he had already gotten used to the black-robed man's antisocial behavior. He thought to himself, based on revered Elder Ling Tian's hoarse voice, I guess he must be very old. Naturally, Huang Guangji was unaware that the black-robed man was, in fact, a young man who had faked his speaking voice. Underneath the black robes that hid his appearance and body was a purple-clad young man with a muscular body. If Qin Yu was around and moved the cloth covering his face aside, he would definitely recognize this revered Elder Tian Ling as Duan Ling Tian. I think the third prince must be trying to verify Qin Yu's identity, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Although he did not try to look at what was happening behind the curtain, like the others, his mind was definitely focused on what was happening behind the curtain. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts wandered off from Qin Yu to another matter. Anyway, thanks to the rule from King Qin's mansion that allows a county to select a participant to directly participate in the finals, I'm able to keep myself hidden until now. Otherwise, there really would be no way for me to hide. Everyone, including Tian Jiyu, did not imagine, even in their wildest dreams, that Duan Ling Tian had already arrived in King Qin's mansion. However, he had come with another identity, revered Elder Ling Tian of the Flying Dragon sect, who was a primitive celestial alchemist, as could be seen by the yin Celestial Master's robe he was wearing. Since Duan Ling Tian was dressed in the Yin celestial master's robe, no one dared to probe him with their divine consciousnesses. They did not dare to provoke a celestial alchemist after all. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was able to hide his age and identity. Suddenly, thunderous voices began to ring one after another. Lord King Qin has arrived. Along with the voices, 9 white horses appeared, carrying a roofless carriage and flying from somewhere nearby at a speed comparable to an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. A middle-aged man dressed in purple and gold robes with a majestic air sat in the carriage as a large group of people trailed behind him. Chapter 2683 Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect Celestial Duke. All 9 of the snow-white horses looked no different from normal horses in the mundane realms. However, upon closer inspection, the snow-white horses emitted celestial origin energy. These horses were clearly celestial beasts. In the Devata realms, celestial beasts were divided into those that were sentient and those who were not. Those with sentience were no different from humans. They were even able to transform into humans and cultivate as well. Those without sentience were no different from normal beasts that only operated on their animal instincts. Those beasts only cultivated through their instincts or with help from humans. The horses pulling on King Qin's roofless carriage were bred in King Qin's mansion, and each of their cultivation bases was comparable to a violet sun golden celestial. With these horses pulling on the carriage's speed was comparable to that of a great overarching golden celestial. So that's King Qin. Hidden under the black robes, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he looked at the middle-aged man dressed in a purple and gold long robe. The middle-aged man's complexion was as clear as jade, he was tall, and had a strong build. The majestic air about him far outshone that of the county governors who were present. Before King Qin, all the county governors paled in comparison. It was clear they were in a different league. It's King Qin. King Qin is here. As soon as the roofless carriage appeared, a commotion broke out immediately. Greetings, King Qin. Everyone present on the scene bowed and greeted King Qin respectfully in unison. Moments later, everyone surrounding the battle ring bowed at King Qin respectfully. Even the audience in the VIP area were no exception as they cupped their fists and greeted, "Greetings, King Qin." Duan Ling Tian followed the people from the Flying Dragon sect and cupped his fists and greeted King Qin. Among everyone present, the only person who was unaffected and showed no deference was the gray-clad figure next to Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County. King Qin, who was seated in the carriage, waved at the crowd before he noticed the gray-clad figure next to Wang Qiling, who did not pay respect to him. A frown appeared on his face immediately. This was his territory. How could there be someone who dared to act with such disrespect? Everyone's eyes followed King Qin's eyes and looked at the gray-clad figure. In just an instant, the gray-clad figure became the center of attention. Damn it, what's he trying to do? He's going to get us killed. The expressions of the revered elders and elders of Fair Mountain County changed drastically. Who's that person? How bold of him to disrespect King Qin. The young powerhouses from Fair Mountain County were speechless. They were also worried this person's behavior would affect King Qin's behavior toward them. King Qin turned his eyes to Wang Qiling and said indifferently, "County Chief Wang, it seems like the person standing next to you has something against me." Despite his indifference, everyone could hear the hint of anger in his voice. Wang Qiling's expression changed drastically, and he began to sweat profusely. King Qin, my lord." Meanwhile, the other 15 county governors were gloating over Wang Qiling's misfortune. Wang Qiling quickly sent a voice transmission to the gray-clad figure. "Senior, can you please say something to King Qin?" The gray-clad figure did not deign to reply to Wang Qiling. After all, it might alert Duan Ling Tian to her presence. Her turbid eyes glinted with wisdom as she looked at King Qin. "You're King Qin of King Qin's mansion. I'm from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. I came today under the order of my sect leader to kill someone. If my identity is exposed and scares my target away, I'll definitely annihilate King Qin's mansion." The gray-robed figure's voice transmission rang in King Qin's ears. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Then, he saw the gray-robed figure's hand move, and an order token flashed before him. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's core elder. Although King Qin only saw it for a brief moment, he knew without a doubt it was an identity token of a core elder from the Compassionate Traveler sect. Among the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's core elder, even the weakest is a Celestial Duke. Upon seeing the identity order token and realizing the person was a Celestial Duke, he gulped and hurriedly sent a voice transmission, "Senior, I'll ask my man to come out with an excuse." Otherwise, the others would find it strange if I don't do anything. Please accept my apology in advance if I offend you in any way." The gray-clad figure only scoffed in response. Then, King Qin sent a voice transmission to Wang Qiling. Upon hearing King Qin's voice transmission, Wang Qiling's eyes widened in horror and disbelief. However, he quickly recovered his composure. He bowed at King Qin and said, "King Qin, this person is deaf and mute. I apologize on this person's behalf. Please forgive him. I've always been magnanimous. Since this person is deaf and mute, I'll forgive him." King Qin played along with Wang Qiling's excuse. Then, he made his way to a hidden area in the VIP area to the seat that had been reserved for him. The crowd was discussing furtively among themselves as their attention turned away from Wang Qiling and the gray figure next to him. "It seems like King Qin came for Qin Yu. Isn't it obvious? It seems like Qin Yu is really related to the fourth prince from King Qin's mansion who had disappeared. I heard the fourth prince had severely injured King Qin before he left the King Qin's mansion. If Qin Yu is truly related to the fourth prince, will King Qin seek revenge from Qin Yu? You overthink things. Aren't you aware the fourth prince only attacked King Qin because he experienced chi deviation and lost his sanity? King Qin and the fourth prince are biological brothers and had a close relationship. If Qin Yu is truly the fourth prince's descendant, King Qin will definitely treat him well. Perhaps, he might even be made a family member of King Qin." At this moment, King Qin, the third prince, and Qin Yu were in the hidden area in the VIP area. Nobody knew what was going on inside. After all, they could not see nor hear what was happening inside. About 15 minutes later, the master of ceremony of the martial competition of the 16 counties suddenly rose into the air and announced, "Qin Yu will withdraw from the martial competition of the 16 counties. The competition will continue as usual." Upon hearing this, the entire place fell silent for a moment before an uproar broke out again. "Qin Yu is quitting the martial competition of the 16 counties. It seems like Qin Yu is really the descendant of the fourth prince. If he's really the fourth prince's son, there's no need for him to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, as the fourth prince's son, King Qin's mansion definitely won't mistreat him." Someone sighed. "Life is really different if you're born with a silver spoon." Among the audience in the VIP seats, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself inwardly, "Congratulations, Qin Yu. If we have a chance to meet again, I'll congratulate you in person." Duan Ling Tian was still hiding from the old lady who had been searching for him in Nine Spectres County. She had even chased after him to King Qin's mansion. Since it was best to be cautious, he decided to continue to hide. To others, he was merely a primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. "Fortunately, I'm wearing the Celestial Master's robe with the Kun word on it that proves my identity as a primitive celestial alchemist or primitive celestial craftsman. Otherwise, my original outfit would have attracted people's attention." Duan Ling Tian knew without the Celestial Master's robe, many people would probe him with their divine consciousness out of curiosity. The martial competition of the 16 counties continued. Behind the curtain of the VIP seats, Qin Yu stood in between King Qin and the third prince of King Qin's mansion. Both of them were staring at Qin Yu intently while Qin Yu was reserved. Where's your father?" the third prince asked. Qin Yu sighed before he replied, "Father, he has passed." Upon hearing this, King Qin and the third prince's expression changed drastically. Chapter 2684 Chu Yu from the Soaring Wind County. What happened? How did your father pass?" King Qin had a pained expression on his face as he asked this question. He was elated when he realized his fourth brother had a son. He was hopeful that he would be able to see his brother again. However, his hope was dashed when his nephew told his third brother that his fourth brother had passed away. Qin Yu said slowly, "When father regained consciousness not too long after he injured you due to chi deviation, he felt extremely guilty about hurting you. Moreover, the chi deviation could happen again. Hence, he didn't want to return to King Qin's mansion. Soon after, he met my mother and fell in love. Not long after I was born, my father left home due to another chi deviation. My mother brought me with her to look for him, but we were robbed during our journey. They tried to kill us, and my mother sacrificed herself to protect me, allowing me to escape." His eyes reddened when he spoke. "After killing my mother, those people came after me. At the critical juncture, my father who had regained consciousness found me and killed all of those people, saving me. He lost his will to live, blaming himself for my mother's death. He told me of his origins and gave me his order token after that. Before I could react, he committed suicide in front of me. Before he died, he asked to be buried with my mother. After he finished speaking, he took out an order token. That's fourth brother's order token. The third prince took the order token from Qin Yu with shaking hands and studied it. The word, third, and his brother's name were carved on the token. Tears began to well up in his eyes. King Qin inhaled deeply before he said, from now on, you can rely on your uncle and King Qin's mansion. Then, he patted Qin Yu on his shoulder. When father told me about his origins, he asked me to return to King Qin's mansion and to reunite with my family. He said his greatest regret was not being able to return to King Qin's mansion and protect it due to his condition. Qin Yu said. You have a family now, you don't have to wander around anymore. From now on, all of us, your first uncle, me, and your fifth uncle, will be your pillars of support. The third prince said as he returned the order token to Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded as tears streamed down his face. In the past, he could only rely on himself. He relied on himself and encountered many hardships to come to King Qin's mansion. Since he was alone previously, he would need to be a great overarching golden celestial to be able to travel freely in the counties under King Qin's mansion. Otherwise, there was no doubt he would meet with peak golden celestials robbers and die. However, now, he could finally rely on his family. This was such a huge chance that he did not know how to feel about it. All of a sudden, King Qin asked the third prince with a grim expression on his face, "Third brother, did you notice the gray-clad figure next to Fair Mountain County's Wang Qiling previously?" The third prince was confused. Why, is something wrong? He did notice the gray-clad figure since he found it strange how Wang Qiling was extremely respectful to that person. However, a few days had passed, and the gray-robed figure did not cause any trouble, so he stopped paying attention to that person. King Qin said grimly, "Yes, we have a major problem." Did Wang Qiling hire him to kill Duan Ling Tian from 9 Spectres County? The third prince asked with a frown. He had heard about how the other 15 counties had colluded to hire someone to kill Duan Ling Tian from 9 Spectres County. However, he did not expect they would dare to act so brazenly in King Qin's mansion. Was this not akin to a challenge to King Qin's mansion? Kill Duan Ling Tian? Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. Duan Ling Tian was his only friend. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had saved his life. King Qin said solemnly, "No, this is much more than that. A mere Wang Qiling isn't capable of getting a core elder of the compassionate celestial sect to come here, let alone hire a core elder to kill Duan Ling Tian. The compassionate celestial traveler sect. A core elder at that." The third prince was thoroughly shocked when he heard King Qin's words. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face when he looked at King Qin with a pale face. The compassionate celestial traveler sect was a powerful sect that was much more powerful than the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom where King Qin's mansion was located. In fact, the compassionate celestial traveler sect was even more powerful than most high-ranked celestial kingdoms. Even a high-ranked celestial kingdom would not dare to simply provoke or offend the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a huge threat even to a high-ranked celestial kingdom. Moreover, he heard that almost all of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's core elders were top-tier celestial dukes. Yes, King Qin nodded. The compassionate celestial traveler sect's core elders are peak celestial dukes. Brother, are you sure the gray-clad figure is a celestial duke? The third prince asked. A horrified and wary expression could be seen on his face. I tried to probe her cultivation base. It was too profound for me to find out anything. King Qin said solemnly. The third prince shuddered. Celestial Duke. Qin Yu, who was standing aside, could not help but widen his eyes when he heard his uncle's conversation. Celestial Dukes were even stronger than overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. It should be noted that the strongest person in King Qin's mansion was only King Qin, who was an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Even if the fourth prince was still around, there would only be 2 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Currently, a Celestial Duke had appeared, according to his uncles, at the martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, the Celestial Duke came from an extremely powerful sect, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It was even more peculiar that such an elite was standing with Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain. Qin Yu was thoroughly shocked when he found out the gray-robed man was a Celestial Duke. He had noticed the gray-robed figure earlier. He was one of the two people who had hidden their appearance. The other person was a black-robed man who stood with the Flying Dragon sect that was also a powerful sect under King Qin's mansion governance. Based on the black robe with the word, Kun, on it, which was a celestial master's robe, it was obvious he was either a celestial alchemist or celestial craftsman. However, there was no doubt the gray-clad figure was more mysterious than the black-robed man. Seeing the third prince's skepticism, King Qin added, "Moreover, that person briefly showed me his or her order token. There was no doubt it's an authentic order token of a core elder from the compassionate celestial sect." In addition to that, the third prince said, "Since that person's identity is confirmed, we must not offend them and cooperate with them." "You're right," King Qin nodded. After Qin Yu withdrew from the competition, the temporary top 3 candidates had been selected. One Heart County's Xianxia, who is ranked 3rd in the martial competition of the 16 counties for now. Horseteeth County's Tong Yuan is 2nd, while the Soaring Wind County's Chu Yu is ranked 1st for the time being. The martial competition of the 16 counties, Master of Ceremony stood above the arena and announced, "Next, the 13 strongest participants that had been selected by their respective counties will have a chance to challenge the current top 3 participants. If they succeed, they will take over the defeated person's rank. If the challenger fails and wishes to try again, they would have to challenge those in the top 10, apart from the top 3, before they can challenge the top 3 participants again. If those below the top 3 are defeated, their ranks would drop, ranking behind the person who defeated them." He was very thorough with his explanation. At this time, the climax of the martial competition of the 16 counties was about to start. The spectators began to whisper among themselves. "I didn't expect the person to rank 1st for the time being to be a woman. Yes, who would have thought she would rank 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties? She's from the Soaring Wind County, right? So I guess to rank 1st she must be pretty powerful." "I beg to disagree. I think the Soaring Wind County's best candidate should be Chu Yu's brother, Chu Yan." "Chu Yan, I've heard of him. He's the son of Chu Tingzan, the county governor of Soaring Wind County. He isn't very well known in the past. He only gained a modicum of fame when he joined King Qin's mansion's martial competition of the 16 counties. In the past, the world only knew about Chu Yu, the daughter of the Soaring Wind County's county chief. She's a woman who's not inferior to men." Chapter 2685 Women are no inferior to men. "I thought the Soaring Wind County's best candidate would be Chu Yu. I never thought it would be someone else, let alone Chu Yu's own brother, Chu Yan. Since he's been named the Soaring Wind County's best candidate instead, it must mean that Chu Yan is more powerful than Chu Yu. Who would have known? It turns out that the strongest among those less than 100 years old in the Soaring Wind County isn't Chu Yu but Chu Yan, who wasn't well known before this. Chu Yan, what a masterful disguise." Many people were whispering among themselves. Obviously, Chu Yu of the Soaring Wind County and her brother, Chu Yan, were the center of the topic. The person who ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties at that point was a young powerhouse from the Soaring Wind County, Chu Yu. As a fearless beauty, her long hair was tied behind and her exquisite facial features were on full display. Even someone like Duan Ling Tian, who had met countless beauties, was impressed. Although Chu Yu was a girl, she was gorgeous in a strong, masculine way. She was completely different from all the girls Duan Ling Tian had ever seen. A series of rapid wind whistling sounds were heard. The carriage without a roof that was being pulled by 9 snow-white horses entered the area behind the VIP seats. As though on command, the camp expanded to cover them in a timely manner. All of it disappeared from the crowd's line of sight. Now, the martial competition of the 16 counties will continue. The best candidate of the 13 counties may take your pick and issue the challenge, the MC announced loudly. A roaring voice could be heard the moment he finished his sentence. "I, Xingdong, would like to challenge Chu Yu." A sturdy figure stepped forward from one side of the audience. When he spoke, it was as though one could hear roaring thunder in the background. It was a young man in gray tight-fitting clothes that showed off his well-built figure. His muscles bulged as though they were moving and twitching the whole time. Besides, there were clearly visible veins pulsating on them. Although the young man was buff, he was only of average height at about 170 centimeters. Shortly after that, he was already inside the battle ring, hovering in the air. He shot a glance at the top 10 contestants of the martial competition of the 16 counties at that point, and eventually his eyes found the only girl among them. His fighting spirit gleamed strongly in his eyes. "It is the overarching floating county's Xingdong. Xingdong is the strongest person in the overarching floating county, and he's less than 100 years old. I heard that he has achieved the Green Sun Golden Celestial stage a few years ago. Even if he hasn't broken through to the Blue Sun Golden Celestial stage, he must be much stronger than he had been back then. I think Chu Yu is also a Green Sun Golden Celestial. It's hard to say who will win this fight. Their cultivation base is the same. I think it depends on the celestial weapons they own and their techniques. Chu Yu does have a celestial weapon. As the best candidate from the overarching floating county, I'm sure Xingdong has celestial weapons as well. This fight will be the fiercest battle in the martial competition of the 16 counties by far. How exciting! As soon as Xingdong entered the ring, the people around the battle ring who knew of him could not help but start speculating. In the meantime, Chu Yu, who had been singled out by Xingdong, stepped forward and confronted Xingdong. Xingdong of the overarching floating county. I've heard of you. Chu Yu glanced at Xingdong indifferently and said, but you are no match for me. Naturally, Xingdong found it intolerable that a woman would declare that he was no match for her in front of all these people. He then scoffed and sneered in disdain. Chu Yu, I know you are fairly powerful. Still, you're not as powerful as I am. From the start, he had watched Chu Yu's every battle. As such, he would think that he was stronger than her. Therefore, he decided to use his only chance to challenge the top 3 contestants of the martial competition of the 16 counties. So long as he defeated her, he would be able to take her place as number 1. Even though it was merely a temporary victory in first place, it was still a great honor, especially now that the Qin Mansion's King Qin was there. He might stand out if he could defeat Chu Yu now and become number 1 in the martial competition of the 16 counties for now. PFF, does Xingdong really think the strength Chu Yu previously showcased was all she's got? If that is the case, I'm afraid he's out of luck. Among the audience, Duan Ling Tian, who was shrouded in his celestial master's robe that had a Kun word on it, narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. He had watched Chu Yu's every battle as well. At first, there was nothing out of ordinary, but then he slowly noticed that she seemed to be holding back and hiding her true strength even in the last battle to fight for the temporary first placing in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Upon hearing Xingdong's remark, Chu Yu cocked her brows and cried out, "Since you are so confident, then let's fight." Immediately, Xingdong made a move. When he moved, it was like a mountain rumbling while setting off a series of air explosions behind him. It was deafening, so the audience with a weaker cultivation base couldn't help but start frowning. Chu Yu, take this. When Xingdong charged, he suddenly let out a piercing cry as well. Then, a broadsword appeared in his hands. The saber ray was several feet long as it flew straight at Chu Yu. Although it seemed like a simple move, it had locked onto her closely. It still went after her even as she moved around quickly, trying to avoid it. It seemed as though it would not stop until it reached her. HMPH. Chu Yu scoffed and stopped avoiding it. Instantly, she retrieved a 7-foot-long spear. She thrust it forward like an angry dragon roaring towards Xingdong's saber ray. In that moment, with her spear, she resembled a heroic and valiant general. If she had donned armor, she would have looked like the generals of the Yang family, from the literature in Duan Ling Tian's past life. Wang. Wang, Wang, Wang. The saber ray crossed the sky, appearing as captivating as a crescent moon as it tried to split heaven and earth open. Zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Wherever the spear ray passed and wherever the tip of the spear pointed, sparks exploded in the air. Together they seemed like constellations that resisted the saber ray which resembled a crescent moon. Everyone watched the fight in silence with bated breath. Xingdong is going to lose soon. After a few rounds of exchange, Duan Ling Tian could see Xingdong slowly falling into a disadvantage. He knew he was right. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian was not the only person who could tell that Xingdong was about to lose soon. In the VIP seats, the high-ranking officials began to look away as they thought there was no point in continuing to watch the fight. After all, the results were becoming obvious. Chu Yu was stronger. Chu Yu was hiding her true strength previously. While the county chiefs could tell that Xingdong was about to lose, the overarching floating county's county chief could see that too. He has a grim expression on his face. He never expected his best candidate, Xingdong, to lose his first fight. The group near the Soaring Wind County looked at the Soaring Wind County's county chief Chu Tingzan and said, "County Chief Chu, your daughter does live up to her name. She's truly a woman who's not inferior to men." He was obviously envious of County Chief Chu for having such a powerful daughter. In addition, he had a son who was the best candidate from the Soaring Wind County. Chu Tingzan was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. He looked noble and chivalrous. Although he was slightly older now, it was obvious that he was definitely extremely good-looking when he was young. You flatter me, County Chief Chu. Upon hearing that remark, Chu Tingzan immediately looked at him and smiled. Humbly, it's over. Just as Duan Ling Tian thought to himself and began to look away. In the battle ring, Chu Yu's 7-foot-long spear, which was a celestial weapon, seemed as though a rhyme dragon was charging at Xingdong. It crushed all of Xingdong's attacks, landed on him, and then sent him flying away. Even the celestial saber Xingdong was gripping tightly with both his hands was knocked away. Xingdong fainted after vomiting a mouthful of blood although he was still falling. When he almost reached the ground, the MC got to him before men from the overarching floating county could and lifted him up with his force. Then, he sent him over to those from the overarching floating county. Thank you, my lord. The chief of the overarching floating county thanked him immediately and then went to check Xingdong's injuries. After a thorough checking, he sighed in relief and said to the valiant figure in the air inside the battle ring, Chu Yu, thank you for showing mercy. Chapter 2686 Duan Ling Tian. The county chief of the overarching floating county was clearly aware that if not for Chu Yu showing her mercy, Xingdong's injuries would have been much more severe than they were. With his current injuries, he would just have to consume a healing celestial pill and rest a bit to fully recover to his full form. He would then be able to continue with the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although Xingdong lost this battle, he still had the chance to challenge anyone who ranked 4th till 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he could defeat them, he would still have the chance to challenge the top 3 contestants. Most welcome, Uncle Lien. As the daughter of the county chief of the Soaring Wind County, Chu Yu had met the county chief of the overarching floating county, so she immediately responded with a smile when the other party thanked her. Then, she returned to the lineup and stood along with the other top 10 contestants. Next, the MC of the martial competition of the 16 counties announced indifferently. Mo Chu of Chu Li County. I challenge Tong Yuan of Horse Teeth County. As soon as the MC finished his sentence, a lean young man stepped forward and said that he would like to challenge the person currently placed second in the martial competition of the 16 counties, Tong Yuan of Horse Teeth County. Tong Yuan was a young 2-meter-tall man. He was muscular and had bronzed skin. After being named, he stood up solemnly. However, he wore a blank expression. Then, he went into the battle ring and confronted Chu Li County's best candidate, Mo Chu, who was already waiting for him in the battle ring. Coincidentally, they attacked at the same time. About 30 breaths later, a figure backed off and surrendered. I'm no match for you. I surrender. The person who had surrendered was Tong Yuan of Horse Teeth County. Among the best candidates from the 13 counties, 2 of them had appeared. Apart from Xingdong of the overarching floating county who had been defeated, Mo Chu from Chu Li County defeated Tong Yuan and took his place to become second in the martial competition of the 16 counties for now. As for Tong Yuan, he became the third. Those placed 3rd to 9th had also moved a spot lower. The person who had been ranked 10th was no longer in the top 10 now. You are forced out of the top 10 now, but you've been given a chance to challenge anyone in the top 10 now. If you can defeat them, you will take their place and stay in the top 10 for now. The MC looked at the young man who was no longer among the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties and said, if you pass on this opportunity, you will no longer have the chance to be placed in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. You have 10 breaths time to consider, so think things through and let me know. I give up. In about the span of 2 breaths, the young man made up his mind. He chose to give up this opportunity. He would not have ranked 10th if he could defeat anyone before him. The latest addition to the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties was even stronger than Mo Chu. He was well aware he was no match to him. Therefore, he chose to give up because he knew it was impossible for him to win. Next, the MC repeated again and again, introducing the best candidates of the 13 counties one by one. The competition was in full swing. In the process, more and more of the people, who were temporarily listed in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties, were forced out. They would either lose the challenge or did not dare to challenge the newcomers at all. The most outstanding contestant was, of course, the best candidates of Fair Mountain County, Yongjin, and Soaring Wind County, Chu Yan. Chu Yan was the brother of Chu Yu, who ranked first temporarily. He was also the son of the county chief of the Soaring Wind County. After numerous battles, the martial competition of the 16 counties was nearing the end. Chu Yu, who was temporarily ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties, was not just forced out of the top place, but she was not even amongst the top 3. For now, she ranked 6th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, if there were no accidents, her ranking should not change by much. At most, she would drop by 1 more spot, and that would only happen when the best candidate from 9 Spectre County, Duan Ling Tian, appeared and was stronger than her. Certainly, Duan Ling Tian was undoubtedly stronger than her. Therefore, as long as Duan Ling Tian showed up, his position would definitely drop. If Duan Ling Tian did not show up, then she would be able to maintain her rank. At that point, the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties was as follows. First, Yang Jin of Fair Mountain County. Second, Chu Yan of the Soaring Wind County. Third, Zhang Juming of the Peaceful County. Fourth, Ren Fei of Red Cloud County. Fifth, Zhang Jianhong of Plum Blossom County. Sixth, Chu Yu of the Soaring Wind County. Seventh, Mo Chu of Chu Li County. Eighth, Tong Yuan of Horse Teeth County. Ninth, Yan Shihu of One Heart County. 10th, Xing Dong of the Overarching Floating County. Apart from Yang Jin of Fair Mountain County and Chu Yan of the Soaring Wind County who had not fought each other, the rest had already battled against each other. The outcome was clear. In other words, Yang Jin and Chu Yan would be the ones fighting for the first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Ling Tian doesn't show up, the first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties will belong to either Yang Jin or Chu Yan. Yes, if Duan Ling Tian doesn't appear, only the first and second placing of the martial competition of the 16 counties might change. The next 8 will stay the same. If Duan Ling Tian does show up, the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties will definitely be his, if he lives up to his name. If Duan Ling Tian shows up, Xing Dong of the Overarching Floating County will be forced out of the top 10. Seeing that the martial competition of the 16 counties nearing its end, the crowd was gradually abuzz again. A lot of them mentioned 9 Spectre City's best candidate, Duan Ling Tian. However, up till then, Duan Ling Tian had yet to show up. The county chief of the Overarching Floating County saw Xing Dong's anxiousness and promptly consoled him. "Don't worry. Look at the time. I don't think he's coming." Xing Dong nodded, but he still could not help feeling nervous. Once Duan Ling Tian appeared, he would be forced out of the martial competition of the 16 counties top 10. At the same time, the Overarching Floating County would also be penalized by King Qin's mansion if that happened. At that point, 9 Spectre County was the only county which was not ranked in the top 10 but still had their best candidate. 3 other counties had their best candidates forced out of the top 10. Therefore, they would have to accept King Qin's mansion's penalty. Those county chiefs from the 3 counties did not look pleased. Although King Qin's mansion penalty was probably to ask them to submit more celestial stones and would not severely harm their counties, they still felt the pinch. In the VIP seats, Duan Ling Tian, who was shrouded in his celestial master's robe which had a Kun word, was watching the battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan with a clear mind. Yang Jin was the best candidate from Fair Mountain County. He was also known as the strongest person below 100 years old in Fair Mountain County. He was an average-sized young man dressed in a blue robe. Because he seemed so ordinary, he was someone you would not be able to pick out in a crowd. Chu Yan was the best candidate from the Soaring Wind County and the son of the county chief of the Soaring Wind County. Before the King Qin's mansion's martial competition of the 16 counties, no one had heard of him. At that time, it was his sister, Chu Yu, who was known as the strongest person below 100 years old in the Soaring Wind County. This time in the martial competition of the 16 counties, Chu Yan had shown his strength which was far superior to his sister's. He became the underdog who succeeded against all odds, ranking second in the martial competition of the 16 counties now. At this moment, he would be fighting Yang Jin for the first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. In the camp situated behind the VIP seats, 9 snow-white horses were resting at the side while a few other people stood straight as though they were marching. In front of the horses and those men, there were 3 luxurious seats where King Qin, the third prince, and Qin Yu, who had just reunited with his family, sat at that time. Qin Yu's eyes were fixed on the fight between Yang Jin and Chu Yan as he tried guessing who would win the martial competition of the 16 counties. Will Duan Ling Tian come? If he does, he will surely win. If he doesn't, the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be determined in this match. I hope he's still safe even if he doesn't show up, Qin Yu thought to himself. Unlike Qin Yu, King Qin and the third prince's attention were mostly on the audience from Fair Mountain County, although there's some occasional glances at Yang Jin and Chu Yan's fight. More accurately, their eyes were on the gray-clad man beside the county chief of Fair Mountain County. Brother. The Compassion Celestial Travelers sect's core elders haven't made any move. Could it be that the person he is here to kill on the orders of Compassion Celestial Travelers sect leader has yet to appear? The third prince asked King Qin in confusion. That should be it. King Qin nodded and continued, however, till this point, all the people who are supposed to show up for the martial competition of the 16 counties have already appeared, unless. At that point, King Qin gave a pause and stared at the third prince in the eye. Duan Ling Tian. King Qin and the third prince unanimously chorused the name. Chapter 2687 Qin Yu's Worry. Qin Yu recollected his senses when King Qin and the third prince mentioned Duan Ling Tian's name. He turned to King Qin and the third prince and said, "Uncles, what's up with Duan Ling Tian?" "Oh right." King Qin turned and looked at Qin Yu suddenly as though he just thought of something, then asked, "Qin Yu, you came here from Nine Specters County. Have you heard of our new Duan Ling Tian while you were there?" "Of course." Qin Yu nodded. "He's my only friend in Nine Specters County." Although he only knew Duan Ling Tian at a later stage, he did not have any true friends before that. It was Duan Ling Tian who made him feel like he had a friend in Nine Specters County. "Furthermore, he saved me before," Qin Yu added. "He saved your life before?" King Qin and the third prince frowned a little after hearing what Qin Yu said. They then looked towards each other and saw helplessness and bitterness in each other's eyes. Duan Ling Tian was their nephew's friend and he had saved their nephew's life before, so they should offer him protection. However, if the target of the Compassion Celestial Travelers sect powerhouse was their nephew's friend who had saved his life before, then they were powerless to do anything even if they wanted to help. Now, they could only hope that the powerhouse of the Compassion Celestial Travelers sect's target was not Duan Ling Tian. If it was, then they hoped that Duan Ling Tian would not reveal himself, or else they would be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yup, Qin Yu nodded, and at the same time, he saw the helplessness in the eyes of King Qin and the third prince. He could not help but feel worried and asked, "Uncles, what were you saying just now? What happened to Duan Ling Tian?" Qin Yu felt worried when he heard Duan Ling Tian's name being mentioned. Although he did not hear the conversation between his uncles clearly just now, an uneasy feeling still rose within his gut. "Qin Yu, this is only our speculation." The third prince sighed. "What speculation?" Qin Yu became even more anxious. As the third prince elaborated on the situation, Qin Yu's face changed several times, each second grimmer than the one before. "Therefore, uncle, do you suspect that the core elder of the Compassion Celestial Travelers sect's target is Duan Ling Tian?" "However, that's just our suspicion," King Qin consoled after noticing Qin Yu's worried expression. He then added, "After all, Duan Ling Tian is the only person who's expected to turn up at the martial competition of the 16 counties that isn't present. Of course, we cannot rule out that he's looking for another person." Although King Qin said it might be another person, deep down he still felt that the person that the powerhouse from the Compassion Celestial Travelers sect was waiting for was Duan Ling Tian. Apart from the monster prodigy, Duan Ling Tian, he could not think of another person in the area under King Qin's mansion that would warrant the sect leader of Compassion Celestial Travelers sect to issue a kill order personally. He was also shocked when he first heard of Duan Ling Tian a few months ago because he never would have thought that King Qin's mansion would have such a cultivator who possessed a power that was almost similar to a great overarching golden celestials while still below 100 years old. Duan Ling Tian was even recognized as the most powerful person under the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Specters County by the people there. Even with both the third prince and King Qin consoling him, Qin Yu still realized that the core elder of the Compassion Celestial Travelers sect was here for Duan Ling Tian. Although he was unsure why the sect leader of the Compassion Celestial Travelers sect sent a core elder here to kill Duan Ling Tian, it did not stop him from worrying for Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, I hope that you are safe. In addition to that, I hope that you won't appear in the martial competition of the 16 counties," Qin Yu secretly prayed. Before this, he wished that Duan Ling Tian would appear in time, but his mind had changed since. Now, we can only hope that Duan Ling Tian won't appear. The third prince sighed. Although I value Duan Ling Tian and hope that he can remain in King Qin's mansion, since he's friends with Qin Yu and the powerhouse from the Compassion Celestial Travelers sect seems to be here to kill him, I also hope that he won't appear, King Qin added. Boom. Earth-shaking sonic booms echoed across the area outside the curtains, and the blows in the combat ring caused it to rock, and an earthquake rumbled in the spectators' area. Now in the void above the combat ring, the trump card of Fair Mountain County, Yang Jin, was in fierce combat with the trump card of the Soaring Wind County, Chu Yan. They were currently neck to neck with each other. The gazes of King Qin and the third prince were led to the void above the combat ring together. Qin Yu was the only one whose head was still lower, as he was still praying that Duan Ling Tian would not appear. Qin Yu cared so much for Duan Ling Tian because the latter was his only friend and he did not want anything bad to happen to him. Apart from that, he could not care less about anything else. It was none of his business who the victor of the battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan would be, or who would get first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although King Qing and the third prince hoped that nothing bad would happen to Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian was merely their nephew's friend after all. There was not much they could do if the powerhouse from the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect was targeting Duan Ling Tian. However, if the powerhouse from the Compassion Celestial Traveler sect's target was not Duan Ling Tian, then they trust that the latter would not be in any danger. Therefore, they quickly shifted their attention away from Duan Ling Tian to the battle that was happening in the void above the combat ring. They were now more interested to find out between Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who would be able to defeat the other party and claim victory to become first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I have heard about Yang Jin of the Fair Mountain County before this. Rumor has it that he has rather strong power and is a genius in Fair Mountain County. He lives up to his name, it seems. The third prince exclaimed. Chu Yan looks quite good as well. He and his father have been well hidden. Although I'm the head of King Qin's mansion, I have only heard of Chu Yu, a very capable woman from the Soaring Wind County, but I have never heard about the even more talented Chu Yan in the Soaring Wind County. King Qin said, Elder brother, who do you think will win among them? The third prince asked. It is still unclear. However, based on the current situation, they are neck to neck with each other, so it will depend on who makes a mistake first. If the other person manages to capitalize on the mistake, then he can potentially end the battle and win. King Qin said with certainty. I concur, the third prince nodded while saying. Beyond the curtain, all of the spectators around the combat ring was focused on the fierce battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan that was taking place in the void above the combat ring. Yang Jin is so powerful. He is well deserving of his fame. I have heard of Yang Jin in the past, but I wasn't sure how powerful he is. After today, I finally know how formidable he is. If it wasn't for the dark horse of this competition, Chu Yan, and Duan Ling Tian being absent, Yang Jin would have cruised to the first place in this martial competition of the 16 counties. Indeed, who would have guessed that the Soaring Wind County would have a trump card such as Chu Yan apart from Chu Yu? Regardless of whether Duan Ling Tian shows up, the Soaring Wind County will occupy 2 of the top 10 spots in this martial competition of the 16 counties. Furthermore, both of them are siblings. This will definitely be buzzing all over the Soaring Wind County and King Qin's mansion. It is really enviable that the county chief of the Soaring Wind County has such a great pair of children. A group of spectators was discussing in the audience surrounding the combat ring. Most of them were exclaiming about the dark horse in this competition, Chu Yan, and how lucky the county chief of the Soaring Wind County was for having such excellent children. Chu Tingzan, the chief of the Soaring Wind County chief, was currently sitting beside the spectators' area watching the fierce battle that was taking place in the void above the combat ring. However, if one were to take a more detailed look, he would find Chu Tingzan's eyes filled with pride. To have a daughter such as Chu Yu and a son such as Chu Yan, what more could a father want? In the distinguished guest spectators area, the deputy sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, Huang Guangji, asked the black-robed man nearby, Revered Elder Tian Ling, who do you think will win this battle? The black-robed man was none other than the revered Elder Tian Ling of the Flying Dragon sect, a primitive celestial alchemist in a celestial master's robe which had a Kun word on it. This primitive celestial alchemist was also the widely mentioned trump card of 9 Spectres County, Duan Ling Tian. The both of them are neck to neck. It's hard to tell who will have the last laugh now. Duan Ling Tian replied Huang Guangji in a hoarse voice. I think so too. Huang Guangji nodded and added, I feel that it must take one of them being distracted to decide the winner. I don't dare name a winner for now. However, Duan Ling Tian continued as Huang Guangji finished his sentence. I feel that Chu Yan has a better chance of winning. Chu Yan, the son of the Soaring Wind County chief. Huang Guangji was surprised by what he had just heard. He then asked, why do you say so, revered elder Tian Ling? Based on the current situation, it's still hard to tell who has the advantage. This is solely based on my personal judgment. The final outcome may not be as I've predicted. Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows under the black robe and calmly said, Chapter 2688 The Bee. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huang Guangji could not hold back his curiosity and asked, Revered Elder Tian Ling, can you tell me how you made such a judgment? Even if hundreds or thousands of people had asked, he would still answer that it was a 50-50 chance of winning between Yang Jin and Chu Yan. It was difficult, almost impossible, for Huang Guangji to say for certain who would win. Therefore, he was intrigued by Duan Ling Tian's words. This primitive celestial alchemist, revered Elder Tian Ling, of the Flying Dragon sect. I wonder what's his reason for making such a judgment. A hint of intrigue flashed in Huang Guangji's eyes as he thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and took his time to reply. Chu Yan is more composed compared to Yang Jin. It's likely that Yang Jing will get distracted and make a mistake. Whereas, if Chu Yan makes a mistake, he'll still be able to maintain his composure. How did you come to this conclusion? Huang Guangji was burning with curiosity and continued to urge Duan Ling Tian, revered Elder Tian Ling, stop keeping me guessing. Tell me what you think. That's right, revered Elder Tian Ling, tell us. Revered Elder Tian Ling, I want to know why you think so as well. Revered Elder Tian Ling, those people from the Flying Dragon sect who came with Huang Ji Guang and Duan Ling Tian were also curious. Naturally, they were unaware that the person before them who was shrouded in black robes was the ace of 9 Spectres County whom everyone had been talking about since the commencement of the martial competition of the 16 counties. They had no idea he was the Golden Celestial who was less than 100 years old but possessed the strength comparable to a great overarching Golden Celestial. They only knew him as revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect who was a primitive celestial alchemist with remarkable alchemy skills. Not only the members from the Flying Dragon sect were curious, but even those from other sects and clans who overheard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Huang Guangji were curious as well. They were all waiting for Duan Ling Tian to reveal his thoughts. All of a sudden, a loud scoff rang in the air. It was from a man with a curly beard who was standing with a group of people standing nearby. He glanced at the people from Flying Dragon sect coldly and said disdainfully, fools. At this moment, even Lord King Qin doesn't have the confidence to say that Chu Yan has the upper hand. What does a primitive celestial alchemist know about such things? I think you should just concentrate on refining medicinal pills and stop acting like a know-it-all. Zhouan, how dare you be rude to revered Elder Tian Ling? Is the Poison King sect trying to provoke the Flying Dragon sect or is this a personal attack on revered Elder Tian Ling? Huang Guangji asked solemnly. He rose to his feet and glared at Zhouan, clearly furious. Zhouan is the vice-sect leader of Poison King sect. Someone from the Flying Dragon sect revealed Zhouan's identity. Meanwhile, the people from the other sects and clans whispered among themselves when they saw the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect seemed to have gotten into a conflict. The Poison King sect and Flying Dragon sect have been sworn enemies for 100 years now. I can't believe they're even acting up during the martial competition of the 16 counties. I didn't think they would dare to act recklessly in King Qin's mansion, especially with King Qin's presence. Although they're furious, they still won't dare to act recklessly. If they create a fuss here, they'll definitely be punished by King Qin's mansion. At this moment, the vice-sect leader of Poison King sect, Zhouan, rose to his feet and scoffed before he said arrogantly, do you think we're afraid of the Flying Dragon sect? He was clearly not afraid of offending Huang Guangji who was also vice-sect leader of Flying Dragon sect. Since Zhouan was the highest-ranking person from the Poison King sect who was present at the scene, when he made his way to Huang Guangji, his subordinates followed behind him. It was as though they were going to battle. Poison King sect, Duan Ling Tian, who was dressed in the Celestial Master's robe with the word, Kun, on it, narrowed his eyes. Although he had only become a revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect not long ago, it was not the first time he had heard about the Poison King sect. He knew they were skilled in poison. Naturally, most of the poisons from the Poison King sect were only effective on those weaker than great overarching golden celestials. Only the sect guarding poison of the Poison King sect was a threat to great overarching golden celestials. About 100 years ago, a fierce battle between the Flying Dragon sect and Poison King sect broke out over a celestial stone vein. The battle was gory and blood was shed. Eventually, the great overarching golden celestials from both sects had fallen. Because of this battle, the battle was only put to an end when King Qin's mansion intervened and claimed the celestial stone vein. Ever since then, the two sects became enemies. They would never miss a chance to provoke each other. Like now, the tension was palpable in the air at this moment when Duan Lingtian suddenly said, "You're the vice sect leader of Poison King sect. Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Zhou looked at Duan Lingtian. He was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's request to make a bet. It took him a moment to regain his senses. "What bet?" Zhou replied through gritted teeth. His face had flushed with anger. "Let's bet if Chu Yan wins the match." Duan Lingtian said, "Naturally, I know you feel Chu Yan has a 50% chance to win this match as well. I'll make the bet worth your while." He continued before Zhou could reply, "If Yang Jin wins, I'll give you 100,000 prominent celestial stones. If Chu Yan wins, you'll only have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones." Then, he taunted Zhou again, "Vice sect leader Zhou, do you dare to accept this bet?" The guests of honor gasped in unison. They were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. They began to whisper among themselves again. Most of them felt the bet was unfair toward Duan Lingtian. Is the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect mad? This bet is clearly unfair. Yang Jin and Chu Yan are equally matched. It's obvious there's a 50-50 chance for either of them to win. It might even end in a tie. The martial competition of the 16 counties doesn't allow a match to end in a tie, right? Well, if I'm not mistaken, if the match still doesn't have a clear winner after an hour, the master of ceremony would raise the difficulty and increase the pressure of the battle to determine a winner. The fighter will definitely be distracted when fighting under pressure. At that time, their flaws will be revealed. With this, the winner will be determined. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Zhou had just regained his senses and continued asking, "Are you sure? If Yang Jin wins, you'll give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones." "Yes," Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "However, if Chu Yan wins, you'll need to give me 50,000 prominent stones. What do you think? Do you dare to accept the bet?" Duan Lingtian asked again. Revered Elder Tian Ling. Huang Guangji frowned as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He asked through voice transmission, "Are you sure?" "Not entirely," Duan Lingtian replied earnestly through voice transmission. Huang Guangji's expression darkened. "Then why would you bet with Zhou? However, I'm 90% confident that I'm right." Duan Lingtian interrupted Huang Guangji before Huang Guangji could continue speaking. Huang Guangji was rendered speechless for a moment before a sense of delight welled in his heart. Is it really possible that the revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect can tell that Chu Yan has the advantage? If not, he wouldn't make such a bet, right? Moreover, the bet is to his disadvantage. That's right, he's betting 100,000 prominent celestial stones against 50,000 stones. What's wrong with him? He might as well give the celestial stones to Zhou. As the saying goes, even a blind cat has a chance of finding a dead mouse. What if Chu Yan really wins? Then, what if Yang Jin wins? The commotion and excitement from the guests had also caught the attention of King Qin and the third prince. The third prince said with a grin, "The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. He's quite a character. I wonder why he's so certain that Chu Yan has the upper hand." King Qin said as he shook his head. Chapter 2689 Not Simple. In my opinion, the primitive celestial alchemist, revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect is playing tricks just like what Zhou from the Poison King sect had said the third prince. "I don't think so. He seems confident in his words," said King Qin. Concealed behind the curtains, King Qin and the third prince could hear the ongoing conversation between Zhou and Duan Lingtian. "All right, Zhou, agree to this bet of yours. However, are you sure you won't repudiate if you lose?" Zhou did not seem to believe Duan Lingtian. "Don't worry. It's only 100,000 prominent celestial stones, which isn't a big deal to me. However, since you've said so, I'm more worried that you might repudiate," said Duan Lingtian doubtfully. "Bullshit. I'm the dignified deputy sect leader of the Poison King sect. Am I someone who'd go back on his word?" Zhou replied in rage. "Who knows?" Duan Lingtian continued. It seems like you guys don't trust each other. Let me be your mediator," said the third prince aloud as he stood up from his luxurious seat, made his way out through the curtains, and appeared among the guests of honor. "Greetings, third prince." The guests of honor greeted him respectfully. The third prince was King Qin's biological brother and one of the mansion's handful of peak great overarching golden celestial powerhouses. His strength came second only to King Qin. Therefore, it was only natural that he became King Qin's spokesperson. He was even the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties. "How's that? If you guys trust me, I'll be the mediator and safeguard your wagers. When the victors decided, I'll give the wagers to the winner of the bet." The third prince soon arrived among the members of the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect. "Of course, I trust the third prince." Zhouan was nervous when he learned that the bet between him and Duan Ling Tian had caught the third prince's attention. At the same time, he drew out an empty spatial ring, placed 50,000 prominent celestial stones in it, and handed it over to the third prince. "With the third prince as the mediator, I'm not afraid that he'll repudiate," said Duan Ling Tian as he drew out a spatial ring as well, placed 100,000 prominent celestial stones, and handed it over to the third prince. The third prince examined both spatial rings and nodded. "The amounts are correct." However, he gazed at Duan Ling Tian and smiled gently. "You're the revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect, am I right? Can you tell me why are you so optimistic about Chu Yan? I overheard part of your conversation earlier. You mentioned that Chu Yan's more composed compared to Yang Jin. If one of them gets distracted and reveals his flaws, you're confident that it'll be Yang Jin instead of Chu Yan. I wonder why," the third prince continued to ask. All eyes were on Duan Ling Tian, including Zhouan. However, the rest of the audience beyond the circle of the guests of honor were oblivious to what was going on as they were engrossed in the intense battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who had taken the battle to the sky above the arena. "Actually, it's just a wild guess." In reply to the third prince's inquiry, Duan Ling Tian continued to add on, "I feel that Chu Yan managed to stay low in the past instead of displaying his talents and true strength up until now. That's why he's the dark horse of the martial competition of the 16 counties. It says that Chu Yan's extremely composed." Duan Ling Tian blurted his thoughts and judgment. "It makes sense." The third prince was dazed for a moment. He nodded after he regained his senses because he could not refute Duan Ling Tian at all. From their past experience, indeed, Chu Yan had shown tremendous self-control. However, it was not valid to conclude that Yang Jin was impatient. "Ha ha ha, Zhou," and laughed aloud and stopped immediately when he noticed the third prince right in front of him. He proceeded to look at Duan Ling Tian scornfully and said, "Although it makes sense, why do you think Yang Jin will be the first to lose his cool? Considering his opponent is on par with him, I'm sure anyone in his shoes will definitely give his all and be extremely cautious." Indeed, Duan Ling Tian had a point, but it was insufficient to say that Chu Yan would ultimately defeat Yang Jin. Besides, Yang Jin was not easy to deal with. Even the guests of honor thought so too. They were left in disappointment because they had anticipated compelling reasons from him. Alas, he failed to fulfill their expectations. "Revered Elder Tian Ling, you're being impulsive," said Huang Guangji via voice transmission. Although Duan Ling Tian had a point, Huang Guangji felt that Chu Yan only had a slightly higher chance of winning against Yang Jin at 60%. Why would the revered Elder Tian Ling say he's 90% confident? He could not figure it out. Duan Ling Tian continued via voice transmission, "Deputy Sect Leader Huang, patience. Even if I lose, I'm not using the sect's prominent celestial stones." "That's not what I meant." Huang Guangji forced a smile. By this moment, the third prince had returned back to his luxurious seat behind the curtains. "I thought that the primitive celestial alchemist revered elder of Flying Sect Dragon was able to convince me. But, it seems like Chu Yan's only slightly at advantage. It's not worth betting 100,000 prominent celestial stones on him," said the disappointed third prince, shaking his head. "Not necessarily," King Qin disapproved. What do you mean, big brother?" asked the third prince curiously. "In this match, there's a 90% chance that Yang Jin will lose," said King Qin. 90%? Why would you say so?" the third prince continued to ask. Even after Duan Ling Tian had explained his point, the third prince still felt that Chu Yan had only a 60% chance of winning the match. However, now King Qin said that it was 90% instead. If it was true, increasing the bet would be a smart move. At this moment, Qin Yu, who was indifferent toward the betting and commotion that were happening outside, had become curious as to why his eldest uncle would claim the secret weapon from Fair Mountain County and that there was a 90% chance that Yang Jin would be defeated. If the primitive celestial alchemist revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect didn't mention how Chu Yan displayed his composure, I thought it'd be a 50-50 chance of winning between Chu Yan and Yang Jin. King Qin sighed. I've observed Yang Jin's every single match. Indeed, he's much more impatient compared to Chu Yan. His previous opponents were far weaker than him. That's why it wasn't obvious when he's impatient, hence it didn't cross my mind at all. I reckon the primitive celestial alchemist revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect sensed it earlier, continued King Qin. His eyes were fixated on the black figure seated among the guests of honor. Is that so? I would have determined that Yang Jin's inferior to Chu Yan if I'd sensed it. But how did the primitive celestial alchemist revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect manage to sense it? Could his cultivation level be higher than mine? Said the third prince in disbelief. As long as one has a keen eye for detail, even a yellow stage great overarching golden celestial can sense it easily, said King Qin. This primitive celestial alchemist revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect is not as simple as he seems to be. He finally came to a conclusion. Soon, an hour had passed. Chu Yan and Yang Jin were still competing and they were still equally matched. Fighters, watch out, behold my attack, announced the presider of the martial competition of the 16 counties, much to the audience's thrill. The moment had come for the victor to finally emerge. Chapter 2690 Chu Yan wins. The presider of the martial competition of the 16 counties was a great overarching golden celestial sent by King Qin's mansion. Fighters, watch out, behold my attack. As he finished his sentence, a powerful and imposing pressure surged out from his body and swept down upon Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were in the midst of an intense battle and overwhelmed their bodies. Instantly, they felt under great pressure. They continued to fight against each other while defending against the pressure brought upon them by the presider's imposing manner. Nevertheless, they were still evenly matched. HMPH. After realizing that they were not greatly affected, the presider snorted. The celestial origin energy in his body surged out and turned into an invisible force. Like a surging river, it followed through the course of his pressuring aura and shrouded Yang Jin and Chu Yan. All of a sudden, the pressure increased tremendously. At this very moment, all eyes were focused on Yang Jin and Chu Yan. Yang Jin, the Fair Mountain County governor, Wang Qi-ling, watched in anticipation. He anticipated that Yang Jin would defeat Chu Yan and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. As long as he won the competition, Fair Mountain County would obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, from King Qin's mansion. With the possession of 3 great overarching pills, the county could then produce 3 great overarching golden celestials. Yun'er, the Soaring Wind County governor, Chu Tingzan, could not contain himself anymore. His gaze was glinting with anticipation and desire for the lad to defeat Yang Jin and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. He had thought that if the 9 Spectres counties' secret weapon, Duanling Tian, were to appear after Chu Yan defeated Yang Jin, Chu Yan would still maintain his position in the second rank of the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain 2 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, on behalf of the Soaring Wind County. He had planned to take the pills himself to successfully break through and achieve the earthly stage great overarching golden celestial. On the other hand, the Fair Mountain County governor, Wang Qi-ling, was not afraid of Duanling Tian. It was not because he felt Yang Jin could beat Duanling Tian but because he knew that Duanling Tian would not stand a chance to survive if he appeared. Apparently, he had a different plan in mind. The man in grey robes standing by his side was here for a reason. He was waiting for the hare, Duanling Tian, to show itself and make the kill. Therefore, as long Yang Jin defeated Chu Yan, the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties would definitely belong to him. Fair Mountain County would then receive the generous reward from King Qin's mansion, all 3 great overarching pills. Finally, he's lost it. Seated among the guests of honor, Duanling Tian was fully focused on the intense battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan. However, in a moment of thought, as if he had seen something, he withdrew his gaze and never glanced at them anymore. A loud and deafening noise exploded. In a flash of light, Yang Jin had blown his cool and revealed his flaws. Chu Yan's eyes were dead cold and the corner of his mouth curved up slightly as he knew this was the chance he had been waiting for. When Chu Yan raised his palms, a vast amount of energy blasted out and struck Yang Jin directly, sending him flying out of the arena. Arg, blood came spurting out of Yang Jin's mouth, and he had sustained serious internal injuries. Although he survived the attack, his face was as pale as a sheet. His aura that was powerful and prosperous had become feeble. It was impossible for him to continue anymore, as that would be asking for an insult. Damn it! As reality dawned on him, it was a bitter pill for him to swallow. His face was sour whilst his eyes revealed hints of refusal to give in. Reluctant as he was, it was clear to him that he had been defeated. "Do you still want to continue?" asked Chu Yan in high spirits after he had seriously injured Yang Jin with his strike. "I'll challenge you once more after I've fully recovered, and I'll never be careless as I was today," replied Yang Jin while he glanced at him coldly and returned to where the members of Fair Mountain County were sitting. He went straight to his county governor, Wang Qi-ling, with his head held down and apologized earnestly. "County Governor, I'm sorry I let you down." Wang Qi-ling sighed. "It's all right. Although you didn't win the martial competition of the 16 counties, you fought well and secured at least 2 great overarching pills for Fair Mountain County. That's just 1 pill less." Truthfully, deep down inside, he was very displeased with Yang Jin. "County Governor, isn't it too early to say so? It's uncertain if Duan Ling Tian is going to appear. If he does, Yang Jin will only rank 3rd in the martial competition of the 16 counties," said an elder from Fair Mountain County with a reluctant smile. "Duan Ling Tian may not appear. Even if he does, it may not be his fate to win the martial competition of the 16 counties," sneered Wang Qi-ling. He spoke with confidence as if he was 100% assured that whether Duan Ling Tian appeared or not, it would not affect the outcome of Yang Jin ranking 2nd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Upon hearing what Wang Qi-ling said, the elders, revered elders, and the young powerhouses of Fair Mountain County glanced at the mysterious person covered in gray robes standing beside him in unison. This gray-clad man, could he be a hitman hired by the county governor to kill Duan Ling Tian? Quite impossible. The 3rd prince is here, and so is King Qin. The man in gray might not have a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian. Even if he does, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. In fact, we, the Fair Mountain sect, will definitely be implicated. I feel it's impossible to say the least, even if this man in gray manages to kill Duan Ling Tian and escape. King Qin's mansion firmly believes that we intended to sabotage the martial competition of the 16 counties. By that time, forget about the reward. It will be graceful of King Qin's mansion to not punish us instead. If he wasn't hired to kill Duan Ling Tian, why is the county governor so confident to say even if Duan Ling Tian's here, he won't have the fate to win the martial competition of the 16 counties? The Fair Mountain sect members were secretly discussing among themselves via voice transmission. Still, they were unable to figure out why their county governor was confident that Yang Jin would still rank 2nd even if Duan Ling Tian appeared. Chu Yan won. I didn't expect Chu Yan to win in the end. Soaring Wind County has made it big this time. I saw clearly what happened just now. Yang Jin couldn't hold back, and Chu Yan seized the opportunity to strike him out. Whatever happens, if you lose, you lose. Chu Yan is the ultimate winner. Ultimate winner? Don't you think it's too early to say that? After all, the 9 Spectres County's secret weapon, Duan Ling Tian, hasn't shown up yet. That's right, if Duan Ling Tian shows up, the ultimate winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties will definitely be him. However, if he doesn't show up, then Chu Yan will be the ultimate winner. It doesn't matter if Duan Ling Tian shows up or not. Chu Yan has made his mark in this martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, he made his mark by defeating Yang Jin. The spectator seats surrounding the arena were bustling with noise and excitement. The county governors from other counties had taken the initiative to congratulate the Soaring Wind County Governor, Chu Tingzan, for their remarkable win. County Governor Chu, congratulations to your son for ranking 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties. County Governor Chu, before this, we knew that you've got a daughter who's outstanding capabilities. Who would have thought that your son would surpass his sister? We are envious indeed. County Governor Chu, my daughter has reached the age of marriage. Why don't we arrange for their marriage? The group of county governors that were flattering the Soaring Wind County Governor Chu certainly made his spirits soar. Back in the seats for the guests of honor, the noises were short-lived compared to the bustling noises that seemed to be endless out there, and soon, silence set in. This was because someone said, since Chu Yan has won, the primitive celestial alchemist revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect has won as well, right? As the word spread among them, People started to recall a bet between two men earlier, with the third prince being the mediator and safekeeper of their wagers. Deputy sect leader of the King Poison sect, Zhou has lost 50,000 prominent celestial stones. 50,000 stones. Soon, their attention shifted onto the deputy sect leader of the King Poison sect, Zhou. His expression turned gloomy. He could not help but stare fiercely at Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by the Flying Dragon sect members congratulating him right now. Duan Lingtian was now a hero in their eyes. Congratulations, revered Elder Tian Ling. Revered Elder Tian Ling, you've won. Revered Elder Tian Ling, you've avenged us. One by one, the elders, revered elders, and disciples of the Flying Dragon sect congratulated and celebrated his triumph. Even the deputy sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, Huang Guangji, was smiling brightly. He was filled with pride and satisfaction when he looked at Zhou again. HMPH. That's just an accidental fortune. That's right. Does he think he really predicted Chu Yan would win? Ridiculous. The Poison King sect members seemed to have their mouths full of sour grapes, and they were green with envy as they watched the Flying Dragon sect members celebrating their victory. Chapter 2691 Shameless Zhou. After Duan Lingtian received the two spatial rings through the air sent out by the third prince from behind the curtain, he instantly turned to look at Zhou, the vice sect leader of Poison King sect, and said with a smile, "Thanks, vice sect leader Zhou." Zhou was so furious that his expression turned unsightly, as though he had just eaten a fly. Suddenly, he seemed to have recalled something and abruptly rose to his feet. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a low voice, "Do you dare to bet with me again?" Again. Duan Lingtian was startled. Then, he asked, "What do you want to bet?" Meanwhile, the people from the VIP seats looked at Zhou in unison, wondering what Zhou wanted to bet with the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. Behind the curtain, the third prince laughed. "It looks like the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect is unwilling to admit defeat." No one could hear any sound from behind the curtain. The curtain was designed in a way that no noises from inside could be heard, whereas the sounds from outside could be heard by the people inside. "I'm curious what he wants to bet at this moment, Qin." You said. A knowing look flashed in King Qin's eyes, and he said, "At this moment, what else can he bet on apart from whether Duan Lingtian, the ace of 9 Spectres County, will show up?" It was as though he could read Zhou An's thoughts. Bet on whether Duan Lingtian will show up. Qin Yu was startled. Upon hearing King Qin's words, the third prince narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "If I'm not mistaken, he'll definitely bet that Duan Lingtian won't show up. After all, it's already the 11th hour, and yet, Duan Lingtian's still not here. It's highly likely that he's not going to show up. Zhou is too shameless." Qin Yu said indignantly. Although he wished Duan Lingtian would not show up, he still thought Zhou was shameless. He continued to say, "Even if he wants to make that bet, will the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect agree to it? He'd only agree to that bet if he has lost his mind." Duan Lingtian would have been rendered speechless if he were to hear Qin Yu's words. What did Qin Yu mean by saying he must have lost his mind if he agreed to the bet? Was Qin Yu cursing him? "It's just as you said. Unless the primitive celestial alchemist has lost his mind, he definitely won't agree to that bet," the third prince said with a chuckle. Meanwhile, at the VIP seats outside the curtain, Zhou said, "Let's bet if Duan Lingtian will show up for the martial competition of 16 counties." As soon as Zhou finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Many of the VIPs shook their heads. What kind of bet is this? Exactly. What a meaningless bet. It's already so late, but Duan Lingtian still hasn't shown up. It's likely that he won't be showing up. Unless vice sect leader Zhou bets that Duan Lingtian will show up, is there even anyone who would bet with him? You think he's going to bet that Duan Lingtian's going to show up? Someone scoffed. As the VIPs discussed among themselves, they looked at Zhou curiously as well. They wondered if he was going to bet that Duan Lingtian would show up at the martial competition of 16 counties. Even the people from the Flying Dragon sect were looking at Zhou as well. Faced with the burning gaze from the crowd, Zhou did not seem embarrassed. He said, "I'll bet 100,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Lingtian, the ace of 9 Spectres County, won't show up." Upon hearing Zhou An's words, everyone felt that he was shameless. Nevertheless, Zhou continued to say without an ounce of shame, "Naturally, since the probability of me winning is higher, you'll only have to pay 50,000 prominent celestial stones if you lose." Upon hearing this, Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of Flying Dragon sect, could not help but say contemptuously, shameless. Zhou, you're extremely shameless. Most people from the Flying Dragon sect began to chide Zhou as well. All of them felt he was being shameless as well. Shameless. He's too shameless. Only people from the Poison King sect would come up with such a bet. It's likely that Duan Ling Tian won't show up since it's so late now. What does it matter if Zhou pays 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Even if he pays 200,000 celestial stones, revered Elder Tian Ling would still lose the 50,000 prominent celestial stones since Duan Ling Tian probably isn't going to show up. Only an idiot would agree to such a bet. Even the members of the Poison King sect felt that their vice sect leader was being shameless as well. However, how could they agree with outsiders and condemn their vice sect leader? Therefore, many of them looked at the people from the Flying Dragon sect and retorted, twisting facts to suit them. What do you mean by shameless? If you daren't agree to the bet, then, just refuse it. It's not like we're holding a knife to your neck and forcing you to agree to the bet. That's right, just refuse if you don't dare. The members of the Flying Dragon sect are just cowards. When the people from the other factions heard the Poison King sect's members' words, not only did they think Zhou was shameless, but they thought the entire Poison King sect was shameless. Shameless. This is too shameless. Meanwhile, behind the curtain, Qin Yu felt indignant on the Flying Dragon sect's behalf. The members of the Poison King sect are too shameless. The third prince shook his head and said, there are many shameless people in the world. In fact, this is nothing. We all know Zhou shameless. No one would agree to this bet. At the same time, the master of ceremony for the martial competition of 16 counties hovered in the air as he looked at the area where the people from 9 Spectres County were seated. He looked at Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, and asked categorically, County Governor Tian, is the participant you selected showing up or not? Sir, I hope that you'll wait a little longer. Tianjiyu said stiffly. Although he was also of the opinion that Duan Ling Tian would not be showing up, he still subconsciously held on to the hope that Duan Ling Tian would show up. For this reason, he tried his best to stall for time, hoping Duan Ling Tian would show up. As soon as Tianjiyu finished speaking, most of the spectators began to discuss among themselves. Most of them did not think Duan Ling Tian would show up. Wait, what's the point of waiting? Someone scoffed. Duan Ling Tian's the supposed ace of 9 Spectres County. If he was going to show up, he would have been here by now. It's just a waste of everyone's time to wait for him. He's definitely not going to show up. Meanwhile, the master of ceremony frowned slightly when he heard Tianjiyu's words. After a moment, he took out a communication celestial talisman and infused his celestial origin energy into it, sending it into the area behind the curtain. He was asking for the opinion of the third prince who was in charge of the martial competition of 16 counties. When the third prince received the communication celestial talisman, he looked at King Qin who was next to him and asked, Big brother, do you think that we should wait? Let's wait for an hour. After all, he's a peerless genius. It's rare for our region to have such a person, King Qin said with a gleam in his eyes. The third prince nodded and sent his reply to the master of ceremony. When the master of ceremony received the third prince's reply, he announced, King Qin has decided to wait for another hour for Duan Ling Tian to show up since he appreciates a peerless genius such as Duan Ling Tian. If he doesn't show up after an hour, Chu Yan from the Soaring Wind County would be declared the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although the crowd felt that it was a waste of time to wait for an hour, none of them dared to object. After all, this was King Qin's wish. To all those under the rule of King Qin's mansion, King Qin's words were absolute since he stood at the peak. Thank you, King Qin. Tianjiyu bowed toward the area hidden behind a curtain and thanked King Qin. However, inwardly, he became even more anxious. In fact, he felt somewhat regretful trying to stall for time for Duan Ling Tian. After all, just as the others said, it was highly unlikely that Duan Ling Tian would show up. Lord County Governor, is it necessary to wait? Duan Ling Tian is certainly not coming. Pang Bing, the inner estate elder, said. Even the inner estate, Zheng Chu, who had been supporting Duan Ling Tian remained silent. After all, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would show up as. Well, he thought to himself, something must have happened to Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, with his personality, there's no way he wouldn't show up. Chapter 2692 True Self. It looks like I'll have to reveal myself, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. When Tiangu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, had tried to secure additional time for him, he had already decided to reveal himself and win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties if Tiangu was successful in buying him time. If Tiangu had failed to buy him time, he had decided to repay Tiangu and Zhengchu in the future. After all, he had made a promise to them to win them the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. Since Tiangu managed to buy him time, he felt that it was all fated. On the other hand, Zhouan was still insisting on betting with the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. He asked smugly, "So what is it going to be? Do you dare to bet with me?" Since King Qin had agreed to wait an hour for Duan Ling Tian, it made the bet slightly less meaningless. Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, glared at Zhouan. Shameless. Then, he turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, "Revered Elder Tian Ling, ignore him. He's just like a barking mad dog. He's just trying to win back his pride and celestial stones from losing the earlier bet and came up with this meaningless bet." He looked at Zhouan with a knowing look. "Huang Guangji, it's a bet between me and him. Why are you poking your nose into this matter?" Zhouan said angrily. "Revered Elder Tian Ling is from our Flying Dragon sect. It's only natural that I won't let him suffer any losses," Huang Guangji said righteously. Everyone in the VIP seats was certain Duan Ling Tian would not show up. However, at this time, Duan Ling Tian said in a feigned hoarse voice, "Fine, I'll accept your bet. However, we'll have to change the rules since this bet is unfair to me." Everyone fell silent upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. They were shocked that the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect would agree to Zhouan's bet. They wondered if he had gone mad. Even the people from the Flying Dragon sect were looking at him in confusion. They did not understand why their revered elder would accept Zhouan's shameless bet. Zhouan, who initiated the bet, was also bewildered when Duan Ling Tian accepted the bet. To be honest, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would accept the bet. After all, he was sure to win. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze and asked, "Are you sure? Are you really sure you want to agree to this bet? As I said earlier, you can only bet on Duan Ling Tian showing up if you decide to accept the bet." After all, he was worried Duan Ling Tian would also bet that Duan Ling Tian would be a no-show. Duan Ling Tian scoffed contemptuously before he said, "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you are?" Zhouan was not angered by Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, he could already see the 50,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Ling Tian would soon have to pay him. He said, "You said something about changing the rules since the bet is unfair to you. Anyway, since you bet Duan Ling Tian will show up, I'll make it fair and increase my stakes to 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Is that enough?" Duan Ling Tian chuckled when he heard Zhouan's proposal. Then, he said with a sneer, "Vice sect leader Zhou, you have just given me 50,000 prominent celestial stones. Not to mention 200,000 prominent celestial stones, I'm afraid you don't even have 100,000 prominent celestial stones." The Poison King sect possessed more wealth than any county under the King Qin's mansion. However, it was unlikely that a vice sect leader would have more than 100,000 prominent celestial stones. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was certain Zhouan did not have 200,000 prominent celestial stones. He said derisively, "If vice sect leader Zhou wishes to bet with an empty shell, I'm sorry, but I won't agree to your bet." Zhouan's face flushed red. After all, Duan Ling Tian had revealed his intention. Indeed, he did not have 200,000 prominent celestial stones, but he did not think it mattered since he was certain Duan Ling Tian would not show up. Eventually, he calmed down and said, "Yes, I don't have 200,000 prominent celestial stones. However, there's no need for you to worry since our Poison King sect has it." "Are you qualified to make such a decision for the Poison King sect?" Duan Ling Tian sneered. "What a joke, I'm the vice sect leader of the sect. Moreover, I'm the biological younger brother of the sect leader of Poison King sect. Do you still think I'm not qualified to make this decision?" Zhouan replied in a low voice. "It looks like I have underestimated you," Duan Ling Tian said flippantly. "Stop wasting time, accept or refuse the bet now. If you refuse, then, just admit you're a coward," Zhouan said coldly. Duan Ling Tian stared at Zhouan meaningfully and said indifferently, "I will certainly accept the bet. However, Don't you think you're still taking advantage of me by betting only 200,000 prominent celestial stones? Why don't we do it like this? I'll bet 200,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Ling Tian will show up, and you raise your stakes. Tell me then, how many prominent celestial stones should I bet? Zhou En asked. He had no qualms with agreeing to Duan Ling Tian's change of rules. After all, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would not show up. If Duan Ling Tian were to show up, he would have been here by now. 500,000 prominent celestial stones, Duan Ling Tian said lightly. Okay, I'll bet 500,000 prominent celestial stones, Zhou En said, confident he would win. Alas, he was unaware that the man hidden in the black robes were laying a trap for him. Step by step, Duan Ling Tian added, I have another condition. Zhou En frowned and said rather impatiently, what's it? You'll have to invite the third prince or King Qin to be the witness to our bet. Otherwise, with your shamelessness, I wouldn't put it past you to go back on your words. Duan Ling Tian said. Zhou En was furious that Duan Ling Tian called him shameless and that he would go back on his words. At this moment, the third prince emerged from behind the curtain and looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he said, I'll be the witness for your bet. He could not understand why the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect would agree to Zhou En's shameless bet. Could he not see that Zhou En was sure to win? Nevertheless, his interest had been piqued, and he wanted to see the primitive celestial alchemist's reaction after he had lost. Your Grace, the third prince, thank you, Duan Ling Tian said. Then, he handed the spatial ring containing 200,000 prominent celestial stones to the third prince. Yes, the total amount is correct, the third prince confirmed. Then, he looked at Zhou En and said indifferently, if you lose, King Qin's mansion will take the 500,000 prominent celestial stones from the Poison King sect to hand it over to revered elder Ling Tian from the Flying Dragon sect. Zhou En replied flippantly, clearly unconcerned, if I lose, our Poison King sect will send 500,000 prominent celestial stones to King Qin's mansion immediately after I return. It did not even occur to him that he would lose. That's good, the third prince nodded. He was not worried the Poison King sect would break the promise. At this moment, almost everyone in the VIP seats looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a fool. However, at the same time, Duan Ling Tian took off his black robes that hid his face and revealed his handsome smiling face. He had revealed his true identity. He smiled at Zhou En, and his voice was no longer hoarse as he said to Zhou En, thank you for your 500,000 prominent celestial stones. The people in the VIP seats were shocked. They had thought the primitive celestial alchemist was an old man based on his hoarse voice. They did not expect him to fake his voice. Who would have thought a handsome and tall young man was hidden under the black robe? Chapter 2693 Identity Exposed. This is how revered Elder Tian Ling looks like. I've always assumed he's an old man based on his voice. I didn't expect him to be so young. Not even in my wildest dreams would I have imagined this. The people of the Flying Dragon sect, including vice sect leader Huang Guangji, were shocked. This was their first time seeing their revered Elder Tian Ling's true appearance. Duan Ling Tian stomped on the ground loudly and launched himself into the air, causing the ground to crack. He made his way to the master of ceremony of the martial competition of 16 counties in just an instant. Then, he said calmly as he hovered above the arena, I'm Duan Ling Tian from 9 Spectres County. He looked at Chu Yan, the selected participant from the Soaring Wind County. As soon as Duan Ling Tian introduced himself, the audience was shocked. Some were so surprised that they rose from their seats abruptly while some gasped loudly, filled with incredulity. Duan Ling Tian had kept the Yin Celestial Master's robe when he had revealed himself, hence, he was once again dressed in his purple robes. Apart from the people in the VIP seats who were still in a daze by this turn of events, the spectators in the common seats were busy discussing among themselves. Some of them turned to look at Tianjiyu, but most people's eyes were fixed on Duan Ling Tian as though they were afraid he would disappear. In fact, even before he arrived, he was already the focus of everyone's attention. After all, many people had been saying that Duan Ling Tian was sure to win first place. Chu Yan would not stand a chance if Duan Ling Tian came. Now that Duan Ling Tian had shown up, how could he not be the center of attention? Duan Ling Tian came. He's Duan Ling Tian. I thought the martial competition of 16 counties would end after Chu Yan defeated Yang Jin. Not only did I not expect the county governor of 9 Spectres County to be able to buy time for Duan Ling Tian, but even more so, I didn't expect Duan Tian to show up. Well, it seems like the county governor of Nine Spectres County knew beforehand that Duan Tian would definitely show up, that's why he stalled for time earlier. Yes, looks like it to me as well. So he's Duan Tian who became famous in the entire region governed by King Qin's mansion a few months ago. And he's as strong as a great overarching golden celestial although he's less than 100 years old. In all the areas under King Qin's mansion, I don't think we've ever had such a genius, right? About a year ago, he was already stronger than Inner Estate Elder Pang Bing of Nine Spectres County. Pang Bing was the strongest below great overarching golden celestials. Pang Bing must have felt embarrassed for a junior to surpass him. Now that a year has passed, Duan Tian should be even stronger, right? Who knows if he has already become a great overarching golden celestial? A great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. I think such a person is rare even in those high-rank celestial kingdom, let alone our mediocre celestial kingdom, the Cloudy Rock. Celestial kingdom. Meanwhile, from behind the curtain, Qin Yu stood up abruptly from his luxurious chair as he exclaimed, Duan Tian. He was delighted to see Duan Tian safe and sound, but he could not help but worry about the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial sect now that Duan Tian was here. According to his uncle, the powerhouse was a celestial duke, who was much stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If the celestial duke unleashed all her strength, she would be capable of destroying King Qin's mansion. He thought to himself, Duan Tian, why did you suddenly show up at this moment? You should have told me about your plans. He felt a hint of bitterness and helplessness at this moment. He did not try to speak to Duan Tian through voice transmission because he knew it was too late to do so. If Duan Tian was the target of that celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, even if he warned Duan Tian now, it would still be useless. On the other hand, if Duan Tian was not the celestial duke's target, he would only be distracting Duan Tian while he fought with Chu Yan. Qin Yu prayed fervently inwardly, I really hope Duan Tian isn't the target of the celestial duke of compassionate celestial traveler sect. He sighed, I really didn't expect Duan Tian to be sitting so close to me in the VIP seats. Why didn't he tell me through voice transmission that he's here? If he had done so, I could have told him about the celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect and asked if they have enmity between them. He did notice the noise outside at the VIP seats, and many people blocked his view when Duan Tian first revealed himself. Therefore, he was a step too late to react. When he regained his senses, Duan Tian had revealed his identity to everyone present on the scene. King Qin, who was sitting next to Qin Yu, looked at Duan Tian as he asked, so this is Duan Tian? Yes, I didn't know he came, let alone that he was the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. He's good at hiding himself, King Qin said. At the same time, he wondered why Duan Tian only showed himself now. After all, if he did not agree to Tianjiyu's request to wait for a while more, the martial competition of the 16 counties would have ended earlier. It would have been meaningless if Duan Tian had appeared after the competition ended. Moreover, Duan Tian did not just show up now, he had been here all along, hiding among the people in the VIP seats. He thought to himself, this is King Qin's mansion. It's reasonable that he doesn't have to worry about the others from the 15 counties harming him here. However, why did he only show up at the 11th hour? Is it possible that he's also aware that he's the target of the celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect? That still doesn't make sense. If he knows he's a target, why would he show himself now? Even if we can tell if the powerhouse has left, there's no need for him to take such a risk, right? The more he thought about it, the more confused he was. Then, he looked at the people from Fair Mountain County before his eyes eventually landed on a gray-robed figure next to Wang Qiling. The gray-robed person was a core elder and a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Senior, Duan Tian has shown up. Why aren't you attacking him yet? Wang Qiling asked anxiously. After all, it seemed like the person next to him had no intention of attacking Duan Tian. If the powerhouse only killed Duan Tian after Duan Tian had defeated Chu Yan, it meant Fair Mountain County would only receive one mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, since Yang Jin would be demoted to the 3rd place. He had expected the powerhouse next to him would kill Duan Tian as soon as Duan Tian appeared. Who knew that was not the case? The gray-robed figure rebuked Wang Qiling coldly. It is not up to you to tell me what to do. Wang Qiling was so terrified that his face turned pale. He quickly lowered his head and fearfully apologized. Senior, I apologize. I was just too anxious. Although Wang Qiling did not know the real identity of the old lady, he noticed that even King Qin had to compromise during the confrontation between King Qin and the old lady earlier. At that time, King Qin had demanded him to say that the old lady was deaf so King Qin would not be embarrassed. How could the old lady be an ordinary person if even King Qin had to give in to her? Even King Qin did not dare offend her. How could someone like him dare to provoke that old lady? If the old lady killed him, he would just die in vain. He was certain King Qin would not avenge him. For this reason, when he heard the displeasure in her words earlier, he was frightened out of his wits. Meanwhile, the old lady's eyes flashed coldly as she studied Duan Lingtian intently. So this is Duan Lingtian. He's the one who took away Miss Binger's virginity. Chapter 2694 Various Parties' Reactions. Although Duan Lingtian had shown up, the old lady was not in a hurry to take action. Since he had already appeared, she knew he would not be able to escape from her. He would die sooner or later anyway. On the other hand, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, was very anxious. Naturally, he no longer dared to urge the old lady. All he could do was stew in his own anxiety. Duan Lingtian actually came. The elders and revered elders from the Fair Mountain County smiled bitterly. We thought Yongjin would win second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, and we'll get 2 great overarching pills. However, that doesn't seem possible now. Since Duan Lingtian has appeared, Yongjin can only win 3rd place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This means instead of getting 2 great overarching pills, we'll only get 1. This Duan Lingtian really showed up at a bad time. The elders and revered elders of Fair Mountain County felt helpless. They knew there was nothing they could do. Why did Duan Lingtian choose this time to appear? Yongjin said through gritted teeth as he sat at the side. He had slightly recovered from his earlier battle. Although it was his first time meeting Duan Lingtian, his eyes were brimming with hostility as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was to be expected. After all, with Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance, he would be demoted to 3rd place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Not only would Fair Mountain County receive 1 less pill from King Qin's mansion, but even his reward would be lessened as well. How could he not feel displeased? The situation among the people from Soaring Wind County was about the same as Fair Mountain County. When the few elders and revered elder who came together with their county governor, Chu Tingzan, saw the appearance of Duan Lingtian, they could not help but sigh. It seems like instead of 3 great overarching pills, we'll only get 2 since Duan Lingtian has come. Perhaps this is fate. Chu Tingzan shook his head. It's not bad to have 2 great overarching pills. We should be grateful. Chu Yu, who was standing next to Chu Tingzan, was dressed valiantly. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of admiration in her eyes. So he's Duan Lingtian. Although she had an easy-going manner and acted like a boy most of the time, she was still a girl after all. In the past, the only person she admired was her brother, Chu Yan. She felt she only deserved someone stronger or as strong as her brother. When she heard about Duan Lingtian's feats in 9 Spectres County, she finally realized there was someone who was stronger than her brother. Although Yongjin from Fair Mountain County was quite strong, he was about 20 years older than her brother. However, his innate talent was much lower than her brother, so she was not interested in Yongjin at all. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian was about the same age as Yongjin, his innate talent was much better than her brother. Therefore, even before she had met Duan Lingtian, she already had a crush on him. This might sound ridiculous, but it was a fact. A woman like her who had been strong since she was a child had never developed any feelings for any man. In fact, she had thought she would end up alone all her life since she had not met any man whom she had special feelings for. However, when she learned about the existence of such a brilliant man in 9 Spectres County, her heart had moved. Naturally, since she had never seen him before, regardless of his prowess, she knew there was a chance she might not be attracted to his appearance or personality. This was something similar to online dating in Duan Lingtian's past life. 2 people could get along well chatting online, but when they finally met, they might not get along at all. Nevertheless, when Chu Yu saw Duan Lingtian, his handsome appearance and extraordinary bearing attracted her even more. Her heart was thumping so fast that it felt as though it was going to jump out of his chest. Chu Yu, will only marry him. Chu Yu swore inwardly as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Before she met him, she had had a crush on him. However, now, after seeing him, she had thoroughly fallen in love with him. Sometimes, emotions worked in mysterious ways indeed. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that he had unintentionally captured the heart of a beautiful maiden who happened to be Chu Yan's younger sister. If he knew about it, he would definitely be rendered speechless and feel helpless. After all, he already had 2 wives and a partner. Now, he even had Mirong Bing whom he had sex with and was adamant about taking responsibility for. This had already caused him a headache. How could he have thoughts to mess with another woman? Damn it, why did he come? Whether it was the county governor of the overarching floating county or Xingdong, its selected participant, both their expressions had darkened. If Duan Ling Tian did not show up, Xingdong would still be in the 10th place. However, with Duan Ling Tian's arrival, Xingdong would be kicked out of the top 10. With that, the overarching floating county and Xingdong would not receive any reward from the King Qin's mansion at all. Most importantly, they would have to pay a fine to King Qin's mansion. Unlike the tense atmosphere that loomed over the people from Fair Mountain County, Soaring Wind County, and overarching Floating County, the originally tense atmosphere that loomed over the 9 Spectres County had vanished and was replaced with joy. Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, laughed heartily without caring about his image. His teeth were all exposed as he laughed loudly. Duan Ling Tian has finally arrived. I knew he's not someone who would go back on his words, Zheng Chu, the inner estate elder, said. He was delighted as well. Pang Bing scoffed and only said coldly, well, at least he has a conscience. Needless to say, the others from the 9 Spectres County were extremely happy as well. Meanwhile, at the VIP seats, everyone was discussing among themselves as they looked at Zhou and Az. Though he was an idiot, it was clear to them that Duan Ling Tian had been laying traps step by step for Zhou to fall into. No wonder he agreed to the unfair bet with Zhou. As it turns out, the primitive celestial alchemist is Duan Ling Tian himself. Who knew revered elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect is Duan Ling Tian, the selected participant of 9 Spectres County. This time, Vice Sect leader Zhou is going to suffer a huge loss. That's 500,000 prominent celestial stones we're talking about. I was so sure he would win. It seems like he went out for wool but came home shorn. 500,000 prominent celestial stone isn't little. Even if the Poison King sect has the celestial stones, I'm afraid it'll seriously affect the sect. This time, the Poison King sect has truly suffered a great loss. At this moment, Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of Flying Dragon sect, laughed loudly as he looked at Zhou. Zhou, you lost 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Have you thought about how you are going to talk to your sect leader about this? The people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Zhou with ridicule. They seemed to have forgotten they had doubted Duan Ling Tian's sanity as well when he had first agreed to the bet. Earlier, Zhou looked at revered elder Tian Ling as though he was an idiot. However, the real idiot is Zhou. He thought he'd definitely win. Who could have guessed that revered elder Tian Ling is actually Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian sure plays the role of a swindler well. Zhou probably feels worse than if he had eaten a fly. Of course, he has lost 500,000 prominent celestial stones after all. Meanwhile, the others from the VIP seats looked at Zhou sympathetically. As for the people from the Poison King sect, they only looked at their vice sect leader quietly. If he were not their vice sect leader, they would have cursed at him. Meanwhile, Zhou expression was extremely unsightly. He recalled when the primitive celestial alchemist accepted his bet, he could see the celestial stones he had lost during the first bet coming back to him. Who knew the primitive celestial alchemist was Duan Ling Tian? When he regained his senses and saw the pitying gazes from the crowd, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He seemed insane as he shouted, "No! This bet is nulled, it can't be counted. After all, he's Duan Ling Tian. He's cheating, he's cheating. It was 500,000 prominent celestial stones after all. If the Poison King sect were to lose 500,000 prominent celestial stones because of him, even if he was the sect leader's younger brother, he would still be severely punished even if they would not kill him. Those elders, revered elders, and 2 supreme elders who were as strong as his brother would definitely not let him go so easily." The third prince who had yet to return to behind the curtain scoffed. Upon hearing this, Zhou was so frightened he almost fainted. Chapter 2695 A Duel with Chu Yan. Third Prince. Zhou, who had regained his senses, looked as pale as a sheet of paper. He looked at the third prince of King Qin's mansion, and said fearfully, "Your Grace, the third prince, I know you're the witness between our bet, but I didn't know he's Duan Ling Tian from the Nine Spectres County. If I knew he's Duan Ling Tian, I wouldn't have proposed that bet even if the bet is only 5,000 prominent celestial stones. This bet isn't fair at all." He became more riled up as he spoke. He knew the only person who could make the bet void was the third prince. He could go back on his words if it was just Duan Ling Tian alone, and he did not request for the third prince to bear witness to their bet. Before the third prince could reply, Huang Guangji could not hold back and exclaimed, "This is ridiculous." He scoffed before he said, "Zhou, don't you feel embarrassed for saying such words? Don't forget you're the one who initiated this bet. You felt delighted when he agreed to your bet, didn't you? You thought you'd be able to regain your 50,000 prominent celestial stones and some more. Why didn't you think the bet was unfair at that time? Now that you learned he's Duan Ling Tian and you'd lost the bet, you're saying the bet is unfair." A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he spoke. Then, he turned to the people in the VIP seats and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask for your opinion if this bet is unfair? Do you think this bet should be voided?" Huang Guangji did not know why the genius, Duan Ling Tian, from Nine Spectres County would join their Flying Dragon sect as a primitive celestial alchemist and became a revered elder. However, since Duan Ling Tian had joined their sect, he had never done anything harmful to their sect. Instead, he had even refined a batch of extremely high-quality pills for their sect. For this reason, he wholeheartedly supported Duan Ling Tian. The people from the other forces in the VIP seats had no enmity nor a good relationship with the Flying Dragon sect or the Poison King sect. Their words were spoken from a neutral point of view. All of them unanimously felt that Zhou was shameless and the bet should not be voided. I have seen shameless people before, but I haven't seen someone as shameless as Vice Sect Leader Zhou of Poison King sect. Exactly. How shameless. He's the one who proposed the bet. Now that he has lost, he wants to go back on his words. How preposterous. I really don't know why the Poison King sect would have such a person. Moreover, he's a vice sect leader. Didn't he say his brother is the sect leader? So did he become the vice sect leader by relying on his brother? The Poison King sect is really getting worse. It seems like anyone can be a vice sect leader. What a disgrace to the sect. The third prince looked at Zhou and asked indifferently, "So, do you still think the bet can be voided?" As soon as the third prince finished speaking, Zhou, whose face turned even paler, trembled and fell to the ground. He was so frightened that his legs had lost all strength to stand. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. When the third prince expressed his stance, he knew clearly that the Poison King sect would have to pay the 500,000 prominent celestial stones no matter what. Otherwise, they would risk offending the third prince and even King Qin's mansion. Although the Poison King mansion was relatively strong, it was not worth mentioning compared to King Qin's mansion. Not to mention King Qin himself, even the third prince alone was enough to destroy the Poison King sect. The third prince said threateningly, "If the 500,000 prominent celestial stones aren't delivered here in a month, I'll personally lead a group to take it from your Poison King sect." At that time, the matter wouldn't just be settled by 500,000 prominent celestial stones. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the hidden area behind the curtains. After the third prince left, Zhou rose to his feet as he shuddered. He barked to his subordinates, "Let's leave." He no longer wanted to stay and watch the martial competition of the 16 counties. It was not because he could already guess the outcome of the competition, but it was more important for him to speak to his elder brother about what had happened. Seeing the people from the Poison King sect leaving in a hurry, the people from Fly Dragon sect felt smug and satisfied. "I'll definitely tell all the junior sisters and brothers about this when I return to the sect. They'll certainly feel happy. After all, how often can we make the Poison King sect turn tail and flee?" A disciple of the Flying Dragon sect smiled proudly. "Well, it's all thanks to revered elder Tian Ling. Without him, we wouldn't have this satisfaction. But I really didn't expect revered elder Tian Ling as Duan Ling Tian from Nine Spectres County who recently became famous. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he's also an excellent primitive celestial alchemist. He's truly a peerless genius." If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Duan Ling Tian is also a primitive celestial alchemist. Not only is he strong, but he's also a celestial alchemist who's less than 100 years old. He's a truly peerless genius among all geniuses. When the group of Flying Dragon sect's disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing above the arena, their eyes shone with admiration. Above the arena. After keeping quiet, Chu Yan broke the silence first. He said in a low voice, "Duan Ling Tian, I heard you're much stronger than me, but I still want to fight you. If you defeat me, then, you'll win first. I hope your reputation isn't unearned." Battle intent shone in his eyes when he spoke. The celestial origin energy that had been brewing underneath his skin surged out immediately, forming a circle of air currents around his body. "Please attack," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Although he asked Chu Yan to attack him, there were no signs of him mobilizing his celestial origin energy at all. It was as though he was not bothered by Chu Yan's attack at all. Upon seeing this, Chu Yan felt greatly humiliated. Flames of fury rose in his heart as he lunged toward Duan Ling Tian like a lightning bolt. He took out his celestial weapon and cast all his celestial methods and divine abilities without any restraint. However, he was not foolish. Although reputation could be faked, seeing how flippant Duan Ling Tian when faced with his attack, he knew Duan Ling Tian was probably as strong as a great overarching golden celestial is rumored. For this reason, he did not hold back at all when he attacked Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, who knew if he would even have a chance to use his techniques later? Chu Yan, who lunged at Duan Ling Tian with all his might, was like a furious beast. The void shook in his wake, accompanied by a thunderous sound. When Chu Yan appeared before Duan Ling Tian, his mighty attack that was as vast as the sea and as loud as thunder crashed down. Just as his attack was about to land on Duan Ling Tian, he discovered Duan Ling Tian still did not show any signs of retaliation or defending himself. Duan Ling Tian, with no hints of celestial origin energy at all, stood motionlessly in the air. Upon seeing this, he felt humiliated again. "Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for this." In just an instant, Chu Yan's bulged as if he had transformed into an angry Vajra. His attack turned even more explosive, and thunderclouds that seemed to be striking down with tens of thousands of lightning bolts appeared. What's Duan Ling Tian doing? Does he not plan to do anything at all? Although it's Chu Yan's first attack, based on his battle with Yang Jin earlier, it's obvious he's unleashing all his strength now. It seems like Duan Ling Tian is a bit reckless, right? If I'm not mistaken, even a common violet sun golden celestial might not dare to underestimate Chu Yan's ultimate attack, right? The spectators watched rapturously at the thunderclouds that loomed over Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2696 Duan Ling Tian attacks. The thunderclouds that loomed over Duan Ling Tian suddenly parted. A loud noise rang in the air. A force that seemed capable of shaking heaven and earth swept out. In the next moment, a crisp and clear sound of sword cries rang in everyone's ears. A dazzling bright light dispersed the thunderclouds. It seemed like the bright light was formed by countless sword rays. A figure could be seen in the midst of the light, as though being protected by the light of sword rays. Not bad. It's a pity that it's useless against me. Duan Ling Tian stood in the midst of the sword rays, completely unharmed. Even his purple robes were intact. Chu Yan had unleashed all his strength, and yet, he did not even manage to harm a single hair on Duan Ling Tian's head. He paled immediately. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, an expression of fear appeared on his face. It was as though he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Even peak golden celestials wouldn't have been able to easily deflect my attack. Don't tell me he has a breakthrough and has become a great overarching golden celestial. He felt himself shuddered as these thoughts appeared in his mind. Remarkable, Chu Yu exclaimed in her heart. She was Chu Yan's biological sister. The look on each and every member of the Soaring Wind County was grim, but she was the only one who seemed impressed with Duan Ling Tian's strength. She was staring intently at him, her eyes as bright as stars in the night sky. It's impossible for someone below great overarching golden celestials to deflect brothers' attacks so easily. It seems like he has successfully become a great overarching golden celestial. His strength has improved again. Pang Bing, an inner estate elder in Nine Spectres County, thought to himself when he saw Duan Ling Tian standing there shrouded by sword rays like a god of sword. He was genuinely shocked. Duan Ling Tian has become a great overarching golden celestial. Another inner estate elder, Zheng Chu, was all smiles. He was sincerely happy for Duan Ling Tian's achievement. Tianjiyu was delighted and laughed openly. He was similarly shocked by Duan Ling Tian's remarkably fast improvement. In just less than a year, Duan Ling Tian had improved tremendously. Extraordinary. Naturally, he was also happy because Duan Ling Tian winning the martial competition of the 16 counties meant that the 9 specters county would be rewarded with 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills from King Qin's mansion. It did not matter to him how strong Duan Ling Tian was. After all, with Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, even King Qin's mansion would be just like a small pond to Duan Ling Tian in the future, let alone the 9 specters county. He knew from today onward, Duan Ling Tian would be able to use King Qin's mansion as a stepping stone to enter the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and go to better places. A great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. It seemed like there was only one person like that in the history of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. It was hundreds of thousands of years ago, I think. Eventually that genius had left the kingdom and joined a formidable sect that was much more powerful than a high-ranked celestial kingdom, Tianjiyu thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian is remarkable. Seems like he had a breakthrough in his cultivation base and has become a great overarching golden celestial, right? The martial competition of the 16 counties is just a walk in a park to him. You're right. Moreover, he still fulfills the requirement to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Unbelievable. I can't believe such a monster would appear in King Qin's mansion. It's the first time that such a monster appears in King Qin's mansion. Even in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, there was only one that appeared hundreds of thousands of years ago. Similar remarks could be heard among the spectators. Meanwhile, the third prince said with a sigh, Duan Ling Tian, indeed, already has strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial indeed. Indeed. King Qin nodded in agreement. Great overarching golden celestial. Qin Yu remained silent. A year ago, Duan Ling Tian had already possessed the strength to kill a great overarching golden celestial. He had personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian capture the 9 specters county's strongest revered elder, Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial. He even delivered Zhou Tong to the Blood Spectre City's city governor to be killed. If I'm not mistaken, at that time, when his sword rays weren't 7 colors, he still couldn't defeat Zhou Tong. Only when his sword rays emitted 7 colors was he able to completely subdue Zhou Tong. Naturally, he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian possessed a Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword. He only knew Duan Ling Tian was capable of transforming his sword rays into the 7-colored sword rays that increased his strength tremendously. However, Duan Ling Tian did not use that technique today. He continued musing inwardly. He didn't even use the 7-colored sword rays today, and yet, his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. He's definitely even more powerful if he uses that technique. He inhaled sharply when he thought of this. A year ago, Duan Ling Tian would not have strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial without the 7-colored sword rays. Currently, even without using that method, his strength was almost equal to a great overarching golden celestial. In only a year, Duan Ling Tian made such a tremendous progress, Qin Yu thought to himself. Hovering above the arena, Duan Ling Tian became the center of attention again. He was shrouded by hundreds of thousands of sword rays. The sword rays seemed to make the air around him ripple. He, who had remained silent from the beginning, finally calmly said, "Now it's my turn to attack." His tone was apathetic, but it was loud for everyone present on the scene to hear. Everyone was stunned. Duan Ling Tian is going to attack. The spectators' eyes were brimming with enthusiasm. They could tell Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial when he easily deflected Chu Yan's attack. Moreover, it was likely that he had become a great overarching golden celestial. They had yet to witness his attack, so they were, naturally, excited to see him attack. None of them dared to move their eyes away from him as though they were afraid they would miss even the smallest details. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Chu Yan was stunned. He had wanted to surrender. He was well aware that Duan Ling Tian's strength was far superior to his. He would only be asking for trouble if he allowed Duan Ling Tian to attack. Just as he was about to speak up to surrender, the imposing energy from Duan Ling Tian seemed to cause a disruption in his blood flow, causing him to be unable to speak. Duan Ling Tian had raised his hands, and a sword battle formation appeared. The light from the formation grew brighter and brighter with each passing minute. Then, the sword battle formation transformed into a gargantuan sword that was 100 meters long. It seemed to appear out of thin air and was about to land on Chu Yan. Duan Ling Tian had only dropped the gigantic sword on Chu Yan. He did not intend to kill Chu Yan, so he did not use his blade. After all, the martial competition of the 16 counties prohibited killing. Even if it were allowed, he still would not kill Chu Yan. After all, they had no enmity between them. Moreover, although Chu Yan did not hold back when he attacked earlier, there was no killing intent in his attack, the earth-shattering. Explosions continued to ring in the air. When the gargantuan sword fell, it split the currents in the air just like how Moses had parted the Red Sea. The gargantuan sword was surrounded by a thick and dense sword energy that seemed to be able to cut anything it came in contact with. Moreover, for its size, it was extremely fast as well. It was so fast that Chu Yan could not avoid it at all. Chu Yan tried everything in his arsenal to avoid the gargantuan sword from hitting him, but to no avail. Alas, he was sent flying out of the arena. He flew back a few feet before he retched and spat out a mouthful of blood. Thank you for showing mercy. Chu Yan could barely steady himself, and his face was extremely pale. It was almost similar to his battle with Yang Jin earlier. The difference was he was now in Yang Jin's position and in a sorry state. Chapter 2697 The Old Lady Appears. When Chu Yan was sent flying by the sword energy, Duan Ling Tian quickly withheld his strength. If he did not do so, one strike would be more than enough to kill Chu Yan. My pleasure. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Chu Yan. Chu Yu left her seat and rushed to her brother's side. She asked, "Big brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Chu Yan shook his head. A hint of disappointment for losing could be seen in his eyes, along with a hint of doting for his beloved sister. In fact, before Chu Yu approached Chu Yan, she had already sent him a voice transmission, asking him to introduce her to Duan Ling Tian. As for her brother's injuries, she did not seem very concerned about them. He realized that after a woman had come of age, they could not be kept from marriage. He did not take offense. After all, he really loved his sister. Moreover, he admired Duan Ling Tian for his strength as well. For this reason, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and pointed to his sister before he said, "Duan Ling Tian, this is my sister, Chu Yu." "Miss Chu Yu." Duan Ling Tian nodded to Chu Yu out of courtesy. "Hello, big brother Duan." Chu Yu was normally a carefree person, but faced with Duan Ling Tian, she was much more restrained. A blush could be seen on her cheeks. It was a rather rare sight that even Chu Yan was surprised. Chu Yan did not expect his sister, who usually acted like a boy, would have such a ladylike side to her as well. He lamented inwardly, so, it's true that a woman changes her expression for the one she likes. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was so discomfited with Chu Yu's adoring gaze that he had to turn away. The master of ceremony of the martial competition of the 16 counties saved Duan Ling Tian from the awkwardness as he asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Duan Ling Tian?" According to the rules of the martial competition of the 16 counties, Duan Ling Tian is now ranked first. All participants who are ranked from the 3rd to the 10th places are free to challenge Duan Ling Tian if they so wish. The spectators rolled their eyes upon hearing the master of ceremonies' words. Are you kidding me? Won't the other participants be digging their own graves if they challenge Duan Ling Tian? Exactly. All 8 of them were defeated by Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan was defeated by Duan Ling. How could they stand a chance against Duan Ling Tian? None of them is a match for him. Well, I'm sure the master of the ceremony knows that no one would dare to challenge Duan Ling Tian. It's probably just a formality and a procedure he has to follow. It'd be unfair to directly declare Duan Ling Tian as the winner without asking if anyone wants to challenge him, right? Naturally, there were people who were wiser. They knew the master of ceremony only said these words as a formality. When nobody made a move, the master of ceremony said, "Since no one's challenging Duan Ling Tian, the final rankings of the martial competition of the 16 counties are decided." With that, the martial competition of the 16 counties came to an end. The final rankings were as followed. First was Duan Ling Tian from 9 Spectres County. Second, Chu Yan from Soaring Wind County. Third, Yang Jing from Fair Mountain County. Fourth, Zhang Juming from Ataraxia County. Fifth, Ren Fei from Red Cloud County. Sixth, Zhang Jian Hong from Plum Blossom County. Seventh, Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County. Eighth, Mo Chu from Chu Li County. Ninth, Tong Yuan from Horse Teeth County. And finally, 10th, Yan Shihu from One Heart County, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, remained silent. He repeatedly looked at the gray-clad figure next to him furtively. He was confused as to why she did not make a move yet. Her target was clearly Duan Ling Tian, right? He thought to himself, don't tell me the old lady can't bear to make a move because of how good-looking he is. Although the martial competition of the 16 counties had ended, the spectators still remained in their seats, discussing among themselves. Naturally, their discussions revolved around Duan Ling Tian. Most of them were curious about his potential and how far he would go. Would he become a peak celestial duke? Just as expected, Duan Ling Tian from 9 Spectres County won the martial competition of the 16 counties. He appeared just in time. If he had appeared an hour later, he would have missed winning the competition. To be able to witness Duan Ling Tian's strength really made the trip here worthwhile. Based on his strength, he'll definitely go far beyond expectations. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, it won't be a problem for him to go beyond the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. With his innate talent, if everything goes well, he'll be a Celestial Duke at the very least and won't have a problem settling in a high-ranked Celestial Kingdom. A Celestial Duke is much stronger than an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. It's said that even among the high-ranked Celestial Kingdoms, there might not even be one Celestial Duke. To most of the people present on the scene, a Celestial Duke was someone they only heard about in rumors. At least, in the territories under King Qin's mansion, a Celestial Duke had never publicly appeared before in the last few hundred years. Seems like the old lady isn't here. Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief as he checked for her presence from the air. However, just as he was about to turn and join the people from 9 Spectres County, a hoarse and cold voice rang in the air. Although the voice was not loud, it drowned out all the spectators' voices. Duan Ling Tian, are you Duan Ling Tian from the Black Dragon Army in Bloody Spectre City? The spectators were momentarily stunned before they began to search for the mysterious speaker. Who was it? In just a moment, a gray figure emerged from the group of people from Fair Mountain County. What does he want to do? The members of Fair Mountain County were confused. Only the county governor, Wang Lingqi, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gloating expression. The gray figure discarded its robe and revealed an old lady in plain robes. She seemed to be in her 70s. She did not waste any time and stepped into the air, making her way to Duan Ling Tian. She must be the old lady that City Governor Lu mentioned. She's definitely stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. She's, at least, comparable to King Qin from King Qin's mansion. Duan Ling Tian thought. When the old lady had called out to him earlier, he had tried to escape immediately but to no avail. An invisible and powerful force seemed to have surrounded him and bound him. Although the force did not seem particularly dense, he was no match for its power at all. An ordinary overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial would not be capable of making him feel this way. Only someone stronger than an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial could render him so helpless. Tiangu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, exclaimed, "It's you." He was shocked by the gray figure's true identity. His previously elated expression had changed to one of fear when he saw the old lady. The old lady had come to see him a year ago in the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, looking for Duan Ling Tian. With just her aura, she had injured him. Due to this, he estimated the old lady was at least on par with a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Shish, she's here all this time. She's even hiding among Wang Qiling's people. He did not expect the old lady was the gray figure who stood with Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain Count. The old lady suddenly came to a halt. She tilted her head and looked at Tiangu with a glint in her eyes. She said lightly, "Oh, I've almost forgotten about you. When I last saw you, I remember you said Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be competing in the martial competition of the 16 counties, right?" Her cold eyes were narrowed as she spoke. Senior. Tiangu clearly sensed her killing intent. He panicked and hastily replied, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. I truly didn't know Duan Ling Tian would appear. I swear, although he was in King Qin's mansion and King Qin was present, he did not feel safe at all. King Qin was an ordinary overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, however, the old lady was likely stronger than King Qin. Even if their strength was on par with each other, King Qin probably would not make a move to save him. After all, he was a mere insignificant subordinate. Chapter 2698 To trade one's life for another. Is that so? The old lady smirked coldly when she heard Tian Jiyu's reply. I remember you requested to wait for an hour for Duan Ling Tian's arrival. If you didn't know he'd appeared, why would you make such a request? Do you think I'm a fool? The old lady's voice turned icier as she spoke. Tian Jiyu felt as though winter had arrived. Blood drained from his face, and he turned pale. He stammered, at a loss for words, Senior. The old lady scoffed with a glint in her eyes. However, she remained motionless. In the next moment, Tian Jiyu shuddered for a brief moment before a bloody hole bloomed on his glabella, and just like that, he was dead. Tian Jiyu's corpse fell to the ground with a loud boom. The sound echoed through the deathly silent arena. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, was dead. The crowd inhaled sharply as they witnessed Tian Jiyu's death. No one expected the county governor of Nine Spectres County would die in the presence of King Qin in King Qin's mansion. County governor. The people from Nine Spectres County cried out when they regained their senses. The inner estate elders, Pang Bing and Zheng Chu, glanced at Tian Jiyu's corpse before turning to look at the old lady who had continued making her way to Duan Ling Tian in the air. Their expressions were extremely grim at this moment. Pang Bing asked through voice transmission, Zheng Chu, it's impossible even for King Qin to kill Lord County Governor in such a manner, right? This old lady is stronger than King Qin, Zheng Chu replied through voice transmission. Do you recall when King Qin appeared earlier, she did not even greet or pay respect to him? Now that you mentioned it. At that time, the tension was palpable between King Qin and the old lady. However, it seemed that King Qin had let the matter go after Wang Qi-ling said the old lady was deaf and mute. Pang Bing said. Deaf and mute, do you think is a subordinate of King Qin, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, would dare lie to King Qin because of an outsider? In my opinion, he was instructed by King Qin to say the old lady's deaf and mute, Zheng Chu replied. Instructed by King Qin, Pang Bing was puzzled. Why would he do something like that? It's likely King Qin knows the old lady is stronger than him or she has an extraordinary background. He ordered Wang Qi-ling to say the old lady is deaf and mute to save himself the embarrassment. After all, there are so many people present on the scene, Zheng Chu said knowingly. No wonder King Qin didn't make a move even after the old lady killed Lord County Governor, Pang Bing said with a sigh as he glanced at the curtained area. Hidden behind the curtains, Qin Yu's expression turned grim as he watched the old lady make her way in the air toward Duan Ling Tian. He knew this celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had come for his friend, Duan Ling Tian. Based on his uncle's words, it seemed like she had come to kill Duan Ling Tian. Every step the old lady took was like a heavy stomp to his heart, and it made him tremble in fear. Not only was Duan Ling Tian his friend, but Duan Ling Tian had even saved his life before. Now that Duan Ling Tian was in danger, all he could do was watch helplessly. It made him feel terrible. He turned to look at King Qin and pleaded, Eldest uncle. Please help Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, the third prince forced a smile on his face and said helplessly, The old lady is a celestial duke. You saw how she killed the county governor of Nine Spectres County. If your eldest uncle has 2 breakthroughs and ascended 2 levels, he still wouldn't be able to kill the county governor in such a manner. The power of a celestial duke is beyond your imagination. Although the third prince was a peak great overarching golden celestial who was peerless among those below overarching heavenly supreme celestials, in front of a celestial duke, he was just like an ant. The old lady could kill him as easily as she had killed Tian Jiyu. King Qin sighed and said, It's not that I don't want to help him, but I can't. There was no doubt that it was humiliating to him that the celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had killed his subordinate, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, in front of so many people. However, he could not even muster up any anger because he knew it was pointless. Not only was he not a match for the celestial duke, but the sect she was from, the compassionate celestial traveler sect, was not a force he could afford to offend either. That sect was even stronger than a high-ranked celestial kingdom. As soon as King Qin finished speaking, Qin Yu had left the area like a gust of wind, appearing in front of Duan Ling Tian to shield him. Unlike Duan Ling Tian who was bound by the old lady's energy, he could move freely since he was not bound. Qin Yu, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in surprise. Then, he quickly said through voice transmission, Qin Yu, leave at once before she vents her anger on you. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Although he knew Qin Yu would not be able to help him out of his predicament, he was still touched by Qin Yu's actions. He knew Qin Yu must have pleaded with his eldest uncle, King Qin, to help him. However, seeing that Qin Yu had appeared alone, it meant that King Qin refused to help. However, it was more likely that King Qin could not help because he knew he was no match for the old lady. Qin Yu, naturally, did not believe Duan Ling Tian when he said he was fine. He had seen the killing intent in the old lady's eyes. It was clear she could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian, grind his bones into ashes, and scatter them in the air. He was certain the old lady would not grant Duan Ling Tian an easy death like how she had killed Tianji. He was, naturally, trembling inwardly in fear when faced with the old woman. He said haltingly, Senior, in what way did Duan Ling Tian offend you? If you're willing to let him go, I'd promise you anything that's within my capability. Even if you want my life, I won't have any complaints. How could he not be afraid? He was just an ordinary golden celestial. Let alone a celestial duke, even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial or overarching heavenly supreme celestial could crush him like an ant. The old lady probably needed to blow at him with her celestial origin energy, and he would die. Despite all that, he steeled himself and spoke up for Duan Ling Tian. The old lady was prepared to kill Qin Yu for obstructing her way. However, she paused when she heard Qin Yu was willing to trade his life for Duan Ling Tian. She temporarily dismissed the idea of killing Qin Yu. She asked, perplexed, "You're willing to trade your life for his?" The Devata realms were places where the strong was revered and the weak were prey. It was a dog-eat-dog world. It was extremely rare for someone to sacrifice themselves for another person. Moreover, humans were inherently selfish. As long as you promise me that you won't kill him, I'm willing to die in his place. Qin Yu replied solemnly. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, the old lady's eyes turned ice cold. Since you wish to trade your life for his, then, so be it. A powerful energy surged out of her body and violently swept toward Qin Yu before it shrouded him. As a celestial duke, just her plain energy was enough to severely injure or kill an ordinary great overarching golden celestial, let alone an ordinary golden celestial. Senior, please show mercy. Please show mercy. As soon as the old lady's energy shrouded Qin Yu, two voices cried out in unison from behind the curtains. Two figures flew out from behind the curtains. They were none other than King Qin and the third prince from King Qin's mansion. Both men had swiftly come out to rescue Qin Yu. After all, Qin Yu's father was their fourth brother. Moreover, Qin Yu's father had saved their lives more than once. Now that their fourth brother's son was facing death, how could they stand aside and do nothing? Chapter 2699 Liar. King Qin and the third prince soared into the air toward Qin Yu to save him. The old lady snorted. She raised her hand, and a vast and tremendous energy swept out, leaving ripples in its wake. It could be seen how powerful the force was based on the ripples of shockwaves that swept through the surroundings. The stability in Devata realms was much more stable compared to the mundane realms. One needed to be much stronger than an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial to create a ripple in space. Two loud explosions rang in the air as King Qin and the third prince who were heading toward Qin Yu were sent flying back at a high speed. They were severely injured and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The dignified and noble air around them seemed to have disappeared at that moment. The spectators could only watch in disbelief and fear. Those who were seated in the normal area were all subordinates of King Qin's mansion, whereas those who were seated in the VIP area, like the Flying Dragon sect, were forces to be reckoned with in the territories of King Qin's mansion. Unbelievable. King Qin and the third prince. They can't even take a strike from the old lady. This is not happening. Is it? King Qin was the only overarching heavenly supreme celestial in all the territories of King Qin's mansion. He was generally acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse and revered like a god by many under King Qin's mansion's rule. And yet, he was easily defeated by the old lady with just a strike. Who was this old lady? Qin Yu. Duan Ling Tian cried out. He wanted to save Qin Yu as well, but his reaction was much slower compared to King Qin and the third prince. Moreover, he was bound. Duan Ling Tian, if there's an afterlife, I hope to be your friend again. Qin Yu grinned. Then, he closed his eyes and stepped out to meet the old lady's attack without flinching. He felt relieved that at this moment, he was finally able to repay Duan Ling Tian for saving him. Qin Yu. Duan Ling Tian cried out in despair. He regretted his selfish decision. Why did he not leave when he had the chance? If he had left, Qin Yu would not have to die in vain. In just a brief moment, He could clearly sense the old lady's energy that had shrouded Qin Yu seemed to have been dispersed. Even then, the remnants of her dispersed energy were still powerful enough to send Qin Yu flying back a dozen steps. His face was pale after he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, his injuries did not seem to be life-threatening. "Qin Yu, are you all right?" Duan Lingtian asked worriedly as he held onto Qin Yu. I'm fine." Qin Yu shook his head. He looked at the old lady in confusion. Why did the old lady disperse her attack at the last moment and did not kill him? "You're really willing to die for him?" The old lady sneered. Despite that, she was quite impressed by Qin Yu. When she was young, she had a friend who had sacrificed his life to save her. For this reason, she had a deep respect for people like Qin Yu. She had only attacked Qin Yu to test his sincerity. "Senior, you won't renege on your promise, will you?" Qin Yu was afraid the old lady would go back on her words and kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, King Qin and the third prince arrived near Qin Yu and Duan Lingtian. Although they were severely injured, it did not stop them from shielding Qin Yu and Duan Lingtian. "Senior, although I don't know how my nephew's friend has offended your respected sect leader, I'm willing to do anything to resolve the enmity between your sect leader and him if it's within my capability." "Sect leader?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. "This old lady's from a sect. Then, based on King Qin's words, she's sent by her sect leader to kill me." The old lady completely ignored King Qin and looked at Qin Yu as she spoke. "Boy, if there's enmity between us, I would spare your friend's life based on your sincerity to die on his behalf. However, I came to kill him on the order of the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Therefore, he must die today. No one can stop me." Her voice grew colder and colder as she reached the end of her sentence. "The compassionate celestial traveler sect? Is that Mirong Bing's sect? This old lady must be from the same sect as her," Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he shuddered. The spectators were astonished as well when it was revealed that the old lady was from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, the sect was well known among them. The compassionate celestial traveler sect. This old lady is a powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The compassionate celestial traveler sect is a formidable sect that's even stronger than high-ranked celestial kingdoms. They have many powerhouses who are celestial dukes. So, a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect came all the way to King Qin's mansion in Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom just to kill Duan Lingtian. Who is Duan Lingtian? The spectators heatedly discussed this among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. Duan Lingtian's background is questionable. Like I said, how's it possible for such a peerless genius to appear in King Qin's mansion? Indeed, never in the history of King Qin's mansion was there a powerhouse who was younger than 100 years old with strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian must belong to an opposing faction of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. He somehow ended up in King Qin's mansion as he was hunted by powerhouses from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. That must be it. The spectators' speculation was, naturally, wrong. However, they could not be blamed. After all, this was the most logical reason they could come up with. With this, it even explained how a peerless talent had appeared in their insignificant kingdom. Moreover, there were many great overarching golden celestials who were less than 100 years old in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Therefore, the opposing sect of a sect like the compassionate celestial traveler sect would have many peerless geniuses as well. Duan Lingtian was about to ask the old lady if Mirong Bing was from the compassionate celestial traveler sect when Qin Yu said, "Senior, is there a misunderstanding between my friend and your respected sect leader?" Although he could see the old lady was determined to kill Duan Lingtian, he could not help but try his luck again. "As far as I know, my friend is not a native of the spirit overarching heaven. He has only ascended here less than 5 years ago. How's it possible for him to provoke your respected sect leader?" He was truly baffled. How did Duan Lingtian, who had just ascended less than 5 years ago, manage to provoke the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? By right, it should be impossible for them to cross paths. He only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years. The old lady was shocked and baffled by Qin Yu's words. Even King Qin and the third prince were shocked. The spectators were abuzz again upon hearing Qin Yu's words. What? Duan Lingtian had ascended here, and he's only been here for less than 5 years. How is that possible? From his aura, there's no doubt he's younger than 100 years old. If he had just ascended, he should only be a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial when he first arrived here. For a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial to possess the strength of a great overarching Golden Celestial in less than 5 years is just a joke. Even if a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial has mastered celestial methods, divine abilities, and were given the best cultivation resources and environment King Qin's mansion has to offer, it's still an impossible feat. Qin Yu must be lying. He must be lying so the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial would spare Duan Lingtian. In the end, all of the spectators came to the conclusion that Qin Yu was only lying to save Duan Lingtian's life. After all, his words were too preposterous to believe. The old lady stared at Qin Yu coldly as she said pointedly, "Boy, I admire your courage, but it doesn't mean you can treat me as a fool." Chapter 2700 Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. Senior, I'm not lying. Qin Yu forced a smile as the old lady gazed at him coldly. He felt helpless as the old lady refused to believe him. Duan Lingtian had only transcended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago. I, Qin Yu, can attest to that, Qin Yu said earnestly. The old lady continued to stare deeply into Qin Yu's eyes, in search of even the slightest hint of guilt, as he met her gaze unflinchingly. Soon enough, she decided he was not lying. She wondered skeptically, is what this young lad said true? At this moment, Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice, "Do you know Murong?" Bing, Murong Bing. The old lady instantly shifted her attention to Duan Lingtian. She glared at him and sneered. "It seems like you do know Miss Bing is from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect after all. You should know the reason for your death then." Her killing intent spiked as she reached the end of her sentence. "So she's from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect." Duan Lingtian smiled. He had been looking for information about Murong Bing ever since they had separated. Then, he asked, "Does she know you came here to kill me?" "A man who's about to die doesn't need to know much." The old lady snorted coldly. Her celestial origin energy surged out like a beast on a rampage and caught the 4 men off guard, sending flying back in the distance. After Qin Yu stabilized his footing, he discovered something was amiss. His expression changed drastically as he cried out, "Duan Lingtian." Although Duan Lingtian was sent flying back as well, a grin remained on his face, and he did not lose his composure at all. He thought to himself, "It seems like she's unaware of this." The expression on the old lady's face was unsightly when she saw Duan Lingtian was still able to smile in this situation. She was, naturally, displeased. She exclaimed with an earth-shattering voice, "Die." The old lady's celestial origin energy began to surge out from her body again and loomed like dark clouds over Duan Lingtian before they shrouded him. At this moment, he was like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Suddenly, the dark clouds began to shrink as though it was being compressed by an invisible force. Its power was rising with every passing second. Without any warning, the force crashed onto Duan Lingtian. "You shouldn't dawdle here," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Go back to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and tell your sect leader that one day, I'll personally bring betrothal gifts to the sect and marry Murong Bing." The old lady frowned as she had sensed something was amiss. Her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, The Shadow Void Escaping Talisman." At the same time, the rolling clouds from the old lady's celestial origin energy that had been brewing had reached its peak. It exploded. A huge mushroom cloud appeared immediately. Terrifying shockwaves rippled out from the mushroom cloud in all directions. The shockwaves swept through the arena, killing most of the young powerhouses that were less than 100 years old from the 16 counties. Only a handful of them managed to survive. Even the elders and revered elders from the 16 counties could barely save themselves as they were severely injured. Only those county governors who were great overarching golden celestials were capable of protecting the young powerhouses. Nevertheless, they had their limitations as well. When push came to shove, they only protected those with high potential. At the spectator seats, the elders and revered elders of the Soaring Wind County were gravely injured. Their county governor, Chu Tingzan, could only protect his children, Chu Yan and Chu Yu. The rest of the young powerhouses that came along had all died. The other counties all shared the same fate as well. Their elders and revered elders were severely injured, and the young powerhouses with the highest potential survived under the protection of their county governors. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the remaining top 9 powerhouses of the martial competition of the 16 counties were the only young powerhouses who managed to survive. All 16 counties sitting at the spectator seats had suffered a great loss, however, none suffered greater than 9 specters county. After all, TNGU, their county governor and the only great overarching golden celestial in their county, had died. Only a few elders, revered elders, and inner estate elders such as Peng Bing and Zheng Chu survived. The rest of the young powerhouses had died from the backlash. The people at the VIP seats were fortunate since there were no deaths among them. Only a few people suffered minor injuries. Seated among the VIPs were members from different sects and clans that were in the territories of King Qin's mansion. They were stronger and more resourceful than the 16 counties of King Qin's mansion and had more great overarching golden celestials among them. The crowd at the VIP seats owed their lives to those great overarching golden celestials. Meanwhile, those from King Qin's mansion were safe as well. King Qin and the third prince had protected Qin Yu with ease. The master of ceremony for the martial competition of the 16 counties was a great overarching golden celestial as well. It would have been easy for him to protect himself if not for the fact that he was standing closer to the point of explosion. For this reason, he sustained minor injuries. The members of King Qin's mansion who were sitting behind the curtains in the VIP area were unharmed. Even 9 snow-white horses with strength comparable to Violet Sun Golden Celestial were unharmed due to the protection from a few great overarching golden celestials from King Qin's mansion. In the sky above the arena, the shock waves continued to ripple out to all directions from the mushroom cloud, leaving destruction in its wake. The spectators' seats were in ruins. Only rubble and debris were left. The spectators were forced to take flight into the sky due to this. After a while, as the mushroom cloud slowly dispersed, a strong gust of wind blew past. Finally, everything became deathly still. The damage done was devastating. Everything was in ruins except for the arena and the area concealed behind the curtains. At this moment, everyone's attention turned to the old lady in plain robes who was hovering in the sky. She looked just like an unassuming old lady, who knew she would cause everyone present to be filled with fear. The powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect is truly terrifying. Such destructive power. It's really terrifying. Most importantly, it wasn't even a direct attack at us, it was just the backlash from the attack to Duan Ling Tian. Even a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial isn't this strong, right? This old lady should be a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The spectators whispered to one another. It was clear she was stronger than overarching heavenly supreme celestial, so she had to be a celestial duke at least. Is he dead? Chu Yu from the Soaring Wind County looked at the sky anxiously, and yet, she could not see the figure she longed to see. He must have survived the attack. If he's dead, there would be traces left behind. Didn't you see there's no blood at all? Chu Yan said as he shook his head. Chu Yu surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, there was no blood. If Duan Ling Tian was killed, even if he was blasted into ashes, there would still be a mist of blood left behind. Since there was none, it was likely that Duan Ling Tian did not die. Before the old lady's celestial origin energy peaked, she seemed surprised. I think I heard her say, Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. If I'm right, during the critical moment, Duan Ling Tian had used the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman and escaped, Chu Tingzan said in a hushed voice. The gentle and elegant scholar had a gloomy expression on his face since 28 of his young powerhouses had died from the shockwaves. Up in the sky, Qin Yu, who was protected by his uncles, King Qin and the third prince, finally regained his senses. He searched around frantically with his eyes for his friend, Duan Ling Tian, as he called out urgently, Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry, he's fine. King Qin patted Qin Yu's shoulder as he said, during the critical moment, he used a Shadow Void Escaping Talisman to escape from here. Chapter 2701 Qin Yu's Helplessness. Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. Qin Yu sighed in relief when he learned that Duan Ling Tian managed to escape. However, at the same time, he could not help but look at King Qin skeptically. After all, it was his first time hearing about the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. Shadow Void Escaping Talismans are celestial talismans that celestial kings inscribe with great difficulty. The success rate of inscribing one was quite low. Possessing a Shadow Void Escaping Talisman is the same as one life-saving opportunity against a celestial king or below. As long as your opponent is not stronger than a celestial king, as long you're able to activate it before they kill you, they can only watch helplessly as you escape. King Qin explained as he looked at the old woman standing in the distance. At this moment, the expression on the old lady's wizened face was extremely sinister. She suddenly turned around and looked at King Qin pointedly as she asked, the shadow void escaping talisman. Was it your work? She looked as though she was ready to kill him as soon as he answered in the affirmative. Senior, do you really think I possess a shadow void escaping talisman? King Qin smiled bitterly with a hint of helplessness. As the lord of King Qin's mansion, he was usually aloof and revered by all. However, at this moment, this old man had to soften his attitude because the old lady was too strong. She was a celestial duke after all. It would be as easy as flipping a palm for her to kill him. At this moment, most of the spectators also realized that Duan Ling Tian did not die. Duan Ling Tian didn't die. How's that possible? He was shrouded in that terrifying energy, how could he not die? How did he even survive? Duan Ling Tian didn't die. It seems like he used the shadow void escaping talisman. The shadow void escaping talisman. That talisman can only be inscribed by celestial kings or those who are stronger. Moreover, the success rate of inscribing one by a celestial king is less than 1%, right? Right. It's said if one uses the talisman, one can easily escape from celestial kings and those who are weaker. The talismans are extremely rare and precious. These celestial talismans are a rarity even in a high-ranked celestial kingdom. How did Duan Ling Tian get his hands on one? Everyone was shocked by the fact that Duan Ling Tian possessed a shadow void celestial talisman and had even used it to successfully and easily escape. It seems like Duan Ling Tian really didn't come from a normal background. Not only did he escape the elite from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, but he had escaped using a priceless talisman like the shadow void escaping celestial talismans. There's no doubt he must be from an opposing faction of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. You're right, I wasn't certain before. However, after seeing this, I'm convinced Duan Ling Tian's from an opposing sect of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Moreover, the sect he's from isn't weak as well, and he must have a high status in the sect. Exactly. Even in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, I'm certain disciples below 100 years old don't have a celestial talisman as precious as the shadow void escaping talisman. At this moment, the old lady who was hovering above the arena turned her cold gaze to Qin Yu and asked with a sneer, "Earlier, you said he had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago." Senior, I really didn't lie to you. Although he was in a predicament now, he was still glad Duan Ling Tian was able to successfully escape. How's it possible for someone who had just ascended less than 5 years ago has strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial and also possesses a shadow void escaping celestial talisman? Do you think I'm a fool? The old lady's voice and eyes turned increasingly cold, causing Qin Yu to turn pale and feel as though winter had arrived early. Senior, I'm really not lying to you. The bitter smile on Qin Yu's face deepened even more. The old lady's eyes did not look away from Qin Yu's face, trying to see if he was lying. However, to her surprise, she discovered there were no signs of him lying. Even when she increased her pressure on him, he had unexpectedly remained steadfast and did not look the slightest bit guilty. This made her mood darken. Is it possible that Brad really only ascended less than 5 years ago? If it's true, then, with his future potential, I'm afraid even our sect can't deal with him later. The old lady knew it was not impossible for a peerless genius to appear in a Devata realm and achieve strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial in less than 5 years after his ascension. However, geniuses like that were extremely rare in all Devata realms. This kind of monstrous genius usually received some inheritance, techniques, or weapons from a Devata realm while they were in the mundane realms. From the get-go, these individuals had to be extraordinary. After all, there were many people in the mundane realms. Even if one obtained high-rank techniques or weapons from an outstanding faction in a Devata realm, one might not necessarily be able to obtain strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial within 5 years after ascending while being younger than 100 years old. Since Duan Ling Tian was less than 100 years old, there was no way he was a bodiless celestial when he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Bodiless celestials instantly became golden celestials as soon as they ascended, while non-bodiless celestials became heavenly celestials when they ascended. If I find out that you lied to me in the future, I won't only cut your body into 1,000 pieces, I'll grind your bones to dust, and let the entire King Qin's mansion accompany you to your grave. The old lady said to Qin Yu icily. As soon as she finished speaking, her body blurred for a fleeting moment before she disappeared without a trace. Let alone the high-ranking officials from King Qin's mansion, the old lady's parting words caused King Qin and the third prince's expressions to change greatly as well. All of them, without any exception, felt that Qin Yu had lied to the old lady. After all, they did not think it was possible that Duan Ling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago. Qin Yu must think he's so smart for successfully lying to the old lady. I'm afraid he's going to drag the entire King Qin's mansion down to hell with him. He's really too much. How can someone who's younger than 100 years old and had only ascended less than 5 years ago possess this kind of strength? That compassionate celestial traveler sect's elite had already warned that she would kill him and everyone in King Qin's mansion if she finds out that he's lying. This Qin Yu is simply a jinx to King Qin's mansion. As soon as he returns, he puts the mansion in unprecedented danger. Moreover, the level of danger is the threat of annihilation. In the surroundings, everyone in the VIP areas, except for Flying Dragon sect, began to blame and condemn Qin Yu. They all thought he was the cause of King Qin's mansion being on the verge of annihilation. Even the members of King Qin's mansion felt the same. Conner, Yu, King Qin and the third prince only looked at Qin Yu with a helpless expression on their faces. If it had been their sons or daughters who brought such danger to King Qin's mansion, they would have already slapped their children at the very least. However, Qin Yu was their fourth brother's son, eldest uncle, third uncle. Since the elite from the compassionate celestial traveler sect has left, is there still a need for me to lie to you? Duan Ling Tian truly only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago, Qin Yu could only explain bitterly as he saw the apprehension in King Qin and the third prince's eyes. He did not blame them for having a hard time believing his words. After all, it truly sounded far-fetched. He did not dwell on the old lady's warning since he had a clear conscience and did not lie. Conner, you're really telling the truth. The third prince frowned. He did not expect his nephew would continue to insist that Duan Ling Tian had only ascended less than 5 years ago. It was just like Qin Yu said, now that the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had left, there was no need for Qin Yu to lie to them. Qin Yu studied the surroundings before he said, eldest uncle, third uncle, why don't you deal with the matters here first? I'll tell you all I know about Duan Ling Tian once you're done attending to your businesses. There were too many people around, which meant there were many ears around. He had no intention of revealing Duan Ling Tian's secrets in front of so many people. Previously, he had brought up that Duan Ling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago in hopes of convincing the old lady that she had found the wrong person. Let alone having enmity, how did Duan Ling Tian and the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's paths even intersect? However, afterward, when Duan Ling Tian mentioned a girl named Mu Rongbing, he knew then that the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect did not mistake Duan Ling Tian for someone else. However, apart from that, he had no idea what caused the hostility between the compassionate celestial traveler sect and Duan Ling Tian, and Qin Yu had no idea Duan Ling Tian had a shadow void escaping talisman inscribed by celestial kings. If he had known this, he would have never outed the fact that Duan Ling Tian had only ascended less than 5 years ago if he had known this. After all, because of the reveal, he had brought on more danger to Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2702 A Million Miles Away. Qin Yu simply panicked earlier, that was why he had blurted out the fact that Duan Ling Tian had only ascended less than 5 years ago. Otherwise, he would not have done it. After all, revealing that fact would only bring more harm than good to Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, although King Qin and the third prince still felt a bit skeptical, they nodded before sweeping their gazes at the people in the surroundings. Apart from the guests in the VIP seat who hardly suffered, most of the people in the general seat who came from the 16 counties barely survived. The third prince stepped forward and said apologetically, "Ladies and gentlemen, King Qin's mansion did not expect a disaster like that to happen today. We'd like to offer our apologies. Your Grace, the third prince, is being too polite." Seeing the second in command of King Qin's mansion personally apologizing, many people from the big sects and clans in the territories of King Qin's mansion waved their hands dismissively. Today's accident was not something King Qin's mansion could have expected, nor was it something the mansion would have liked to see happen. For these reasons, there's no need for you to apologize. Right, third prince, today's accident is all because of the compassionate celestial traveler sect's powerhouse. It's understandable that King Qin's mansion couldn't intervene. After all, the sect is even more powerful than a high-ranked celestial kingdom. Third prince, do you know what's the cultivation base of that powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect? She's a celestial duke, right? Based on their words, it was clear they did not blame King Qin's mansion for the incident today. In fact, it seemed like they were more curious about how powerful the old lady was in her cultivation base. Faced with everyone's questions and expectant expressions, the third prince sighed and somewhat helplessly said, "That senior is a core elder of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. She's, indeed, a celestial duke." Celestial duke. As soon as the third prince's words died out, the entire place fell silent. Although many of them had speculated the old lady was a celestial duke, to have it confirmed was a different story. After they regained their senses, some of them inhaled sharply and some gulped audibly. Those from the big sects and clans in the territories of King Qin's mansion discussed among themselves excitedly. To them, being able to see a celestial duke in action was something to brag about. So, she's really a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It's been over 100 years since a celestial duke made an appearance in King Qin's mansion, right? This trip to the mansion isn't a waste after all. To think we would encounter a celestial duke during the martial competition of the 16 counties. Someone chuckled. "Wait until we return. I'm going to tell everyone I saw a celestial duke in action. I bet many people are going to feel envious and regret not coming." Seeing this scene, the third prince stared blankly at them for a moment before he finally cleared his throat to get their attention. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, King Qin's mansion has a few matters to attend to. If any of you prefer to rest for a few days in King's City, please let us know, and we'll make arrangements for it. If you plan to leave now, I'll see you off King's City." Someone laughed before saying, "Third prince, I'm in a hurry to return to my sect so I won't be staying. There's no need to trouble yourself to see us off." Many people echoed this person's words as laughter rang in the air. Soon after, many figures flew up into the sky, swiftly leaving King Qin's mansion. "Third prince, I'm also in a hurry to return. Farewell, farewell, third prince." It did not take long before most people had left. Seeing a celestial duke in action made these members of big sects and clans excited to return so they could recount what happened. Soon after, the only people left in the ruins were the members of King Qin's mansion and his subordinates from the 16 counties. King Qin looked at the 15 county governors and the revered elders, 2 inner estate elders, and elders from 9 specters city before he said solemnly, "Today's accident was surely not this king's will. Each county has suffered a great loss. For this reason, apart from the previously promised reward for the top 10 participants of the martial competition of the 16 counties, I will also bestow a mediocre great overarching pill to each county." Upon hearing his words, the people from the 16 counties who had dejected expressions on their faces brightened up immediately. Their eyes shone, and their breathing began to quicken in excitement. Since the people from the 16 counties were the direct subordinates of King Qin's mansion, it was easy to deal with them via the carrot-stick approach, after making temporary arrangements for them to stay in the guest rooms in King Qin's mansion. King Qin and the third prince led Qin Yu to the central main hall of the mansion. The central main hall of King Qin's mansion was exceptional with dazzling decorations and displays, causing Qin Yu, who came here for the first time, to fall into a momentary daze. When had he ever seen such an extravagant hall? There are only 3 of us here now. No matter what you have to say, you can speak without any hesitation here," the third prince said to Qin Yu. Although King Qin remained silent, he nodded along when the third prince spoke, clearly showing Qin Yu his approval and encouraging him to speak. Qin Yu nodded slightly before he recounted everything he knew about Duan Ling Tian without concealing anything. At this point, he knew he could not conceal anything. Otherwise, his uncles would only suspect him even more. After hearing Qin Yu's words, King Qin and the third prince exchanged a glance and could see the shock and incredulity in each other's eyes. If they did not hear this from Qin Yu, they would have a hard time believing it. How was it possible that someone who had just ascended less than 5 years ago and was not even 100 years old capable of such astonishing feats? Based on your words, it's probable that Duan Ling Tian had an extremely fortuitous encounter in the mundane realm. This also explains why and how he possesses a shadow void escaping talisman that has to be inscribed by a celestial king, at least, the third prince said. Duan Ling Tian's future is boundless. Kunur, it's your good fortune for being able to become his friend, King Qin said as he looked at Qin Yu. Although King Qin and the third prince still felt Qin Yu's words were outrageous, they no longer doubted him. After all, it would take little to no effort to verify Qin Yu's story. They had no reason to believe he was lying. Moreover, he had also encouraged them to verify his words. Qin Yu said worriedly, "Currently, I'm only worried if he'll be caught by that powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It's unlikely for him to have a second shadow void escaping talisman, right? Although Duan Ling Tian had managed to escape from right under the nose of the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, he still could not help but worry about Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry, the third prince patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, the shadow void escaping talisman is a celestial talisman that has to be inscribed by a celestial king, at least. These talismans aren't simple. Once it's activated, it would carry the person a million miles away. Apart from that, it would leave traces of users in many directions to mislead the pursuers. For this reason, there's no need for you to feel worried. Qin Yu nodded slightly. I feel assured hearing this. After a brief pause, Qin Yu's eyes flashed as though he had just recalled something. Eldest uncle, third uncle, what's the real objective of the martial competition of the 16 counties? You're not letting them return just like that after deciding on the top 10 participants, right? Of course, not. The third prince shook his head and smiled. Do you really think King Qin's mansion has prepared such generous rewards without any rhyme or reason? Qin Yu asked curiously, then, what's the reason? A million miles away from King Qin's mansion, on a desolate mountain. What's this place? A wretched-looking purple-clad young man flew out of the mountain as he surveyed his surroundings. His robes were incredibly tattered as though he had just escaped from some big battle. However, this did not detract from his handsome appearance and exceptional bearing. This young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had just escaped from King Qin's mansion. Under the nose of the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect's expert, Duan Ling Tian lamented to himself when he thought about the shadow void escaping talisman he had just used. My life-saving measure is gone. Until I'm able to obtain another shadow void escaping talisman, I absolutely can't put myself in such a dangerous situation again. Chapter 2703 The Despairing Illusory Realm. About half a year ago, right before Duan Ling Tian left Nine Spectres County, he had visited Bloody Spectre City. Bloody Spectre City was the place he had ascended to when he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Before he left Nine Spectres County for good, he had decided to visit Lu Fengjiyu, the county governor of Bloody Spectre City. It was also from Lu Fengjiyu that he had learned that an old lady had come to the city to look for him with ill intention. Most importantly, he learned that the old lady was extremely powerful. For this reason, when he left Bloody Spectre City in Nine Spectre County, he had decided to back out of participating in King Qin's mansion's martial competition of the 16 counties. Duan Ling Tian chanced upon a celestial talisman gathering dust on a roadside stall in a small city in Horse Teeth County, which was also under King Qin's mansion's rule, and paid for it at a mere cost of 10 prominent celestial stones. The celestial talisman turned out to be a shadow void escaping talisman. He only managed to pay such a small price for the treasure due to the vendor's ignorance of the talisman's value. Ever since Duan Ling Tian had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, whether he was in Bloody Spectre City or the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had been studying memory celestial talismans to gain a better understanding of the Devata realms. That was how he had recognized the talisman as a shadow void escaping talisman through some specific markings in the roadside stall. Duan Ling Tian knew that shadow void escaping talisman had to be inscribed by a celestial king, at least. Even then, the success rate was only 1%. Apart from that, the materials needed were rare and expensive as well. Once activated, he knew it could carry the user a million miles away. It could help one to escape from celestial kings and those who were weaker. For this reason, after Duan Ling Tian obtained the shadow void escaping talisman, he changed his mind and decided to attend the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even then, he did not plan to participate in the competition. He was only going to watch the show. Duan Ling Tian, then, decided to attend with a fake identity. For this reason, he joined the Flying Dragon sect and became a revered elder in the sect. With that, he joined the group of people from the Flying Dragon sect to attend the martial competition of the 16 counties. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian truly did not expect the old lady would be lying in wait for him there. However, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, as long as he did not participate in the competition, he would not be exposed. In any case, even if he decided to participate in the competition and exposed himself, he had felt reassured since he had the shadow void escaping talisman. Let alone a mid-ranked celestial kingdom like the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, even the high-ranked celestial kingdoms might not even have a single shadow void escaping talisman. Duan Ling Tian knew how precious the celestial talisman in his possession was. Therefore, if it was not absolutely necessary, he would not use it. At that time, as Duan Ling Tian watched the martial competition of the 16 counties, he found himself vacillating between participating and not participating in the competition. However, it had to be said that he was leaning toward not participating since he would be taking a huge and unnecessary risk. It was when Tianjiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, managed to buy an hour for him that he decided to participate in the competition. If the old lady was not present, then, all would be well. If the old lady was present, well, he thought, worst case scenario, he would just use the Shadow Void Celestial Talisman. Thinking about everything that happened, Duan Ling Tian said with a sigh, I suffered a great loss this time. In any case, I've already fulfilled my promise to County Governor Tian and Elder Zheng Chu. Although Duan Ling Tian felt regretful, he did not let it bother him for long. After all, he knew there was no cure for regret in this world. Since things had turned out this way, there was no point in thinking about the what-ifs. Duan Ling Tian lamented inwardly, it's pity that County Governor Tian died and didn't manage to get his hands on the great overarching pills. He was not particularly saddened since he was not friends with Tianjiyu. They only had a business deal between them. He had no doubt that if Tianjiyu could obtain a great overarching pill by killing him, Tianjiyu would not hesitate to act at all. Therefore, he was not saddened over Tianjiyu's death. He only felt Tianjiyu's death was unfortunate. Just as the great overarching pills were almost in Tianjiyu's grasp, Tianjiyu had died. After a while, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts took a different direction. I can't say the trip is a complete loss. After all, I managed to find out where Mirong Bing is from. As far as he was concerned, his greatest gain from this trip was not winning the competition but finding out where Mirong Bing was from. Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect, I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Duan Ling Tian murmured to himself as that figure from years ago flashed in his mind. He seemed to be lost in his thoughts at this moment. In fact, he had no feelings for Mirong Bing. However, since he and Mirong Bing had sex, and it was also her first time, he felt that as a man, he should take responsibility for it. Since they had sex, Mirong Bing could only be his woman. He would not allow any other man to take her away. Even if Duan Ling Tian did not find out where Mirong Bing was from today, he was certain he would still be able to find her in the future. After all, as his strength improved, he would definitely be able to find her. It might just take a little longer. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt it was not too big a loss to exchange the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman for Mirong Bing's location. As far as he was concerned, a Shadow Void Escaping Talisman was nothing compared to Mirong Bing, whom he had already seen as his woman. Duan Ling Tian had been flying for a long time when he suddenly muttered to himself, what the hell is this place? After flying for so long, there's no end in sight. Even after several days, he was still flying above the desolate mountain. There was no end and beginning in sight at all. Duan Ling Tian saw something flickered in his sight. In just a brief moment, a vast expanse of snow appeared before his eyes. It was as though he had entered a world of ice and snow. He could see snowy peaks in front of him. It looked extremely dazzling. An illusory realm. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to realize he had entered an illusory realm. Moreover, it seemed like an extraordinary illusory realm. If it were not extraordinary, he would have long seen through it and would not have wandered aimlessly in the desolate mountain for days. Let's see if I can break out of it. Illusory realms, like their names suggest, were illusory. To break the illusion, one would have to find the realm's core. Once the core was broken, the illusion would break. This illusory realm is really not simple. After traveling several days and several nights, the scene before Duan Ling Tian changed again. The world of ice and snow vanished and Duan Ling Tian found himself in a boundless grassland. A green expanse laid before him with no end in sight. To find the illusory realm's core in such a place was even harder than finding a needle in the ocean. Therefore, he decided to wait it out. Ascending the heavens, Duan Ling Tian was quite confident that such a brilliant illusory realm definitely had more than 3 illusions. Indeed, it was just as he had expected. After traveling for another few days and nights, a new illusion appeared. This time, he found himself in a lush forest. It was so lifelike that the forest even had beasts that would vanish like smoke as soon as he touched them. He searched the forest thoroughly. Whether it was the plants, flowers, trees, birds, or beasts, he left no rock unturned. He had to find and break the core if he wanted to leave. However, days and nights passed again, and the illusion changed again. And yet, Duan Ling Tian still did not find the core. How can I be so unfortunate? The first time I used the Shadow Void escaping talisman, I ended up in this awful place. It would have been fine if it was an ordinary illusory realm, but it just happens to be an extraordinary one. Duan Ling Tian felt somewhat helpless. Although he had smoothly escaped from the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial travelers sect with the help of Shadow Void celestial talisman, he ended up in this confusing and extraordinary illusory realm. As time passed, the illusions continued to change as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally realized he had no way of finding the location of the core with his current ability. He sighed. It seems like I have no way of breaking out for the time being. At this point, Duan Ling Tian calmly accepted this and no longer struggled. He was aware that his current cultivation base was simply not enough for him to leave this place. Chapter 2704 Huaner. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is quite good. Although it's lacking compared to the stone chamber I had in the latent dragon abyss, it's still much better than most places. Let's just cultivate here for the time being until I have a breakthrough before I try to leave the illusory realm again. Duan Ling Tian sat down cross-legged in the air, uncaring of the changing illusions in his surroundings. He took a celestial pill before a celestial stone appeared in his hand, and he began to cultivate using the crystal clearance tactic. The heaven and earth spirit energy entered Duan Ling Tian's body and circulated around his 99 heavenly veins before it was converted into celestial origin energy. He continued cultivating without giving thought to the passing time as his cultivation base continued to improve. Based on my current cultivation base, it won't take long for me to break through and become an indigo sun golden celestial. In the past year, before he had left 9 Spectres County, after eating the primitive celestial pill, the golden gilded pill, and becoming a green sun golden celestial, he was only a step away from becoming a blue sun golden celestial. His fast progress was all due to the golden gilded pill. Not only did the golden gilded pill help him become a green sun golden celestial, but it also helped him take a step closer to becoming a blue sun golden celestial. However, since the surroundings were ever changing, Duan Ling Tian was not completely immersed in his cultivation. Every time his surroundings changed, he would be woken up from his immersive state. The illusions would change every few days. After half a month had passed, the illusion changed into a moonlit ruin and stopped changing completely. Rubble and debris could be seen everywhere. There were tombstones erected before dilapidated houses as well. All of the tombstones had no names on them. After a month had passed, the illusion still remained the same. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew across the ruin, causing debris and dust to rise in the air. Soon after, a snow-white figure appeared like a ghost before a purple-clad figure sitting cross-legged in the air above the air. The figure studied the purple-clad figure who was immersed in cultivation with limpid eyes. Duan Ling Tian was completely immersed in cultivation, so he was not aware of the ghost-like figure who had appeared before him. However, if he had seen the figure, he would have snapped out of his cultivation and regarded the figure with wariness as though he was facing his enemy. Time gradually passed as Duan Ling Tian continued to cultivate. Meanwhile, the ghost-like figure continued standing in front of Duan Ling Tian, observing him motionlessly. It looked like a white statue. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he was only one step away from becoming a blue sun golden celestial. However, it was difficult to cross this final step. I've reached a bottleneck. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. He finally stretched his limbs before he slowly opened his eyes. The sight that greeted his eyes caused his expression to change drastically as he inhaled sharply. He had seen the white figure standing in front of him. The figure seemed ethereal, as though it did not belong in this world and had a lonely air about it, like a ghost drifting in the wilderness. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he narrowed his eyes and asked, "You? Who are you?" He studied the white figure before him that carried an unworldly air about it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally saw the white figure clearly under the illumination of the clear moonlight. The moment he saw the white figure clearly, his eyes widened immediately. A hint of amazement could be seen in his eyes. It was as though he had seen a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. The white figure belonged to a stunning beauty with a graceful figure. Prior to this, he did not think a beauty like her existed in this world. Her features seemed to be carved by a master artisan. With just her looks alone, she could topple multiple nations. She wore a flimsy white robe that fluttered in the air. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian found it difficult to tear his eyes away from her. He had seen many women, and among them, many were stunning with their own unique bearing. However, until now, he had never seen a woman like the woman standing before him. Although the woman's features were extremely seductive, at the same time, she exuded a pure aura. The contradiction made her even more attractive, and it was something that Duan Ling Tian had never seen before. She seemed like a young girl who had just matured into a woman and stepped out into the world for the first time. Too beautiful. This world actually has such a beauty. Although Duan Ling Tian was usually calm when faced with beauties and had no intention of entangling himself with more women, his heart could not help but skip a few beats when he saw her. It took him a few moments before he finally managed to calm himself down with the help of his strong will. After all, his response to her was just an instinctual male response. Duan Ling Tian could imagine if this woman went out into the world, the men would all fight over, leaving a bloody carnage in her wake. Men would definitely find it difficult to resist her charm. A stunner. An absolute stunner. These words appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Under Duan Ling Tian's watchful eyes, the white-robed woman's limpid eyes flashed briefly as she finally said, "Who are you?" As soon as she spoke, Duan Ling Tian felt himself weakened again. Her voice was as melodious as she was beautiful. After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian forced himself to calm down before he said, "Duan Ling Tian. What about you?" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, the white-robed woman thought about it for a few moments before her lips curved slightly into an indifferent smile. "Me. Ever since I was born, mother called me Huaner. You can call me Huaner as well, I supposed." Huaner. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly before he asked, "What about your mother?" Hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Huaner lowered her head and sighed. "Mother left long ago. She told me to stay here before she left. She said the first person I don't dislike can bring me out. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting until you came." As she spoke, she looked at Duan Ling Tian with keen eyes. She continued to say, "Mother told me the outside world is very fun, but she had never taken me with her. Later, she had left. However, because of her words, I didn't dare to leave this place. After all, if mother finds out I left this place, she would get very angry with me." A fearful expression appeared on her face as she said, "Mother can be terrifying when she's angry." Duan Ling Tian was baffled. "Your mother said before she left that it doesn't matter who, as long as you don't dislike them, they can bring you out." After a moment, he asked again, "Don't tell me nobody has come here before." "No, there were," Huaner said as she turned her limpid eyes toward the nameless tombstones. "Every one of these tombstones represents the people who came here. Amongst them were women like Huaner and men like you whom mother told me about. 1 woman and 8 men. Mother told me that woman's gaze was filled with envy. Huaner disliked that gaze, so Huaner killed her." Duan Ling Tian could only smile bitterly when he heard Huaner's words. Apart from a select few confident women, were there any women who would not be envious of Huaner? Huaner continued to say, "The gazes of the 8 men disgusted Huaner, so Huaner killed them as well." From the beginning until the end, when Huaner spoke about her killings, it seemed as though she was talking about the weather. "Only your gaze is clean and pure. Huaner doesn't dislike you, so you must be the person mother said who can bring me out. Will you take Huaner out? Huaner wants to see the world outside. Mother said that the world outside is marvelous and very interesting." Huaner seemed like a half-grown child now whose only thoughts were about having fun. Chapter 2705 The Mysterious Huaner. When Duan Ling Tian heard Huaner talking about those 8 men, he smiled wryly. With her unique beauty given by the heavens, it was only natural that she would arouse the interest of a normal and vigorous young man. Most of these men would be tempted to take her for their own. Since he had lived 2 lifetimes and experienced many things, his heart was able to remain calm and prevent him from losing self-control like ordinary men. "Fortunately, I didn't lose my self-control with her Huaner. Otherwise, she'd have killed me like how she did the other 9 men." Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the 10 nameless tombstones, "If that happened, I'll end up here forever with a nameless tombstone of my own as well." He felt rather blessed at this moment. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something. He narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Right, I forgot I'm stuck in an illusory realm before I began cultivating. Before this, I couldn't find and break the core of the illusory realm. I cultivated in hopes of improving my Strength so I can break out of the illusory realm. Due to Huaner's sudden appearance, he had momentarily forgotten about this. Is this place also part of the illusory realm? And, Huaner, is she real? With these thoughts in mind, he reached out to touch Huaner to verify if she was real. When he touched her, he could feel a softness that electrified him. Realizing he had touched the wrong place, he hastily withdrew his hand and awkwardly apologized, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, he could not help but worry if the stunningly beautiful woman would kill him because he had accidentally molested her. Although Duan Ling Tian was not certain about Huaner's cultivation base, he could sense she was no weaker than him. Based on her ability to appear in illusory realm and to trap him here, it was clear she was not weak. He thought to himself, didn't she say she has always been here? This illusory realm must have been made by her mother. When Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were looking at each other after he had quickly withdrawn his hand, she reached out with both hands and touched his chest, gently squeezing a few times. Why are they as hard as stones and so difficult to squeeze? Huaner frowned slightly as she touched and squeezed her breasts. Mine's soft. This must be the difference between men and women that mother told me about. It doesn't seem fun to be a man, she muttered to herself as she reached out and tapped Duan Ling Tian's muscular chest like a playful child. Huaner. Duan Ling Tian gulped and removed Huaner's hands from his chest with great difficulty. If he did not see the purity and innocence in her eyes, he would have thought she was deliberately teasing and seducing him. He took a deep breath to suppress the burning flame in his lower abdomen and changed the subject. Huaner, did you say you can leave this place? Yes, Huaner nodded. Then, she asked, Duan Ling Tian, are you bringing me away from here? Her eyes lit up, filled with anticipation and excitement. She was like a playful child stuck at home who was finally allowed out to play. I can't even get out of here, how can I take you away? Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Why can't you get out of here? Huaner asked skeptically. Hearing Huaner's reply, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and discovered he was no longer in the illusory realm. The ruin beneath his feet was real and not just another illusion. What happened? I'm no longer in the illusory realm. He was shocked. Oh, the illusory realm. I removed it when I appeared in front of you. Huaner waved her hand in front of Duan Ling Tian and a small white pearl appeared in her hand. White light swirled in the white pearl like a bottomless abyss. When Duan Ling Tian looked at the pearl, he felt as though he was going to be caught in a daze. When he regained his senses, he asked, you removed it? He was surprised. He could not do anything about the illusory realm, but she had broken it. He was rendered momentarily speechless. Yes, the illusory realm is created by this illusory pearl my mom gave me. In order to appear before you, I had to remove the illusory realm. Huaner nodded with a childish expression on her face. So that's why. After a while, he asked, Huaner, what's your current cultivation base? Huaner furrowed her brows slightly, looking cute, as she replied, cultivation base. I don't know. However, out of those 9 men I killed, half of them were stronger than you. Half of them were stronger than me. Duan Ling Tian was not thoroughly convinced. After all, his strength was much greater than his cultivation base. He was only blue sun golden celestial, but his true strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. If he were to attack with all his might and use the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, his strength would be comparable to an earth-ranked great overarching golden celestial or even a common heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that when Huaner spoke about his strength in comparison to the other men, she had been using the time he had unleashed all his strength with the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, to break out of the illusory realm as a reference. Duan Ling Tian, where are we going now? Huaner asked while looking at Duan Ling Tian with her beautiful eyes that were brimming with anticipation and curiosity. I don't know where we are now. Let's just go with the flow. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he looked around and randomly decided on a direction. Just like that, someone had helped Duan Ling Tian get rid of the illusory realm. Moreover, the person who had done that was a woman who was now following him. While they were wandering aimlessly, Duan Ling Tian asked, Huaner, other than your mother, do you have any other relatives? Most men might feel incredibly lucky for having a woman like Huaner following them, but he felt she was like a hot potato and thought it would be better to get rid of her as soon as he could. Naturally, he was not going to just abandon her. He could tell she was unwise to the ways of the world. Despite her stunning appearance, no one had seen her face except her mother, him, and those people whom she had killed. Based on what she said, her mother made her wait for someone there. Her mother telling her only to leave with someone she doesn't dislike is just a way of protecting her from going off with strangers that might harbor ill intentions, Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly. He felt that Huaner might have mistaken him for someone else and that her mother might have meant for someone else to come and get her. No, Huaner shook her head. Duan Ling Tian nodded and sighed to himself. He knew he would not be able to get rid of this stunningly beautiful woman so soon. After traveling for a while, Duan Ling Tian finally came across 5 men. The 5 men consisted of 3 young men and 2 old men. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huaner next to him and said, "Huaner, can you cover your face with a veil?" Huaner tilted her head to the side and asked in confusion, "Why?" A surprised voice cried out, "What a beautiful woman!" Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian knew it was too late to conceal Huaner's appearance. Out of the 5 people approaching them, the 3 young men were all dressed in brocade robes. Based on their behavior, Duan Ling Tian could tell they were sons from rich families who were used to indulging in hedonistic lifestyles. Chapter 2706 Huaner attacks. One of the brocade-clad young men who looked like the leader of the group said with bright eyes, "I'll have this lady." He looked at her lecherously without attempting to disguise it. "Since Brother Li wants her, she's, naturally, yours." "Brother Li, you're so lucky this time," the other 2 brocade-clad young men replied when they heard the other man's words. Despite their words, their eyes flashed with reluctance and resentment. They were from the same clan, but the man who had spoken first had higher status than them. Moreover, they could only come out today because of this man. It was not that they could not come out if they wished. However, they did not have 2 great overarching golden celestials as bodyguards like this man. Even when the 2 old men following the 3 young men saw Huaner, their eyes flashed briefly. They had lived for a few thousand years, and yet, this was their first time seeing such an attractive and beautiful woman whose face seemed to be sculpted by the gods themselves. They had frequently seen the most beautiful woman in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, but they had never been moved like they did when they saw Huaner. "Young Master Li," one of the 2 old men said to the brocade-clad man who had spoken first, "if you bring such a beautiful lady back with you, you'll certainly bring disaster to the clan if you bring her out. Let alone the others, if the 6th prince finds out that you didn't offer such a beauty to him, he'll definitely be displeased." The 6th prince. Young Master Li felt a jolt of fear as cold sweat formed on his forehead when he heard the old man's reminder. Indeed, he was filled with desire and thoughts of how to possess the beauty before him. After all, she was unnaturally beautiful. However, the old man's words were like a cold bucket of water being splashed on him. He knew there was no way he would be able to possess the beautiful woman before him. He thought to himself self-mockingly, "I, Nangong Li, am blessed enough to encounter such a beauty, and yet, I'm unable to possess her." The 6th prince mentioned by the old man was the 6th son of the king of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and Nangong Li's leader. Nangong Li was just an insignificant follower, who knew if the 6th prince even remembered his name. The second old man suggested, "Young Master Li, if you offer this beauty to the 6th prince, perhaps, His Royal Highness might pay attention to you and consider you one of his close confidants. It's not a total loss even if you can't possess her." "You're right, the 6th prince won't treat someone who brings benefits to him badly. If I offer His Royal Highness this beauty, he will certainly be pleased and might even place more value in me." Nangong Li's eyes shone now that he had been enlightened by the 2 old men's words. Then, he said, "2 elders, please kill that man first before capturing that lady. Remember not to hurt her. Otherwise, if the 6th prince is angered, not only I, but both of you will be affected as well." He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though Duan Ling Tian was a dead man walking. Then, he turned to look at Huaner with undisguised sexual thoughts. Meanwhile, when the other 2 brocade-clad young men heard Nangong Li plan to offer the beauty to the 6th prince, the resentment and reluctance in their eyes vanished. However, that did not stop them from looking at Huaner lecherously. It was only natural since Huaner seemed so flawlessly beautiful. Most ordinary men would be attracted to her. "Yes, young Master Li," the 2 old men replied in unison. Then, they looked at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent. When the 2 old men made their moves, Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. It was not because the 2 old men's speed was as fast as great overarching golden celestials. After all, based on their speed, they were only yellow-ranked great overarching golden celestials at most. Their strength was comparable to Zhou Tong, the revered elder from the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. He could easily kill Zhou Tong back then, let alone now. His expression had darkened because Nangong Li wanted to kill him. He had no enmity with Nangong Li, but Nangong Li wanted to kill him even though this was their first meeting. When the two old men charged toward Duan Lingtian had also mobilized his celestial origin energy. However, before he had a chance to act, a melodious voice said, "I prohibit you from killing Duan Lingtian." Although the voice sounded melodious, it was icy cold. When Duan Lingtian heard it, he felt as though he was listening to the most melodious music in the world. Nangong Li and the two brocade-clad young men were mesmerized by her voice as well. Not only is she beautiful, but her voice is melodious as well. It's such a pity that we're only able to see but not touch. All three of them lamented. When the two old men heard Huaner's melodious voice, they paused briefly before they continued to charge at Duan Lingtian at lightning speed to kill him. In just an instant, before Duan Lingtian and the two old men could react, Huaner seemed to vanish into thin air before she reappeared before the two old men. She said coldly, "I've already said, you're not allowed to kill Duan Lingtian." A palpably cold killing intent surged out from her body in all directions at this moment. It caused Duan Lingtian and three young men standing in the distance to feel as though they had fallen into an icy pond during winter. They were chilled to their bones. In fact, with their cultivation bases, it was impossible for them to be frozen even if they fell into a pond during winter. However, the cold aura from Huaner seemed capable of freezing them. All of them were shivering, and their lips had turned blue from the cold. After a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that the chill that shrouded him seemed to have disappeared. He sighed in relief. He could not dispel the cold even when he released his celestial origin energy earlier. The cold was truly terrifying. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he lifted his head and looked at the two old men. They had been transformed into ice sculptures, and it seemed to be snowing. Moreover, cracks were forming on them. The cracks grew longer and longer, and it did not take long before the two old men shattered into icy shards. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. His gaze toward Huaner, who was standing in the snow with her thin white robes fluttering in the air, had changed at this moment. She looked like a goddess of ice and snow at this moment, like someone who could not be desecrated. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. He turned to look at Nangong Li and the two brocade-clad men. Nangong Li seemed to be hurriedly crushing a celestial talisman. In just a second, Nangong Li seemed to vanish into thin air. Duan Lingtian had clearly seen and recognized the markings on the celestial talisman. He exclaimed, "It's a drifting light and shadow talisman." The drifting light and shadow talisman could only be engraved by celestial dukes or those who are stronger. Moreover, the success of inscribing was less than 1%. In comparison to the shadow void escaping talisman that Duan Lingtian had used that could only be inscribed by celestial kings or those who were stronger, the drifting light and shadow talismans were more common. It was available in most intermediate-ranked celestial kingdoms. Naturally, these were only affordable to those rich clans and families. However, since they could not afford too many of them, only members and disciples with high status would receive one. "No, don't kill me. Spare my life, fairy. Please spare my life," the two brocade-clad young men pleaded in unison when Huaner turned her sights on them. Nevertheless, as soon as they had spoken, their bodies were frozen immediately when Huaner appeared before them. Like the old men, they were turned into ice sculptures and shattered. After killing 4 men consecutively, Huaner returned to Duan Lingtian's side as though nothing had happened. She said, "Duan Lingtian, I can't catch up to the other one. He used the drifting light and shadow talisman so his speed is as fast as a celestial duke. It's only natural that you can't catch up to him," Duan Lingtian said knowingly. Although the drifting light and shadow talisman was far inferior to the shadow void escaping talisman, it could grant the user with speed comparable to that of an ordinary celestial duke, bringing the user 100,000 miles away. Chapter 2707 only for you to see. Duan Lingtian looked at Huaner and said with a sigh, "Huaner, I think it's better that you put on a veil." If her extremely beautiful face was not covered, she would attract many people's attention after this. "Why?" Huaner sounded rather reluctant. "If you don't put on a veil, there'll be a lot of people looking for trouble with us like those people," Duan Lingtian replied helplessly. He did not want any trouble. Moreover, he was being targeted by the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If the sect's powerhouses learned that he was being followed by a beautiful woman, it would not be able for them to track him down, since Huoner would definitely attract attention wherever she went. "We'll just kill them as they come," Huoner said flippantly, as though killing came easier to her than eating. In the end, Duan Lingtian said sternly, "Huoner, if you don't put on a veil, please don't follow me around anymore." In all honesty, he was not extremely confident when he had spoken. Who knew if she would be offended by his words and kill him? Based on her attack earlier, he could finally discern her strength. She was, at the very least, a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial, or a peak great overarching golden celestial, since she had killed the 2 yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials before they could even react. On the other hand, his strength was, at most, only comparable to common heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial after he unleashed all the methods and techniques he knew. If Huoner was a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial, could she be a common one? Although he did not know her background in detail, based on the illusory realm built by the illusory pearl given to her by her mother, it looked like her mother's background was not simple. For this reason, he suspected her cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities were extraordinary as well. Therefore, he concluded that he was probably no match for her even if he used his Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, and attacked unreservedly. A thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. In fact, when she attacked earlier, she didn't use any celestial weapon. He gasped inwardly. It seems like I've underestimated her. She's probably a peak great overarching golden celestial or an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Overarching heaven supreme celestial. In King Qin's mansion, King Qin alone was an overarching heaven supreme celestial. While Duan Lingtian worried about Huoner's reaction, her solemn gaze turned playful as she said, "Okay, I got it. It must be because you don't want others to see my face, right? Am I right?" Huoner asked while looking at him. "Well, you can consider it that way if you want to. Anyway, just please put on a veil," Duan Lingtian said rather helplessly. "Since you don't want others to see my face, I'll put on the veil. From now on, my face is only for you to see, all right?" Well, my mother can see my face as well." Huoner lifted her hand, and a cold celestial origin energy drifted out and turned into a white veil, which matched her robes, that covered most of her face. Duan Lingtian felt his face turned hot when he heard her flirtatious words. However, when he saw her innocent eyes, he knew she had no other meaning. She was clearly unaware of the relations between men and women. He sighed in relief before he smiled. "Huoner, you're a good girl." At the same time, he reached out and touched her head. He felt her long and smooth hair with his fingers and smelled the fresh and feminine fragrance on his hand after he withdrew them. After a brief moment, Duan Lingtian said, "It's still better to get you a real veil. I don't think a veil transformed from celestial origin energy is very dependable. After all, those with a higher cultivation base than Huoner would be able to easily see her appearance." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Huoner nodded obediently. She was just like a simple and obedient child. Compared to the goddess of ice and snow who had easily killed 4 men, she seemed like a completely different person. Duan Lingtian was puzzled. "I really wonder who she is," he asked. "Huoner, do you know who's your mother? Where did she go?" "My mom is not a human but a celestial beast. She's the phantom fox. As for her whereabouts, she didn't tell me, so I don't know," Huoner replied. "A celestial beast?" Duan Lingtian exclaimed in surprise. Then, he looked at her and asked, "So, you're not human as well?" "Yes," Huoner nodded. "I'm not completely human. My mom told me I'm a rare 1000 phantom ice fox that only appears once in a million years in our phantom fox clan. 1000 phantom ice fox is a child from the union between a phantom fox and a human. Generally, the union between a phantom fox and a human will either produce a phantom fox or a human. The probability of 1000 phantom ice fox appearing is less than 1 in 10,000. 1000 phantom ice fox looks like a human baby when born and can turn into 1000 phantom ice fox only by continuous cultivation." "So, you're half human," Duan Lingtian said. "Yes," Huoner nodded. "Huoner, do you plan to look for your mother?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes," Huoner nodded again. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian with wide eyes as she said, "Duan Lingtian, can you please accompany me to look for my mother? I haven't seen her for a long time now. I really miss her." Tears began to stream down her cheeks, making her look heartbreakingly beautiful. Seeing the pitiful expression on her face, Duan Ling Tian could not help but soften. For this reason, he agreed to her request. Okay, I'll accompany you to look for your mother. I really miss my mother. Huaner cried even harder. Without any warning, she rushed into Duan Ling Tian's arms, causing his lower body to react. It took him a moment to suppress his urge. He was, after all, a normal man who would react when faced with such a unique beauty who rushed into his embrace. After suppressing the urge, he gently patted her back and comforted her like a child. Don't cry, Huaner. Don't cry. After a while, Huaner's cries gradually softened before it stopped completely. Fallen asleep already, he was rather shocked when he discovered she had fallen asleep in his arms. However, seeing her in deep slumber, he did not dare to move. At the same time, he began to think about the incident earlier. Those few men mentioned the sixth prince earlier and something about the most beautiful woman in the capital. The young man who escaped is called Nangong Li. He continued thinking to himself, I used the shadow void escaping talisman and escaped 1,000,000 miles away from King Qin's mansion. For that reason, I'm certain I'm no longer in King Qin's mansion's territories. However, I'm still in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, I'm near the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Indeed, I've heard about a Nangong clan in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Although it's considered a second-tier clan, it's as rich as various kings' mansions governed by the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. I've long heard that the sixth prince is the most outstanding prince among the princes of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's emperor. He's a brilliant military strategist, and his vice is women. With this, he managed to have a rough idea of his current location. I wonder if the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect only sent that old lady to kill me. If she sends a couple of them, I don't think it'll take her long to find me. He thought to himself decisively, when Huaner wakes up, we'll leave this kingdom. As he instinctively lowered his head, he fell into a daze as he saw the indistinct features of Huaner's face. Chapter 2708 Cold and Pure. Swoosh. 1,000 miles away from where Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were, a figure flew past. The figure belonged to Nangong Li, who managed to escape using the drifting light and shadow talisman. He was the son of the current clan leader of the Nangong clan in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He was the great young master of the Nangong clan. A frightened expression could still be seen on his face as he thought to himself, who's that flawless beauty? How can she be so strong? The two elders were yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials, but with just her cold aura alone, she managed to freeze the two elders and kill them. She only used her celestial origin energy to kill them and didn't even use any celestial weapon. Nangong Li gulped audibly as he muttered to himself, generally, only a peak great overarching golden celestial could instantly kill two yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials at the same time without the need of a celestial weapon. That flawless beauty is actually so strong. His burning flame of desire was instantly out as though an ice-cold bucket of cold water had been poured on him when he thought about Huaner again. When Nangong Li regained his senses, he looked around and discovered he was in a majestic mountain range. Where's this place? I have to find a place to hide first before sending a message to my father to send someone to escort me back. He was not confident he could safely return to the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom on his own. With his cultivation base, if he tried to go back alone, he might be killed by some robbers along the way. Therefore, he decided to look for a cave to hide in first. Then, he took out a communication celestial talisman and infused his celestial origin energy into it. It turned into a streak of light that flew in the direction of the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom at lightning speed. In the message, apart from asking his father to send men to escort him back, Nangong Li also briefly described the place he was in. He was not sure the direction he was in, but he was confident his father would be able to figure out his location based on the direction the communication celestial talisman came from. After all, communication celestial talismans only flew in a straight line. As the son of the clan leader of the Nangong clan, the communication celestial talisman he possessed was inscribed by an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Therefore, the communication celestial talisman's speed was comparable to a common overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It should arrive in the capital with no problems unless someone stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial deliberately stopped it. Meanwhile, Huaner, who was in Duan Ling Tian's embrace, seemed to have woken up from her nap. She tapped his chest gently with her left hand and said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, although your body part here is harder than mine, it's quite comfortable. When she smiled, It was so charming that it seemed like a field of flowers was blooming. Duan Ling Tian fell into a daze for a moment upon seeing her smile. He regained his senses when he felt a burning sensation in his lower body again when Huaner repeatedly shifted her body against him, pushing her soft breasts against him. What a seductive woman! Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and gently pushed her away. He was worried he would lose his self-control if she continued to move around in his embrace. In fact, this was his first time being aroused by a woman in such a manner. He had always deliberately avoided other women after all. Now, with such a unique beauty leaning against him, it would have been abnormal if he had no reactions. Finally, he said, Huaner, let's look around to see if there's a town nearby. Let's plan where to go once we find out where we're at. Okay, we'll do as you say. Huaner slightly nodded. Since she was born, she had only met 10 people, apart from her mother. Most importantly, she had killed all 10 of them because she had been disgusted by their gazes. Only Duan Ling Tian's gaze did not disgust her. Since he fulfilled the condition her mother had set for her to leave, she decided to follow him. Huaner had never been in the outside world. She knew not about the dangers of the world. In many ways, she was even more innocent than maidens who were protectively raised in their homes. At least, those maidens were aware of some of the rules of propriety. Since she had decided to follow Duan Ling Tian, apart from her mother, he had become her everything even if she knew nothing about friendship or love. She only knew Duan Ling Tian met the criteria her mother had set for her. For this reason, she would not let anyone harm him. Those who wanted to harm him deserved to die. This was also why she did not hesitate to kill those people from the Nangong clan. At this moment, Huaner was like a blank sheet of paper. As to what would be painted on the paper, it would depend on her experience and Duan Ling Tian's guidance. Let's go then, Duan Ling Tian beckoned. Then, he flew into the air. Huaner followed very closely next to him as though she could bear to be separated from him for even a moment. Duan Ling Tian could, naturally, feel Huaner's attachment to him, but he did not dwell on it because he knew she was just inexperienced and naive. After she gained more experience and learned about the ways of the world, she would learn about the differences between men and women and a sense of propriety. At that time, she would, naturally, know it was not appropriate for her to stick to him. After a few days, Duan Ling Tian finally saw a city ahead of them. As soon as they entered the city, he bought an exquisite white veil for Huaner. It was an opaque veil to cover her face to prevent others from being attracted to her looks. Nevertheless, even with the veil on, she still attracted many men's gazes when she walked down the streets. Even some women were attracted by her beauty. Huaner followed closely beside Duan Ling Tian. When other people were around, her expression was not one of innocence, it was cold. She had an extremely unapproachable air about her with her cold expression and thin white robes. It made others feel ashamed and that she was extremely pure. Although that lady is wearing a veil, I can tell she's great beauty based on her eyes and bearing. Yes, I agree. Although I couldn't see her face, I'm certain she's not ugly. Perhaps, she's wearing a veil to conceal some flaws on her face. After all, women love to look beautiful. Why would she cover herself up if she's really beautiful? How I wish I can see what she looks like. Wherever Duan Ling Tian and Huaner went, people in their surroundings would fall silent, in awe of Huaner beauty. They would only start discussing among themselves once the duo had walked away. Most of them were attracted by Huaner's cold but pure temperament. Just from her beautiful eyes, most of them were certain she was beautiful. At this moment, after Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had just walked past a wide street, a voice rang from behind them. Please wait for a moment. Huaner did not seem to be aware of it until she discovered Duan Ling Tian had stopped and turned to look back. She followed suit. The person who had called out to them was a young scholar who was holding a folded fan. He had a handsome appearance and a gentle smile on his face. However, there was a slight hint of wickedness in his smile that was contradictory to his scholarly and gentle appearance. An old man followed behind him. Duan Ling Tian could tell the old man was no weaker than the 2 elders from the Nangong clan despite how ordinary the old man looked. Both of you aren't locals, right? The young scholar's smile deepened. A hint of wickedness could still be seen in his smile. His eyes were mostly trained on Huaner rather than Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young scholar indifferently and asked, "Is there something you need?" A hint of jealousy flickered in the young scholar's eyes when he saw how close Huaner was standing near Duan Ling Tian. He said with a smile, "Sir, I wonder if your companion would take off her veil. Of course, I'm willing to pay for it. If your companion is willing to remove her veil, I'm willing to pay each of you 10,000 prominent celestial stones just to have a look at her face. Chapter 2709 Seeking Death. If she takes off her veil, you'll give YS 10,000 prominent celestial stones each. Duan Ling Tian repeated the young scholar's words as his eyes narrowed into slits and his expression darkened. Huaner's expression beneath the veil had turned icy cold as well. Only when Duan Ling Tian gently tapped her hand and told through voice transmission that he would deal with the matter that her expression returned to normal. She only nodded in response to his voice transmission. That's right, the young scholar smiled since he thought Huaner had agreed to it when she nodded. It seemed like he was not aware of the dark expression on Duan Ling Tian's face. Only he knew if he really was unaware or if he pretended to be unaware of it. At this moment, the passers-by on the street had gathered to watch the commotion. It did not take them long to recognize the young scholar. Isn't he Qi Yu, the second young master of the Qi clan? He's willing to pay 20,000 prominent celestial stones just to take a look at a woman's face. No wonder they say the second young master of Qi likes to squander money. Seems like the rumor is true. I wonder if the woman will take off her veil. The city Duan Ling Tian and Huaner had come to was called Qi Liu City. There were two ruling clans in the city, the Qi clan and the Liu clan. The two clans were equally matched, so they had ruled Qi Liu City together. For over 1,000 years, although both clans had numerous disputes, neither could destroy the other. 20,000 prominent celestial stones. Any man would be moved by that, right? I guess she'll take off her veil. I think she might not. Can't you see the dark expression on her male companion's face? Many passers-by saw Duan Ling Tian's darkened expression and felt the tension in the air. Duan Ling Tian looked at Qi Yu and said coldly, "What if I give you 10,000 prominent celestial stones to strip naked and go around the streets of Qi Liu in that state? Will you accept it?" As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Qi Yu's smile froze while the old man behind Qi Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. The passers-by on both sides of the street were in an uproar. They looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a dead man walking. Heavens, what did he say? Is this man insane? He's the second young master of the Qi clan, and that man dares to verbally assault him. He's going to die. There's no doubt he's going to die. When Duan Ling Tian saw the hostile expression on Qi Yu and the old man's face, he looked at them meaningfully and said indifferently, "Both of you can attack if you think you can bear the consequences." Then, he turned to Huaner and said with a smile, "Huaner, let's go." Huaner obediently followed after Duan Ling Tian as Duan Ling Tian turned to leave. Meanwhile, Qi Yu and the old man were thoroughly shocked. However, when they regained their senses, they were filled with rage. Someone clicked their tongue and said, "Second young master Qi, how embarrassing. You can't even get a mere woman to remove her veil." As soon as this voice that was brimming with ridicule rang out, a young man dressed in luxurious robes who was holding two beads in his hand that kept spinning appeared. A tall and strong bearded man followed behind him. He's the great young master of the Liu clan. What a day! I actually ran into the young masters of the Qi and Liu clans. Both of them are outstanding members of the respective clans. These two rivals are probably going to butt heads again. Many passers-by whispered among themselves furtively when they saw the luxuriously dressed young Liu Wenbin. When Qi Yu saw Liu Wenbin, the great young master of the Liu clan, his expression darkened immediately. Then, he said with a cold smile, "Since you said I can't even get a woman to take off her veil, do you think you can do any better? If not, you should stop annoying me." Qi Yu was annoyed due to Liu Wenbin's interruption since he wanted to attack Duan Ling Tian. However, also due to Liu Wenbin, his anger toward Duan Ling Tian subsided slightly, and he began to calm down. After thinking further about the cold and pure temperament of Huaner and Duan Ling Tian's boldness, he thought it was possible that Duan Ling Tian was truly not afraid of the Qi clan. Therefore, he had intentionally provoked Liu Wenbin, hoping Liu Wenbin would test Duan Ling Tian's strength on his behalf. "Qi Yu," Liu Wenbin smirked coldly. "Watch carefully as I take the woman's veil off and kill her male companion." Then, he ordered the man following him, "Liu Nan, kill that man and bring that woman here. I want to see how she looks. If she's good looking, I don't mind bringing her back to the Liu clan to enjoy for a few days." As soon as Liu Wenbin finished speaking, Liu Nan, the bearded man behind Liu Wenbin, did not waste time and made his move. Seeking death. A thunderous and cold voice rang in the air, sending chills up Liu Nan's body before he could even attack. The voice belonged to Duan Lingtian, who had overheard Liu Wenbin's words. He was clearly angered at this moment. After he spoke, his celestial origin energy surged out like a furious dragon after circulating through his 99 heavenly veins. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy turned into millions of sword rays, and they grew swiftly as he cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, before turning into a few dozen sword formations that merged into one. It looked like the blazing sun from a distance. The sword formation shot toward Liu Wenbin in just a blink of an eye before a shower of swords rained down on him. "Young master," Liu Nan cried out. However, he was too late. The swords had thoroughly covered Liu Wenbin. When the shower of swords vanished, the only things that remained where Liu Wenbin stood was a dazzling pool of blood that resembled red roses. Liu Wenbin, the great young master of Liu clan and the future clan leader of the Liu clan, was dead. The entire place fell silent for a moment. Qiyu was the first to regain his senses. He inhaled audibly, clearly frightened. If Liu Wenbin did not show up to provoke him, he would have ended up like Liu Wenbin and turned into a pool of blood. The old man standing behind Qiyu looked at Duan Lingtian with a grim and fearful expression. This purple-clad young man is a great overarching golden celestial. However, he was not certain what rank of a great overarching golden celestial Duan Lingtian was. Apart from that, he was also not certain he could defeat Duan Lingtian. How dare you kill my young master?" Liu Nan bellowed when he regained his senses. His eyes were brimming with killing intent as he raised his hand. A wolf-tooth club appeared and charged toward Duan Lingtian with his weapon in hand as his celestial origin energy surged out. The wolf-tooth club was a primitive celestial weapon. It seemed alive in Liu Nan's hand. Although it looked big, his movements were agile. In an instant, it had woven what seemed like a net above Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian scoffed. With just a thought, he retrieved a celestial sword from his spatial ring. Then, he merged the celestial sword with his sword formation that was shooting toward the net that was woven by Liu Nan's wolf-tooth club. The sword formation effortlessly destroyed the net that hovered above him. Liu Nan used his wolf-tooth club to try and retaliate. However, to his shock, his wolf-tooth club struggled free from his grip and no longer seemed to be under his control. The shower of rain lasted for a moment before it disappeared again. Similarly, only a pool of blood was left where Liu Nan had stood earlier. The passers-by who just regained their senses gasped in fear when they saw how easily Duan Lingtian had killed Liu Nan. The old man standing behind Qiyu exclaimed in shock, "His strength is, at least, comparable to an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial." Upon hearing the old man's words, Qiyu sighed in relief. He felt fortunate he did not attack Duan Lingtian earlier. Chapter 27:10 1 million prominent celestial stones. Liu Nan is one of Liu clan's great overarching golden celestial, but the purple-clad young man defeated him so easily. Liu Wenbin was the Liu clan's great young master and was supposed to be the future clan leader. He's also the current clan leader's favorite son. However, the purple-clad young man killed him just like that. Who is he? Isn't he afraid of the Liu clan seeking revenge from him? The onlookers whispered among themselves in shock and disbelief by Duan Lingtian's strength and his boldness as to kill Liu Wenbin, the great young master of the Liu clan in Qi Liu City. Fortunately, the second young master of the Qi clan didn't act. Otherwise, it would have been him and the Qi clan's elder who died. Actually, they were about to strike before the great young master of the Liu clan showed up. If that's the case, in a way, the great young master of the Liu clan had saved the second young master of the Qi clan, right? Many of the onlookers thought Qiyu was really fortunate. As soon as Qiyu regained his senses, his expression turned neutral. He quickly bowed and cupped his fists together as he apologized. "Dear sir, please forgive my earlier transgression." The old man behind Qiyu followed suit and bowed as well. He would not have bowed if Duan Lingtian had merely killed Liu Wenbin. However, he had witnessed how easily Duan Lingtian had killed Liu Nan. He knew very well that his strength was on par with Liu Nan. This meant Duan Lingtian was much stronger than him. For this reason, he no longer dared to act recklessly. "After you used me, you intend to pacify me with a mere apology?" Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes at Qiyu. Qiyu lowered his head and asked anxiously, "That? What else do you want?" As the saying went, a wise person never sails against the wind. Although there were powerhouses in the Qi clan who were stronger than this purple-clad young man, they were not here. Hence, Qi Yu knew he had to admit defeat, at least temporarily. Duan. Ling Tian looked at Qi Yu pointedly as he said, "Bring me to the Qi clan, we'll talk on the way." All right. Although Qi Yu did not know why Duan Ling Tian would want to go to the Qi clan, he did not care since this was beneficial to him. Hey, and I was worried because the other elites from the Qi clan aren't here. Since you want to go to the clan to seek death, I'll grant you your wish. His head was lowered when this thought appeared in his mind. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes for a moment. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian and Huaner followed Qi Yu and the elder behind him to the Qi clan. The onlookers made way for them as they walked. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared from the onlookers' sight. They heaved a sigh of relief and began to discuss among themselves with gusto. Why is the purple-clad young man following the second young master back to the Qi clan? It seems like the second young master was going to compensate him earlier, but he asked to go to the Qi clan. Does he think he still can call the shots there? He's just seeking death by going to the Qi clan. Although he's strong, I'm afraid it's far from being able to take on the entire Qi clan. The Qi clan is a powerful clan with 2 heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials. Most of the onlookers were puzzled by Duan Ling Tian's decision to go to the Qi clan. Was this not bringing trouble upon himself? All of a sudden, someone speculated, "Do you think it's possible that the purple-clad young man and the lady are actually secretly hired by the Qi clan?" Someone's eyes glinted knowingly. It's possible that everything that happened earlier was just for show and a plot to kill the great young master of the Liu clan. That's right, they only put on a show to confuse the Liu clan. Those two must be returning to the Qi clan to receive their payment before leaving Qi Liu City. As long as those two leave, the Liu clan won't have any evidence of the Qi clan being the mastermind of Liu Wenbing's death. The Liu clan won't act against the Qi clan without concrete evidence. The majority of the people present on the scene agreed with these words. It makes sense. Although the second young master of the Qi clan is a well-known prodigal son, I don't think he would have spent 20,000 prominent celestial stones just to have a look at a woman's face. That's right, although he squandered money recklessly in the past, it was never to this extent. Spending 20,000 prominent celestial stones just to ask a woman to remove her veil is outrageous indeed. Fortunately, Qi Yu was not around and did not hear the discussions in the surroundings. He would definitely lose his temper otherwise. After all, the Qi clan was completely innocent in regard to this matter. If the Qi clan had hired those two people, would he have felt so anxious to lead them back to the clan? During the journey to the Qi clan's estate, Qi Yu broke the silence first. He looked at Duan Ling Tian nervously and asked, "What do you want, dear sir?" "I want a detailed map of the entire Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and the neighboring celestial kingdoms." Upon hearing this, Qi Yu was calm. This was a small price to pay. In fact, it was almost insignificant. The Qi clan could easily produce a map like that. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "In addition, the Qi clan should compensate me with 1 million prominent celestial stones." Upon hearing that, Qi Yu's calm expression changed drastically. 1 million prominent celestial stones. Although the Qi clan could afford it, it was not a small sum. Even the elder from the Qi clan's expression had changed. Although they had expected Duan Ling Tian to ask for compensation, this was a blatant extortion. 1 million prominent celestial stones. Was he so confident they would give in to his demand? In the end, Qi Yu took a deep breath and said, "I can't make this decision. I'll have to speak to my father once we return to the Qi clan." Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. "That's all right, I'll wait for you at the Qi clan. However, you only have an hour once we arrive at the Qi clan. If I don't get 1 million prominent celestial stones by then, don't blame me if something unfortunate happens." He narrowed his eyes at Qi Yu when he reached the end of his sentence. Qi Yu trembled inwardly when he saw the killing intent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. He quickly looked away, afraid to meet Duan Ling Tian's gaze. The elder behind Qi Yu said through voice transmission, "Second young master, this young man is too greedy. How dare he ask for 1 million prominent celestial stones? Well, we'll see if he's able to live long enough to enjoy the fruit of his greed," Qi Yu replied through voice transmission as he sneered inwardly. He doesn't look like a reckless person though. The Qi clan's strength is no secret in Qi Liu City. I'm sure he knows about our clan, the elder from the Qi clan said warily through voice transmission. Qi Yu's voice turned grim immediately. Are you saying that he's bold enough to follow us back to the Qi clan even though he knows our strength because he isn't afraid? Yes. Either he was hiding his true strength earlier or he has an extraordinary background, the elder replied. Regardless, I'll ask Father to investigate him. I can also ask the old ancestor to probe him, Qiyu said. The Qi clan had the protection of 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. These 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials were, naturally, the most powerful in the Qi clan. One of them was Qiyu's father, and the other one was the old ancestor of the Qi clan. Although both of them were heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials, the old ancestor was more powerful than the clan leader of the Qi clan. Upon entering the Qi clan's main door, Huaner said disgruntledly through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, why are we following him? I don't like them, I don't want to be with them. We're here to demand celestial stones from them. All the items I bought for you in the city were bought with celestial stones. We'll run out of them eventually. For this reason, we're here to acquire more. As long as we have celestial stones, we'll be able to buy fun and unique items, Duan Ling Tian said to Huaner as though he was pacifying a child. Wow, Huaner's eyes lit up instantly. Then, we should demand all the celestial stones they have. If they refuse, I'll kill them. Killing intent flashed in her eyes at the end of her sentence. If the other two could hear Huaner's words, they would have been thoroughly shocked. Chapter 27:11 Huaner, an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Upon hearing Huaner's words through voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian was speechless. Why did he not realize earlier that she had the potential to become a bandit? Naturally, he knew Huaner only said such words because she was not properly educated about right or wrong since she was not brought up in the outside world. He felt he should educate her about right and wrong. After all, if she was not taught properly, not only would she bring harm to herself, but she would harm others as well. Huaner, that's not right. Even if we want to take celestial stones, we must have a good reason for it. For instance, these people provoked us first, that's why we're taking celestial stones from them. Understood. If others don't bother me, then I shouldn't ask for celestial stones from them. If they bother me, then I should demand celestial stones from them. Huaner nodded after listening to Duan Ling Tian's teachings. When she recalled the 4 men from the Nangong clan whom she had killed, she felt a hint of regret and asked, previously, I killed those people from the Nangong clan. Was I too rash? I didn't demand celestial stones for them. Well, who said you didn't get any celestial stones from them? After you killed them, I took their spatial rings. All the celestial stones they owned are in there. Huaner, do you know what spatial rings are? When Duan Ling Tian realized Huaner did not know about spatial rings, he began to patiently explain to her what they were and the method of establishing and removing ownership of a spatial ring. At the same time, he gave her a spatial ring and said with a smile, take this. There are 10,000 prominent celestial stones in this spatial ring. Okay. Huaner wore the spatial ring on her finger and stared at it as though it was some rare treasure. It seemed as though the ring was even more important than Duan Ling Tian. When they finally arrived at the Qi clan, Qiyu said, please wait here. I'll go and get my father to meet both of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he took his leave. The elder who had followed Qiyu out stayed behind to serve the duo. He instructed a servant from the Qi clan to wait on them while Qiyu went to look for his father, the clan leader of the Qi clan. Meanwhile, the Liu clan was in chaos. Great young master died, he was killed by an outsider. Is it possible that the outsiders are hired by the Qi clan? The father of Liu Wenbin, the clan leader of the Liu clan, had called for an emergency meeting with the high-ranking officials of the clan as soon as he discovered his son's death. Even the old ancestor, the former clan leader, was summoned. Similar to the Qi clan, the Liu clan had 2 heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials. One of them was the clan leader's father and the other was the old ancestor of the Liu clan who had the highest seniority in the clan. What? Banur is dead. Liu Wenbin's grandfather was furious when he learned of Liu Wenbin's death. He was eager to rush to the Qi clan to avenge his grandchild. Old ancestor, what do we do now? The current clan leader did not bother to seek the advice of the high-ranking officials, he instantly directed his question to the old ancestor. After all, nobody would object to the old ancestor's decision. Your father and I will go to the Qi clan with you. If that person is still there, we will kill him to avenge your son. If he's gone, we'll demand an explanation from the Qi clan. However, be prepared that you might have to let the matter go. the Liu clan's old ancestor said as he looked at the current clan leader of the Liu clan. I understand. The clan leader of the Liu clan nodded with a bitter expression on his face. Even if there was evidence of the Qi clan hiring someone to murder his son, it would nigh impossible for the clan to go all out against the Qi clan, let alone that they did not any concrete evidence right now. If they were to wage a war against the Qi clan, both sides would only suffer losses, and outsiders would only benefit from it. Naturally, this was not an outcome the Liu and Qi clans wanted. If they had concrete evidence that the Qi clan hired someone to kill their great young master, they could force the Qi clan to hand over Qi Yu without waging a war. The Qi clan would have to pay for their crime with Qi Yu's life. It's good that you understand it, the Liu clan's old ancestor said. In that case, let's make our way to the Qi clan now. The more we delay this, the higher the chances that the murderers have already left. All right, the clan leader of the Liu clan nodded. Along with his father and the old ancestor, he brought a few strong elders with him to the Qi clan's estate. In the Qi clan's estate, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian was seated next to Huaner. Apart from the elder who had followed Qi Yu out, Qi Yu and two other men were present as well. One was dressed in luxurious robes, and he was a middle-aged man with a jade-like complexion. He had a majestic air about him as well. The other man was dressed in a long gray robe. His hair and eyebrows were white, but he looked young. All four men from the Qi clan, at this moment, were begging on their knees. Their heads were lowered as their bodies trembled. They could feel the cold that permeated the air at this moment. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The lady with a veil covering her face is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Qi Yu thought to himself with a frightened expression on his face. He had lost his dignified appearance as the young master of the Qi clan at this moment. Initially, he had thought that with his father, the clan leader of the Qi clan, and their old ancestor present, he would not have to pay 1 million prominent celestial stones to Duan Ling Tian and Huaner even if they could not kill the duo. However, when Qi Yu's father and the old ancestor arrived at the main hall with their celestial origin energies surging furiously from their bodies, they used their divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's strength. Alas, all Huaner did was slightly lift her hand, and a cold breeze immediately froze his father and the old ancestor from the waist down. They could not even move an inch. Only when Duan Ling Tian had spoken to Huaner did she release his father and the old ancestor. As soon as they were released, the clan leader and old ancestor of the Qi clan fell to the ground, and their movements became sluggish from the extreme cold. When they regained their senses, they hurriedly kneeled before Huaner and profusely apologized. Upon seeing this, Qi Yu and the Qi clan's elder fell to their knees as well and began to apologize. Both of them were horrified when they discovered the woman was stronger than all of them. We didn't know you're an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Please forgive our transgression. I really didn't think that Huaner is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Ling Tian had assumed Huaner was a peak great overarching golden celestial, but he was not overly surprised to find out she was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Finally, he looked at Qi Yu and said indifferently, 1 million prominent rank celestial stones. Have you prepared it? Don't forget about the map as well. I'll prepare it now, Qi Yu answered hastily as he looked at his father, the clan leader of the Qi clan. The clan leader of the Qi clan hurriedly produced a spatial ring with the number of celestial stones Duan Ling Tian had requested and passed it to Duan Ling Tian. He said, My lord, there are 300,000 prominent celestial stones and 70,000 supreme celestial stones. 70,000 supreme celestial stones. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. He checked the content of the spatial ring before claiming ownership of it. Right, there are 70,000 supreme celestial stones. Duan Ling Tian, what are supreme celestial stones? Didn't you ask for 1 million prominent celestial stones? Why did he only give us 370,000 celestial stones? Although Huaner was not wise to the ways of the world, she knew basic mathematics since her mother had taught it to her. The four men from the Qi clan were bewildered when they heard Huaner's question. The clan leader of the Qi clan stammered, my lord. His body shook violently when he spoke. He thought Huaner was intentionally looking for trouble with him. After all, 1 supreme celestial stone equaled 10 prominent celestial stones. This was general knowledge in Devata realms. How could there be anyone who did not know this is? Clan leader Qi, there's no need to be nervous. She's unaware that 1 supreme celestial stone equals 10 prominent celestial stones. The clan leader of the Qi clan sighed in relief upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he was baffled and somewhat skeptical that an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was unaware of this fact. Huaner. Duan Lingtian began to patiently explain to Huaner after he turned to look at her. Chapter 2712 The Legendary Divine Crystal. I see. Huaner nodded after listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation. Huaner. Don't you use celestial stones when you cultivate? Duan Lingtian asked with a bitter smile on his face. In his opinion, since she was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she should have used celestial stones when she cultivated. Otherwise, how did she obtain such a profound cultivation base? He had checked her physical condition with his divine consciousness earlier and discovered she was, similar to him, not older than 100 years old. No, Huaner shook her head innocently in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Upon hearing that, all 4 men from the Qi clan were speechless. This woman did not use celestial stones to cultivate. How had she been cultivating then? Even without celestial stones, she managed to cultivate into an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Huaner, isn't your cultivation progress slow since you didn't cultivate with celestial stones? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. Logically, your mother should have given you celestial stones and celestial pills to cultivate. Otherwise, your cultivation speed would be very slow. Although he had never met Huaner's mother, he knew she was not simple since she was able to leave behind an illusory realm that was capable of trapping him. Even if Huaner's mother was not human, she was definitely not an ordinary celestial beast. Logically, Huaner's mother should have given her daughter celestial stones and celestial pills to cultivate with. Mother had given me celestial pills, and the medicinal properties still remain in my body. She didn't give me celestial stones, but she gave me this. Huaner said innocently as she reached out and revealed the necklace she wore. Everyone's attention fell on the pendant of the necklace. The pendant of the necklace was fully concealed in a circular contraption. When Huaner pressed on a button, the contraption opened up, revealing a flash of blinding light. Waves and waves of vast and almost palpable heaven and earth spirit energy surged out from the pendant immediately into the main hall. In just a blink of an eye, the main hall in the Qi clan's estate had turned into the perfect cultivation spot. The heaven and earth spirit energy is unbelievable. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he sensed the dense heaven and earth energy that filled the Qi clan's main hall. The heaven and earth spirit energy was hundreds and thousands of times better than the last stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss in the county governor's estate of 9 Spectres County. He tried absorbing the heaven and earth energy and discovered that he had reached the limit of heaven and earth energy that he could absorb. Generally, the denser the heaven and earth spirit energy, the better it was for cultivation. However, there was a limit to how much heaven and earth energy one could absorb. He thought to himself, with how dense the energy is, even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would reach the limit of heaven and energy they can absorb. In other words, the heaven and earth energy released by the pendant was sufficient for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial to cultivate. However, it was probably not enough for a celestial duke to cultivate. Oh, right, I forgot about cultivation methods. In Devata realms, higher grade cultivation methods would allow one to absorb more heaven and earth spirit energy. Moreover, the speed of absorption would be faster as well. His previous assumption was made based on yellow grade cultivation methods. At this moment, he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Duan Lingtian continued thinking to himself, in fact, the heaven and earth spirit energy is less dense since it has surged out into the surroundings. If Huaner were to absorb it straight from the pendant without releasing the energy into the surroundings. He did not dare to continue that line of thought. It was too terrifying to think of. Even if Huaner was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial with a heaven-grade cultivation method, she would still easily reach the limit of energy she could absorb if she absorbed it straight from the crystal. Huaner, close the contraption, Duan Lingtian said. Upon listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Huaner obediently closed the circular contraption, stopping the heaven and earth spirit energy from flowing out immediately. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Qi clan's main hall gradually became thinner and thinner until it returned to its original state. Duan Lingtian had taken a clear look at the pendant hidden inside the circular contraption. It was a completely transparent crystal that looked quite similar to diamonds in Duan Lingtian's past life. Naturally, the biggest difference was the diamonds on Earth did not contain heaven and earth spirit energy. Celestial crystal. That's a celestial crystal. The old ancestor had greedily absorbed the dense heaven and earth spirit energy that surged out from the pendant earlier. He had a dazed expression on his face as he looked at Huan'er's necklace covetously. Duan Ling Tian scoffed, causing the old ancestor from the Qi clan to return to his senses. His expression changed immediately, and he quickly looked away from the necklace. The three other men from the Qi clan also regained their senses. They cowered on the ground, afraid to make even the slightest noise. All of them were reminded that the owner of the celestial crystal was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old ancestor of the Qi clan and coldly asked, "You said it's a celestial crystal?" "As far as I know, not even supreme celestial crystals have such effects, right?" He had learned about celestial crystals from memory celestial talismans. He knew celestial crystal would appear in supreme celestial stone's vein. However, the probability of finding one was extremely low. It was lower than finding a supreme celestial stone in a prominent celestial stone's vein. A celestial crystal was equivalent to 1,000 supreme celestial stones. The heaven and earth spirit energy in a celestial crystal was equivalent to the heaven and earth spirit energy in several hundred of supreme celestial stones. The celestial crystals Duan Ling Tian had learned about were primitive celestial crystals. Similar to celestial stones, celestial crystals were also divided into different grades. The grades were primitive, mediocre, prominent, and supreme. Primitive celestial crystals could be found in primitive celestial crystals veins that would also produce a mediocre celestial crystal once in a while. However, the value between the grades of celestial crystals was different from celestial stones. For example, the exchange rate between the grades of celestial stones was 1 to 10. One supreme celestial stone was equivalent to 10 prominent celestial stones, 100 mediocre celestial stones, or 1,000 primitive celestial stones. On the other hand, the exchange rate between the grades of celestial crystals was 1 to 100. One supreme celestial crystal was equivalent to 100 prominent celestial crystals, 10,000 mediocre celestial crystals, or 1 million primitive celestial crystals. As far as Duan Ling Tian knew, in a mediocre celestial kingdom such as the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, there was no primitive celestial crystals vein. In fact, even the high-ranked celestial kingdoms did not have primitive celestial crystals veins. On the other hand, the number of supreme celestial stones veins in a high-ranked celestial kingdom was higher than mediocre and low-ranked celestial kingdoms. "You're right, my lord." The old ancestor of the Qi clan nodded hurriedly in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. "If I'm not mistaken, the celestial crystal in this lady's possession is a divine crystal that would only appear once every 10,000 years in a supreme celestial crystal's vein." A divine crystal. Upon hearing this, the three other men from the Qi clan gasped. A divine crystal was legendary to them. They could not even hope to obtain something like that. The clan leader of the Qi clan said with a sigh, "I, Qi Yunsheng, have no regrets now that I've personally seen a divine crystal and felt its power." The old ancestor said, "Indeed. Even if we die now, we would have no regrets. A divine crystal that only appears once every 10,000 years in a supreme celestial crystal's vein." Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he heard the words of the Qi clan's old ancestor. As far as he knew, the number of supreme celestial crystals veins in each of the 87 Devata realms did not exceed 10. In other words, on average, a Devata realm would only have one divine crystal every 1,000 years. Who is Huan'er's mother? I'm afraid the phantom foxes are no ordinary celestial beasts. How could an ordinary celestial beast bequeath a divine crystal to her daughter? He recalled Huan'er had said her mother was a phantom fox while she was a rare thousand phantom ice fox. Chapter 27:13 Akashi's Duan Ling Tian. There were 87 Devata realms altogether. In each Devata realm, there were no more than 10 supreme celestial crystals veins. A supreme celestial crystal's vein needed 10,000 years to produce a divine crystal. In other words, on average, each Devata realm would need at least 1,000 years to produce one divine crystal. Despite its rarity and preciousness, Huan'er possessed one. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, "She's definitely not that simple." At this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang from outside. "Liu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu clan, is here along with our two old ancestors to meet with the clan leader of the Qi clan and old ancestor Qi." The voice resounded throughout the Qi clan's estate. Qi Yunsheng, the clan leader of Qi clan, narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought to himself, "It's Liu Quan. Those from the Liu clan are here." Qi Yu, the second young master of the Qi clan, looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes that glinted with delight as he said in a low voice, "My lords, the Liu clan is here to avenge the death of their great young master, Liu Wenbin." In his opinion, the Liu clan was just seeking death by coming here. Xianxia, the clan leader of the Qi clan, and old ancestor Qi who were kneeling on the floor had the same thought as well. In fact, they even thought if Duan Lingtian and Huaner were to kill those from the Liu clan, the Qi clan would be able to dominate Qi Liu City. At that time, Qi Liu City would have to change its name to Qi City. Liu clan, just in time. Duan Lingtian scoffed and rose to his feet immediately as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. He used his Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, and 7 color sword rays began to appear. They began to multiply as he cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Sword formation. Simultaneously, the tens of thousands of 7 color sword rays formed sword formations that gradually merged into one formation. The light from the sword formation lit up the entire main hall in the Qi clan's estate with 7 color lights. How strong! This purple-clad young man is not weaker than an ordinary heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestial. Qi Yunsheng and old ancestor Qi thought to themselves, their hearts thumping wildly. Qi Yunsheng knew he would not win at all if he were to fight Duan Lingtian. The most he could hope for was a tie between them. He hid his strength earlier. It did not take long before Qi Yu and the elder discovered this. Although Duan Lingtian had unleashed his power, Qi Yunsheng and old ancestor Qi did not put up their defenses. After all, they thought Duan Lingtian's attack was directed at the people from the Liu clan. Moreover, the lady who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial showed no signs of making a move. It was likely the duo did not intend to kill them. It was not until when the sword cries intensified and the 7 color sword formation shot toward Qi Yunsheng, old ancestor Qi, Qi Yu, and the elder that they realized Duan Lingtian intended to kill them. Their expressions changed drastically, and they instinctively tried to resist. Alas, it was futile. Before they could even mobilize their celestial origin energies, they were already killed. At this moment, a river of blood flowed in the main hall of the Qi clan. Huaner was taken aback when she saw Duan Lingtian killing the 4 men. She asked curiously, Duan Lingtian, didn't you say not to kill them since they did not offend us? Moreover, they'd given in to our demands. Duan Lingtian could tell Huaner did not care about the bloodshed. She was more curious about why Duan Lingtian had gone against what he had said earlier. He explained with a grave expression, yes. However, I had to kill them because they knew you possess a divine crystal. If word of this leaks out, it would only bring trouble to us. After all, many people would covet the divine crystal in your possession. Having lived 2 lives, Duan Lingtian knew possessing something valuable could land one in trouble. For that reason, he had acted without any hesitation and killed the 4 men from the Qi clan to nip the problem in the bud. Initially, he had no intention of harming the people from the Qi clan since they had complied with his demands. However, the situation went out of his control when Huaner revealed her divine crystal. Covet this. Huaner touched the pendant of her necklace as her expression turned icy cold. My mother gave this to me. I will kill whoever dares to come after it. Huaner, the world is vast. Duan Lingtian sighed. There are a lot of powerful people in this world. You can't stop them if they come after your things. Therefore, we have to keep this a secret for now. Alright, mother did tell me that there are many people stronger than her in this world as well. I'm not even as strong as my mother. Huaner nodded. It's better that you don't open the circular contraption that hides your divine crystal. Even if some people might not be powerful enough to take them away from you, they could still spread word about it. Who knows if someone stronger would come looking for it? At that time, you can only watch as your divine crystal gets snatched away, Duan Lingtian said. Alright, Huaner nodded obediently. She understood the severity of the matter. In the meantime, Duan Lingtian collected the spatial rings of the 4 men from the Qi clan. His eyes lit up when he saw the contents in the ring. The old ancestor's ring has hundreds of thousands of supreme celestial stones. There are hardly any low-grade stones. The clan leader also has tens of thousands of supreme celestial stones. As for Qi Yu and the elder's spatial rings, Duan Lingtian was not bothered with them. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Huaner and said, Huaner, let's meet the people from the Liu clan. We can earn celestial stones from them before leaving Qi Liu City. Along with Huaner, Duan Lingtian flew out from the Qi clan's main hall. His eyes narrowed as a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Are we snatching their celestial stones? Huaner's eyes brightened. Her eagerness was apparent. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded before he said, however, how many celestial stones I can get out of them will have to depend on your performance. If you scare them enough, we can ask for any number of celestial stones. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner finally met with the people from the Liu clan in the sky above the Qi clan's estate. Although the voice of the clan leader of the Liu clan had resounded throughout the entire Qi clan's estate, no one else came out since they knew this matter could only be solved by their clan leader or old ancestor. Upon seeing two unfamiliar figures, the people from the Liu clan could not help but frown. Who are you? They had expected the clan leader of the Qi clan and the old ancestor to come out to greet them. They did not expect to see a young man and a young woman instead. A veiled woman, Liu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu clan, narrowed his eyes as he recalled something. His eyes shone with killing intent as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. You're the ones who killed my son. Upon hearing this, the others from the Liu clan looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner warily. After all, since the duo was bold enough to meet them, it either meant they were not afraid or they had a death wish. Based on the duo's stance, it did not seem like they had a death wish. Are you the ones who killed my grandson, Liu Wenbin? One of the two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials of the Liu clan, Liu Wenbin's grandfather, looked at Duan Ling Tian and Huaner as though he was going to kill them at any given moment. Chapter 27:14 Pressuring the Liu clan. Duan Ling Tian remained unaffected when faced with the fierce glares of the people from the Liu clan. He only said softly, Huaner, show them what you're capable of. The members of the Liu clan instinctively turned to look at Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. When they heard Duan Ling Tian's words, Huaner's eyes turned icy cold in just a blink of an eye. In the next moment, Huaner casually waved her hands, and a bone-biting cold appeared in the air and shrouded the people from the Liu clan before they could even react. Her control was precise, and she had only frozen them from the waist down. Following that, the cold intensified even more as a stage made purely of ice appeared in the sky accompanied by rumbling noises. The people from the Liu clan fell on the ice stage immediately. Since they had been frozen and unable to mobilize their celestial origin energies, they, naturally, lost their abilities to fly. Fortunately, the height was not too high, and they did not fall too hard. Otherwise, they would have been paralyzed from the fall. It took a while for the people from the Liu clan to regain their senses after they fell on the ice stage. The two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials and the clan leader of the Liu clan were the first to regain their senses. They had a panicked and fearful expression on their faces as they looked at Huaner. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. This woman is actually an overarching heaven supreme celestial. The two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials were thoroughly shocked by this. Since they could not respond in time to her attack, they had no doubt she was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After all, even a peak great overarching golden celestials would not have been able to take them by surprise like that. How could they not be fearful when an overarching heavenly supreme celestial could annihilate the entire Liu clan in just a blink of an eye? We're here for the Qi clan, Lord overarching heavenly supreme celestial. We hope you'll forgive you if we've offended you earlier. Please forgive us. The two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials from the Liu clan hastily begged for forgiveness as they kowtowed to Huaner with trembling bodies. Liu Wenbin's grandfather, the former clan leader of the Liu clan and one of the two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials in the clan, who was clamoring to seek revenge for his grandson, had changed his tune completely. Although he wanted to seek revenge for his grandson, it would have to depend on the situation as well. Based on the current situation, regardless of how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to give up on the idea of revenge. Moreover, he knew that even if he sacrificed his life, he still would not be able to seek revenge. After living for so long, he could, naturally, see the bigger picture. Overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial. This woman is an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial. Liu Quan and the elders of the Liu clan were greatly shocked by their heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestial's words. It made sense why they were kowtowing to the woman. I offer my respect to Lord Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Following Liu Quan's lead, the elders kneeled and kowtowed to Huaner. Not a trace of their domineering attitude from before could be seen at this moment. Their bodies were trembling violently as well. How could they not be afraid of an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? If she wanted to, she could kill all of them with just a wave of her hands. Duan Ling Tian, how did I fare? Huaner asked eagerly as she looked at Duan Ling Tian when the people from the Liu clan kneeled before her. It was as though she was expecting Duan Lingtian to compliment her. Very good. You did well, Huaner. Duan Lingtian smiled and patted Huaner's head. He then continued, Huaner, seal their powers completely. Okay. Huaner nodded obediently as she lifted her hands. A gust of wind blew toward the ice stage in the air. The Liu clan's members were no longer frozen from the waist down, but their bodies were radiating a bone-chilling cold. The two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials of the Liu clan continued to kneel as they looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. Although Duan Lingtian might be weaker than them, based on how happily Huaner took orders from him, they knew they could not offend him as well. The clan leader and the elders of the Liu clan remained kneeling as well. The clan leader is right. Duan Lingtian glanced at Liu Quan as he said in a deceptively gentle voice, I'm the one who killed Liu Wenbin, the great young master of the Liu clan. If you wish to avenge him, this is your chance. No, I don't dare. I don't dare. Liu Quan hastily lowered his head and shook it vehemently when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Was it not akin to committing suicide if he tried to avenge his son? What a joke. Even if Duan Lingtian was weaker than him, apart from the blind, everyone could see the woman who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial gladly took the orders from Duan Lingtian. The woman would probably kill him before he could even touch Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian asked, does this mean you have no intention of seeking revenge, clan leader Liu? Yes, I don't intend to seek revenge. My unfilial son had offended you, I have no one to blame for not properly educating him. Liu Quan hastily replied, how about you? Based on your words earlier, you plan on avenging your grandson. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Liu Quan's father, the former clan leader of the Liu clan. It's my unfilial grandson's fault for offending you, my lord. He only had himself to blame for this. The former clan leader knew what he had to say to survive even if he was resentful that he could avenge his grandson. Very well, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, strictly speaking, the Liu clan needs to thank me. The people from the Liu clan almost passed out from anger when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Not only did they have to prostrate themselves before him, but they still had to thank him for killing their great young master. Naturally, they did not dare to show their dissatisfaction. Just a few moments ago, I personally killed the two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan. I suppose this is good news to the Liu clan, right? Duan Lingtian said. All the members of the Liu clan straightened their bodies when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. My lord, you're joking, right? Liu Quan asked as his breathing quickened. Not only was his anger gone, but the resentment of not being able to avenge his son had disappeared as well. Is there a need for me to lie to you? Duan Lingtian looked at Liu Quan and said, since I've killed them, the Liu clan will be the most powerful clan in Qi Liu City from now on. There's no doubt that I've done all of you a favor. Their auras are no longer detectable. When the two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials of the Liu clan extended their divine consciousness, they discovered the absence and were able to confirm the absence of the two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan. Moreover, usually, there would be, at least, one heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestial in the Qi clan's estate. Chapter 27 15,800,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Upon receiving the confirmation from the Liu clan's two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials, Liu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu clan, bowed at Duan Lingtian. A hint of delight and excitement could be seen on his face as he said, the Liu clan thanks the benefactor for his kindness. He acted as though Duan Lingtian was a benefactor who had given him a new lease on life instead of an enemy who had killed his son. Thank you, benefactor. The people from the Liu clan expressed their gratitude to Duan Lingtian as well. Similar to Liu Quan, they could not conceal their delight and excitement as well. The two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan had died. This matter was greatly significant. This meant the Qi clan was no longer an obstruction to them. With their two strongest powerhouses gone, the Qi clan was no match at all for the Liu clan. Duan Lingtian glanced at Liu Quan indifferently as he brought up the old matter again. However, it's a fact that I've killed your son. Benefactor, you've given us the entire Qi Liu city. Not to mention one son, but if you desire, I would have a few more sons so you could kill them if you wish. Liu Quan said, somewhat losing himself in his excitement. He had said these words not because he feared Duan Lingtian and Huaner, he was truly grateful. If he knew the Liu clan could rule Qi Liu city without the Qi clan with just the death of his son, he would have killed his son with his own hands. After all, it was not difficult to see which one was more beneficial to him in the clan. He could have more sons if he lost one, but to annihilate the Qi clan and to be the only clan to rule Qi Liu City was a hard to come by chance. Upon hearing Liu Quan's words, Duan Lingtian was rendered momentarily speechless. In the end, he no longer harped on the topic. It seemed unnecessary. After all, in Liu Quan's eyes, the interest of the clan clearly surpassed everything. In the end, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Since I helped your clan to get rid of the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan, making your clan the sole clan to rule over Qi Liu City, shouldn't your clan repay me?" Of course, of course. Liu Quan did not hesitate to agree as he glanced at his father. Then, Liu Quan and his father simultaneously turned to look at the old ancestor of the Liu clan meaningfully. The old ancestor of the Liu clan looked at Duan Lingtian and said earnestly, "Benefactor, what do you want? As long as it's within the Liu clan's capability, we'll give you anything you want." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and said, "First, I want the Liu clan to find me the biggest and most detailed map." Although he might already have such a map in one of the spatial rings of the members of the Qi clan whom he had killed, he could not be bothered to search for it. This is a trivial matter. The old ancestor sighed in relief upon hearing Duan Lingtian's request. He had expected Duan Lingtian to request for something exceptionally difficult to fulfill. "Benefactor, what other things do you need apart from that?" Duan Lingtian nodded as he looked at the people from the Liu clan. He narrowed his eyes as he said, "My companion and I will be leaving in 3 days. Before I leave, you must hand over 1 million supreme celestial stones. 1 million supreme celestial stones." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the members of the Liu clan changed drastically one after another. "Benefactor," the old ancestor said bitterly, "our Liu family can only come up with 300,000 to 400,000 supreme celestial stones. If you give us a little more time, perhaps we can come up with 500,000 to 600,000 supreme celestial stones." 3 days are too short of a notice. Since the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan have died, I'm sure you'll annihilate the Qi clan and seize their assets. After doing that, don't tell me the Liu clan still wouldn't be able to fork out 1 million supreme celestial stones. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. "Benefactor, there's something you're unaware of." The old ancestor of the Liu clan took a deep breath to muster up his courage and said, "For clans like the Liu and Qi clans, at least half of the clans, available wealth is all in the hands of the clan's respective heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. I assume the spatial rings of the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan are in your possession, right? If so, this means at least half of the Qi clan's wealth is in your hands, benefactor." Upon hearing the words of the old ancestor from the Liu clan, Duan Lingtian waved his hand rather impatiently and said, 800,000 supreme celestial stones. After 3 days, I expect to be given 800,000 supreme celestial stones. Otherwise, the heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials in the Liu clan can follow in the footsteps of the heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials of the Qi clan. Duan Lingtian did not wait for the Liu clan's reply when he finished speaking. The impatient expression on his face disappeared as he turned to Huaner and said with a smile, "Huaner, let's go." "Okay," Huaner replied in a cute manner before she followed Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Huaner's figures gradually disappeared before the eyes of the members of the Liu clan. No one dared to utter a word as they watched the duo leave. After all, they knew the purple-clad young man had already made a big concession by asking for 800,000 supreme celestial stones instead of 1 million supreme celestial stones. When the duo's figures finally disappeared, the former clan leader of the Liu clan muttered, "They? Who the hell are they?" "Who knows," Liu said in reply to his father's question as he shook his head, "They're probably outsiders. It's probable that it's their first time in Qi Liu City." The old ancestor from the Liu clan scoffed and said, "From this moment on, it's no longer Qi Liu City, it's Liu City." Liu City. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the members of the Liu clan began to brighten. Despite his excitement, Liu Quan asked worriedly, "Old ancestor, would we be able to come up with 800,000 supreme celestial stones in 3 days?" His words were akin to a cold bucket of water being poured on the members of the Liu clan. "It doesn't matter if we can come up with it or not, we must come up with it. Didn't you see his attitude earlier? the old ancestor from the Liu clan said in a lowered voice. Then, he turned to look at the former clan leader of the Liu clan and ordered, Liu Ju, after we annihilate the Qi clan, make a trip to the neighboring cities and borrow as many supreme celestial stones as you can from the clans and sects that have a good relationship with our clan. Yes, old ancestor. The former clan leader of the Liu clan respectfully accepted the task that was given to him. Although he was also a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial, the old ancestor's strength was far superior to his strength. Moreover, the old ancestor's seniority was much higher than his. For this reason, he did not dare to act arrogantly before the old ancestor. Subsequently, the members of the Liu clan pounced on the Qi clan like starving wolves. The Qi clan that had lost its 2 heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials was like a sheep, unable to stand the attack from the Liu clan. It did not take long for the Liu clan to kill all the great overarching golden celestials in the Qi clan. Naturally, the Liu clan did not suffer a single casualty. In just a day, the Qi clan, who used to be the Liu clan's rival, was annihilated. When news of this spread out, it shook Qi Liu City to its core. The next day, the Liu clan did not waste any time and announced that Qi Liu City would be called Liu City. Naturally, no one dared to object to it. In a private room of a restaurant, Duan Ling Tian listened to the conversations that drifted in from the main hall of the restaurant. He muttered to himself, they sure acted quickly. Let's hope they're able to produce the 800,000 supreme celestial stones on time. Meanwhile, Huaner, who had taken off her veil, sat across Duan Ling Tian, devouring the dishes on the table without caring about her image. Even then, she still looked beautiful and flawless from all angles. Even Duan Ling Tian, whose heart was usually as still as a lake, could not help but glance at Huaner every once in a while. After about half an hour, Huaner wiped the oil stains from her mouth, looking rather satisfied. She said with a smile, Big brother Ling Tian, I've eaten my fill. The food in the outside world is really delicious. In the future, you'll have to bring me to eat delicious food every day, okay? Duan Ling Tian nodded with a faint smile on his face. No problem, as long as Huaner is happy. He did not seem bothered by the change in the way Huaner addressed him. After leaving the Qi clan yesterday, both of them had roamed the streets of Qi Liu City, and he had bought several things for her. While they were strolling around, they encountered a few couples who addressed each other intimately. After listening to the way the couples addressed each other, Huaner unexpectedly changed the way she addressed Duan Ling Tian. She no longer called him Duan Ling Tian. Instead, she began to call him Big Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, did not put much thought into this. After all, he knew Huaner was innocent and was not wise to the ways of the world. She was like a blank sheet of paper. After a brief moment, Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile, now that we've eaten, shall we go for a stroll again? Yes, there are many things I like that I didn't get to buy yesterday. Huaner nodded like a chick pecking on grains on the ground. The duo leisurely strolled around Qi Liu City, or Liu City as it was now called, for the remaining 2 days. 2 days later, the duo appeared in the Liu clan's estate. Greetings, benefactor. All the high-ranking members of the Liu clan stood at the entrance and respectfully greeted the duo in unison upon the duo's arrival. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old ancestor of the Liu clan and bluntly asked, did you prepare the things I asked for? He did not bother asking the others. It was easy to tell the old ancestor of the Liu clan had the highest authority in the clan. Yes, benefactor, the old ancestor of the Liu clan replied respectfully as a spatial ring appeared in his hand. Chapter 2716 The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After taking the spatial ring from the old ancestor of the Liu clan, Duan Ling Tian faintly nodded before establishing his ownership on the ring. There were exactly 800,000 supreme celestial stones in a memory celestial talisman. The maps in the memory celestial talisman map. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. With just a thought, he activated the memory celestial talisman by sending his celestial origin energy into the talisman. Information flooded his mind, and a map appeared in his mind. This map covered the entire Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the surrounding celestial kingdoms, and even some remote kingdoms. My current location is here, at Qi Liu City. Qi Liu City, the capital of Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, only spans 200,000 miles. The King City of King Qin's mansion is more than 1 million miles away from Qi Liu City. This place here is the Nine Spectres County in Bloody Spectre City. Duan Ling Tian looked at the map in his mind. With the memory celestial talisman in his hand, the map was imprinted in Duan Ling Tian's mind. This made it easy for him to pinpoint his location and to look up other places as well. If I'm not mistaken, this memory celestial talisman that contains a map is quite costly. How considerate of them, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he put the memory celestial away, and he focused his attention on the old ancestor of the Liu clan. In Devata realms, there were normal maps and also maps in memory celestial talismans. The latter was exceptionally expensive since only a few would be willing to devote so much energy and time to draw a map on a memory celestial talisman. If one had so much time and energy, why not devote it to cultivation instead? Expending it on drawing maps offered fewer benefits in comparison. Naturally, that was not to say that there was no one up to the task. Otherwise, the memory celestial talisman with a map in Duan Ling Tian's possession would not have existed. Usually, only those with limited talent and stuck at a bottleneck with no other prospects would draw maps on memory celestial talismans to make easy money. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the old ancestor from the Liu clan sighed in relief. As long as the benefactor is satisfied. 3 days ago, when Duan Ling Tian killed the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan, the old ancestor from the Liu clan had been fearful of Duan Ling Tian. He was even more fearful of Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. For these reasons, he did not dare to act recklessly before Duan Ling Tian. He could only show Duan Ling Tian respect. Huaner, we've obtained the things we requested for. Let's leave the city, Duan Ling Tian said as he put the spatial ring away. A faint smile could be seen on his face as he looked at Huaner, who had worn her veil again. Leave this city. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huaner tugged at his sleeve with a pitiful expression on her face. Big brother Ling Tian, I haven't played enough. Why don't we stay a little longer and leave once I'm done playing? Upon seeing Huaner's behavior, the members of the Liu clan were terrified. Was this the same overarching heavenly supreme celestial who easily bound them and could have easily killed them with just a wave of her hand? Why does she look like an immature girl at this moment? Huaner, you don't want to leave. Okay, then. However, don't say I didn't tell you that the next place we're going is even more fun, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. It's even more fun than this place. Huaner's eyes brightened immediately. She quickly waved her hand as a cold and terrifying celestial origin energy surged out from her. The members of the Liu clan braced themselves as though facing some great danger. However, to their surprise, Huaner disappeared along with Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Big brother Ling Tian, then let's hurry to that place. These words were the only indication that the duo was present just moments earlier. The members of the Liu clan looked at each other in confusion. Was she really an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? No matter how one looked at it, she seemed just like a little girl who wanted to have fun. In the end, Liu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu clan, broke the silence and asked, Old ancestor, how strong do you think the purple-clad young man is? Is he also an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? I don't know if he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but since he's capable of killing the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan, he's at least a peak great overarching golden celestial, the old ancestor of the Liu clan said. As though he had just recalled something, his eyes narrowed as he said, most importantly, when I probed them with my divine consciousness 3 days ago, I discovered both of them are younger than 100 years old. Younger than 100 years old. As soon as the old ancestor from the Liu clan finished speaking, silence descended on the scene. How's that possible? Someone's who's, at least, a peak great overarching golden celestial and an overarching heavenly supreme celestial are younger than 100 years old. It was only natural that the members of the Liu clan felt skeptical. At this moment, Liu Quan's father, the former clan leader of the Liu clan and the other heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestial in the clan, sighed and said, in the beginning, I was skeptical as well. However, after meeting them again today, I'm quite certain that they're younger than 100 years old. His words instantly quelled everyone's doubts. If it were only their old ancestor who had spoken, there was a possibility that he might be mistaken. However, with the confirmation of the 2 heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials, there was no room left for doubts. Heavens, a peak great overarching golden celestial and an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who are younger than 100 years old. Who the hell are they? They must come from some extraordinary place. Let alone an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's younger than 100 years old, there's no peak great overarching golden celestials who's younger than 100 years old even in those high-ranked celestial kingdoms. They must be from a mighty sect or clans that are stronger than high-ranked celestial kingdoms. Perhaps, they left their home to have fun in the outside world. It's also part of the Liu clan's fortune to be able to meet them. Words can't describe how these two who are younger than 100 years old managed to overturn the legacy that had been set in stones for millenniums. In the end, the Liu clan's members came to the conclusion that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner came from a mighty sect or clan that was stronger than high-ranked celestial kingdoms. Let alone the Liu clan, even the strongest force in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the imperial family, could not compare to the duo. They were in different leagues. However, I still don't understand why they killed the heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan and helped the Liu clan. The old ancestor said. Everyone's attention focused on the old ancestor of the Liu clan as he continued to say, think about this. Both of them first killed a Liu clan's member before following the Qi clan's members back to their estate. Once the Qi clan discovered their strength, they would definitely treat them as distinguished guests. At that time, when we went knocking at the Qi clan's door to seek revenge, logically, we should have died. Rationally speaking, the Qi clan would be the only clan to rule Qi Liu City then. However, the problem is, they had already killed the two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials before we arrived at the Qi clan. Were the people from the Qi clan so blind that they could tell between fortune and disaster? This matter isn't as simple as it seems. The people from the Qi clan weren't stupid. He felt there was something amiss with the situation. He had interacted with the Qi clan his entire life and understood the two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan very well. He had no doubt that they would never act foolishly or recklessly. Indeed, this matter is really a little too hard to understand. After listening to his words, the members of the Liu clan felt the matter was somewhat unusual as well. They would never be able to guess that the two pillars of the Qi clan were killed because they saw something they should not have seen. Otherwise, Qi Liu City would not solely belong to the Liu clan. Outside Liu City, formerly known as Qi Liu City. Come on, big brother Ling Tian. Let's go to the next place. Where is it? Is it far? As soon as Huaner carried Duan Ling Tian out of the city, she removed her veils. Her expression was one of eagerness and urgency, as though she could not wait to sprout a pair of wings to fly off to the fun place that Duan Ling Tian had spoken about. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile, Huaner, our next destination is called the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. To be precise, we're going to the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was the nearest high-ranked celestial kingdom to the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian had chosen it as his next destination simply because he had no other choice. There was only one high-ranked celestial kingdom near the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom within 300,000 miles. As for the low-rank and middle-ranked celestial kingdoms, he was, naturally, not interested in visiting them. Chapter 2717 The Sixth Prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. After Duan Ling Tian left Liu City, formerly known as Qi Liu City, he made his way to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Meanwhile, Nangong Li, who had escaped from Duan Ling Tian and Huaner with a drifting light shadow talisman, finally saw his savior after hiding in a cave for a time. Father, why did you personally come? Nangong Li did not expect his father, the clan leader of the Nangong clan, would come instead of sending men over. Nangong Zheng, Nangong Li's father, was a middle-aged man with an average build and average looks. However, his eyes glinted with a hint of sharpness and shrewdness. At this moment, his expression was slightly gloomy. Lear, what happened? Didn't I send two elders out with you? Although Nangong Li had sent a communication celestial talisman to ask Nangong Zheng to send some men to escort him home because he had encountered danger, Nangong Zheng still did not know the details of what had happened. Father, the two elders are dead. Moreover, Nangong Ji and Nangong Yu are dead as well. The only reason I'm alive is due to the drifting light and shadow talisman you gave me. You used drifting light and shadow talisman. Nangong Zheng's eyes widened as soon as he heard his son's words. The expressions of the two elders he had brought along with him changed as well. The drifting light and shadow talisman was an exceptionally precious celestial talisman. At the very least, for the Nangong clan, it was exceptionally precious. There were only two of such talismans in the clan after they expended a lot of effort and spent a lot of money to obtain them. Due to how precious they were, one of the talismans was in the possession of Nangong Zheng, the clan leader of the Nangong clan, while the other was given to his son. Naturally, when they heard that Nangong Li had used the drifting light and shadow talisman, they felt a slight heartache. Nangong Zheng's expression was grave as he asked, "So, what happened?" Since the two elders he had sent out to protect his son were dead, and his son had to resort to using the drifting light and shadow talisman, he had no doubt his son had encountered a great danger. Nangong Li did not dare to lie to his father and honestly recounted what happened. Upon hearing Nangong Li's words, a furious expression appeared on Nangong Zheng's face. It seemed as though he wanted to slap his son as he said in a voice that grew increasingly loud, "What? All this trouble because of a woman? Moreover, you're the one who provoked the other party first." Nangong Li spoke up to defend himself. "Father, that woman is no ordinary woman. Not only is she extremely powerful, but her appearance is far superior to all the women I've seen. Other women are nothing compared to her." Then, a floating image pearl appeared in Nangong Li's hand as he continued to say, "Fortunately, I used a floating image pearl when the two elders acted. Although it only recorded the moments before their deaths, we should be able to see the woman." After Nangong Li sent his celestial origin energy into the floating image pearl, it projected the scene it had recorded. The recording showed a purple-clad young man and a white-robed young woman. As soon as the recording appeared, Nangong Zheng and the two elders behind him could not help but look at the white-robed young woman. Moreover, they found it difficult to look away from her. This white-robed young woman was too beautiful. Elegantly arched eyebrows, limpid eyes like water, tall, and graceful. Her face seemed to be sculpted by the gods themselves. It was perfect. Clad in a thin white robe, she emitted a cold and unapproachable aura. Her bearing made her seem as though she was a heavenly fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Regardless if it was Nangong Zheng or the two elders behind him, they did not expect that after living for such a long time, their hearts that had become as still as a lake would move after seeing a woman. They were dazzled by her appearance. If I encountered her when I was young, I wouldn't have been able to hold back. When the two elders regained their senses, they sighed in unison. Nangong Zheng took a deep breath. One of the elders said warily, "Who are the man and woman?" Nangong Zheng fiercely said, "Regardless of who they are, we can't let this matter go since they killed members of the Nangong clan." He turned to look at his son and said, "When we return, look for the sixth prince and show him the recording of the floating image pearl. I'm sure the white-robed woman will catch his interest. He'll definitely use all his means to obtain her." A hint of slyness flashed in his eyes when he spoke. Nangong Zheng intended to use the sixth prince. He was convinced that with the sixth prince's character, the sixth prince would definitely spare no effort to obtain the white-robed young woman once he saw her. Indeed, everything unfolded as Nangong Zheng had predicted. When Nangong Li returned to the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and showed the recording of the floating image pearl to the sixth prince, the latter's eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. He even rose from his seat and flew up to Nangong Li. The sixth prince grabbed Nangong Li's collar and raised him in the air, asking anxiously, "Nangong Li, this woman, who is she?" The sixth prince wore a long golden robe. He looked frail and had a slightly gloomy countenance. However, based on his speed earlier, it was obvious he was not as frail as he looked. "Nangong Li, the sixth prince is talking to you. Nangong Li, what are you spacing out for? Answer the sixth prince." Upon seeing Nangong Li, who was stunned speechless by the sixth prince's aggression, a group of young men dressed in luxurious robes who were standing next to the sixth prince began to speak up one after another, admonishing Nangong Li. These young men were all disciples of the capital's mightiest sects and clans. The forces behind these young men were not any weaker than the Nangong clan. Nangong Li said with a bitter smile on his face, "Sixth prince, I have no idea who she is either, I just accidentally encountered her when I was out." A young man who did not get along with Nangong Li said with a sneer, "Nangong Li, you didn't bring her back and hide her from the sixth prince, did you?" Nangong Li saw the sixth prince's eyes flashed coldly as soon as the young man had spoken. He hastily said, "Sixth prince, if I had brought her back, I would have immediately offered her to you. In fact, when I encountered her, my first thought is to bring her back to you. Alas, not only did I fail to bring her back, but I lost 2 elders and 2 disciples from the clan and even had to use a drifting light and shadow talisman to escape." Upon hearing Nangong Li's words, the sixth prince loosened his grip on Nangong Li's collar. "I don't think you have the guts to lie to me." Then, a drifting light and shadow talisman appeared in his hand before he casually tossed it on the floor next to Nangong Li. He said indifferently, Take this drifting light and shadow talisman as a reward from me. If I manage to find her in the future, you'll be handsomely rewarded." Nangong Li stooped down to pick up the talisman and reverently said, "Many thanks, Sixth Prince." "Many thanks." On the same day, the Sixth Prince ordered the experts under him to track the white-robed woman and even had her portraits drawn by master painters. For this reason, it did not take long before everyone in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom knew about the Sixth Prince searching for a peerless beauty. They also knew the woman was not weak. She was even stronger than the two elders from the Nangong clan who were yellow-rank overarching golden celestials. However, this did not put people off from searching for the woman. After all, if they managed to find her or even some clues that led to her whereabouts, they would be handsomely rewarded by the Sixth Prince. If Duan Ling Tian had left the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom a bit later, he would have found that countless portraits of Huoner were circulating in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had already entered the territory of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was in the outskirts of the kingdom's capital, and it did not take long before he arrived in the capital. Although the capital of Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's buildings looked rather similar to the buildings in other cities, there was a majestic air about them that stunned Duan Ling Tian. "Big brother Ling Tian, this place is so big." A trace of astonishment could be seen in Huoner's limpid eyes. When she recovered from the shock, an expression of excitement appeared on her face immediately. Looking like a child, she clapped her hands gleefully as she said, "There must be many fun and interesting things in such a big city." Chapter 27:18 Puzzled. The grandeur of the capital of the high-ranked Celestial Kingdom, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, exceeded Duan Ling Tian's expectations. Duan Ling Tian discovered the capital had its own rules. Apart from the Imperial Guards, everyone was prohibited to fly in the capital. It was seen as a challenge to the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Due to this rule, he and Huoner could only enter through one of the entrances of the city. At this moment, apart from the veil that concealed her face, Huoner was also wearing a hat. Due to this, only her limpid eyes and a small patch of her forehead could be seen. Duan Ling Tian had learned his lesson in Qi Liu City and requested her to wear a hat as well. After all, he discovered Huoner was still like a flower that attracted all the bees even if she wore a veil to conceal her face. Ever since she had put on a hat, she no longer attracted everyone's attention like before. On the contrary, Duan Ling Tian's handsome appearance ended up attracting attention from the women in the surroundings. Some men even looked at Duan Ling Tian enviously when they saw how handsome he was. There was no lack of handsome men in this world. However, handsome men with an exceptional bearing like Duan Ling Tian were extremely rare. Due to his bearing, many people instinctively thought Duan Ling Tian had an exceptional background when they saw him. When Huoner saw so many women looking at Duan Ling Tian, it made her rather unhappy for reasons unknown to her. For this reason, she said, "Brother Ling Tian, can I take the hat off? Look, there are so many people on the street, but none of them are wearing a hat." It was not her intention to attract attention. However, she felt that if she took off her hat, the women's gaze would fall on her instead of Duan Ling Tian. Although Huoner was unwise to the feelings between a man and a woman, after traveling with Duan Ling Tian all this time, she had developed a sort of dependence on Duan Ling Tian. She did not like the thought of having to share Duan Ling Tian with other women. She did not like it even when the women only looked at him. Duan Ling Tian sternly said, "Huoner, don't make a fuss. If you don't listen to me, I'm not going to accompany you to look for your mother." What a joke. He had already seen and experienced the effects of Huoner's beauty. Even with the veil, she was still attracting bees. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better that she kept the hat on. How could he allow her to take the hat off knowing it would only attract trouble? He was slightly confused as well. Up until just now, she had been fine wearing the hat. Why did she suddenly want to remove the hat? He would never expect that it was because she did not want other women to look at him. To put it bluntly, she was jealous. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huoner felt aggrieved. Her eyes glistened with tears as she pouted. "You're bullying me." Being in close proximity, Duan Ling Tian, who saw her eyes glistening with tears for the first time, felt a slight headache. He helplessly tried to comfort her. "Huoner, I'm only asking you to keep the hat on to avoid unnecessary trouble. You might be able to suppress everyone in Qi Liu City with your strength, but it's different here. This is the capital of a high-ranked celestial kingdom. There are many people who are stronger than you here. It's better to keep a low profile. In a while, we'll look for an inn to stay in. At that time, you can remove your veil and hat, okay? Then, Brother Ling Tian, you must accompany me to buy interesting things and eat delicious food, Huaner said with glistening eyes. Fine, fine, I'll accompany you, Duan Ling Tian replied as though he was coaxing a child. When Huaner's eyes were no longer brimming with tears, Duan Ling Tian finally sighed in relief. She was just like a child, and it was honestly quite exhausting to be with her. However, what other choice did he have? Abandon her. Based on how naive she was, if he were not by her side, it would not take long for her to be captured by men stronger than her. At that point, perhaps, death would be a better option for her. Moreover, he had taken her out of the ruin, and she had helped him to get rid of the illusory realm. He felt somewhat responsible for her. Although as a man, he also had the desire to possess her, his rationality was much stronger than a base instinct such as lust. Apart from that, after interacting with her, he only saw her as a child. I hope we'll be able to find her mother soon. At that time, I'll finally be free. As Duan Ling Tian led Huaner down the wide streets of the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he said, Huaner, we'll first look for a restaurant to eat delicious food. He looked for a lively restaurant with private rooms. After all, he could not let Huaner eat in the main hall. She would have to remove her veil and hat to eat. How much trouble would she cause if the people in the restaurant saw her appearance? The spacious roads of the capital bustled with an endless stream of carriages and carts. The pedestrians walked on the sides while carts and carriages took to the middle of the streets. Many exotic celestial beasts could also be seen. They were used as mounts. These celestial beasts, naturally, lacked intelligence. They were similar to the snow-white steeds that pulled King Qin's chariot back in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Although their cultivation bases were comparable to Violet Sun Golden Celestials, without any intelligence, they could only accept slavery. This one, Duan Ling Tian finally picked a relatively lively restaurant that had private rooms in the south of the capital. He and Huaner had entered the capital using the south entrance. Despite roaming around for half a day, they were still in the southern side of the capital. One could just imagine how big the capital was. After being seated in the private room, Duan Ling Tian waited until all the dishes were served before he ordered the waiter to withdraw. When the door to the room was closed, he finally allowed Huaner to remove her veil and hat. Huaner did not waste any time and began to eat as though she had been starved for days, completely lacking the manners of a noble and virtuous lady. This is tasty. This one is also tasty. This is pretty good as well. She devoured the dishes like a ravenous beast. With grease staining her mouth, she said to Duan Ling Tian, the dishes here are better than the ones we had previously. Of course, this is the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after all, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. On their way to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, whenever they arrived in a city, he would bring Huaner to a restaurant to eat. Hence, he had already gotten accustomed to Huaner's way of eating. While Huaner was eating, he eavesdropped on the conversations in the main hall. When they had entered the restaurant, he had chosen the private room closest to the main hall for this purpose. It had to be said that the soundproofing of the restaurant was pretty good. If Duan Ling Tian did not deliberately eavesdrop, all he would hear was indistinct background noises. Initially, there was nothing interesting about the conversations in the main hall. However, when Huaner had finished half of the dishes, he finally heard something that caught his attention. In a month, all the king mansions in the territories of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will be bringing their most outstanding young powerhouses to the Imperial Palace. I wonder which king mansion will produce the most outstanding young talent. I heard there's a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who's younger than 100 years old in King Hongwei's mansion. Violet Sun Golden Celestials younger than the age of 100 are rare in our kingdom. A Violet Sun Golden Celestial who's not even 100 years of age. How outstanding. Upon hearing these words, Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows slightly rose. Its young powerhouse is less than 100 years of age again. Moreover, all the king mansions in the territories of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdoms have to gather these young powerhouses as well and bring them to the Imperial Palace in a month. Don't tell me the martial competition of the 16 counties by King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom has something to do with this. With such generous rewards, I initially thought there must be a catch behind the competition. However, it seems like it was an order passed down by the imperial family of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Why are the imperial families of both kingdoms frantically gathering young powerhouses who are less than 100 years old? He was confused by all these thoughts that were running through his mind. Although he had stayed in the cloudy rock celestial kingdom for a long time after he ascended, he did not hear about the imperial family passing down such an order. Chapter 2719 The three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Usually, those from small cities who wished to make a name for themselves would have to rely on their efforts to rise to prominence. However, if a young powerhouse with great innate talent appeared, it was only natural that the strong factions from big kingdoms, or the imperial family, would vie for these young geniuses to join them. In any case, such geniuses would only appear once in a blue moon. The soaring dragon celestial kingdom was a high-ranked celestial kingdom. There was an order for those in its territories to look for young talent who were younger than 100 years old. It might seem like the kingdom was just looking for talent, but to Duan Ling Tian, something seemed fishy. If the kingdom only wanted to scout for talents, they would not have an age restriction. After all, there were many highly talented people who were just slightly above 100 years of age. Most importantly, he did not think it was a coincidence that King Qin's mansion from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was also looking for powerhouses younger than 100 years old. He thought to himself, is it possible that the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion was only a selection for a bigger competition? As Duan Ling Tian continued listening to the conversation, he discovered that a competition would be held in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in 1 month. All the territories under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would bring 10 of their strongest young powerhouses to compete in the Imperial Palace to determine the 50 strongest young powerhouses in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A conversation caught Duan Ling Tian's attention, and he listened attentively to the conversation. It's not only the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom that will select 50 of its strongest young powerhouses who are younger than 100 years old, but intermediate rank celestial kingdoms also have to select 30 of its strongest young powerhouses. Apart from that, even low-ranked celestial kingdoms have to select 20 young powerhouses to participate in a competition. How did you find out about this? Why are all the kingdoms holding a competition? Intermediate and low-ranked celestial kingdoms have to send their young powerhouses to participate in a competition as well. I thought it's just our kingdom. Why are they allowed to send a lower number of young powerhouses? Didn't you hear? There will be a martial competition held in a year. It's organized by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. The participants are the young powerhouses who are younger than 100 years old from the celestial kingdoms surrounding the wasteland. It's said that outstanding participants will be given a chance to join one of the 3 major celestial sects, the man who had spoken first said. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Duan Ling Tian discovered his speculation was not wrong. Wasteland. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. A map appeared in his mind at this moment. This was the map he had obtained from the Liu clan in Qi Liu City. Since the map was in a memory celestial talisman, it was imprinted in his mind. The map covers a vast area. On the southern side of the map are many barren mountains. The wasteland is located to the north of the barren mountains. There are 373 celestial kingdoms around the wasteland. There are 39 high-ranked celestial kingdoms, 125 intermediate-ranked celestial kingdoms, and 209 low-ranked celestial kingdoms. The wasteland is vast, and it doesn't belong to any celestial kingdom despite being surrounded by many kingdoms. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Taiyi Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect that are marked on the map must be the 3 major celestial sects those people mentioned. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Taiyi Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect were the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. They organized a martial competition that would be held in a year in the wasteland. Invitations had been issued to all 373 celestial kingdoms, so the kingdoms would have to bring their strongest young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old to participate in the competition. Failing to show up would probably not bode well for the kingdoms. After all, it would be a slight against the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, and it could result in their kingdoms being annihilated. Many kingdoms were annihilated in the history of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. It was only natural since the 3 celestial sects were far mightier than high-ranked celestial kingdoms. In the Devata realms, a celestial sect was far superior to ordinary sects. Sects that were weaker than the imperial family of a high-ranked celestial kingdom were not qualified to be given the status of a celestial sect. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland are far superior to any powerful sects in high-ranked celestial kingdoms. I wonder if the 3 celestial sects are more powerful than the Compassionate celestial traveler sect. A beautiful figure appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. The reason he had to leave King Qin's mansion in such a hurry was due to the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect ordering her subordinate to kill him. A plan slowly formed in his mind as he thought to himself, I should be able to find more information about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the three major celestial sects of the wasteland in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Meanwhile, the people in the main hall of the restaurant were still heatedly discussing the martial competition that would be held in the wasteland. However, Duan Ling Tian was no longer interested in the discussion. He shifted his attention to Huaner and said, Huaner, slow down. We can order more if it's not enough. Huaner was devouring the food as though she was a ravenous beast. The empty plates, when stacked up, were almost the height of an 8-year-old child. The dishes on the table were disappearing at an alarming rate. Huaner said incoherently with her mouth full. She continued enjoying her food and ignored Duan Ling Tian. It seems like you really love good food. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he chuckled. It did not take long before all the dishes on the table were eaten. Duan Ling Tian ordered the waiter to serve another 2 dishes. It did not take long before the 2 dishes disappeared as well. After Huaner finished eating, she wiped the grease off her mouth and rubbed her belly without a care for her image. All right, I'm 60% full. That's enough for now. We'll continue at night. 60% full. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. If he did not know Huaner was a celestial beast, he would have thought she was a monster with an endless appetite. They put on their veils and hats before paying for the bill. When they left the restaurant, Duan Ling Tian noticed the waiter looking at them as though they were monsters. He was overcome with the urge to explain to the waiter that Huaner was the one who had devoured all the food. In fact, he did not eat much at all. As they were walking around, looking for an inn to settle in for the night, a loud howling noise rang from the other end of the street. A mighty and strange celestial beast with 9 heads could be seen pulling a roofless carriage at a high speed. Its speed was comparable to King Qin's carriage that Duan Ling Tian had seen back in King Qin's mansion. This 9-headed celestial beast has a cultivation base comparable to a violet sun golden celestial, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He saw an orange-clad lady in the carriage. Although she was a beauty, she paled in comparison to Huaner. It was not difficult to tell that the woman came from a wealthy family. In fact, based on her aura, it seemed like she was a typical spoiled rich man's daughter. When the lady looked at and met Duan Ling Tian's eyes, her eyes lit up immediately. She looked like a hungry wolf that had met its prey. However, since the 9-headed celestial beast was moving at high speed, the carriage shot past Duan Ling Tian and Huaner in just a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian, who noticed the lady's gaze, frowned when he heard the howling noise from the 9-headed celestial beast again. Chapter 27:20 Arrogant Lady. Clouds of dust rose in the air as pedestrians frantically scrambled to avoid the roofless carriage. There were a couple of instances where the 9-headed celestial beast almost trampled on people with a slower reaction time. When the dust finally settled, the roofless carriage drawn by the 9-headed celestial beast had already come to a halt in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huaner, blocking their path. The orange-clad young lady in the roofless carriage blatantly sized Duan Ling Tian up with her fiery eyes. She completely lacked the demure demeanor a young lady should have. An old lady in long gray robes stood behind the orange-clad young lady. She was expressionless but exuded an enigmatic air. Finally, the young lady slowly asked, "What's your name?" Although her voice was melodious, it sounded particularly harsh in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Her eyes that were in the shape of a crescent moon flashed with a hint of wickedness as she looked at him. Based on her disregard for the pedestrians who were scrambling out of the way of her carriage earlier, Duan Ling Tian was even more certain she was a spoiled, arrogant, and cruel young lady from a wealthy family. It seemed like the lives of people were like weed in her eyes. He did not deign to respond to her question. He only glanced at her before he held Huaner's hand, preparing to bypass the carriage and walk away. A crisp crack from a whip rang in the air. It sounded ear-piercing. A long red whip could be seen in the arrogant young lady's hand. She had flicked the whip in front of Duan Ling Tian, clearly trying to stop him from leaving. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened as he came to a halt. He was obviously displeased. Concealed under the hat and the veil, it felt as though a layer of frost had formed over Huaner's face. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young lady pointedly and asked, "What are you doing?" The young lady's eyes remained trained on Duan Ling Tian as she said indifferently, "What am I doing? Didn't you hear? I asked for your name." Duan Ling Tian frowned. Do I know you? The arrogant young lady said unabashedly. Now you do. My name is Zhou Shudong. From today onward, you'll be my boy toy. Consider this a blessing. Boy toy. Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded when he heard her words. Naturally, he knew what a boy toy was. Normally, mature ladies were the ones who liked to collect boy toys, right? Why would this young lady have such a hobby? Right, everlasting youth. Even cultivators from the mundane realms can achieve everlasting youth, let alone those from the Devata realms. This Zhou Shudong might look young, but it's possible she's an old lady who has lived for 10,000 years, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Boy toy, brother Ling Tian, what's a boy toy? Huaner asked curiously. Duan Ling Tian was at a loss for words. He did not know he should explain this to Huaner. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard the hushed conversation in his surroundings. As expected, the fourth miss from the Zhou clan wants to bring that young man home to be her boy toy. The fourth miss from the Zhou clan is very liberal and likes to gather boy toys, but her standards are high. She won't simply select those with average looks. Well, this purple-clad young man has an extraordinary appearance and bearing. It's to be expected that she wants him to be part of her harem. However, based on the young man's extraordinary bearing, it's obvious he's not from an ordinary background. Isn't she afraid of offending someone from a powerful background? You're overthinking. Not only is the Zhou clan a top-tier clan in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, but they're related to the imperial family as well. The only young men in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom that the fourth miss of Zhou clan can't afford to offend are her imperial cousins. Well, it still doesn't change the fact that he might have an extraordinary background in another kingdom. Then, he can only blame himself for being unlucky. As the saying goes, a mighty dragon is no match for the native serpent. The hushed conversation in the surroundings shed light on the young lady's background. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, with such a background, no wonder. She's so arrogant. I'm flattered that Miss Zhou has taken a liking to me. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhou Shudong and said in a light tone, unfortunately, I'm not qualified to receive such a blessing. In any case, thank you. I'll take my leave now. He held Huaner's hand and prepared to leave again. After learning about Zhou Shudong's background, he did not think it was necessary to offend her unless it was absolutely necessary. Stop right there, Zhou Shudong said domineeringly as she leapt off the carriage and blocked Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's path again. Her gaze turned cold when she saw Duan Ling Tian holding Huaner's hand. If her gaze was a blade, it would have already severed Huaner's hand. Miss Zhou, nothing can be gained if one has to force it. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed coldly when Zhou Shudong stopped them again. There's nothing that I, Zhou Shudong, cannot have. Today, you'll have to choose, either you leave with me or you die along with this woman, Zhou Shudong said coldly. It was clear she planned to kill Huaner. She was a jealous and possessive woman who could not bear to see the man she liked holding another woman's hand. It was in line with her personality to want to kill Huaner. You want to kill me? Huaner asked coldly. Huaner. Duan Ling Tian could feel the coldness seeping out from Huaner's hand, and he quickly pinched her hand and said in a lowered tone, let me handle this. If I can't handle it, then, you can deal with it. Miss Zhou, please show some courtesy to my sister, Duan Ling Tian solemnly said as he released Huaner's hand. He could tell said Zhou Shudong was an extremely jealous and possessive woman. She's your sister. As expected, Zhou Shudong's expression took a turn for the better when she heard his words. Since she's your sister, I won't kill her. However, you'll need to stay with me. Be mine, otherwise, both of you will die. Her eyes flashed with killing intent as she continued to say, now make your choice. Die with your sister or be mine. Miss Zhou, there are so many men out there. Why does it have to be me? Normally, Duan Ling Tian would have already lost his patience. However, the journey to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was long and arduous. If it were possible, he did not want to leave just because he had offended her even if he was not afraid of her. Zhou Shudong said indifferently, I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't decide by then, I'll take it as you rejecting my request. Duan Ling Tian knew there was no way to solve this peacefully when he heard Zhou Shudong's words. His expression turned cold immediately. He sidestepped Zhou Shudong and held Huaner's hand as he casually said, Huaner, let's leave. Zhou Shudong scoffed before she lifted her long red whip and cracked them in Duan Ling Tian's direction. It looked like a red python as it moved in the air. When she made her move, Duan Lingtian ascertained that she was also a blue sun golden celestial like him. Ridiculous. Duan Lingtian's temper finally exploded. His gaze grew increasingly cold. He snorted as his celestial origin energy surged out from his hands. He lifted his hand at the speed of light and caught Zhou Shudong's whip. Get lost. Duan Lingtian barked as he threw Zhou Shudong and her whip aside. His celestial origin energy had injured Zhou Shudong. Fourth miss. The old lady in the carriage cried out. She only discovered her master was no match for the purple-clad young man when his celestial origin energy surged out. Her expression changed drastically when she saw him throwing Zhou Shudong to the side. Her expression was unsightly and her eyes gleamed with killing intent as she shouted, "You'll die, brat." Duan Lingtian looked at the old lady and said apathetically, "Huaner, kill her." Chapter 27-21 Fleeting Time in. Yes, brother Lingtian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huaner instantly turned to look at the old lady who was preparing to kill Duan Lingtian. Her limpid eyes, hidden by the hat, were brimming with hostility. She had been restraining herself since earlier. The old lady's cultivation base was relatively profound. She was, at least, an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. However, an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial was no match for Huaner. A gust of cold and bitter wind appeared as Huaner casually lifted her hand. The air seemed to have stagnated at this moment, it was as though it was frozen. She waved her hand, and the cold wind blew toward the old lady, shrouding the old lady before she could even reach Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, the old lady was frozen into an ice sculpture before everyone's eyes. One could still vaguely see the unsightly expression on her face through the layer of ice. The old lady that had been turned into an ice block was still flying toward Duan Lingtian due to inertia, albeit at a slower speed. "Brother Lingtian," Huaner called out softly. In just a flash, she was back to his side, holding his hand. She effortlessly brought him away from the frozen old lady. The ice sculpture fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The old lady was dead. In fact, before she had landed on the ground, she had already died when she was frozen. Now that the ice sculpture had shattered, her remains were pieces as well. The commotion had startled the nine-headed celestial beast, causing it to become restless. It glared at Duan Lingtian with its bright red eyes and charged at him, seemingly determined to trample him to death. Duan Lingtian was about to make a move to kill the nine-headed celestial beast, but Huaner was a step ahead of him. A gust of cold wind swept out and bound the frenzied beast to the ground. The nine-headed celestial beast stood frozen on the street like a realistic ice sculpture on display. At this moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at the stunned Zhou Shudong who sat paralyzed on the ground. He said indifferently, "Miss Zhou, I'll spare your life out of respect for the Zhou clan. I hope you make the best out of it." Then, he turned to Huaner and said with a smile, "Huaner, let's go." Huaner nodded cutely and left with Duan Lingtian. At the same time, she asked curiously through voice transmission, "Brother Lingtian, why did you spare her?" "She wanted to kill me." Huaner, "I didn't kill her because I don't want to be forced to leave the capital of Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom so soon after we arrived." "You don't like being constantly on the run, do you?" "I plan to stay in the kingdom for a while before I plan my next move. This Miss Zhou comes from an extraordinary family. If we kill her, we'll definitely anger the Zhou clan and the imperial family. It's easy to kill her, but it won't be worth it." Although both Duan Lingtian and Zhou Shudong were Blue Sun Golden Celestials, he could easily kill her if he so wished. After all, his strength was much greater than what his cultivation base indicated. He could easily kill an ordinary great overarching golden celestial without using the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, let alone a mere Blue Sun Golden Celestial. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, Huaner nodded even though she did not fully understand his words. The busy street was deathly silent as the duo left under everyone's watchful eyes. When the pedestrians regained their senses, their figures had already disappeared at the end of the street. All of them inhaled sharply and looked at each other in disbelief. Remarkable strength. The white-clad lady wearing the veil and the hat is terrifying. She must be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial at least. She would have to be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, at least, to display such strength. The old lady she killed was an elder who frequently accompanied the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. She was an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial, overarching heaven supreme celestial. It seems like their background isn't simple as well. You don't say. Look at them strolling around the capital after killing the old lady from the Zhou clan. It's clear they have no intention of fleeing. It's obvious they aren't afraid of the Zhou clan. However, it seems like they still have a measure of respect for the Zhou clan since they didn't kill the fourth miss. The onlookers glanced at Zhou Shudong furtively as they whispered among themselves. She was still sitting on the ground in a stupor, clearly traumatized by the event. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huaner continued exploring the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom before they finally chose an inn to settle in. They had specially chosen an inn that belonged to the Nian clan, the enemy of the Zhou clan. The Nian clan was also one of the top clans in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, comparable to the Zhou clan. Similar to the Zhou clan, they were relatives of the imperial family as well. The inn was called Fleeting Time Inn. It was an extremely huge inn. There were 999 rooms available. All guest rooms had their own independent courtyards and noise-canceling and spirit-gathering formations. The cost for a guest room per night was 10 prominent celestial stones. It was unaffordable for most people. A page boy showed them around the inn as they passed through different courtyards, 999 guest rooms. Moreover, it seems like the occupancy rate is quite high. Even if they only rent out half the rooms a day, their daily income is 5,000 prominent celestial stones. 10 days will earn them 50,000 prominent celestial stones, a month would earn them 150,000 prominent celestial stones, and a year would earn them 1,800,000 prominent celestial stones. Duan Lingtian calculated inwardly as he marveled at his surroundings. He was astonished by the inn's income. After a while, he asked, "Young man, it's my first time in the Fleeting Time Inn. Can you tell me more about the inn?" "Yes, of course," the page boy replied respectfully. "Dear guest, although the cost per night here is high, I guarantee you it's great value for your money. Not only does the inn have one of the best cultivation environments in the city, but there are also many overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clans overseeing the inn so you won't be disturbed. It's a safe haven here, provided you didn't offend the imperial family or forces stronger than high-ranked celestial kingdoms. This is one of the reasons why it's so costly to stay here. Staying here is like having a life-saving talisman." Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard the pageboy's words. He had specifically chosen this inn because the Nian clan and the Zhou clan were sworn enemies. It would be difficult, if not impossible, for the Zhou clan to cause a ruckus in the Nian clan's territory. However, he did not expect the inn would provide protection for their guests as well. This came as a pleasant surprise to him. So, even if one has offended the Zhou clan, it's still safe to stay here. The Zhou clan. The page boy was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. However, he quickly replied, "Of course. The Zhou clan and Nian clan are enemies, it's impossible for them to act recklessly here. The same goes for the other factions. We're not afraid of them." Then, he added, "Dear guest, on average, 80% of the guests stay here to avoid their enemies. Hence, you can rest assured it's safe here. Our guest rooms are also equipped with noise-canceling formations and spirit-gathering formations." The cultivation environment. The page boy continued to say. However, Duan Lingtian no longer paid attention to the page boy's words. Cultivation environment. With Huaner around and her divine crystal, he would still have the best cultivation environment even if he was in the middle of nowhere. He did not choose to stay in the inn for its cultivation environment. He only chose to stay here for the protection it offered. Realization suddenly dawned on Duan Lingtian. No wonder there were dozens of people waiting outside the Fleeting Time Inn. Those people must be waiting for their enemies to come out. When they finally arrived at their room, Duan Lingtian tipped the page boy with a prominent celestial stone before he asked with a smile, "Young man, what's your name?" The page boy's eyes brightened. He reached and took to the prominent celestial stone at lightning speed and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. You can call me Little Six." "All right," Duan Lingtian nodded and continued to say, "Little Six, I'll need your help in the future to run some errands for me. What do you think? Is there a way for me to contact you?" "Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while." The page boy routinely took out a strip of red cloth from his pocket and handed it to Duan Lingtian. He said with a smile, "Dear guest, if there's a need for my service, all you need to do is just hang this strip of red cloth on the door. At that time, I'll come to you." Chapter 2722 The Fourth Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Longshang Yun. The page boy seemed accustomed to receiving such a request. Duan Lingtian soon came to realize the fleeting time in must have received a lot of similar requests from their guests. After all, if one had to reside here to avoid the pursuit of one's enemies, one would not be able to recklessly leave the inn. The guests would inevitably need to purchase things like celestial pills, ingredients to refine pills or forge weapons, memory celestial talismans, and so on. All right, Duan Lingtian took the strip of red cloth as the page boy continued to lead them to their room. The fleeing time inn was truly big. Not only did it have 999 guest rooms, but each room had 3 rooms in their personal courtyards. 2 rooms faced the rear while one was located near the courtyard entrance. "Welcome, dear guests," a pleasantly sweet voice greeted them as soon as they stepped foot into the courtyard. A servant girl dressed in servant clothes stood at the side of the main entrance and greeted them. She had delicate features, and her appearance could be considered above average. Even then, it was still a far cry from the beauty of his 2 wives and Huaner. "Dear guests, each guest room comes with a servant. It's her responsibility to take care of your daily meals and comfort. Apart from that, sex is allowed, that is, by the consent of the servant," the page boy routinely said. His words embarrassed Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the servant girl peeked at Duan Lingtian. Her cheeks flushed red when she caught a glimpse of his handsome face. The page boy looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, "Dear guest, the servants here are all virgins. You say the servant has to give consent. What if she refuses?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "If she refuses, you cannot force her. Otherwise, it'd be seen as provoking the fleeting time in, and one will be severely punished," the page boy replied. Duan Lingtian looked at the page boy suspiciously. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to set me up?" "Dear guest, it's not that. I deliberately didn't remind you. I just didn't think it's necessary. The servants are lucky if they get to spend a night with you. Moreover, I don't think any of the servants will refuse you," the page boy said in an attempt to flatter Duan Lingtian. Then, he turned to look at the maiden before he added, "If you don't believe me, ask her." Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at the servant girl. The servant girl felt butterflies fluttering in her stomach when Duan Lingtian looked at her. "Dear guest, if you want me to spend the night with you, I'm willing." Her voice turned soft when she reached the end of her sentence. Duan Lingtian coughed in embarrassment when he heard the servant girl's reply. He hastily turned to the page boy and said, "Xiao Lu, if there's nothing else, you can take your leave." "Yes, sir." The page boy thought Duan Lingtian was impatient to get things started, so he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he left. "What is your name?" Duan Lingtian asked the servant girl. "Dear guest, my name is Chung'er," the servant girl replied shyly. "Chung'er, there's no need to feel awkward. I won't be asking you to spend the night with me. Just do your duty and don't interrupt our cultivation," Duan Lingtian bluntly said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the servant girl knew she had been daydreaming and was a fool for love. She could not help but feel disheartened. At this moment, a melodious voice rang in the air, catching the servant girl's attention. The voice was so charming and sounded like music to one's ears that it could even catch the attention of women. "Brother Lingtian, Xiao Lu said you can have sex." "What is sex?" "And, he said this elder sister is a virgin." "What's a virgin?" Chung'er lamented inwardly. "So, he has a partner." It seemed like the guest she had a crush on already had a partner by his side. Although Huaner's appearance was hidden by the veil and hat, she could tell Huaner was much more beautiful than her. Duan Lingtian said, "Huaner, you're still too young to know about this. You'll learn about it when you're older." "Brother Lingtian, I'm already 13 years old. I'm not too young," Huaner said, clearly displeased. 13 years old? Duan Lingtian and the servant girl were thoroughly shocked. The servant girl looked at the white-clad lady's voluptuous figure that put hers to shame. How could a 13-year-old possess this type of figure? When Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses, he looked at Huaner in bewilderment as he asked, 13 years old? "Huaner, you're only 13 years old." "Yes." Huaner nodded innocently. "Tth the people from your clan, they mature so early." Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Then, he remembered Huaner was not an ordinary human. She was half human and half phantom fox. In Devata realms, phantom foxes were celestial beasts with sentience. "Huaner, let's go in." Since it was inconvenient to continue the conversation in the presence of an outsider, both of them entered the room, and he quickly closed the door. Seeing this, Chung'er completely gave up her hopes on Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, returned to the clan. The incident today had spread like a wildfire in the capital. It did not take long for everyone to find out that the fourth miss of the Zhou clan had propositioned a young man to be her boy toy but was ruthlessly rejected. Moreover, after killing her subordinate, the young man remained alive and well. Zhou Shudong muttered to herself in anger, "Who the heck is he? He said he spared me because of the Zhou clan. This means he has a certain measure of fear of the Zhou clan. No, I won't let this matter slide. I've been greatly humiliated today." She had only returned to the Zhou clan's estate for a short moment before she hastily made her way to the imperial palace. Although the Zhou clan's estate occupied a vast land, it could not compare to the imperial palace of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. The palace occupied nearly half the eastern area of the capital. It was surrounded by a river, separating it from the masses. When she arrived at the entrance of the palace, a group of guards recognized her and greeted her respectfully. "Greeting, Miss Zhou." She was impatient to enter the palace, so she paid no mind to the guards, making her way into the palace. Alas, she was stopped by the guards. "Miss Zhou, although we know you, you still need to show us your entry token." "Rules are rules after all." The head of the guards bowed in respect. "Here you go." Zhou Shudong took out a silver token from her spatial ring and showed it to the guards, clearly annoyed by the request. After inspecting the authenticity of her entry token, the guards stepped aside and allowed her entry into the imperial palace. After Zhou Shudong left, the guards discussed among themselves. "I've been guarding the entrance of the imperial palace for so long, this is my first time seeing Miss Zhou in such a hurry. It seems like she's in trouble. Isn't it obvious? If it's not important, how could she have forgotten to show us her entry token?" After entering the imperial palace, Zhou Shudong went to look for her elder cousin brother with whom she had the closest relationship with. He was her father's nephew, the son of her father's sister and the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was also the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was the most outstanding among the emperor's sons. Naturally, the most outstanding prince had the highest chance of succeeding the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. In the front courtyard of the pavilion that belonged to the fourth prince, a young man in green robes with golden trimmings sat inside a pergola. He sat in front of a granite table across Zhou Shudong. He asked with a smile, "Donger, why are you in such a hurry to look for me? Are you in trouble?" A knowing look appeared on his face. This young man was tall and strong. He was handsome with strong features and an outstanding bearing. The young man was none other than Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long was the surname of the imperial family. "Cousin brother, can you help me investigate a person? I won't be satisfied until I learn about him," Zhou Shudong said with an unsightly expression on her face. Although the purple-clad young man she met might come from an extraordinary family, the Zhou clan was a force to be reckoned with. However, there was a chance that he was a nobody. Hence, she wanted to investigate him. She would easily let the matter go. "Who do you want to investigate?" Long Xiangyun asked curiously. It was his first time seeing such an unsightly expression on his cousin's sister's face. He was intrigued by the person who was capable of making his cousin's sister look this way. Chapter 27-23 Inherited Memory. In a room in the Fleeting Time Inn. In one of the rooms, Huaner, who had taken off her veil and hat, sat cross-legged on a bed. Heaven and earth spirit energy in the air that seemed to have liquefied flowed into her body at an extreme speed before it turned into celestial origin energy. The pendant of the necklace hanging from her beautiful neck was on display. The round contraption that concealed the pendant, a divine crystal, had been opened at some point in time. It continued to release a steady flow of seemingly liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy, filling up the entire room. The room, at this moment, seemed to have turned into a cultivation saint land. Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were sitting back to back. As he sensed and absorbed the seemingly liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the room, he thought to himself, with such a cultivation environment, it'd be humiliating if I can't break through and become an indigo sun golden celestial in a short time. After that, he quickly dismissed his thoughts and focused on cultivating. The cultivation environment was so good that there was no need for Duan Ling Tian to use celestial stones. The only thing that could hasten his cultivation speed was celestial pills. He was so immersed in cultivation and trying to break through the final bottleneck in his cultivation base as a blue sun golden celestial that he had completely forgotten about the passage of time. It felt like a brief moment and a century had passed at the same time when Duan Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes. "I've broken through," He had successfully become an indigo sun golden celestial. Celestial origin energy rippled out of Duan Ling Tian's body, intermingling with the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's excited voice, Huaner asked in surprise, "Brother Ling Tian, you've broken through in such a short time." "Huaner, how long did I cultivate?" Duan Ling Tian asked, although he was not sure if she knew the answer. "Brother Ling Tian, you only cultivated for 3 days, Huaner replied. 3 days? Duan Ling Tian was startled. Although he did not think it would take long for him to break through with such a good cultivation environment, he did not expect it would only take him 3 days to break through. This is too fast, isn't it? When he regained his senses, he silently thanked the divine crystal. All of a sudden, Huaner asked, "Brother Ling Tian, why is the grade of your cultivation method so low?" Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. "Huaner, you can discern my cultivation method?" "Yes," Huaner nodded as she replied, "I can also tell you have 99 heavenly veins just like me. However, due to your physique being inferior to mine, you're slightly less talented than me. With your talent, your cultivation speed should be much faster if you have a high-grade cultivation method." Indeed, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation method was of a very low grade. In fact, it was the lowest grade, the yellow grade. "Brother Ling Tian, should I teach you my cultivation method?" Huaner suggested. Upon hearing Huaner's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. For someone who possessed a rare treasure like the divine crystal, how could her cultivation method be inferior? He felt his breathing quickened. However, after a moment, he seemed to recall something. He sobered up immediately, as though a cold bucket of water had been poured on him. "Huaner, did your mother warn you against teaching others your cultivation method?" "If she did, then, let's just forget about it. I can always look for a higher grade cultivation method later." It was probable that it was taboo for her to pass on her cultivation method. "Brother Ling Tian, my cultivation method is innate and has existed in my memories since I was born. My mom said it is an inherited memory. In our Phantom Fox clan, this would only occur to 1,000 Phantom Ice Foxes that are born once every 1,000,000 years. My mom didn't warn me against teaching it to others. In fact, I tried teaching it to my mom, but she was unable to use it for some unknown reasons." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "In that case, it's likely I won't be able to cultivate it as well. After all, it's innate, and it's probably suited only to you. My mom is a pure celestial beast, so she can't use the cultivation method. However, Brother Ling Tian, you're a human. There's a possibility that you might be able to cultivate it," Huaner said. Instantly, rays of hope shone in Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Her words made sense after all. Her mother was a celestial beast, so that might be why she could not cultivate the cultivation method. Who knew if a human could cultivate it? Although I know nothing about Huaner's true form, the 1,000 Phantom Ice Fox, since they're so rare, they must be very special. It stands to reason the inherited cultivation method is special as well. Duan Ling Tian was quite certain Huaner's cultivation method was extraordinary. Otherwise, how could she become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial in just 10 years? Who knew if her cultivation method was superior to heaven-grade cultivation methods? There was certainly a possibility of that. Huaner was a 13-year-old overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Such an existence should be rare even in the Devata realms, let alone just the spirit overarching heaven. How could he stay calm now that she said she was going to teach him her cultivation method? Alas, Duan Ling Tian discovered that he could not use Huaner's cultivation method. He was greatly disappointed. Upon seeing this, Huaner felt anxious and guilty. She quickly suggested, "Brother Ling Tian, why don't I snatch a higher grade cultivation method for you? Huaner, just concentrate on your cultivation. Don't worry about my cultivation method. I can solve this on my own," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile as he patted her head. Seeing that she was still quite anxious, he added, "Don't worry. Focus on improving your strength. That way, you'll be able to help me if I encounter a powerful enemy, right? Take this for example, we have to stay in the inn now because we're weaker than the Zhou clan. However, if we're stronger, there won't be any need for us to be afraid. No one would dare to provoke us." A hint of determination flashed in Huaner's eyes when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. She quickly closed her eyes and began to cultivate again. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian left the room. When he opened the door, some of the seemingly liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy leaked out. However, it quickly dispersed. At this moment, Chang'er, the servant girl, was gardening, taking care of the vegetation in the courtyard. When she saw Duan Ling Tian, she hastily rose to her feet and bowed at him. Sir. She looked at him with extremely bright eyes as though she was telling him she would obey him as long as he gave the word. You can continue with your task, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Then, he hung the red cloth that Xiao Lu, the page boy, had given him. Chang'er, please inform me when Xiao Lu comes, Duan Ling Tian said before he entered another room. Yes, sir, Chang'er replied respectfully. Inside the room, Duan Ling Tian sat on the bed and called out a small gray flame. It was the chaos divine flame that he had mistaken as a primitive celestial fire. It seems like I can draw out and control a bigger flame from the defective metal piece whenever my cultivation base improves. At this rate, when I become a great overarching golden celestial, I can completely draw the gray flame out and gain full control of it. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky when he thought about this. Chapter 2724 The Uninvited Guests. When Duan Ling Tian became a blue sun golden celestial level, he discovered that he could control a larger portion of the gray flame. Judging by the current situation, when he became a great overarching golden celestial, he should be able to draw out all of the gray flames from the defective metal piece. The day I become a great overarching golden celestial will be the day I can control a mediocre celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian was quite certain of this. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, at that time, I'll be a mediocre celestial alchemist. After taking a glance at the gray flame again, he quickly dispersed it with just a thought. Huaner can actually see that I have 99 heavenly veins. I wonder if that's the special power of the Phantom Fox clan or if it's the exclusive power of 1,000 Phantom Ice Fox. Duan Ling Tian was still shocked by Huaner's ability. According to Elder Huo, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, even heavenly emperors can't discern one's heavenly veins. Apart from Huaner, the only other person who's able to discern the number of my heavenly veins is Xianxia, Ka's third uncle from the Divine Offering Land. Xianxia was undoubtedly stronger than Heavenly Emperor in the Devata realms, but Huaner was far weaker than them. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian felt Huaner was able to discern his 99 heavenly veins was due to her ability as a member of the Phantom Fox clan or her special ability as 1,000 Phantom Ice Fox. Huaner is really mysterious. Duan Ling Tian became even more certain that Huaner was extraordinary. Moreover, she also said she possessed 99 heavenly veins just like him. Duan Ling Tian was still lost in thoughts about Huaner and the incidents that occurred after meeting her when Chang'er's voice rang from outside. Sir, Brother Xiao Lu is here. The rooms in the fleeting time in all had a noise-canceling formation. Only when someone knocked on the door would there be a gap in the formation. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would not have been able to hear Chang'er's voice. Duan Ling Tian exited the room and went to the courtyard's entrance. Sir, Xiao Lu, the servant boy, greeted Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could keenly feel the change in Xiao Lu's behavior. Xiao Lu was even more respectful to him now. He said teasingly, "Why do I feel that you've become more polite after not seeing you for a few days?" Sir, please don't tease me. In the entire capital of Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, who doesn't know what you and the other lady have done? I did not expect that both of you to kill an elder of the Zhou clan in front of the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. Fortunately, both of you didn't kill the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. Otherwise, even our fleeting time in might not be able to protect both of you, Xiao Lu said, clearly delighted. Why do you say so? Duan Ling Tian asked, surprised. When he arrived at the fleeting time in 3 days ago and learned that the inn was not afraid of the Zhou clan, he felt rather regretful that he did not kill the main culprit, Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. He had spared her, at that time, because he did not want to have to leave the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after offending the Zhou clan. Sir, it's still alright to kill ordinary members of the Zhou clan. However, it's different when it comes to the children of the clan leader of the Zhou clan. After all, they're the direct cousins of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's fourth prince. Moreover, they have a close relationship, Xiao Lu replied. The fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He did not expect Zhou Shudong would have a close relationship with a prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When he was in the restaurant 3 days ago, he had heard about the 3 most outstanding princes of the kingdom. Out of the 3 most outstanding princes, the fourth prince was the best. Apart from that, He had also learned that out of 3 outstanding princes, the 4th prince had the highest chances of becoming the next emperor. Yes, the 4th prince's mother is the sister of the current clan leader of the Zhou clan. She's the 4th Miss Aunt, Xiaolu explained. Then, Xiaolu asked, Sir, may I know what you would like me to do since you called me here? The Nian clan that owns the Fleeting Time Inn should have an auction house, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes, Xiaolu nodded. Then, he asked with a smile, are you interested in the auction? The Nian clan's auction house organizes a small-scale auction every month and a large-scale auction every year. In 5 days, there'll be a small-scale auction, Xiaolu said. The auction house is located near the inn. If you plan to participate, I'll arrange for you to go to the auction house with our other guests under the protection of the powerhouses from the Nian clan. What kind of items does a small-scale auction usually have? Duan Ling Tian asked. He needed to know if it was worth participating. After all, a small-scale auction was unlikely to have rare items. However, high-grade cultivation methods should not be considered rare in a place like the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, cultivation methods could be imprinted on memory celestial talismans in Devata realms. When Xiaolu told Duan Ling Tian about the items that will be put on auction, Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief. Just as I thought, high-grade cultivation methods aren't rare in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, there will be 7 profound cultivation methods during the auction. He said to Xiaolu, Xiaolu, please help me to arrange so that I can participate in the auction in 5 days. Not long after Xiaolu had left, Duan Ling Tian, who had lingered in the courtyard, was about to return to his room when a loud and energetic voice rang out. Sir, the 4th prince wants to meet you. It seemed like he had uninvited guests. Chang'er looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Sir, that's the voice of the innkeeper. The innkeeper of Fleeting Time Inn. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Then, he turned to Chang'er and said, Chang'er, please open the door. He walked to a stone table in the courtyard and calmly sat down. After Chang'er opened the door, she respectfully greeted the people outside. 4 individuals immediately entered the courtyard. One of them was Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. As the saying went, when enemies encounter each other, their eyes would blaze with hatred. Zhou Shudong glared at Duan Ling Tian and gritted her teeth as soon as she entered the courtyard. It seemed like she could not wait to kill him and tear him into pieces before burning him into ashes. Walking at the lead with Zhou Shudong was a young man dressed in green robes with golden trimmings. An ordinary-looking old man who radiated a mysterious air walked behind them. Apart from that, there was also a luxuriously dressed middle-aged man. Based on Chang'er's words earlier, Duan Ling Tian could tell the luxuriously dressed middle-aged man was the innkeeper. The young man dressed in green robes with golden trimmings, who was tall and handsome with an outstanding bearing, must be Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As for the old man, he must be the 4th prince's bodyguard. Someone who was a guard of the 4th prince must not be weak. Duan Ling Tian remained seated even after the 4 people walked in. It was clear he had no intention of rising to his feet. How dare you! Zhou Shudong exclaimed as she glared at Duan Ling Tian. Emboldened by the 4th prince's presence, she said angrily, how dare you not rise to your feet to greet the 4th prince? Ah, I was wondering who my visitors are. As it turns out, it's the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he glanced at Zhou Shudong. His expression remained calm as he shifted his gaze to Long Xiangyun. The 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Chapter 27-25. An actor with great acting skills. Donger, don't be rude, Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, said after he and Duan Ling Tian sized each other up. Without waiting for Zhou Shudong, who wore an aggrieved expression on her face, to reply, he looked at Duan Ling Tian again and said, Sir, you're not going to make a stand since we're guests, right? Guests. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and slowly replied, 4th prince, if you're truly a guest, I'll definitely welcome you. However, I'm afraid you didn't come as a guest, did you? He glanced at Zhou Shudong indifferently before he turned to look at Long Xiangyun meaningfully. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, an ancient-sounding voice rang in Long Xiangyun's ear via voice transmission. It belonged to the old man who stood behind him. Your Royal Highness, I just probed this man. Based on his physical body, he's younger than 100 years old. As soon as he heard this, his eyes widened imperceptibly. His cousin was a blue sun golden celestial, but the person standing in front of him managed to send his cousin flying and injure her with just a wave of his hand without using any celestial weapon. It was obvious the young man was far stronger than his cousin. This meant the purple-clad young man was at least an indigo sun golden celestial, if not a violet sun golden celestial. He would much prefer it if the purple-clad young man was a violet sun golden celestial. After all, if the purple-clad young man had a lower cultivation base and still managed to exert strength comparable to a violet sun golden celestial, it meant the young man had mastered extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. Usually, extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities were only available in powerful forces. It would be better if the young man did not come from a powerful force. After a while, he asked through voice transmission, "What about his cultivation base?" "I can't seem to determine his cultivation base. I think he used certain techniques to conceal his cultivation base," the old man replied through voice transmission. When Long Xiangyun heard the old man's reply, he felt the purple-clad young man in front of him became even more mysterious. He studied Duan Ling Tian again and discovered that Duan Ling Tian seemed calm and unafraid. In the end, he looked at Zhou Shudong and said in a commanding tone, "Donger, apologize." Zhou Shudong's expression changed slightly, and she was about to protest when she heard Long Xiangyun's voice transmission. "Donger, before I find out about his background, you'll have to play along even if you feel wronged. Once I confirm he doesn't have a strong background, I promise you that I won't let him walk out of the capital alive." Upon hearing Long Xiangyun's words, she relaxed. It seemed like her cousin did not mean for her to sincerely apologize. Her cousin only wanted to investigate the purple-clad young man's background before taking any action. She no longer felt unwilling and turned to look at Duan Ling Tian before she said, "I'm sorry. Have a seat, fourth prince." As the saying went, an angry fist does not hit a smiling face. Since the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom was being considerate, it would not do for Duan Ling Tian to put on airs. He nodded and gestured for the fourth prince to take a seat. Long Xiangyun took a seat with a smile on his face. As soon as he sat down, he put his hand on the stone table, causing the stone table to shake along with Duan Ling Tian's hands that were also placed on the table. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He did not sense any hostility from Long Xiangyun, but it seemed like Long Xiangyun wanted to probe him. Long Xiangyun had sent an energy comparable to a yellow-ranked great overarching golden celestial through the table. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian could tell it was only a casual release of power. It was far from Long Xiangyun's true strength. After taking a deep breath, he also released an energy comparable to the strength Long Xiangyun had released. Long Xiangyun narrowed his eyes for a brief moment before he withdrew his energy. Great overarching golden celestial. Upon sensing Long Xiangyun had withdrawn his power, Duan Ling Tian followed suit. After that, Long Xiangyun said with a smile, "How should I address you, brother?" His tone was extremely friendly. It was as though he was speaking to a good friend. Upon hearing the way Long Xiangyun addressed Duan Ling Tian as "brother," instead of "sir," the old man standing behind him, Zhou Shudong, the innkeeper of Fleeting Time Inn, and Chang'er were stunned. How could they not feel stunned? Long Xiangyun was the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after all, and he had just addressed someone he had just met as brother. Long Xiangyun said to the old man behind him and Zhou Shudong through voice transmission, "He's at least a yellow-ranked great overarching golden celestial." Upon hearing Long Xiangyun's words, Zhou Shudong was shocked. Meanwhile, the old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock and wariness. A great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. There was no one like this in the entire Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Such a person was rare even in other high-ranked celestial kingdoms. And yet, a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old stood before him now. "Donger, he's not even 100 years old." Zhou Shudong, who was shocked when she found out that Duan Ling Tian was a great overarching golden celestial, became even more shocked when she heard her cousin's words. The man she had wanted to keep as a boy toy was actually a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. There were great overarching golden celestials everywhere in the kingdom, but there were no great overarching golden celestials younger than the age of 100. "I don't have the habit of revealing my name to strangers," Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. If Duan Ling Tian had spoken so boldly before the revelation, the old man and Zhou Shudong would have thought Duan Ling Tian was seeking death. However, Now they both felt it was only natural for Duan Ling Tian to behave in such a manner. Then, I'll ask for your name again once we're familiar with each other, Long Shongyun said with a smile even though a hint of displeasure flickered in the depths of his eyes. Since Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to disclose his name, he did not ask about Duan Ling Tian's background. Instead, he took the initiative to chat about other things. With this, he learned that Duan Ling Tian had just arrived in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After chatting about various trivial matters, he asked genially as though he was speaking to a good friend, "Brother, you came to the capital with a companion, right? I heard my cousin said that she's your sister." "She's not my biological sister, she's my junior sister." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he continued to say with a hint of helplessness, "I only came to the territories in the wasteland because of my junior sister. She insisted that I accompany her out, she wouldn't stop bothering me about it. I didn't plan to agree to her request, but since I'm weaker than her, she knocked me out and brought me out with her. She even evaded capture by the sect elders sent by the sect leader. When I woke up, I'm already here." Upon hearing this small piece of information, Long Shongyun's eyes slightly brightened. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it was clear that Duan Ling Tian did not come from a sect in the territories of the wasteland. Outside of the wasteland, although rare, there were places with far superior cultivation environments and resources and many stronger powerhouses. He continued to probe for more information. "So, she's only your junior sister because she joined the sect later than you did?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "Well, that's only part of the reason. She's also younger than me, that's why she's my junior sister." He feigned an expression of envy as he said, "As soon as she joined the sect leader chose her to be his last disciple." Since it was Duan Ling Tian's intention, Long Shongyun, naturally, saw the expression of envy that flitted across Duan Ling Tian's face. He said, "It seems like your junior sister's innate talent is higher than yours." Although he looked calm, inwardly, he was slightly panicking. Based on what he knew, the purple-clad young man and white-clad woman were strong enough to kill the Zhou clan's elder who was tasked to protect his cousin. That elder was an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. After speaking to the old man behind him through voice transmission, he deduced that the white-clad woman had to be a peak great overarching golden celestial at least. Naturally, if they came from a powerful sect, it was possible to be as powerful as a peak great overarching golden celestial even if one was just a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial with the help of extraordinary celestial methods and divine abilities. Of course, otherwise, why would the sect leader select her to be his last disciple? Duan Ling Tian nodded. When he spoke, he had an earnest expression on his face. There was no trace of deceit that could be seen in his expression of all. If he was still on Earth, he would definitely be awarded with the title of Best Actor for his acting skills. Meanwhile, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn was panicking as well. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was strong, he did not know how strong Duan Ling Tian was. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. How could he not panic when he heard that Duan Ling Tian's junior sister was even more powerful than him? His junior sister was even younger than him but was capable of easily killing the Zhou clan's elder who was an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 2726 The 13th Prince. Brother, regarding the matter where my brash cousin has offended you, as her elder cousin, I apologize on her behalf. I hope you won't take it to heart and that you'll forgive her, Long Shongyun said with a smile. Fourth Prince, you're being too polite. In any case, my junior sister and I had only wasted some time regarding that matter. There's no need to mention it. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. I'm glad you think that way. Please do visit me in the palace when you have the time, Long Shongyun said before he handed Duan Ling Tian a token. The token was an entry token to enter and exit the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Sure, Duan Ling Tian kept the token even though he had no intention of visiting Long Shongyun in the palace. He had no intention of forming any kind of relationship with Long Shongyun after all. Although Long Shongyun seemed as though he had bought his act, he could see Long Shongyun was still skeptical. He knew Long Shongyun was playing it safe and did not openly offend him because Long Shongyun still had not verified his background. Otherwise, Long Shongyun would not have been so courteous. He thought to himself, indeed, the fourth prince deserves to be the leading candidate to inherit the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Not only is he wise, but he also has forbearance. In any case, it's good that he won't recklessly attack me without thoroughly confirming my background. He might even warn the Zhou clan to not recklessly make a move. Finally, Long Xiangyun rose to his feet. He smiled amiably as he said, "Brother, I've something else to attend to, so I'll take my leave. I hope to see you in the palace. At that time, we can drink until we're drunk." "Sure." Duan Lingtian nodded, but he did not rise to his feet. However, Long Xiangyun did not seem to take offense. He beckoned Zhou Shudong and the old man to leave. He did not even deign to speak to the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn. After Long Xiangyun left with his two companions, the middle-aged innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn immediately apologized. "Sir, I'm Wang Peng, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn. I apologize for being unable to stop the fourth prince from looking for you." Although he was not completely certain if the young man before him had an extraordinary background, based on how bold the young man had acted in front of the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, it was better to play it safe and apologize. After all, even the fourth prince was courteous to the young man. For this reason, he decided it was better to treat the young man as though he came from a formidable sect. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Without sparing another glance at Wang Peng, he entered his room before shutting the door. Naturally, Wang Peng was not angered. The young man's behavior was only normal if he really came from a formidable force. "Take good care of this guest," Wang Peng reminded Chang'er, the servant girl. "Yes," Chang'er replied. After Wang Peng left, she glanced at the room where Duan Lingtian had just entered. It was also the room where Huaner was cultivating. A hint of shock and amazement could be seen in her eyes. She did not expect the guest she was serving would be treated with such courtesy by the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, the fourth prince was one of the three most brilliant princes in the kingdom and one of the emperor's two most beloved sons. She could not help but feel the guests she was serving were extremely extraordinary. Meanwhile, after returning to the palace, Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, solemnly warned Zhou Shudong. "Donger, don't provoke that man anymore." "Cousin, you believe his words?" Zhou Shudong asked. "Not completely. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. It'd be fine for me to kill him if he's just putting on a front. However, on the off chance that he's not pretending, killing him would only lead to more troubles. Unless we can confirm his background, it's better not to provoke him. I've probed his strength earlier. There's no doubt he's a great overarching golden celestial and younger than 100 years old. Unless he had some extremely fortuitous encounter, it's likely that he's from a formidable force that's no weaker than the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family." Long Xiangyun said in a low voice. There were about 20 princes in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Since Long Xiangyun was able to stand out among the princes, it was obvious he was not a simple person. He would not attack Duan Lingtian unless he was completely certain there would be no repercussion. Based on this, one could see how intelligent he was. Zhou Shudong remained silent when she heard Long Xiangyun's words. "Donger, I'm not trying to scare you. However, unless we can verify his background, I don't think it's wise for me or the Zhou clan to act rashly." Long Xiangyun continued to say, "For the time being, we can only confirm that he's not a citizen of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. According to him, he comes from a sect outside the wasteland. For this reason, it'll be difficult for me, the imperial family, and the Zhou clan to verify his words. Unless..." He trailed off mid-sentence. "Unless what?" Zhou Shudong asked with a hint of urgency. "Unless you ask your third elder sister to verify his words through the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. After all, the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect is one of the three largest celestial sects in the wasteland. Their information network is definitely superior to the Zhou clan and the imperial family," Long Xiangyun said. "Third elder sister." Zhou Shudong's eyes lit up for a moment but they soon dimmed. She left the wasteland with her master a few years ago. I heard she has returned last month." Long Xiangyun smiled. "Third elder sister returned last month." Zhou Shudong's eyes lit up again like two dazzling stars. "Then, I'll look for her now." Zhou Shudong's third elder sister was one of the daughters of the clan leader of the Zhou clan. The clan leader had 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. Zhou Shudong was the youngest of the clan leader's children. The third child of the Zhou clan was known as the third miss of the Zhou clan. She was also the pride of the Zhou clan in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was a rarely seen talent who appeared once in 1,000 years. Due to her talent, She successfully joined the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and became the last disciple of the sect's former sect leader. Since the current sect leader was also a disciple of the former sect leader, she was also the junior sister of the current sect leader. The current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect doted on her as well. In the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there were 3 outstanding princes. However, only 2 were loved by the emperor. Hence, most people thought the 2 princes had the highest chances of ascending the throne. The reason the remaining outstanding prince was not favored by the emperor was due to his mysterious and complicated birth. The emperor was not certain if this prince was his biological son. For this reason, the emperor treated this prince differently from the other princes regardless if he was just as outstanding as the emperor's 2 favored sons, the 4th prince and the 7th prince. This prince was the 13th prince, Long Fei Yun. In the 13th prince's imperial residence that was located in the palace, a handsome young man dressed in a white robe with gold trimmings could be seen sitting in a pavilion in a courtyard that was surrounded by flowers and lush greeneries. As he looked at a middle-aged man standing outside of the pavilion, he muttered to himself, "He claims to be from a sect located outside the wasteland, and he's younger than 100 years old. His junior sister is strong enough to effortlessly kill the Zhou clan's elder who was an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial." Suddenly, the handsome young man lifted his head, revealing his fair and handsome face, as he looked at the middle-aged man standing outside the pavilion. He asked, "Even 4th brother is wary of him and doesn't dare to act rashly." The handsome young man's skin was so fair that it was akin to a woman's skin. However, his features were masculine. The contrast only served to make him more charming and unforgettable. "Yes, Your Royal Highness," the 13th prince, the middle-aged man, who was standing outside the pavilion, replied respectfully. If Duan Ling Tian were present, he would be able to recognize the middle-aged man. He was none other than Wang Peng, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn. Wang Peng continued to say, "That guest also told my subordinate that he plans to participate in the Nian clan's auction that will be held in 5 days. He's interested in such a small-scale auction." The 13th prince was puzzled. "Well, I'm not sure," Wang Peng said. "Make the arrangement. I want to meet this mysterious man who's able to scare my 4th brother with just a few words," the 13th prince ordered. "Yes, Your Royal Highness," Wang Peng replied reverently. "You may leave," the 13th prince said. Wang Peng retreated and left the 13th prince's imperial residence before returning to the Fleeting Time Inn. Chapter 27:27 If heaven doesn't punish you, I will. Time passed by quickly. Soon enough, the day of the small-scale auction organized by the Nian clan had arrived. A group of people could be seen leaving the main entrance of the Fleeting Time Inn at this moment. They were surrounded by powerhouses from the inn and from the Nian clan's auction house on all 4 sides. These powerhouses, young and old, served as protection for this group of people. They expressionlessly escorted the guests of the inn to the Nian clan's small-scale auction. Most of the guests of the inn stayed in the inn for the protection the inn offered after all. Duan Ling Tian silently walked behind the group when a young man slowed down and asked him curiously, "Brother, who did you offend?" "I didn't offend anyone," Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. "You didn't offend anyone, but you're staying in the Fleeting Time Inn. Brother, isn't it a waste of money to stay in the inn then?" The young man was surprised by Duan Ling Tian's words. A hint of skepticism could be seen in his eyes. It was obvious he did not believe Duan Ling Tian. "It's fine," Duan Ling Tian continued to say indifferently. The young man chuckled before he said with a smug expression on his face, "Brother, do you know why I'm staying in the Fleeting Time Inn?" "Why?" Duan Ling Tian asked. In fact, he was not really interested in the young man's reason for staying in the Fleeting Time Inn. However, since there was nothing to do during the journey to the auction house, he might as well listen to the young man's story to pass time. "I'm staying in the inn because a few months ago, I forcibly took the virginity of the Kai clan's eldest miss and killed her after that. Naturally, the Kai clan can't wait to kill me. I'm staying in the Fleeting Time Inn and paying for it with the celestial stones I found in her spatial ring," the young man said with a proud expression on his face. He pointed in a certain direction and said, "You see that old man over there? He's the clan leader of the Kai clan. He's been guarding the entrance of the inn with his men ever since that incident, hoping to seek revenge from me." Duan Ling Tian looked over and saw an old man and a few middle-aged men dressed in mourning garments. The old man was glaring at the young man next to him with reddened eyes. He could see the hatred in the old man's eyes. The old man's eyes flashed with hostility as well when their eyes briefly met. He asked, Why did you take the virginity of the Kai clan's eldest miss? Did she or the Kai clan offend you? 8 days had passed since Duan Ling Tian arrived in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He had spent the first 3 days in closed-door cultivation and successfully became an indigo sun golden celestial. After that, he no longer cultivated. Instead, he left the Fleeting Time Inn and spent a few days in several restaurants in the capital. Ever since the fourth prince's visit 5 days ago, Duan Ling Tian was no longer worried about retaliation from the fourth prince or the Zhou clan. He was certain they would not dare to act recklessly until they were able to confirm his background. For this reason, he had left the Fleeting Time Inn without any worries. After spending a few days outside, Duan Ling Tian had gained more information about the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, its capital, and the major forces in the capital. However, he had not heard about the Kai clan. For this reason, he was certain the Kai clan was not a major force in the capital or the kingdom. No, neither the Kai clan's eldest miss nor the Kai clan had offended me. I raped her just because she looked good and was still a virgin. I daren't offend the major clans, but I'm not afraid of the Kai clan. However, I, alone, am not capable of standing up to the Kai clan, so I can only hide in the Fleeting Time Inn for the time being. After 2 weeks, my brother will come with a few men to pick me up. With my brother and his men's protection, the Kai clan can only watch as I swagger out of the inn in the capital. The young man's expression turned prouder. He was clearly extremely pleased with himself. The young man turned to look at the clan leader of the Kai clan with a self-satisfied expression on his face as he continued to speak. The celestial stones I'm using to stay in the inn belongs to the Kai clan's eldest miss. When I leave the inn, I'll still be left with quite a large number of celestial stones. There's no doubt the clan leader of the Kai clan would be enraged to death when my brother and his men bring me safely out of the capital. Bastard! The clan leader of the Kai clan was so angered by the young man's expression that he wanted to rush forward and attack the young man. However, he was stopped by his men. He could only glare at the young man with reddened eyes, clearly unable to wait to tear the young man into pieces, gnaw on his bones, and drink his blood. Upon seeing the maddened appearance and the red eyes of the clan leader of the Kai clan, Duan Ling Tian felt an uncontrollable anger surging in his heart. He asked in a low voice, "Don't you think you've crossed the line?" Crossed the line? The young man was temporarily taken aback. Then, he laughed as he said, "Brother, so what if I did? At the end of the day, I'm still the winner. Look, it seems like the heavens have no plan of punishing me. Frankly, before I acted, I'd already planned it all out. To me, this is like a game." His grin grew wider as he spoke. "If the heavens have no plans of punishing you, then, I will." Duan Ling Tian barked, no longer able to control his anger. His celestial origin energy surged along with his anger and converged in his hands. A scorching sword ray swept past as Duan Ling Tian raised his hand. A sword appeared in his hand before he beheaded the young man. The young man had no time to react at all. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian sent the young man's head and body flying before it landed in front of the clan leader of the Kai clan. The passers-by were confused by this scene. It took them a moment to regain their senses. None of them had expected to witness such a scene. 2 thunderous explosions rang in the air as the 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house mobilized their celestial origin energies. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared before Duan Ling Tian. When the 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the auction house were about to attack Duan Ling Tian, 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Fleeting Time Inn also made their moves. Everyone thought the powerhouses from the Fleeting Time Inn were about to join in the attack. They were thoroughly shocked when they saw the 2 powerhouses from the inn appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian, shielding him. What's the meaning of this? The 2 powerhouses from the Nian clan's auction house frowned. The person who died is no longer under the Fleeting Time Inn's protection the moment he stepped out of the inn, since he had checked out beforehand. One of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Fleeting Time Inn replied. He stood closest to Duan Ling Tian, so he had overheard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and the young man. He could have easily stopped Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian killed the young man, but he stayed his hand. He thought the young man deserved to die. Moreover, the innkeeper had already informed him that Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary guest. Duan Ling Tian was someone even the fourth prince did not dare to provoke. Checked out, the 2 powerhouses from the Nian clan's auction house frowned. They clearly did not believe the other party's words. If the young man had checked out beforehand, why was he included in the group that was protected by the inn as they journeyed to the Nian clan's auction house? At this moment, another overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the fleeting time inn sent a voice transmission to the two powerhouses from the auction house. This purple-clad young man isn't a simple person. Even the fourth prince doesn't dare to provoke him. Upon hearing this, the two powerhouses from the auction house widened their eyes in surprise. A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of their eyes. They quickly sent a voice transmission to thank the powerhouse from the fleeting time inn. If they had acted rashly earlier, they would have landed themselves in trouble. How could they afford to offend someone whom even the fourth prince was wary of provoking? After a short moment, the four powerhouses from the Nian clan's auction house and fleeting time inn exchanged a look before all of them resumed their positions and continued escorting the group to the Nian clan's auction house. Meanwhile, in the distance, the people from the Kai clan finally regained their senses. Following the lead of the clan leader, all of them kneeled on the ground and kowtowed as they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you." At the same time, the other guests of the fleeting time inn looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully and guardedly. Naturally, none of them believed the young man had checked out beforehand. For this reason, they were certain Duan Ling Tian was not a simple man. Chapter 2728 The Nian clan's auction house. With his hands placed on his back, Duan Ling Tian walked with the group of people with an indifferent expression on his face. From the beginning until the end, even when the two powerhouses from the Nian clan's auction house made their moves, his expression remained unchanged. He remained calm not because he was confident about defeating the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house, it was because he was confident the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time inn would not allow harm to come to him. Before he killed the young man, Duan Ling Tian knew he would not succeed if the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time inn did not allow it. However, since the powerhouses from the fleeting time inn did not intervene, he took the powerhouses' silence as a tacit agreement to his action. For this reason, he knew he did not have to worry about the consequences of killing that young man. Just as he had expected, the powerhouses from the inn stepped forward to protect him as soon as the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house made a move. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, to make the powerhouses from the Nian clan's auction house retreat, the powerhouses from the inn must have mentioned the fourth prince. It was not difficult for him to come to this conclusion. 5 days ago, the innkeeper of the fleeting time inn had personally witnessed his interaction with the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Since even the fourth prince was being courteous to him, the innkeeper would, naturally, think he had a formidable background. As long as this was made known to the powerhouses from the Nian clan's auction house, they would definitely not make a move. How could they offend someone whom even the fourth prince was wary of? During the journey, Duan Ling Tian could feel the fearful and wary gazes from the guests of fleeting time inn. He did not find it surprising. After all, he had just killed a guest of the inn without any consequences. Moreover, the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the inn were clearly protecting him. 15 minutes later, one of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the auction house loudly said, "We've arrived." Duan Ling Tian and the others looked ahead. An ornate building that occupied a vast piece of land stood before them. The decorations on the buildings were so detailed and enchanting that it was clear they were carefully selected. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, so this is the Nian clan's auction house. It looks impressive. A slight frown appeared on his face as he continued thinking to himself, however, this doesn't seem like the main entrance of the auction house. Duan Ling Tian had discovered that there was no one around near this entrance of the Nian clan's auction house. Moreover, the entrance did not seem to fit the grand decorations of the building. It was likely that the entrance before him was just a side entrance. "Welcome, and please enter." After the two overarching heaven supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house entered the building, a few servants came forward to welcome Duan Ling Tian's group into the auction house. Each of them was led to a room. There were 3 types of rooms in the Nian clan's auction house. Duan Ling Tian and the others were brought to the second type of room. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, but Duan Ling Tian was brought to the first earth room, which was also one of the rooms with the best view and location among the second type of rooms. The window of his room directly faced the stage where the auction would take place. Seated in front of the window, Duan Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings and saw the rows and rows of seats in the main hall. He exclaimed inwardly, "The Nian clan's auction house is really big." It's bigger than any auction house I've been to. A fancy table stood before Duan Ling Tian's seat. A set of teacups and a teapot was placed on top of the table. At this moment, a pretty servant girl was pouring him tea. She smiled sweetly as she asked, "How should I address you, young sir?" "My last name is Duan." Duan Ling Tian sipped on the tea the servant girl served. Then, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "This is good tea." As soon as Duan Ling Tian drank the tea, he could feel a gentle energy flowing through his 99 heavenly veins. Although it did not do much to improve his cultivation base, it gave him a warm and comfortable feeling. "Young Master Duan, the tea leaves were created and cultivated by our Nian clan's third master when he was young. It's called the warm spring tea. Although it's not like celestial tea that's able to improve one's cultivation base, it makes the drinkers feel comfortable and puts them at ease," the servant girl explained. "Warm spring tea, that's a good name, and it suits the tea as well." Duan Ling Tian nodded. After that, he continued chatting with the servant girl and learned that there were 3 types of rooms in the Nian clan's auction house. They were human rooms, earth rooms, and heaven rooms. The heaven rooms were usually reserved for the imperial family. This included imperial families from other high-ranked celestial kingdoms. Apart from the heaven rooms reserved for the imperial families of high-ranked celestial kingdoms, the first earth room is the best room. An emperor of an intermediate-ranked celestial kingdom would be given a first earth room if they attend the auction in the Nian clan's auction house. "I didn't expect the Nian clan's auction house would give me this room," Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He was certain the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house must have known even the 4th prince was wary of him. Otherwise, he was certain he would not be given the first earth room. He mocked himself inwardly. If the person in charge finds out that I'm not from a formidable sect, he'd definitely be angered and chase me out of this first earth room. Duan Ling Tian truly did not expect to receive such a benefit just from putting a front before the 4th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Nevertheless, he enjoyed the benefits it brought. Shortly after, the auction started. An auctioneer appeared on the stage. It was an elegant and curvaceous lady. Not only was her voice pleasant, but it was enchanting as well. As soon as she spoke, one after another, auction items were brought on the stage and auctioned off. An hour passed, and Duan Ling Tian had yet to make a bid. This was because he had not seen anything that caught his attention. He kept drinking the tea as the servant girl kept serving him tea. The first heaven room was resplendent and luxuriously decorated. It was far superior to the first earth room in terms of size and decorations. The room was reserved for the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. If there were members of imperial families from high-ranked celestial kingdoms who chose to come here, they would be given this room as well. However, up until now, there were no such visitors in the auction house. Currently, a handsome young man was seated before a jade table in the room. He wore a white robe with golden trimmings. His complexion was so fair and rosy that it would make women jealous. However, his features were masculine. The contrast made him even more attractive. The 2 servants' girls that waited by the jade tables kept stealing looks at the young man, causing their cheeks to redden. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house, an old man, said respectfully to the young man, "Your Royal Highness, the 13th Prince, I'm sure there's nothing that will interest you in this small-scale auction. Do you want to come again when there's a large-scale auction?" "I only came to see the fun. I have no intention of bidding on anything," the handsome young man replied indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not spare the old man a glance at all. It should be noted that the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house was a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Profound stage overarching heavenly supreme celestials were far stronger than the yellow rank overarching heaven supreme celestials who were tasked with guarding the guests of fleeting time in. Even so, he did not seem angered by the handsome young man's disregard for him. "But," the old man in charge of the Nian clan's auction house began to say, but he swallowed his words immediately when he saw the middle-aged man who stood behind the handsome young man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him pointedly. He felt chills running up his spine when he met the middle-aged man's gaze. In the end, he only said, "Your Highness, if there's anything else you need, please send a servant girl to get me." He feared the handsome young man due to his status. But he feared the middle-aged man due to his strength. "I didn't expect the man waiting on the 13th prince as a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I've only felt such an aura from the old ancestor." He was drenched in cold sweat as he exited the first heaven room. Chapter 2729 The guest in the first earth room. it should be noted that there were only two peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. They were, naturally, the two strongest powerhouses in the kingdom. Below that, there were not more than 10 heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. I know the 4th prince and the 7th prince each have a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as their personal guards. I didn't expect the 13th prince to have a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as a guard as well. Logically speaking, that should be impossible. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house was lost in his thoughts after exiting the first heaven room. He was puzzled. Although the 13th prince was as remarkable as the 4th prince and the 7th prince and was in the running to succeed the throne, many people, including the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house, did not really think he had a chance to succeed. After all, the 13th prince was not favored, and the emperor had always suspected his birth, wondering if the 13th prince was his biological son. He only doted on the 4th and 7th princes, assigning them a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to guard them. As for the 13th prince, only an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial was assigned to guard him. In the past, whenever the person in charge of the Nian clan met the 13th prince had always been accompanied by the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He was surprised to find the earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial missing today and was replaced by a new face instead. The man next to the 13th prince isn't among the other 7 heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom's imperial family. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house was also an elder of the Nian clan. Through the Nian clan, he possessed certain knowledge and understanding of the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom's imperial family. Based on his knowledge, he was certain the man following the 13th prince was not one of them. This man, the 13th prince, must have recruited him from outside. In the end, this was the conclusion the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house arrived at. He was stunned by this discovery. After all, heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials were not ordinary people. In the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial could do almost whatever they liked as long as they did not offend the imperial family. Even in the top clans of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom like the Nian clan, there was only one heaven-rank overarching heaven supreme celestial. Based on this, one could see the rarity of heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. For this reason, they enjoy a lofty status in the kingdom. How could the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house not feel surprised seeing a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial respectfully following the 13th prince like a humble servant? All of a sudden, the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house felt that he had underestimated the 13th prince. All along, I've always felt the 13th prince is a remarkable man. In certain aspects, it has to be said that he's much more competent compared to the 4th and 7th princes. I finally witnessed it with my own eyes. Put everything else aside, just the fact that he managed to make a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial submit to him is more than enough to show his competence. The 4th and 7th princes would never be able to achieve such a feat. I must report this to the clan and ask the clan leader to inform the 7th prince about this. The fact that the 13th prince has a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial next to him who's not assigned by his majesty is definitely worth the 7th prince's attention, the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house continued thinking to himself. Then, he took out a communication celestial talisman and sent word back to the Nian clan. Similar to how the 4th prince had a close relationship with the Zhou clan, the Nian clan had a close relationship with the 7th prince as well. The 7th prince's biological mother was the sister of the current clan leader of the Nian clan. If the 4th prince's path to the throne was paved by the Zhou clan as his support, then, the 7th prince's path was paved by the Nian clan as his support. As for the 13th prince, his mother was an outsider who was brought back to the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. She was not from any top clans in the kingdom. For this reason, the 13th prince had no support from any of the major clans and could only rely on himself. Since the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom questioned if the 13th prince was his biological son, he had always treated the 13th prince coldly. This was a huge obstacle in the path of the 13th prince to the throne. Meanwhile, the auction continued in the Nian clan's auction house. After some time had passed, the moment that Duan Ling Tian had been waiting for finally arrived. The auction house was finally putting up profound grade cultivation methods for auction. On the stage, the elegant and beautiful lady's captivating voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a profound grade cultivation method known as the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique. Her voice resounded through every room in the auction house. After giving a brief introduction of the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique, she raised her voice and said, "The starting price of the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique is 10,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Every bid increment must be 5,000 Supreme Celestial Stones at least." Duan Ling Tian, who was seated near the window in the first earth room, refrained from bidding. He watched as the price of the profound grade cultivation method, the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique, rose as a few others engaged in a bidding war. Eventually, the profound grade cultivation method was won by someone in one of the earth rooms at the price of 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Congratulations to the guest in the sixth earth room for obtaining the profound grade cultivation method, the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique. Next, we will proceed with the auction of the second profound grade cultivation method, the beautiful lady said. In just a moment, the second profound grade cultivation method was introduced to everyone in the auction house. In the end, the profound grade cultivation method was also sold for 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. In the first earth room, after watching the auction for the first two profound grade cultivation methods, Duan Ling Tian remained unconcerned. He looked so calm that it was as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones for a profound grade cultivation method isn't too expensive. Duan Ling Tian had not made a bid because there were 5 profound grade cultivation methods up for auction altogether. Moreover, he was not particularly interested in the first 2 profound grade cultivation methods. Although profound grade cultivation methods were largely the same, they had minor differences. For instance, the first profound grade cultivation method that had been auctioned off would subtly change one's celestial origin energy to be more gentle. It was suited for those who cultivated a more gentle Tao. The second profound grade cultivation was on the other end of the spectrum. It was more suited to those who cultivated a tougher Tao. Both were not suited to Duan Ling Tian. He preferred a cultivation method that was a balance between the gentle and the tough. 2 more profound grade cultivation methods were sold before the 5th profound grade cultivation method, which was also the one that caught Duan Ling Tian's interest, was presented. Then, he began to make a bid for it. In fact, he was the first one to bid for it. 10,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Duan Ling Tian waited for the others to bid as well before he increased his bid. After all, among the previous profound grade cultivation methods that had been sold, the first 2 were sold for 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones while the third and fourth were sold at 80,000 Supreme Celestial Stones each. Therefore, he knew he would not be able to acquire the profound grade cultivation method with just 10,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. After a few moments, someone in the main hall bid for the profound grade cultivation method, 15,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Meanwhile, all the guests from the fleeting time in who were seated in the earth rooms shuddered when they heard Duan Ling Tian bidding for the 5th profound grade cultivation method. That voice, the person in the first earth room, seems to be the person who killed that guest from the inn during our journey here. The fleeting time inn continued to protect him even after he killed a guest of the inn. He must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, the inn wouldn't risk their reputation and protect him. We can't afford to offend him. This is someone we can't provoke. Since the guests of the fleeting time inn had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing a fellow guest of the inn and continued to receive protection from the inn, all of them concluded that Duan Ling Tian was not someone they could afford to offend. For this reason, none of them engaged in a bidding war for the profound grade cultivation method that Duan Ling Tian was bidding for, 30,000 Supreme Grade Celestial Stones. After Duan Ling Tian's third bid, no one else spoke up. After all, the people in the main hall were not as wealthy and could not afford to raise the price. Most of the people in the main hall looked at the earth rooms, waiting for the people in the rooms to bid for the profound grade cultivation method. However, even after a while, no one bid for the profound grade cultivation method. It was as though everyone in the earth rooms had left. What's going on? Why isn't anyone from the earth rooms bidding for it? This is a profound grade cultivation method. The black market price for this is about 60,000 to 70,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Those in the earth rooms can buy this and make a profit in the black market. That's right, however, no one seems to be bidding for it. It is free money. The main hall was filled with furtive whispers. Most of them were confused as to why no one from the Earth rooms was making a bid for the profound grade cultivation method. Soon after, word began circulating that the person in the first Earth room must be an important personage. At the very least, he scared the others so much that they did not even dare to engage in a bidding war with him. It seems like the person in the first Earth room is not simple. That's obvious. If the person in the first Earth room is ordinary, the others in the Earth room would have made a bid for the profound grade cultivation method. It should be noted that as soon as the person from the first Earth room made a bid, no one in the Earth rooms made a bid for it. Upon hearing this, the two people in the main hall who had bid for the profound grade cultivation method regretted their actions immediately. Their faces turned pale from fear as they listened to conversations in their surroundings. Chapter 27:30 A visit from the 13th prince. After Duan Ling Tian's bid of 10,000 supreme celestial stones, someone made a bid of 15,000 supreme celestial stones. When Duan Ling Tian made a bid of 20,000 supreme celestial stones, another person made a bid for 25,000 supreme celestial stones. Upon realizing that no one from the Earth rooms was making a bid for the profound grade cultivation method, the expressions of the two people in the main hall who had made a bid changed drastically. Hints of regrets flashed in their eyes as waves of anxieties rose in their hearts. They were truly afraid the person in the first Earth room would look for trouble with them. After all, it was obvious now that the person in the first Earth room was not a simple person. If he was just an ordinary person, would everyone in the Earth room stay their hands? Meanwhile, those in the human rooms who planned to bid as well changed their minds. No one dared to rock the boat. Those in the human rooms might have a relatively better background compared to those in the main hall, but they still could not compare to those in the Earth rooms. Anyone with a position or status would be seated in the Earth rooms after all. When the people in the human rooms did not see any signs of movement from the people in the Earth rooms, they followed the queue and did not make a bid for the profound grade cultivation method as well. On the stage, the beautiful lady's enchanting voice rang out again. The profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fuse profundity technique, the current bid is 30,000 supreme celestial stones from the guest in the first Earth room. Do we have any other offer? Seeing no one was making a bid, the beautiful lady began to say, 30,000 supreme celestial stones, going once, going twice. The beautiful lady was about to finish the count and announce Duan Ling Tian as the winner of the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fuse profundity technique, when everyone began to whisper among themselves. There's someone in the first heaven room. The window is open. Someone must be in there. I wonder which prince or old prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom is in there. The old princes of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom rarely come to the Nian clan's auction house. I think it should be one of the princes. I guess only those average princes would attend a small-scale auction in the Nian clan's auction house. Nevertheless, whoever is in the first heaven room has no need to fear the person in the first Earth room. I wonder if the person in the first heaven room would bid for this profound grade cultivation method. As they whispered among themselves, they looked up at the first heaven room, trying to catch a glimpse of whoever was in the room. The first heaven room, a small-scale auction in the Nian clan's auction house, managed to attract someone from the imperial family. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the first Earth room, was slightly surprised. He was not worried about the person bidding against him. He was determined to obtain the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fuse profundity technique. However, he would only pay 100,000 supreme celestial stones at most for the profound grade cultivation method. Any more than that would not be worth it. He wondered if the person in the first heaven room would bid against him. Nonetheless, I didn't expect the other guests in the fleeting time in would be afraid of bidding against me just because I killed a fellow guest without any consequences. After some time had passed, no one made a bid on the profound grade cultivation method. Upon seeing this, the beautiful lady no longer stalled for time. She quickly announced the winner of the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fuse profundity technique, 30,000 supreme celestial stones, sold. Congratulations to the guest in the first Earth room for acquiring the dark nether fuse profundity technique with 30,000 supreme celestial stones. 0.30,000 supreme celestial stones for a profound grade cultivation method was an extremely great deal. Upon seeing this, many people in the auction house were puzzled. The person in the first heaven room didn't make a bid. How is that surprising? The guest in the first heaven room is definitely a member of the imperial family. Would someone from the imperial family be lacking in profound grade cultivation methods? Apart from that, the imperial family isn't lacking in money as well, so there's no need for them to bid for the cultivation method to sell it at a profit. I wonder which prince is in the first heaven room. While people in the auction house were discussing the person in the first heaven room, the person they were discussing, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, was in shock. He's interested in a profound grade cultivation method. Long Fei Yun tapped the jade bracelet on his wrist as he thought to himself, a disciple from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland is interested in a profound grade cultivation method. Impossible. I wonder. Could it be that he's not a disciple from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland? Long Fei Yun had attended the small-scale auction in the Nian clan's auction house not because he was interested in the auction. He had only come because of Duan Ling Tian. Although the Nian clan supported the 7th prince, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn was one of his men. For this reason, he had learned about the confrontation between the 4th prince and Duan Ling Tian before the 7th prince heard about it. The auction continued. There was nothing else that caught Duan Ling Tian's attention. He had achieved what he came here to do. As time passed, the auction was drawing to a close as well. As such, Duan Ling Tian prepared to return to the Fleeting Time Inn along with the other guests. All of a sudden, a voice rang from outside the first earth room. Sir. When Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the door, the servant girl standing next to him quickly said, Young Master Duan, the voice belongs to Elder Yu, the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He was curious as to why the person in charge of the auction house would look for him. He said to the servant girl, Open the door. The servant girl did not waste any time and opened the door. Then, she bowed respectfully at the old man standing at the entrance. Elder Yu. The old man walked into the room and slightly bowed at Duan Ling Tian. Sir, I'm the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house. His Highness, the 13th prince, would like to meet you. Would you be agreeable to that? The 13th prince. So the person in the first heaven room is the 13th prince. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed briefly. He knew a little about the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. He knew the 13th prince was as outstanding as the 4th and 7th princes. In fact, it could be said that the 13th prince was even more outstanding than the 4th and 7th princes. If it were not for the fact that the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom did not favor the 13th prince, he would be the most likely candidate to ascend the throne. Finally, he nodded and replied to the old man, Okay. After Duan Ling Tian agreed to the request, the old man stepped out of the room and respectfully gestured to Duan Ling Tian to walk ahead. When they arrived at the first heaven room, he said, His Highness, the 13th prince, is inside. Please enter. When Duan Ling Tian entered the room, he finally saw the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. The rumor is true. The 13th prince is indeed very handsome. His appearance and features are a perfect balance of masculinity and femininity. Soon after, his attention was drawn to the middle-aged man who stood behind the 13th prince. Although the middle-aged man had an average appearance, he had a dependable air about him. Moreover, he also noticed the middle-aged man had a distinct aura about him even though it was very subtle. The reason he had noticed the subtle aura was due to him encountering an almost similar aura in the past. The aura had left a lasting impression on him. This aura, it feels similar to Marong Bing's aura. The aura that left a lasting impression on Duan Ling Tian belonged to Marong Bing who had an intimate encounter with him. He was certain one would only emit that aura after one's cultivation base had reached a certain stage. Moreover, he was certain they unconsciously emitted the aura because they could not completely conceal it. Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, greeted Duan Ling Tian with a smile as soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the room. I'm Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. How should I address you, brother? My last name is Duan. Duan Ling Tian nodded at Long Fei Yun before he pointed to the seats. Please take a seat, 13th prince. Long Fei Yun took a seat before he said to the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house in an indifferent tone, Bring your men out. I have some things to discuss with brother Duan. Yes, your highness, Elder Yu, the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house, replied respectfully before he brought his men and the servant girl in the first heaven room out. Long Fei Yun turned his attention back to Duan Ling Tian. When he spoke to Duan Ling Tian, he spoke with a tone that one would use with one's close acquaintance. Brother Duan, I heard about you a few days ago. I have to say, you're probably the first person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom who's bold enough to openly oppose the Zhou clan's fourth miss. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems like someone in the fleeting time inn works for you." Although the conflict between him and Zhou Shudong was no secret in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, not many people knew he was staying in the fleeting time inn, let alone recognize him. For example, there was quite a large number of guests from the inn who came to the auction house with him. They did not recognize him even though they heard about the conflict between him and Zhou Shudong. Chapter 2731 Earth Grade Cultivation Method. Fleeting Time Inn was one of the most important assets of the Nian clan. Since the Nian clan supported the 7th prince, they definitely would not work with the 13th prince. This meant someone in the Fleeting Time Inn was the 13th prince's spy. That was why his spy managed to gather many pieces of information that were not available to ordinary people. Long Fei Yun did not seem surprised by Duan Ling Tian's words. He responded truthfully, "To be honest, Brother Duan, Wang Peng, the Fleeting Time Inn's innkeeper, is one of my men." "Oh," Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, "13th Prince, you're being so candid with me. Aren't you afraid I'd tell other people about this? If word of this gets out, even if Wang Peng could avoid death, he'd still have to suffer considerably. Most importantly, you'd lose your spy in the Fleeting Time Inn. Are you going to tell on me?" Long Fei Yun asked in return as his smile remained on his face. "I'm not that bored," Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. He had come to Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom for a temporary place to stay. He would leave once he decided on his next destination. To him, the Wasteland and the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were just like a stepping stone. He needed to travel and go to bigger places to seek better items to improve his cultivation base. He only had 1,000 years after all. If he was still not strong enough after 1,000 years, he would not be able to save Ka, his family, and his friends even if he went to the Divine Offering Land. Although he had arrived at the Spirit Overarching Heaven less than 10 years ago, and his cultivation base had greatly improved, he was well aware that it was not enough and it was just the beginning. The road ahead of him would become more difficult. After all, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more difficult it was for it to improve. Currently, he had not even become a great overarching golden celestial. Let alone the Spirit Overarching Heaven, his cultivation base was nothing even in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the Wasteland. Although his strength was far stronger than what his cultivation base indicated, he still could not compete with an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there was no shortage of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Even the Nian clan, one of the top clans in the kingdom, had a few powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials, let alone the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He would not survive an attack from any of these overarching heavenly supreme celestials even if he utilized his Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, and unleashed all his strength. Long Fei Yun said with a smile, "Well, I revealed all these things to you because I knew you're not that bored to tell on me." His eyes glinted as he bluntly said, "Brother Duan, rumor has it that you're from a powerful sect outside of the Wasteland. Why would you be interested in a profound grade cultivation method? Is there something unique about the Dark Nether Fuse Profundity technique?" Since earlier, Long Fei Yun had suspected that Duan Ling Tian did not come from any extraordinary sect. Duan Ling Tian was probably only calling his 4th brother's bluff so that his 4th brother would be wary of him. He's truly younger than 100 years old. The middle-aged man's voice transmission rang in Long Fei Yun's ears at this moment. The middle-aged man was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and his divine consciousness was much more powerful than Duan Ling Tian's. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not even realize it when he had probed Duan Ling Tian with his divine consciousness. Moreover, he must be using a technique to conceal his cultivation base. "I tried probing his cultivation base but to no avail. I tried to investigate his soul, but my divine consciousness strangely vanished before I was able to do so. If one did not mobilize and use one's celestial origin energy, it would be difficult for another person to investigate one's cultivation base through their divine consciousness. This was due to the heavenly veins. Therefore, to investigate someone's cultivation base, one would start with the soul since the soul was closely related to one's cultivation base. This was similar to how things were in the mundane realms. An energy rippled toward Duan Ling Tian, and he narrowed his eyes before slamming his hands on the table. His celestial origin energy rippled out and collided with the incoming energy before overwhelming it. After that, he withdrew his celestial origin energy and stared at Long Fei Yun as he said, "It seems like the 13th prince has the same hobby as the 4th prince. A great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old." Long Fei Yun was still stunned when Duan Ling Tian had spoken. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian was a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. Through his test, he was 100% certain that Duan Ling Tian was as strong as a yellow-ranked great overarching golden celestial. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. So that's why fourth brother is so wary of him. It's not only because of this man's junior sister but this man himself. Since I haven't met his junior sister, I can't say for sure if she's capable of killing the Earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Zhou clan. However, there's no doubt this man is younger than 100 years old and has strength comparable to a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial at least. The shock in Long Fei Yun's eyes was apparent when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. It took him a while to come to his senses. At this moment, he did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's background. At the same time, even if Duan Ling Tian was not who he said he was, he felt that it did not matter. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a rare talent, someone who managed to become a great overarching golden celestial before reaching the age of 100. Suddenly, a thought popped up in his mind, causing his eyes to lit up like stars in the night sky. Perhaps, I can try making a deal with him. Long Fei Yun stared at Duan Ling Tian intently and bluntly asked, "Brother Duan, I have an Earth-grade cultivation method. Are you interested in it?" An Earth-grade cultivation method. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened imperceptibly. He quickly regained his senses and asked, "13th Prince, are you talking about the cultivation method that the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom inherited?" As far as he knew, the only Earth-ranked cultivation method in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom belonged to the imperial family of the kingdom. Then, he said indifferently, "Based on what I know, that inherited Earth-ranked cultivation method of the imperial family can only be cultivated by the descendants of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from that, isn't there a law, punishable by death, that prohibits members of the imperial family from revealing the cultivation method to outsiders? Are you testing me to see if I would take an interest in an Earth-ranked cultivation method? If I'm interested, then you can determine that I'm not from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland." In his opinion, this must be a test from Long Fei Yun to determine his background. After all, how could someone from a powerful sect, someone who became a great overarching golden celestial before the age of 100, not have an Earth-grade cultivation method? "Brother Duan, you're overthinking." Long Fei Yun shook his head. "Currently, it doesn't matter to me if you're from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland or not. In fact, I hope you're not, since it means you'll probably take an interest in my Earth-ranked cultivation method. I have to make it clear that the Earth-ranked cultivation method I mentioned isn't the Earth-ranked cultivation method that has been passed down for generations in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." He paused for a moment before he continued to say, "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I have to say I haven't actually seen the imperial family's Earth-ranked cultivation method, let alone cultivate it." As he spoke, he clenched his hands into fists so tightly that veins could be seen on his hands. It was clear he was feeling rather emotional at this moment. A hint of sadness mixed with determination flashed in Long Fei Yun's eyes as he said, "After all, my father doesn't think I'm his biological son. He didn't cultivate the inherited Earth-ranked cultivation method in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. He knew the current emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom did not favor the 13th prince and questioned the 13th prince's birth. However, he did not expect the emperor to prohibit the 13th prince from cultivating the imperial family's Earth-ranked cultivation method. One could only imagine how the 13th prince felt. Chapter 2732 Great News. A bitter smile appeared on Long Fei Yun's face and he continued to say in a self-deprecating manner, "Although it sounds shocking, the truth is, my father firmly believes that my mother had an affair with another man. He feels their relationship is ambiguous even before he married her. For that reason, he thinks I'm that man's bastard child." Although it was subtle, Duan Ling Tian noticed the negative emotion swirling in Long Fei Yun's heart. After a brief pause, Long Fei Yun continued to say, "Since he felt skeptical about their relationship, why did he bring my mother to the soaring dragon celestial kingdom and proceeded to marry her? Since he's suspicious of my birth, why didn't he just suffocate me in the cradle after my mother's death from dystocia? Why did he allow me to grow up? His emotions grew more unstable as he spoke. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, his fingernails pierced the skin of his palms as blood dripped down. His body trembled from the violent fluctuations of his emotions. Duan Ling Tian remained silent. He could imagine what the 13th prince had to go through and how he had to live all these years. The emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom is at fault. Since he brought your mother back to the kingdom and allowed her to give birth, why would he direct the hate to his child? If that's the case, it would have been better if he had abandoned the mother and child to fend for themselves. In his opinion, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom failed to handle the issue properly. Can you imagine how scary it was for a prince who is disliked by the emperor and suspected to be the bastard son of another man? Although the eunuchs and palace maids are respectful toward me on the surface, I can see the disdain in their eyes. That's the environment I was raised in. Since young, I knew I have no one to rely on but myself. My father even forbade me from cultivating the cultivation method that's inherited in the imperial family. That's the only earth-rank cultivation method in the possession of the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Without it, I could only cultivate a profound grade cultivation method. However, I'm not discouraged even if my brothers are allowed to cultivate the earth-rank cultivation method, and I'm not. As long as I diligently cultivated, it would only be a matter of time before I caught up to them and surpassed them. Long Fei Yun vented his feelings to Duan Ling Tian without holding back. It was as though he had forgotten that he had only met Duan Ling Tian. As he spoke, his body trembled and tears could be seen brimming in his eyes. Naturally, he did not allow the tears to fall. They evaporated as soon as they appeared. Duan Ling Tian did not seem to mind as he lent an ear to Long Fei Yun. As he listened to Long Fei Yun's words, he even began to feel sympathy for Long Fei Yun. At the same time, he realized how difficult it was for the 13th prince to achieve his current standing that was equal with the 4th and 7th princes considering the environment the 13th prince was raised in. After all, the 13th prince needed to expend 10 times or even 100 times more effort compared to the 4th and 7th princes. I worked so hard not because I intended to compete with my 4th and 7th brother for the throne. I had no interest in the throne. I only wanted my father to recognize my effort and acknowledge my achievements. However, even after I grew stronger, after I caught up to and even surpassed my 4th and 7th brother, I discovered that my father still dislikes me. It's due to his prejudice against me. Ever since then, I've changed my goal. I want to seize the throne. I want to suppress his beloved 4th and 7th son. I want to step on them on the path to claim the throne. Long Fei Yun's eyes flashed coldly when he reached the end of his sentence. It took him a while before he finally regained his composure. Then, he smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry I lost my composure and vented my feelings. Life hasn't been easy on you. If I were you, I might have broken down or given up a long time ago," Duan Ling Tian said with a hint of admiration. He might not be able to deal with being raised in such a harrowing environment like the 13th prince if he did not have 2 lifetimes of experience. Who knew if he might even descend into depravity and lived as a good-for-nothing prince who only waited for his own demise. So, Brother Ling Tian, there's no need for you to worry about me trying to sound you out. It's unnecessary after all, Long Fei Yun continued to say, regardless of what background you have, there's no enmity between us, and I will not help my 4th brother to curry favor with the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. Anyway, I'm telling you all these things so you know that the earth-rank cultivation method I possess isn't the one inherited in the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. In fact, the earth-rank cultivation method I possess is closely related to my mother, Long Fei Yun said with a sigh. What do you mean? Although Duan Ling Tian was quite certain that Long Fei Yun was being honest, he was still wary and cautious. For this reason, he refrained from showing too much interest in the earth-rank cultivation method. Earlier, I mentioned that my father dislikes me because he suspects I'm not his biological son. It's due to my mother's ambiguous relationship with a man before she came to the soaring dragon celestial kingdom to marry my father, Long Fei Yun said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. That man whom my mother had a dubious relationship with appeared in my life a year ago. To be precise, someone who was indebted to him appeared and brought me the earth-rank cultivation method that he exchanged for with his life, Long Fei Yun explained. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by this revelation. It was also at that time that I found out the person whom my father suspects to have an affair with my mother was my mother's childhood friend. They didn't have an affair. It's all my father's jealousy and suspicion. It's all in his mind. I have no reason to believe that man lied to me. After all, a person's dying words are usually true, Long Fei Yun continued to say. According to him, he truly loved my mother. However, after she made up her mind to marry my father, he had given up on her and traveled the world. Then, he received news about my mother's death after giving birth to me and how I was ostracized due to my mother and his relationship. He wanted to take me away, but he wasn't powerful enough to break into the imperial palace of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Later on, he died while obtaining the earth rank cultivation method. Before he died, he entrusted Chu Ling to bring me the earth rank cultivation method and to follow me for 1,000 years. He knew my father forbade me from cultivating the imperial family's earth rank cultivation method. Then, Long Fei Yun pointed to the middle-aged man standing behind him and said, "He's Chu Ling. He's a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He has promised to follow me due to gratitude toward my mother's childhood friend. A heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened slightly as he turned to look at the middle-aged man standing behind Long Fei Yun. He was shocked when he discovered the middle-aged man's cultivation base and what the distinct aura that was hard to conceal meant. It seems like after reaching a certain stage, it's difficult to conceal that aura. Does this mean she's also a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It was none other than Mirong Bing from the compassionate celestial travelers sect whom he had sex with. Although he knew she was strong, he did not expect her to be a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Long Fei Yun said, "The earth rank cultivation method that I mentioned is the one that I'm currently cultivating. It's given to me by my mother's childhood friend and brought to me by Chu Ling." Duan Ling Tian, who had regained his senses, looked at Long Fei Yun and asked without beating around the bush, "What do you want me to do?" There was no free lunch in this world. Since Long Fei Yun had asked him if he was interested in an earth rank cultivation method, he was certain Long Fei Yun was going to offer it in exchange for something. Was there anyone who would give away an earth rank cultivation method without asking for anything in return? Long Fei Yun chuckled. "Duan Ling Tian, you seem interested in my earth rank cultivation method. Am I right to assume that you're not from a powerful sect outside of the wasteland? Is that important?" Duan Ling Tian asked rhetorically. He had considered this. He knew as soon as he expressed even the slightest bit of interest in the earth rank cultivation method, his lie to the fourth prince would be exposed. However, the temptation of an earth rank cultivation method was too strong. In the end, he decided to bite the bait after he considered that it was unlikely for Long Fei Yun to be conspiring with the fourth prince. After all, an earth rank cultivation method would be a big help to him now. With Huaner around, he had no need to worry about cultivation environments. Apart from that, he could always find ways to obtain cultivation resources such as celestial pills. However, it was difficult for him to obtain a high-rank cultivation method. "It's not important." Long Fei Yun shook his head as a brilliant smile slowly appeared on his face. "In fact, this is great news to me." Chapter 2733, The Overarching Heaven Pill. "I'd like to know more in detail." A curious expression could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's face after he heard Long Fei Yun's words. "It seems like you're interested in the earth rank cultivation method I possess. Let's make a deal," Long Fei Yun bluntly said. "A deal?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. This reminded him of the deal he made with Lu Fengjiu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, when he first ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. At that time, Lu Fengjiu promised to do his best to provide Duan Ling Tian with the best cultivation environment and resources. In return, Duan Ling Tian had to kill Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of Nine Spectres County. The deal was a complete success. "Yes," Long Fei Yu nodded and said in a dignified manner, "as long as Brother Duan is willing to promise me one thing, the earth rank cultivation method is yours." "What is it?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "I hope that Brother Duan will participate in the martial competition that's organized by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. With your strength, you'll definitely win the competition and be selected to represent the kingdom in the martial competition of the wasteland." Long Fei Yun paused for a moment before he asked, "Brother Duan, I assume you've heard about the martial competition of the wasteland, right? Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded and continued to say, the martial competition of the wasteland is organized by the three major sects of the wasteland. The best powerhouses younger than 100 years old from all the celestial kingdoms in the wasteland will compete against each other. The most outstanding participant will be given a chance to join one of the three major celestial sects in the wasteland. He had learned about the martial competition of the wasteland the first day he arrived in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was quite interested in the martial competition. After all, joining the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would provide him with a platform to further improve his strength. You're right, Long Fei Yun said with a nod. Since Duan Ling Tian knew about it, there was no need for him to further explain. 13th Prince, your request can't be as simple as just wanting me to participate in the martial competition, right? I'm sure there must be more to it than that, Duan Ling Tian said as he stared at Long Fei Yun intently. Long Fei Yun nodded in reply to Duan Ling Tian's question. With your abilities, there's no doubt you'll be selected to represent the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the martial competition of the wasteland. I'm sure your performance will be remarkable. At that time, all three major celestial sects will definitely want you to join them. When that time comes, I hope you'll choose to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. His breathing seemed to quicken as he spoke. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow. There must be a reason why you want me to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, right? Yes. Long Fei Yun nodded. I want you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect because it rules over 13 high-ranked celestial kingdoms. This includes the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. What? Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is under the rule of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Moreover, they rule over another 12 high-ranked celestial kingdoms. He was slightly startled to learn that the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a vassal state of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Brother Duan, it's only natural you don't know about this. Only the direct descendants of the imperial families are privy to this matter. After all, it'd be humiliating to all the imperial families of the celestial kingdoms if people find out about it. Therefore, the imperial families kept this a secret. Long Fei Yun explained, it's not just the high-ranked celestial kingdoms, even the intermediate rank and low-ranked celestial kingdoms are all vassal states of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Similar to the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Taiyi Celestial Sect and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect rule over 13 high-ranked celestial kingdoms respectively. This is apart from the intermediate rank and low-ranked celestial kingdoms. Otherwise, why do you think the high-ranked celestial kingdoms aren't invading and conquering the intermediate rank and low-ranked celestial kingdoms? It's because they're all subordinates of the three major celestial sects. Those who initiate a civil war would be severely punished by the ruling celestial sect. Upon listening to Long Fei Yun's explanation, Duan Ling Tian gained more knowledge about the spirit overarching heaven. It answered many of the questions he had on his mind as well. Previously, he had found it strange how all the celestial kingdoms managed to peacefully coexist. It was only natural for the strong to conquer the weak after all. Now, he finally knew why there seemed to be no conflict among the celestial kingdoms. Long Fei Yun continued to say, that's one of the reasons I want you to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. After you rise in ranks in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, I hope you'll help me to become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After he finished speaking, his eyes were flashing determinedly. Duan Ling Tian asked, you really think I'll be capable of helping you become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after I join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Well, it's better than nothing, right? At least, I have a small ray of hope. Long Fei Yun smiled self-deprecatingly. He was well aware that he stood no chance against his brothers, the 4th and 7th Prince. It was impossible for him to become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom since his father would never let him ascend the throne unless his father was out of the picture. However, his father was constantly guarded by strong powerhouses. Not only that, but his father was a powerful heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as well. You would exchange an earth-rank cultivation method just for a glimmer of hope. Is it worth it? Duan Ling Tian asked. It's absolutely worth it. I don't think it's a loss to impart the earth-rank cultivation method to you. In exchange for a glimmer of hope to be the next Emperor of Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, I think it's a good deal for me. Although nothing is certain, All I ask of you is that you help me ascend the throne once you have enough influence in the martial dragon celestial sect to intervene in the matter of throne inheritance in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Long Fei Yun clearly expressed that he was determined to make this deal even if it was not 100% certain that Duan Ling Tian would be able to help him ascend the throne. All he asked was for Duan Ling Tian to help him if Duan Ling Tian was able to do so. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully with a faint smile, once I join the martial dragon celestial sect, based on my innate talent, it won't be difficult for me to obtain an earth rank cultivation method, right? Yes. Long Yunfei nodded. The calm expression of the middle-aged man who stood behind Long Yunfei suddenly vanished. His expression darkened as soon as he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. His gaze was as sharp as knives when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he was warning Duan Ling Tian that he would kill Duan Ling Tian if Duan Ling Tian rejected Long Fei Yun's request. Duan Ling Tian ignored the middle-aged man and said, if that's the case, why should I agree to your request? Apart from the earth rank cultivation method, I will give you a celestial pill formula as well. Long Fei Yun replied patiently despite Duan Ling Tian's repeated inquiries. What pill formula? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He was not interested in ordinary pill formulas. The formula of the overarching heaven pill. Long Fei Yun calmly said. Long Fei Yun's words struck Duan Ling Tian like a bolt of lightning. He was stunned. The formula of the overarching heaven pill. The overarching heaven pill was rare not only in high-ranked celestial kingdoms, but even in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. As far as he knew, the formula of the overarching heaven pill was largely unknown. That was why none of the celestial alchemists in the wasteland could refine them. The pills possessed by the three major celestial sects were obtained from outside the wasteland. Why you have the formula of the overarching heaven pills? Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Fei Yun as his breathing quickened. If a peak great overarching golden celestial took an overarching heaven pill, it would guarantee an almost success to becoming an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If it was taken by an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it would greatly improve his or her cultivation. The overarching heaven pill would help a peak great overarching golden celestial similar to how a violet sun golden celestial would benefit from the great overarching pill. Similarly, it would help an overarching heavenly supreme celestial like how a great overarching pill would help a great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, the overarching heaven pill was superior to the great overarching pill even if their effects were similar. The great overarching pill was a mediocre celestial pill, a top-notch mediocre celestial pill that only a handful of mediocre celestial alchemists with the right celestial fire were able to refine. Similarly, the overarching heaven pill was also a top-notch prominent celestial pill that only a few prominent celestial alchemists were able to refine. Chapter 2734 Zhou Shu Chu. The difficulty of refining the great overarching pill and the overarching heaven pill was similar. However, the overarching heaven pill was far more valuable than the great overarching heaven pill due to several reasons. Only a prominent celestial alchemist was able to refine the overarching heaven pill, a prominent celestial pill. There were far fewer prominent celestial alchemists compared to mediocre celestial alchemists. Apart from that, the formula for the overarching heaven pill was not as known compared to the formula for the great overarching pill. The great overarching pills were not as rare. Even forces from an intermediate-ranked celestial kingdom would have a few of them. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian was still in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, King Qin's mansion could easily provide 6 great overarching pills as rewards for the top 3 counties participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, even the imperial family of a high-ranked celestial kingdom would find difficulties in obtaining overarching heaven pills. Even the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland that were far powerful and ruled over high-ranked celestial kingdoms only possessed limited numbers of overarching heaven pills. The overarching heaven pills were rare and highly valuable not only because of the stringent requirements that prominent celestial alchemists would have to meet, but it was also because only a few prominent celestial alchemists possessed the formula for the pill. Naturally, most of these prominent celestial alchemists would guard the formula like a secret. How could Duan Ling Tian not be shocked that Long Fei Yun was willing to impart the pill's formula to him? It was too precious after all. Even the 3 major sects of the wasteland would love to get their hands on the overarching heaven pill's formula. Why you have the overarching heaven pill's formula? Duan Ling Tian asked. Long Fei Yun nodded his head and said, yes. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and lightly asked, since you have the overarching heaven pill's formula, why is there a need for you to make a deal with me? You can directly approach the martial dragon celestial sect with the formula and ask them to help you ascend the throne. I've thought about that. Long Fei Yun heaved a long sigh before he said, however, do you think I'd still be alive if the martial dragon celestial sect knows I possess the overarching heaven pills formula? To them, killing me is much easier than helping me to ascend to the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. He knew this very well, therefore, he could only dismiss the idea of using the formula in exchange for help from the martial dragon celestial sect to ascend the throne. Naturally, only those with high ranks in the martial dragon celestial sect would be able to help him ascend the throne. However, they were all extremely powerful. He was just like an ant in front of these people. How was it possible for him to make a deal with these people? 13th Prince, are you sure you trust me? Aren't you afraid of me fleeing after obtaining the earth rank cultivation method and the overarching heaven pills formula? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Long Fei Yun. Long Fei Yun met Duan Ling Tian's gaze without flinching as he shook his head. You won't. Although this is the first time we meet, I can tell you're not the kind of person who would renege on a deal. I, Long Fei Yun, have lived for a few hundred years, my judgment is quite accurate. Even if I misjudged you, I'll accept it. It's a risk I have to take. Compared to approaching the martial dragon celestial sect with the overarching heaven pills formula, it was wiser for him to make a deal with Duan Ling Tian even if there was a small chance that Duan Ling Tian might renege on the deal. Moreover, although he had just met Duan Ling Tian, his instinct told him that Duan Ling Tian was not the kind of person who would go back on his words. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were clear, and he had a righteous and extraordinary air about him. How decisive and bold! Duan Ling Tian could not help but praise. A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Long Fei Yun. After all, not many people would have such courage. He understood now how Long Fei Yun was able to come so far even though he was not favored and had no support. I'm not bold, I'm just taking a gamble. Moreover, neither I nor Chu Ling are able to use nor memorize the formula of the overarching heaven pill formula that's recorded in this memory celestial talisman. As Long Fei Yun spoke, a memory celestial talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were immediately drawn to the memory celestial talisman that was in Long Yun Fei's hand. His breathing quickened. The overarching heaven pills formula is in this talisman. Although Duan Ling Tian was only a primitive celestial alchemist now, it did not lessen his desire to obtain the overarching heaven pills formula that Long Yun Fei possessed. Most prominent celestial alchemists could only dream of obtaining the formula. It was only natural that Long Fei Yun and the heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial had no use for the formula and could not memorize it. They were not celestial alchemists after all. Yes, Long Yun Fei nodded. At the same time, another memory celestial talisman appeared next to the memory celestial talisman that contained the overarching heaven pills formula. This memory celestial talisman contains the earth rank cultivation method, the heavenly firmament technique. Then, he asked, so, Brother Duan, are you willing to make a deal with me? Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Since the 13th Prince is sincere and believes in me, how can I refuse? Although Duan Ling Tian could easily obtain an earth rank cultivation method after joining the martial dragon celestial sect, it was still too far off in the future. At the very least, he needed to wait for a year to participate in the martial competition of the wasteland before he could join the martial dragon celestial sect. If the deal proposed by Long Fei Yun only included an earth rank cultivation method, he might think twice. However, since there was an overarching heaven pills formula involved, he did not think twice to agree to the deal. Long Fei Yun laughed before he said, "You're really straightforward, Brother Duan." Initially, he was not certain if Duan Ling Tian would accept the deal. Now that Duan Ling Tian finally agreed to it, the grave expression on his face melted away and was replaced with a delighted expression. He handed the two memory celestial talismans to Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian received the two memory celestial talismans that contained the overarching heaven pills formula and the earth rank cultivation method, the heavenly firmament technique, he activated them and committed the information to his memory. With time, he would be able to master them. Brother Duan, why you use the memory celestial talisman with the overarching heaven pills formula? Are you a prominent celestial alchemist? Long Fei Yun asked in shock. He assumed Duan Ling Tian would save the memory celestial talisman with the overarching heaven pills formula for later use. After all, once Duan Ling Tian had used it, if he did not commit every word to memory, he would no longer be able to refine the overarching heaven pill in the future. I'm only a mediocre celestial alchemist, not a prominent celestial alchemist yet, Duan Ling Tian replied as he shook his head. It seems like you're confident about becoming a prominent celestial alchemist in the future. Otherwise, you wouldn't have used the memory celestial talisman containing the overarching heaven pill's formula so quickly, Long Fei Yun said. Initially, his hopes had soared even higher when he thought Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist. After all, if Duan Ling Tian was a prominent celestial alchemist, it would be easy for Duan Ling Tian to join the martial dragon celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian did not even need to participate in the martial competition of the wasteland. Moreover, with the status of a prominent celestial alchemist, Duan Ling Tian could easily become a revered elder of the martial dragon celestial sect. At that time, Duan Ling Tian could easily speak to the sect leader of the martial dragon celestial sect to help him ascend the throne of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. He felt a thrill just from imagining the expression on his father's face if his father was forced to abdicate. For this reason, he could not help feeling disappointed when he discovered Duan Ling Tian was not a prominent celestial alchemist. After a while, Long Fei Yun seemed to recall something, and he said solemnly, "Brother Duan, you should check out of the fleeting time in after this. You and your companion can stay in my residence in the Imperial Palace." Duan Ling Tian felt skeptical about Long Yun Fei's sudden invitation to stay in his residence. However, he did not think Long Fei Yun would harm him. There might be a small possibility of Long Fei Yun harming him before Long Fei Yun handed the two memory celestial talismans over. However, after giving him the memory celestial talismans, not to mention that he had also used the two memory celestial talismans, it would be a waste for Long Fei Yun to try and harm him. Seeing the skeptical expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, Long Fei Yun solemnly said, "There's no need to worry about the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. After all, even my fourth brother doesn't dare to look for trouble with you now. However, there's one person who could potentially be a threat to you. This person is Zhou Shuchu, the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader." Chapter 2735 The Seventh Prince, Long Qing Yun. "I've heard of her," Duan Ling Tian said. "She's the third miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong's elder biological sister. However, I heard she left a few years ago to travel with her master, right?" A few days ago, Duan Ling Tian had heard about the Zhou Shuqing, the third miss of the Zhou clan, while he was dining in one of the famous restaurants in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was the most talented genius that the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had seen in 1,000 years and was accepted as a disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect. She had become a great overarching golden celestial when she was roughly around 100 years old. Currently, she was a powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Her senior sister had taken over the position of the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders sect after their master, the former sect leader, had retired. He had been concerned when he first learned about her existence, hence, he was relieved when he later found out that she had left to travel with her master a few years ago. He had thought he would have left the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom or the Wasteland by the time she returned. Indeed, she was away previously. However, she returned a month ago. Based on what I know, she returned due to the martial competition of the Wasteland that will be held in a year. The three major celestial sects of the Wasteland must be keeping a secret regarding the martial competition. Although this is not the first time the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland have held a martial competition, previously, they'd never imposed an age restriction and specified that the participants have to be younger than 100 years old. I've always felt that there's something fishy with this martial competition of the Wasteland, Long Fei Yun said in one breath. There was no age restriction previously. Duan Ling Tian cocked an eyebrow. Exactly. Long Yun Fei shook his head. Age didn't matter previously as long as you're talented and strong enough to participate in the martial competition. Most of the time, as long as you perform well in the competition, you'll be able to join one of the three celestial sects. It's normal to see outer disciples of the three major celestial sects who are thousands or 10,000 years old. Naturally, these disciples would be expelled after the age of 10,000 if they aren't able to pass the assessment to become formal disciples of the sects. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he returned to the topic at hand. Since Zhou Shuchu has returned, my companion and I will follow you back to your residence, 13th Prince. Sorry for the inconvenience. Zhou Shuchu, the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader, had a higher position compared to the fourth prince, Long Xiangyun. It would be easy for her to check Duan Lingtian's background with the Thousand Spiders celestial sects. Wide information network. At that time, he and Huaner would be in danger. Although entering the imperial palace to stay with Long Fei Yun had its risks as well, Duan Lingtian knew he could count on Long Fei Yun to protect him. After all, he might have offended Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, but no harm came to her. For this reason, Long Fei Yun would still be able to protect him. He told Long Fei Yun that Huaner was just a friend. There was no need for him to pretend in front of Long Fei Yun and say she was his junior sister, since Long Fei Yun already knew he was not from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. No problem, both of you are welcome to stay with me, Long Fei Yun said, pleased. Well, there's no point wasting time here. Brother Duan, let's go get your friend. He rose to his feet after he finished speaking. Sure. Duan Lingtian nodded and stood up as well. Both men left the first heaven room in the Nian clan's auction house with Chu Ling, the middle-aged man, in tow. As soon as they stepped out, a burst of hearty laughter rang in the air. 13th brother, the auction hasn't ended, why are you leaving in such a hurry? An arrogant young man dressed in a green robe with gold trimmings appeared with the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house and an old man dressed in black robes. The young man wore a wide grin on his face as he greeted Long Fei Yun. Based on the way the green-clad young man had addressed Long Fei Yun, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that the young man was Long Qingyun, the seventh prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 7th brother. Long Fei Yun greeted the green-clad young man in return. Then, he sent Duan Lingtian a voice transmission. Brother Duan, if I'm not mistaken, my 7th brother came because of me. To be more precise, he came because of Chu Ling. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house must have noticed that Chu Ling is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial and informed my 7th brother about it. After all, it's not in my 7th brother's interest if there's a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by my side. A hint of ridicule could be heard in his voice. At this moment, Long Qingyun, the 7th prince, turned to look at Duan Lingtian and greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically. Brother Duan, I heard about you from my 4th brother. I was going to visit you in the Fleeting Time Inn. I truly didn't expect to run into you here. Similar to Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince, he was also under the impression that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. Such a person should not be provoked. Naturally, it was just casual talk about him wanting to visit Duan Lingtian at the Fleeting Time Inn. If it were true, he would have long visited Duan Lingtian. He did not want to be subjected to the cold treatment that his 4th brother had received from Duan Lingtian. 7th prince. Duan Lingtian greeted Long Qingyun nonchalantly. His nonchalance made Long Qingyun think that he was an arrogant disciple of a powerful sect outside the wasteland. Then, Long Qingyun shifted his attention back to Long Fei Yun. He said with a nod, 13th brother, that person behind you. It's my first time seeing him. Then, he turned to look at Chu Ling before he said meaningfully in a tone laced with ridicule, I don't think Father bestowed you heaven-rank overarching heaven supreme celestial, right? The 4th and 7th prince were each given a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to guard them. Although the 13th prince was not inferior to them, in fact, he might have surpassed them, his treatment was clearly inferior. Like the rest of the unfavored princes, he was only given an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as his guard. Long Fei Yun replied, his name is Chu Ling. He's a powerhouse I met outside. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Long Qingyun's gaze turned cold as he said in a tone brimming with hostility, you're an outsider with unknown origins. What's your motive of lingering by my 13th brother's side? At this moment, the black-clad old man standing behind Long Qingyun with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. 13th prince, this person with an unknown origin might pose a threat to you. You can't let him stay by your side. Let me ease your worry by killing him. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved at the speed of lightning toward Chu Ling. Before Duan Lingtian could regain his senses, the old man was already exchanging blows with Chu Ling. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air. However, it seemed like both men were considerate enough to erect a light shield that cut them off from their surroundings. The battle was already in full swing when Duan Lingtian and the others regained their senses. Their movements were too fast to be seen with the naked eyes. All they could see was two forces raging inside the light shield. After 15 minutes, a dull but loud noise rang in the air. Fine lines began to show on the light shield. They grew and covered the shield like a spiderweb. Eventually, the light shield shattered. A gust of strong wind blew in the air as Chu Ling returned to Long Fei Yun's side. Apart from his tattered robes, he seemed unharmed. At the same time, a black figure could be seen flying backward before it landed heavily on the ground with a loud thud. After he rose to his feet, it could be seen that he was in a bad condition. He was clearly embarrassed by his loss as well. When he returned to Long Qingyun's side, Long Qingyun's expression was unsightly. He did not expect the heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by Long Fei Yun's side was stronger than the one his father had assigned to him. Long Fei Yun said with a grin to the black-clad old man, "Wu Lao, Chu Ling has been with me for a year. With his strength, if he intended to kill me, he would have already made a move. There's no need for you to worry about my safety." The black-clad old man only scoffed in return. There was nothing he could do since he was defeated. Although the 13th prince was not favored by the emperor, it did not mean he could challenge his authority. Moreover, the 13th prince now had a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial by his side who was even stronger than him. Chapter 2736 Huaner, a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. "Brother Duan, let's go," Long Fei Yun said with a grin as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Fei nodded and left the Nian clan's auction house. Meanwhile, Long Qingyun looked at the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house with a darkened expression and asked, "What's all this? What happened? Why does it seem like my 13th brother has befriended the purple-clad young man?" He did not expect the purple-clad young man would associate himself with members of the imperial families like him and his 13th brother, since the purple-clad young man had an extraordinary background. However, it seemed like his 13th brother had managed to befriend the purple-clad young man. This gave him a sense of crisis, even though a sect outside of the wasteland, technically, would not be able to interfere in the matters of the inheritance of the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, since they were ruled by the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. However, nobody knew if the sect the purple-clad young man belonged to was stronger than the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. He feared the purple-clad young man had a high rank in a sect that was stronger than the Martial Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If that was the case, it would not be a problem for the purple-clad young man's sect to pressure the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to interfere with the inheritance of the throne in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. "Your Highness, I'm unaware of this as well," the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house said earnestly. "However, I think the 13th prince attended the auction today because of the purple-clad young man." Long Qingyun scoffed before he coldly said, "Do I need you to tell me that? That man even told 13th brother his surname. It seems like they get along quite well." He thought to himself, "Based on what I know, the man refused to disclose his name to 4th brother previously. Maybe I should talk to 4th brother about this." Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and the other two men finally arrived in the Fleeting Time Inn. As they approached the lobby of the Fleeting Time Inn, Long Fei Yun said, "Brother Duan, we'll wait for you and your friend here." He was tactful and had no intention of following Duan Ling Tian back to the room, since he knew Duan Ling Tian's friend was a woman. It would be inappropriate for him to make a sudden appearance. This worked in Duan Ling Tian's favor as well. After all, if Long Fei Yun came with him, Chu Ling would definitely follow. Since Chu Ling was a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he might notice the unusual flow of heaven and earth spirit energy in Huaner's room since she was cultivating. A divine crystal would only appear once in more than 1,000 years in Devata realms. He did not want anyone to find out about Huaner and the divine crystal. As soon as Duan Ling Tian entered the courtyard, he sent a voice transmission. "Huaner." Huaner quickly woke up from her cultivation, since she was not in closed-door cultivation. After she put the divine crystal away and absorbed the seemingly liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the room, Duan Ling Tian cautiously entered the room. He had to be cautious when it came to the divine crystal after all. "Brother Ling Tian, are we leaving? Did that lady send men to look for trouble with us?" Huaner asked as her eyes gleamed coldly. Her thin white robes fluttered in the air, slightly revealing her slender and graceful figure. Duan Ling Tian had to take deep breaths to suppress the burning desire that had involuntarily awakened. Then, he shook his head and said, "No, we're just moving to a new place. The new place is bigger and more comfortable. Is it more interesting?" Huaner asked excitedly as the coldness in her eyes gradually disappeared. "Yes, It's more interesting. Duan Ling Tian nodded. However, before we leave, you'll have to put on your hat and veil. All right, I know, Huaner said. Although she was reluctant, she still obediently listened to him. Although Huaner's beautiful face was hidden, her slender figure was enough to cause men to commit crimes. Long Fei Yun fell into a daze when he saw Huaner's graceful figure. As the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, he had seen many beautiful women in his life, but none could compare to Huaner's beautiful figure. However, he quickly regained his senses and averted his eyes. Although Duan Ling Tian did not say anything about their relationship, he could tell Duan Ling Tian and the woman's relationship was not simple based on their interactions. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, he knew the lady was no weakling. She had effortlessly killed an elder of the Zhou clan who was an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. He sent a voice transmission to Chu Ling, prompting Chu Ling to investigate Huaner. Chu Ling, previously brother Duan, told fourth brother that the woman is younger than 100 years old. Before Long Fei Yun finished speaking, a scoff rang in the air. It was from Huaner. At the same time, waves and waves of freezing energy rippled out of her as it swept toward Chu Ling, who was standing next to Long Fei Yun. Chu Ling immediately mobilized his celestial origin energy to nullify her attack. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Long Fei Yun. She discovered my divine consciousness. There's no doubt she's younger than 100 years old. Moreover, she has to be a profound rank overarching heaven's supreme celestial at least. He had to focus on nullifying Huaner's attack even if he was a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial because he had sustained injuries from his battle earlier with the 7th prince's subordinate. The battle had greatly depleted his strength that he was currently no better than an ordinary earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's younger than 100 years old. Long Fei Yun was thoroughly shocked. How was it possible for someone like that to come to the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? Let alone a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In the past 10,000 years in the wasteland, there were only a handful of profound rank great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old, and one earth rank great overarching golden celestial younger than 100 years old. In the entire history of the wasteland, only 2 heaven rank great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old had appeared. As for peak great overarching golden celestials younger than 100 years old, they had never appeared in the wasteland. How could he not be shocked to meet a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian asked, Huaner, what's wrong? Brother Ling Tian, this person is being rude. He used his divine consciousness to investigate me, Huaner replied angrily. Her expression was sour when she complained to Duan Ling Tian. Chu Ling, A-, are you joking? Long Fei Yun was still in shock over Chu Ling's discovery that he was unaware of Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's conversation and Duan Ling Tian's darkened expression. I'm not, Chu Ling confirmed. Long Yun Fei shuddered before he regained his senses. He quickly asked Chu Ling to apologize when he discovered the displeased and angered expression on Duan Ling Tian and Huaner's faces. Only after the apology did Duan Ling Tian's expression soften and Huaner's anger dissipated. During the journey to the Imperial Palace, Long Fei Yun sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian, Brother Duan. Is it really okay for you to join the martial dragon celestial sect? Back in the Nian clan's auction house, he was certain Duan Ling Tian did not have an extraordinary background after Duan Ling Tian accepted the deal. How could someone with an extraordinary background be interested in an earth rank cultivation method? Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had admitted as much. However, now that he discovered the white-clad lady was a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old, he began to doubt himself. How could a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old have an ordinary background? It was impossible. Why do you ask so? Duan Ling Tian asked in return. Brother Duan, frankly speaking, Chu Ling informed me that your friend is a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though she's younger than 100 years old. With someone like that by your side, it's hard for me to believe you don't have an extraordinary background, Long Fei Yun said with a bitter smile on his face. Huaner, well, her background is complicated. It's inconvenient for me to talk about it. However, it's true that I don't have an extraordinary background. There's no problem with me joining the martial dragon celestial sect. As for Huaner, I can't promise you anything. It'll have to depend on her willingness. Duan Ling Tian replied. No, you misunderstood me. I have no intention of asking Lady Huoner to join the martial dragon celestial sect, Long Fei Yun said as he shook his head. Instead, if it's possible, I hope Lady Huoner will conceal her age. A profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's younger than 100 years old. If word of this spread, it'll cause a commotion in the wasteland. It'll do more harm than good to her if that happens. He became increasingly concerned as he continued to say, I'm just afraid there will be people who want to exploit her. They would assume she has an extraordinary background and has mastered high-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Humans are inherently greedy after all. Who knows what they would do to get their hands on her? Chapter 2737 In exchange for the divine crystal. Duan Ling Tian stared at Long Fei Yun intently as he asked, 13th Prince, did those greedy thoughts ever cross your mind? To be honest, they did, Long Fei Yun answered honestly. However, I've already given you the overarching heaven pills formula, and even if Chu Ling suppresses Lady Huoner, it doesn't mean I'll be able to obtain her celestial methods and divine abilities. Instead of taking a risk, I chose stability. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, the frost in Duan Ling Tian's eyes seemed to thaw. The 13th Prince is wise. I won't be here today if I'm not, Long Fei Yun said with a sigh. After a moment, as though he had recalled something, he said, Brother Duan, I have a friend who possesses a celestial weapon that's capable of hiding auras in the one's true age. After you settle down in my residence, I'll ask him to lend us the celestial weapon. There's such a celestial weapon? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Yes, Long Fei Yun nodded. It's just extremely rare. Although it's called a celestial weapon, it doesn't help with defense or offense. Its only use is to hide auras. Hence, most people consider it worthless. My friend only collected it because he likes collecting strange things. Although I don't like to make people part with their cherished possessions, I would really like to get this celestial weapon for Huoner. If it's possible, can you please speak to your friend about selling it to me? He can name a price. Duan Ling Tian wanted to buy that celestial weapon for Huoner. It was just as Long Fei Yun had said, if people found out about Huoner, it would definitely attract trouble. Brother Duan, to be honest with you, my friend doesn't lack celestial stones. In fact, I can't promise you that I'll be able to obtain that celestial weapon, but I'll definitely try my best, Long Fei Yun said with a bitter smile on his face. When he saw the excitement in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, he thought it was better to remind Duan Ling Tian that nothing was certain. I'll trouble you then, Duan Ling Tian replied as he tamped down his excitement. It's no trouble. Long Fei Yun hastily shook his head. After Duan Ling Tian and Huoner had settled down in Long Fei Yun's residence in the Imperial Palace, Long Fei Yun and Chu Ling left them alone. Although the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was not favored by the Emperor, his residence was huge. It was several times larger than where Duan Ling Tian and Huoner had stayed. In the fleeting time residence. Brother Ling Tian, if that person possesses something that's beneficial to me, I can just snatch it away from him. Although Duan Ling Tian had tried to guide Huoner down the path of righteousness, certain views and habits would take longer for her to change. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, Huoner, I told you earlier that it's wrong to snatch things away from people. Moreover, you have to have the capability of doing so. Since even the 13th Prince is uncertain if he could make his friend relinquish the celestial weapon, it shows that his friend has an extraordinary background. Even if his friend is weaker than you, it's highly likely that he has someone stronger guarding him. Huoner fell silent and pouted with a sullen expression on her face. She looked slightly pitiful. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian's heart softened. Huoner, don't think too much. I'll try my best to get that celestial weapon for you. Huoner nodded in reply. Her eyes gleamed as she asked excitedly, Brother Ling Tian, when can we go out and play? Since we arrived, Huoner hasn't gone out to play. Huoner wants to buy a lot of things to play with and eat tasty food. In a few days. Meanwhile, you can cultivate here with peace of mind, Duan Ling Tian said. All right, Huoner nodded, albeit reluctantly. She took the divine crystal out and began to cultivate. The room came with a formation that would prevent heaven and earth's spirit energy from leaking out. The room, which was close to his room at the back of the courtyard, was also far from the main entrance of the courtyard. There were many rooms separating her room from the entrance. For these reasons, Duan Ling Tian was not worried that Chu Ling would discover the abnormal and seemingly liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy from Huoner's divine crystal. After Duan Ling Tian left the room, he went to the front yard and waited for news from Long Fei Yun. After nearly an hour had passed, Long Fei Yun finally returned. He looked embarrassed and wore a bitter smile on his face. Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of disappointment rising in his heart upon seeing this. He could not help but ask, "He's not willing." "It's not that he's unwilling, but he wants to meet you, Brother Duan. He said he can give you the celestial weapon, but there's a requirement that he wants to personally discuss with you." "Brother Duan, I'm sorry," Long Fei Yun said apologetically. "Where is he?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he rose to his feet. "Are you going to meet him?" Long Fei Yun was stunned. "Brother Duan, that friend of mine is not going to make a trade that's unfavorable to him. The condition he sets is going to be difficult. Even so, I still want to meet your friend. That celestial weapon is very important to me," Duan Ling Tian said determinedly as his eyes flashed. "In that case, please follow me, Brother Duan." Duan Ling Tian and Long Fei Yun left the imperial palace. Then, Long Fei Yun led him to an estate at the eastern side of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The estate occupied a vast piece of land and appeared to be empty. Not a single soul could be seen. As soon Long Fei Yun, Chu Ling, and Duan Ling Tian arrived, the main door swung open. Duan Ling Tian was certain there was no one standing near the door. It seemed like the main door was opened by a powerful force from a distance. It was obvious Long Fei Yun's friends knew they had arrived. Since he could not even detect the other person's divine consciousness, he knew the other person must have a profound cultivation base. "Let's go." Long Yunfei called out to Duan Ling Tian and took the lead to enter the estate. Duan Ling Tian followed Long Fei Yun's lead as he turned to look at Chu Ling, the heaven rank overarching. Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Chu Ling looked solemn as he entered the estate. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as well. It seems like the 13th prince's friend isn't an ordinary person. Duan Ling Tian had expected there to be powerhouses guarding Long Fei Yun's friend. However, when they arrived at the backyard of the estate, he discovered that Long Fei Yun's friend was the only person in the estate. "Brother Pei," Long Yunfei greeted his friend before he introduced Duan Ling Tian. "This is Brother Duan whom I mentioned earlier." Duan Ling Tian silently studied Long Fei Yun's friend. The man was dressed in a white robe. His appearance was average, but his eyes revealed he had seen and gone through the vicissitudes of life, indicating he was no longer young. Moreover, when the white-clad man looked at him, he felt completely exposed. This was the first time he had felt this way since he had arrived in the Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven of the Devata realm. Even when he had faced the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect at King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, he did not feel this way. "I heard from Fei Yun that you want the concealment pendant," the white-clad man asked. Although it was his first time hearing about it, Duan Ling Tian knew the concealment pendant was the celestial weapon that Long Fei Yun had told him about. He nodded. "Yes, I can give you the concealment pendant, but there's one thing you have to promise me," the white-clad man said. "What is it?" Duan Ling Tian asked anxiously. "Fei Yun, I'd like to speak to him in private," the white-clad man said as he raised his hand. Without waiting for Long Fei Yun to reply, an invisible force surged out of the white-clad man's hand and formed a soundproof shield around him and Duan Ling Tian. The white-clad man said without beating around the bush. Each of his words sounded like a clap of thunder in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "You can have the concealment pendant in exchange for that woman's divine crystal that's hidden in her necklace." Chapter 2738 The Invisibility Talisman. The Divine Crystal. Duan Ling Tian was shocked, hearing the white-clad man's words. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes as he looked at the white-clad man. How does he know about Huan'er's divine crystal? The killing intent had instinctively arisen. Duan Ling Tian could not let anyone find out about Huan'er possessing the divine crystal. Although the killing intent only flashed briefly in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, the white-clad man did not fail to notice it. He said mockingly, "What? You want to kill me? It's not that I look down on you, but no one in the wasteland is able to kill me, let alone you." He spoke with such confidence that it would inspire admiration in others. As though to highlight his words, a burst of powerful energy surged from his body as soon as he finished speaking. The energy rippled out and hit Duan Ling Tian squarely in the chest. Duan Ling Tian felt as though a gigantic hammer had landed on his chest. The pressure on his chest felt as though it was squeezing his internal organs as well. His lifeblood roiled in his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was still feeling lightheaded when a gentle energy appeared from behind him, stabilizing him. However, in just a moment, his lifeblood began to roil again. He spat out another mouthful of blood, staining the ground red. All this happened in just a blink of an eye, but he felt as though he had gone through the gates of hell. Fear was brimming in his eyes when he looked at the white-clad man. Who are you? Through his careful observation, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Long Fei Yun, who was on the other side of the formation, seemed to be unaware that he was injured and had spat out blood. Although Long Fei Yun was looking at him, it seemed like he could not see what was happening to him at all. Otherwise, Long Fei Yun would not have been able to remain calm. Based on this, he realized the formation the white-clad man conjured up was not as simple as a soundproof formation. He panicked when he recalled how the white-clad man was able to injure and toy with him with just his energy alone. The white-clad man said indifferently in response to Duan Ling Tian's question, "It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is if you still want the concealment pendant I possess." Duan Ling Tian did not respond to the white-clad man's question. Instead, he solemnly asked, "With your strength, we can't stop you even if you snatch the divine crystal from us. There's no need for you to give us the concealment pendant in exchange, right?" Although Duan Ling Tian did not know how strong the white-clad young man was, he was certain the white-clad young man was stronger than Huaner. Most importantly, the white-clad man was even stronger than the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Someone so strong could easily take the divine crystal away from them. There was no need for him to give them the concealment pendant. "I'm not really interested in that girl's divine crystal." The white-clad man shrugged. Duan Ling Tian was stunned by the white-clad man's reply. "Then, you," the white-clad man interrupted Duan Ling Tian. "I only brought up that girl's crystal because I want you to know my strength." Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he heard the white-clad man's words. All the doubts in his heart disappeared as well. Fortunately, the white-clad man was not really interested in the divine crystal. With his strength, the white-clad man could have easily taken it from Huaner if he so pleased. However, he was confused. The white-clad man was truly mysterious. Who's he? He's not even interested in something that only appears once in thousands of years. "Senior, then, you," Duan Ling Tian began to say. He wanted to ask what the white-clad man wanted in exchange for the concealment pendant. However, the white-clad man interrupted Duan Ling Tian again. "You can call me Brother Pei just like Fei Yun." "Yes, Brother Pei," Duan Ling Tian hurriedly responded. Then, he bluntly asked, "Brother Pei, the 13th prince said that you're willing to part with the concealment pendant as long as I agree to your conditions. What is it?" "I want you to go somewhere and retrieve something for me," the white-clad man replied. "Huh," Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. "Brother Pei, with your strength, wouldn't it be easier if you personally retrieve it?" The white-clad man replied, "That place is slightly unique. Those who are older than 100 years old can't enter that place." "Those older than 100 years old can't enter?" Duan Ling Tian was startled. "Yes," the white-clad man nodded. "That place is related to the martial competition of the wasteland that's organized by the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. It's also the reason why the three celestial sects are looking for a strong powerhouse younger than 100 years old. Similarly, they plan to send the extraordinary participants of the competition into that place to retrieve the treasures in there. I have something I want in there as well." Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened. No wonder Long Fei Yun said there was something fishy about the upcoming martial competition of the wasteland. After all, there was no age restriction during the previous competitions. So this was the three celestial sects' ulterior motive. "Brother Pei, if that's the case, you can wait until the people sent by the three major celestial sects of the wasteland to exit and snatch the item you want from them, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked. This white-clad man was not even interested in the divine crystal. Moreover, he had said that nobody in the wasteland was capable of killing him. This meant the white-clad man was far stronger than the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Although he did not know the extent of the white-clad man's strength, he was certain it would be easy for the white-clad man to snatch things from the three celestial sects. "Naturally, it's simple for me to snatch things from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland," the white-clad man replied. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he continued to say, "However, who's to say the people they send him would come out alive from that place? Is that place so dangerous?" Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave upon hearing this. It's not just dangerous. The white-clad man looked at Duan Ling Tian knowingly as he said, your strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Even with your strength, you'll likely end up dead in there. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. He knew there was no need for the white-clad man to lie to him. He was perplexed. If the white-clad man thought he would die when he entered the place, why would the white-clad man even bother to strike a deal with him? Brother Pei, then why did you? If you go in alone, naturally, you'll die, the white-clad man replied tonelessly. However, it would be different if that girl enters you with you. With her strength, she's capable of dealing with the danger in that place and keeping you safe. Moreover, even if that place is safe for everyone to enter, no one will be able to retrieve the entrance without my guidance. Huaner. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Brother Pei, the reason why I want the concealment pendant is to hide the fact that Huaner is a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's younger than 100 years old. After all, many people in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom already know she's strong. Once they confirm she's a profound rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial under the age of 100, she'll be in trouble. The white-clad man replied, if she follows you in there, I can guarantee that no one will find out. I will give her 2 invisibility talismans at that time. Invisibility talisman. Duan Ling Tian furrowed his brows. As far as I know, the invisibility talisman is a celestial talisman inscribed by celestial dukes. Anyone stronger than celestial dukes would be able to see through the talisman. Although overarching heavenly supreme celestials can't see through its power, at a close distance, they could still sense the user. Chapter 2739 Celestial Lords and Celestial Emperors. What you're talking about are invisibility talismans inscribed by celestial dukes. The white-clad young man glanced at Duan Ling Tian. No one in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would be able to see through the invisibility talismans I give her, nor would anyone feel her presence. He sounded arrogant and confident when he spoke. Duan Ling Tian was shocked upon hearing the white-clad young man's words. The invisibility talisman could only be inscribed by celestial dukes, at least. Those celestial talismans would not be able to hide the user from other celestial dukes. Even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to sense the user of an invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial duke. Naturally, invisibility talismans inscribed by a celestial duke was the lowest grade of invisibility talismans. If the talisman was inscribed by a celestial king, the effect would undoubtedly be on a higher level. Only someone stronger than a celestial king could see through the invisibility talisman inscribed by a celestial king. However, a celestial duke would still be able to sense the user's presence even if he or she could not see the user. There are many celestial dukes in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, but there are no celestial kings. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, Brother Pei said no one in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would be able to detect Huaner if she uses his invisibility talismans. If celestial dukes wouldn't be able to detect her at all, this means his invisibility talismans are inscribed by someone who's, at least, a celestial lord. Celestial lord. Duan Ling Tian could not help but shudder when he thought about this. A celestial lord was stronger than a celestial king. All celestial lords were like overlords in Devata realms. After calming down, he asked tentatively, Brother Pei, the invisibility talismans you mentioned, are they inscribed by a celestial lord? Yes. The white-clad young man nodded. So, there's no need for you to worry about her not being able to enter that place with my invisibility talismans. Not only will she be able to stealthily follow you into that place, but she can also follow you out of the place without being detected by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp even though he had already suspected it. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at the white-clad young man again. He could not help but ask, Brother Pei, are you a celestial lord? In his opinion, the person in front of him most likely inscribed the invisibility talismans since he had such a rare thing in his possession. No. However, to Duan Ling Tian's disappointment, the white-clad young man denied Duan Ling Tian's words. The 2 invisibility talismans I plan to give you aren't inscribed by me. Even then, Duan Ling Tian was certain the white-clad young man was either a celestial king or a celestial duke who was much stronger than the celestial dukes in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. After all, the white-clad young man had said no one in the wasteland would be able to kill him. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Since we have invisibility talismans inscribed by a celestial lord, Huoner won't be discovered by the three major celestial sects of the wasteland if she follows me into that place. Let alone celestial kings, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland don't even have 9 palaces celestial dukes. The white-clad young man smiled indifferently. Although the contempt in his smile was not obvious, it did not escape Duan Lingtian's notice. So the most powerful celestial duke in the three major celestial sects of the wasteland is only an 8 trigrams celestial duke. Duan Lingtian inferred after listening to the white-clad young man's words. In Devata realms, heavenly celestials and golden celestials are divided into 7 ranks each. The ranks for heavenly celestials were Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial, Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial, Yellow Moon Heavenly Celestial, Green Moon Heavenly Celestial, Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial, Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial, and Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. As for golden celestials, they were Scarlet Sun Golden Celestial, Orange Sun Golden Celestial, Yellow Sun Golden Celestial, Green Sun Golden Celestial, Blue Sun Golden Celestial, Indigo Sun Golden Celestial, and Violet Sun Golden Celestial. For great overarching golden celestials and overarching heavenly supreme celestials, they were divided into 5 levels each. They were each divided into yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heavenly rank, and peak level. Stronger than overarching heavenly supreme celestials were celestial dukes. Celestial kings were stronger than celestial dukes, and celestial lords were stronger than celestial kings. Above celestial lords were celestial emperors. Celestial dukes, celestial kings, celestial lords, and celestial emperors were divided into 10 levels, 1 basic, 2 bearings, 3 talents, 4 elephants, 5 elements, 6 combos, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 squares. Among them, 1 basic celestial dukes were the weakest, and 10 squares celestial emperors were the strongest. It should be noted that all heavenly emperors of Devata realms were 10 squares celestial emperors. Only the 10 squares celestial emperors were worthy of becoming heavenly emperors. Naturally, there were also celestial emperors who were not heavenly emperors of Devata realms. They were either too weak to become one or too strong but were unwilling to become one. In any case, they kept a low profile and cultivated in seclusion to improve their strength. Yes, the white-clad young man nodded. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland have an 8 trigrams celestial duke each. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, so, Brother Pei is at least a 9 palaces celestial duke. He might even be a 10 squares celestial duke or a celestial king. Brother Pei, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and asked, where's the place where the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland will send the extraordinary participants of the martial competition of the wasteland to? Where's that place? Why is it so dangerous? And what do you want? The white-clad young man looked at Duan Lingtian with his weary eyes and said, that place. His eyes seemed to be brimming with despair as he spoke. That place is a small world left by a celestial king. Only those who are younger than 100 years old are able to enter the small world. If someone over 100 years old who's a celestial king or weaker attempts to enter that place, they'll undoubtedly die. If those who are stronger than a celestial king enter that place, the small world would be destroyed along with everything inside. The white-clad young man continued to say, in that small world, only overarching heavenly supreme celestials are stronger who are younger than 100 years old would be able to survive. If your companion is a yellow rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she would barely be able to protect herself, let alone protect you as well. However, since she's a profound rank overarching heaven supreme celestial, she's strong enough to protect both herself and you. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply. A small world left by a celestial king where only those younger than 100 years were able to enter. One had to be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, at least, to survive in there. In other words, the minimum requirement for one to enter that place safely was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was younger than 100 years old. He asked curiously, why did the celestial king leave a small world in the wasteland? Isn't it a trap? In his opinion, there were no overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were younger than 100 years old after all. In other words, anyone in the wasteland who entered the small world would undoubtedly die. For now, it seemed like the only exception was Huoner. Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice, do the people of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland know that anyone weaker than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would undoubtedly die if they enter the small world? They are, naturally, unaware of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't send so many to their deaths, the white-clad young man replied. Duan Lingtian asked, aren't you planning to warn them? Warn them, the white-clad young man laughed. Why should I warn them? If it weren't for their greed, why would they send people into the small world one after another? Everyone they sent in there had died, but they still don't intend to give up. How sad. A smile with a hint of irony could be seen on his face when he finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian's eyes only flashed in response. Moreover, do you think the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would believe me if I warn them that the small world is not a place they can enter? The white-clad young man asked. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he replied, but, Brother Pei, you can use your strength to force the three major celestial sects of the wasteland from entering the small world. They definitely won't dare to enter the small world if you intervene, right? The three major celestial sects of the wasteland are not related to me in any way. Why should I do that? The white-clad young man said coldly. Moreover, once I look away, they will surely attempt to send people in there. It's human nature. Am I supposed to keep an eye on them for the rest of my life? Chapter 2740 Royal Grade Celestial Weapon. Duan Ling Tian fell silent when he heard the white-clad young man's words. He knew the white-clad young man was right. Due to greed, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would definitely do as he had predicted. How do you think the three major celestial sects of the wasteland know that only those younger than 100 years old are able to enter that small world? They've experimented many times before they finally discovered that those over 100 years old are killed as soon as they try to enter that place, and only those who are younger can safely enter. The white-clad young man said. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened. Countless people in the wasteland had died for this matter. Their deaths only served as an experiment for the three major celestial sects of the wasteland to learn about the small world. Don't even think about warning the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Not only will they ignore you, but they'll think you're exaggerating to prevent them from entering the small world, the white-clad young man continued to say. After all, they know a small world left behind by Celestial King would have many treasures. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Greed was truly the original sin. As for what I'm looking for, the white-clad young man raised his hand as he spoke and revealed a ring in his hand. This ring was different from normal rings. There were 9 water chestnuts around it. They all had different shapes and looked very strange. The ring was crimson, and it was obvious that it was not dyed. The original color of the material was crimson. This is my celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. This mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring has a corresponding ring. It's also a celestial weapon, and its name is the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring. I want the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring in that small world. The white-clad young man handed the ring to Duan Ling Tian and said, Bring this mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring along with you. As long as you're close to the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring, it will respond and guide you to the other ring. Duan Ling Tian reached out to take the ring. At the same time, he instinctively extended his divine consciousness into it. His eyes widened immediately. He had discovered the celestial weapon the white-clad young man had handed to him was at the same level as the Jasper celestial sword, the universe ruler, and the astonishing god halberd. He would never forget the auras of these weapons. He thought to himself, this celestial weapon is even stronger than the sect-guarding celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. That Murong being retrieved for the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Then, he turned to the white-clad young man and asked, Brother Pei, may I ask what's the grade of this celestial weapon? Royal grade, the white-clad young man replied. Royal grade? Duan Ling Tian was startled. Then, he frowned and asked, as far as I know, celestial weapons are divided into primitive celestial weapons, mediocre celestial weapons, prominent celestial weapons, and supreme celestial weapons, right? You're right, the white-clad young man said with a nod. However, do you know supreme celestial weapons are divided into different grades? There are different grades of supreme celestial weapons. Duan Ling Tian was shaken. He looked at the white-clad young man solemnly and said, If it's all right, I'd like to hear more about this. The supreme celestial weapons are divided into the Duke grade, the King grade, the Royal grade, and the Emperor grade. My mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring is a Royal grade celestial weapon. The corresponding celestial weapon, the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring, is also a Royal grade celestial weapon, the white-clad young man slowly said. Duan Ling Tian felt as though his horizon had broadened. It was only now that he knew supreme celestial weapons were divided into grades as well. This means the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring is the same grade as the Jasper celestial sword, the universe ruler, and the astonishing god halberd. They're all royal-grade celestial weapons. If I'm not mistaken, the sect guarding celestial weapon of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, is slightly inferior, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Then, he looked at the white-clad young man and asked, Brother Pei, have you heard of the world-cleansing horsetail whisk from the compassionate celestial traveler sect? The compassionate celestial traveler sect? I've heard of the sect, but I don't know the name of their sect guarding celestial weapon. However, I heard there are 3 sect guarding celestial weapons in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, and they're all king-grade celestial weapons, the white-clad young man replied. With this, Duan Ling Tian confirmed his guess about the world-cleansing horsetail whisk being a king-grade celestial weapon. It was slightly inferior to the royal-grade celestial weapons like the Jasper celestial sword. Previously, Elder Huo had said that the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda is a grade higher than the celestial weapons in it. It seems like the pagoda is an emperor-grade celestial weapon. A hint of sadness could be seen in his eyes when he thought about Elder Huo, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. He sighed inwardly. If Elder Huo were still alive, I wouldn't be so confused after I ascended to this Devata realm. When Duan Ling Tian regained his composure, he looked at the white-clad young man and said, Brother Pei, I agree to your request. I'll enter the small world left by a celestial king and search for the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring, on your behalf. Well, that's if the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring is indeed in that small world. I'm sure of it, the white-clad young man said confidently. He was slightly surprised that Duan Ling Tian had remained so calm when he disclosed that the ring he had given him and the ring he wanted Duan Ling Tian to search for were royal-grade celestial weapons. For the first time since they met, he was interested in Duan Ling Tian's background. Where did he come from? His companion has the aura of the Phantom Fox clan. However, it's not pure. She's a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial even though she's younger than 100 years old. She should be considered as a genius in the clan. If Duan Ling Tian could read the white-clad young man's mind, he would have laughed. What a joke. When he was in the mundane realm, he had once owned an emperor-grade celestial weapon and several royal-grade celestial weapons after all. How could 1 or 2 royal-grade celestial weapons impress him? Most importantly, he currently possessed a Devata artifact that was far superior to a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, since the Devata artifact had lost its soul, it was no longer as powerful. Currently, it was only equivalent to a supreme celestial weapon. Since you agreed to the deal, I'll give you the concealment pendant in advance. The white-clad young man raised his hand and revealed a green jade pendant in his hand. The pendant emitted a green light, and a black silk thread could be seen floating around it. It spun around the jade pendant non-stop. Duan Ling Tian took the concealment pendant and put it away with the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. He thought to himself, I wonder what grade of a supreme celestial weapon my Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, is comparable to. The soulless Devata artifact was given to him by Ka's third uncle from her past life, Xianxia. He knew the Devata artifact was comparable to supreme celestial weapons after losing its soul. Now that he discovered supreme celestial weapons were also divided into grades, he was curious about the grade of the 7 orifice exquisite sword. I feel like it should be higher than a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian began to guess inwardly. The 7 orifice exquisite sword is a Devata artifact. Even if it loses its soul, it's impossible that it's only comparable to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. When I have time, I should study it carefully to see if I can uncover more of its hidden power. After all, it's a Devata artifact that's superior to royal-grade supreme celestial weapons. Duan Ling Tian began to feel excited when he thought about this. After putting away the concealment pendant and the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, he seemed to recall something and said, Brother Pei, if I find the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring, you must come and collect it as soon as you can. Otherwise, the people from the martial dragon celestial sect will find it when they search my spatial ring. After all, their goal is to obtain the treasures I find in the small world. I know. The white-clad young man nodded. You don't have to worry about this. Just focus on entering the small world with that girl, finding the mystical Yin 9 water chestnut ring, and bring it out. I'll deal with the other matter. After that, he waved his hand without any warning and cancelled the formation he had set up. Thus, Duan Ling Tian was transported from a completely quiet space to the courtyard where gusts of wind could be heard blowing and the fragrance of flowers and plants wafted in the air. I'll wait for your good news. From the perspective of the 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, and Chu Ling, Duan Ling Tian and the white-clad young man seemed to be standing motionlessly in the formation when they suddenly moved. You're out. It was not difficult for them to figure out this was due to them exiting the formation. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.